after the formidable Lin Qiao unexpectedly found herself transmigrated into a novel as a mere cannon fodder female supporting character, she inadvertently acquired the ability of a crow's mouth, a curse that brought misfortune to anyone she spoke ill of. Consequently, she discreetly inflicted torment upon the scoundrels while feigning deep affection, all the while striving to extricate herself from her increasingly deranged and obsessive husband. Little did she know, her villainous husband had gained an extraordinary ability, mind reading, allowing him to hear her innermost thoughts. Lin Qiao mused, "Darling, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Shall we not divorce?" Her internal monologue, however, was quite the contrary. What a despicable man. "Hurry up and divorce me. I'm eagerly awaiting my share of the fortune to chase after handsome men." The malevolent husband merely chuckled in response. "Divorce? Not a chance." Chapter 1. After transmigration, the overbearing CEO suddenly hears her thoughts. What a wicked woman. She has only been married for a month, yet she dares to commit such heinous acts against her husband. She is utterly despicable. Let her prepare for a life of poverty, cast out from the Li family. Indeed, even being cast out would be too lenient. She deserves imprisonment. Precisely. The air was thick with the sound of furious accusations emanating from outside the room, while Lin Qiao sat at her vanity, thoroughly exasperated. Last night, out of sheer boredom, she had picked up a sensational novel titled The Substitute Bride of the Obsessive CEO Has Escaped Again. The plot was so absurd that she could not endure it beyond the halfway mark, leading her to leave a scathing review. Upon awakening, she found herself within the pages of that very book, transformed into a cannon fodder character. This character, sharing her name, was a wealthy heiress yet utterly detestable, much to everyone's disdain. Just a month prior, she had married the story's antagonist, Li Qiao, who held no affection for her and often disregarded her. In a fit of rage, she orchestrated a car accident that nearly claimed his life. The Li family, filled with hatred for her, confined her to her room and arranged for Li Qiao to come and finalize their divorce. Lin Qiao arrived at this pivotal moment of the narrative. The more she contemplated her predicament, the more her anger swelled. In her previous life, she had toiled for over a decade to ascend to the pinnacle of success, becoming the wealthiest woman in the capital. Now, she found herself trapped within a novel, destined to become a swiftly discarded character. What a cruel twist of fate. After venting her frustrations towards the hapless author, she seized a cup from the table and hurled it to the ground. At the moment the cup shattered, the door swung open, revealing a young man in a wheelchair. He appeared to be around 25, boasting a well-defined physique, fair skin, and exquisite features. His deep-set eyes were strikingly beautiful. Despite his wheelchair, he emanated an air of inherent nobility, resembling a breathtaking nobleman plucked straight from the pages of a comic. After a brief moment of awe, Lin Qiao quickly deduced that this must be her original character's husband, the heir of the illustrious Li family, Li Qiao. Li Qiao glanced at the shards of glass on the floor, his brow furrowing as his gaze toward Lin Qiao grew increasingly disdainful. Before he could speak, the housekeeper behind him angrily accused Lin Qiao. "You tampered with the young master's car, nearly causing his demise. How dare you act out in this manner?" Already in a foul mood, Lin Qiao's irritation surged further at her reprimand. Without hesitation, she retorted, "I am still the young mistress of the Li family. I hardly need a servant like you to admonish me." The housekeeper scoffed derisively. "You won't be the young mistress for long. Stop pretending to be significant here." "Aunt Wang, silence yourself," Li Qiao interjected sharply, causing the housekeeper to begrudgingly fall silent. "Given the long-standing friendship between our families, I will refrain from suing you for your actions. However, you cannot remain in the Li family any longer. Please sign this divorce agreement and leave," he stated, producing a divorce document from his briefcase and extending it toward Lin Qiao. Being a straightforward individual, Lin Qiao chose to follow the plot and reached out for the divorce agreement. As her fingers brushed the document, she instinctively glanced at Li Qiao. In that moment of eye contact, an invisible current seemed to pulse through the air, causing both of them to tremble involuntarily. Startled, they quickly averted their gazes. Lin Qiao dismissed it as a side effect of her transmigration and focused on the document in her hands. Li Qiao, too, assumed the sudden jolt was merely a remnant of the car accident and paid it no heed. Upon reviewing the divorce agreement, Lin Qiao was taken aback. To her astonishment, it was not a clean break. The Li family, valuing their long-standing ties, offered her a compensation of 10 million. Who would have thought this villainous scoundrel possessed a modicum of conscience, willing to provide a 10 million compensation? This divorce is definitely happening. Suddenly, A voice akin to a sultry electronic tone resonated in the otherwise quiet room. Lin Qiao jumped slightly, surveying the surroundings, puzzled that no one else seemed to be speaking. Could it have been an auditory hallucination? As this thought crossed his mind, the voice returned. With the Li family's wealth, isn't 10 million a bit paltry? Oh well, any compensation is better than none. My mood is rather foul today. After securing the money, I'll need to indulge myself. How should I indulge? Go on a shopping spree? Dine at a 5-star restaurant? Or indulge in a full spa treatment? No, those options are far too mundane. How about something more exhilarating, like inviting dozens of handsome men to party at a graveyard, celebrating all night? Hearing these thoughts, Lin Qiao's expression darkened instantly. He was certain that no one else was speaking, and the voice originated from Lin Qiao. She remained engrossed in examining the divorce agreement, not uttering a word. Could it be? Chapter 2. The sudden emergence of the crow's mouth skill. Was that her innermost thoughts? Lin Qiao was taken aback. How could he suddenly hear Lin Qiao's thoughts? He turned to Aunt Wang and the others, asking, "Did you hear any sounds?" Aunt Wang, slightly puzzled, replied, "Young master, there's no sound at all. The room is quite still." The others nodded in agreement, affirming they heard nothing. Lin Qiao was astonished once more. Why was he the only one able to hear? This was utterly surreal. He gazed at Lin Qiao across from him, his expression a mix of coldness and frustration. Lin Qiao, feeling a sudden scrutiny, couldn't help but critique internally. Why is he staring at me? Am I too beautiful?
No.
Perhaps he is reconsidering and won't he give that 10 million after all.
Ugh.
What a stingy, despicable man. A miser. No, I mustn't allow him to reconsider. I need to get him to sign quickly. Hearing these unvoiced thoughts, Lin Qiao was left speechless. Lin Qiao, fearing his change of heart, swiftly signed the divorce agreement and handed it to him, feigning sorrow with tear-filled eyes as she said, "Darling, I truly don't want to part ways with you. The harsh reality has led us to this unfortunate state. Fate can be so cruel. We can no longer be each other's angels, oh dear." She wept sorrowfully, yet in her heart, she thought, "Goodness, this display is so pretentious, I might just gag. But for the sake of divorce, I'll go all out." Why is he still dawdling? Hurry up and sign. After signing, I'm off to have some fun. I've decided, no more dancing on graves, straight to the nightclub. At the nightclub, I'll have the madam summon all the handsome men. Whether they be big wolves or cute pups, I'll take them all. I'll be surrounded by handsome men, truly a winner in life. Oh yeah, how delightful. Lin Qiao. It was astonishing. Lin Qiao had desperately loved him for 5 years, employing every tactic to marry him. After marrying, she had gone to great lengths to please him. Logically, if he wanted a divorce, she should be kneeling before him, weeping and pleading to stay together. How could she harbor such thoughts now? This was utterly bizarre. Could it be that he had suffered a concussion in the car accident, leading to such hallucinations? As these thoughts swirled, a sudden pain shot through his head. Seeing him hesitate, Lin Qiao grew impatient. Why hasn't he signed yet? Does he truly not want to part with the money? What a miserly pig. Upon hearing this inner monologue, Lin Qiao could no longer remain seated and urgently instructed his subordinates, "I'm feeling unwell. Take me to the hospital for an examination." He needed to undergo a brain scan to determine if he had indeed lost his mind, resulting in such melodramatic hallucinations. Aunt Wang, noticing his discomfort, quickly arranged for his transport to the hospital. Upon witnessing Lin Qiao being taken away, without signing, Lin Qiao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Nearby, Maid A shot her a disdainful look and mockingly retorted, "Don't get too smug. The young master didn't sign because he suddenly felt unwell. Not because he's reluctant to leave you. A vile woman like you, once cast out of the Li family, wouldn't he even be accepted by the beggars on the street?" Within the Li household, the original owner held no status, not even earning respect from the maids, who often spoke to her disrespectfully. Lin Qiao was not the original owner. For Lin Qiao's sake, she held her tongue. Casting a quick glance at Maid A's ugly smirk, she retorted without hesitation, "Whether anyone wants me is my concern. Why should you meddle with a tongue so venomous? Be careful not to trip and lose all your teeth." Maid A, incensed, shot back, "You're the one who'll trip and lose all your teeth. Humph. Stubborn as a dead duck, let us see how long you can gloat." After hurling her insult, she stormed downstairs, but not long after, her foot slipped, and she screamed as she tumbled down the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, she fell quite badly, sustaining bruises and losing several teeth. She scrambled to her feet, feeling the blood trickling from her mouth, bursting into cheers as she cursed Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao descended the stairs and glanced at Maid A, genuinely surprised. She had merely made a passing comment, yet it had come to fruition. Chapter 3. The crow's mouth skill is remarkably potent. Lin Qiao pondered. This could be karma for the wicked. After a moment of secret delight, she coldly mocked, "You only have yourself to blame for not watching your step." Just then, the cook, who was a relative of Maid A, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the scene, she assumed Lin Qiao had bullied Maid A and angrily scolded. "You caused the young masteress accident, and now you've pushed a servant down the stairs. How cruel. You ought to be imprisoned for your wickedness." Fury ignited within Lin Qiao as she retorted, "Auntie, are you blind? Which eye saw me push her? You hurled baseless accusations without understanding the situation. What a dark heart you possess. Aren't you afraid of being punished?" The cook spat in disdain, scolding Lin Qiao before helping Maid A out to seek medical attention. As they exited the door, two boys outside were playing soccer and one kicked the ball, sending it soaring off course and striking the cook on the head, knocking her unconscious. "Ah!" Maid A screamed in shock. Lin Qiao was taken aback as well. At that moment, Aunt Wang rushed over with several people, anxiously asking, "What happened here?" Maid A wiped the blood from her lips and pointed at Lin Qiao, crying out, "Housekeeper, it's all her fault. She cursed us." Aunt Wang, furious, glared at Lin Qiao and scolded, "How could you be so malicious as to curse them?" Lin Qiao scoffed, retorting, "No matter how malicious I am, it pales in comparison to your deliberate scheme to frame me for the accident." In the original story, the accident was not orchestrated by the original owner but was a plot devised by Aunt Wang to elevate her daughter to the position of young mistress of the Li family, thus intending to frame the original owner. Aunt Wang, taken aback by Lin Qiao's insight into her scheme, hastily countered, "Stop slandering good people. You were the one who orchestrated the accident." Lin Qiao clicked her tongue, her gaze filled with deep disdain. "With someone like you claiming to be a good person, your audacity is truly astonishing. The Li family is truly unfortunate to have raised a treacherous wolf like you." Aunt Wang, infuriated and exasperated, exclaimed, "Who are you calling a treacherous wolf? I have served the Li family for over 20 years with unwavering loyalty. That accident is in no way related to me." Lin Qiao coldly scoffed. Such hollow words might fool those foolish souls in the Li family, but who outside would believe them? Aunt Wang, flustered, raised her hand to swear. "I swear, every word I speak is true, not a single lie." Seeing her resort to swearing, Lin Qiao mocked, swearing recklessly might just invite a lightning bolt. Aunt Wang, taken aback by Lin Qiao's curse, turned pale, just as a thunderous clap echoed from above, striking her down to the ground. The crowd. It was uncanny. Lin Qiao's cursed words had come true once more. Was she a reincarnation of the crow's mouth? However, if Aunt Wang was indeed struck by lightning while swearing, could it be that the accident was truly her design? While others were left in doubt, Lin Qiao was internally astonished. Her words had manifested thrice in succession. What on earth was happening? In certain novels, the female protagonist acquires extraordinary abilities upon traversing into another realm. Could it be that she has also gained some unique power after entering the narrative? Or is it merely a manifestation of her newfound crow's mouth skill? To validate her hypothesis, she observed the maid A, who was assisting Aunt Wang, and coldly remarked, "What are you doing helping her? Are you not afraid she might still carry an electric charge and zap you as well?" No sooner had she uttered these words than a crackling sound erupted, and a flash of electricity surged forth from Aunt Wang, instantly incapacitating Maid A. She collapsed, convulsing, frothing at the mouth, and rendered unconscious. After a moment of shock, Lin Qiao was overwhelmed by euphoria. It was confirmed. She had indeed mastered the crow's mouth skill. Chapter 4. Hey, your brother has been kidnapped. Ah, this power is simply marvelous. From now on, if anyone dares to bully her, she shall curse them to their demise. Observing the three fallen individuals, Lin Qiao felt a wicked delight. These three frequently conspired to torment the original owner of her body, and their unfortunate fate was nothing short of deserved. Having dealt with them, Lin Qiao felt elated and calmly walked away, ascending the stairs back to her room under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Once her emotions stabilized, Lin Qiao's thoughts swiftly returned to the original plot. According to the storyline, she should have already divorced Li Tingzhou by this point and been expelled from the Li family. The failure of the divorce was somewhat perplexing. What went awry? Could it be that her arrival disrupted her character's design, resulting in the failed divorce? In the original narrative, the protagonist wept bitterly during the divorce, whereas she had appeared rather composed in her interactions with Li Tingzhou, a stark contrast to the original's reactions. Furthermore, that crow's mouth skill was rather absurd. Lin Qiao found herself in a quandary. If the plot had deviated, how would the subsequent developments unfold? Would the storyline become chaotic, the characters confused, the world collapse? That would be utterly terrifying. What to do? Let it be. Lin Qiao shrugged with a cold smirk and strode her bed, kicking off her shoes and lying down to sleep. Perhaps upon awakening, she would find herself back in her original world. With this thought, she felt buoyant and closed her eyes to slumber. She slept soundly until nightfall when her phone suddenly rang, waking her from her dreams. With irritation, she opened her eyes to find herself still in her original room. Fuming, she grabbed the incessantly ringing phone from her bedside and pressed the answer button, ready to unleash her frustration. However, a menacing voice echoed from the other end. "Hello, is this Miss Lin? Your third brother is currently in my possession. Bring 50,000 to the Rose Bar in half an hour. If you fail to arrive on time, we will take his life." With that, the caller abruptly hung up. Lin Qiao was momentarily stunned before recalling the original owner's background. The Lin family had 4 children, with Lin Qiao being the eldest at 21, followed by 3 younger brothers. Among them, the most troublesome was the third brother, Lin Qiao, who was 19 and a freshman at a university. He was a typical spendthrift, often embroiled in trouble, causing much distress. In the original plot, Lin Qiao had gotten into a brawl at a bar with a group of gangsters, resulting in a violent altercation where he had his legs broken. The Lin family dynamics were complicated. Their father was a negligent figure, completely indifferent to his children, while their mother had been in a coma for years following an accident. After the divorce, the original owner fell into despair and became a mere pawn in the narrative. In this context, Lin Qiao, left with no support after becoming disabled, descended into a dark abyss, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. Reflecting on this, Lin Qiao felt a twinge of sympathy for Lin Qiao, who also suffered the fate of a tragic character. Well, since she had crossed over, she might as well save him once. Lin Qiao grabbed her phone, moved to the window, flung it open, and leaped out. Her room was on the 2nd floor, and upon landing safely on the grassy ground below, she hurried to the adjacent wall and climbed over. This series of actions was executed fluidly, completing in under 10 seconds. After vaulting over the wall, Lin Qiao hailed a taxi and sped towards the Rose Bar. Chapter 5. When I get angry, even I fear myself. At the Rose Bar, chaos reigned. Lin Qiao and his companions, having lost a fight, were bound by a group of thuggish gangsters. The one who had called Lin Qiao was their leader, a man named Wang, known as Old Wang V. Wang was tall and robust, adorned with tattoos of a green dragon and a white tiger, exuding an air of menace. After finishing his call, he turned to glare at Lin Qiao and snarled, "I've already contacted your elder sister. If she doesn't arrive with 50,000, I'll break your legs." With a bruised face, Lin Qiao scoffed, calling her as pointless. "That love-struck fool wouldn't care if I were to die." It was well known that Lin Qiao, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, was infatuated with the 4th young master of the Li family, Li Qiao. Obsessed with him, she spent all her time away from home, neglecting her younger brothers. Lin Qiao despised her willingness to sacrifice everything for a man, resulting in a strained sibling relationship. One of his younger brothers, Song Ku, interjected, "Bro, you're her brother after all. Maybe she'll show up." Lin Qiao shot him a disdainful glance and defiantly declared, "Even if she comes, what of it? Even if I end up with broken legs or sold off, I wouldn't let her save me." Song Ku was taken aback. That was quite a toxic pledge. Wang, overhearing this, scowled and pointed at Lin Qiao. "You're quite the tough talker. Since you don't want help, I'll break your legs right now." He picked up a nearby chair and swung it towards Lin Qiao's legs. Just then, the bar's door was forcefully kicked open with a loud bang. Everyone turned in surprise to see a young woman standing in the entrance. She was tall, fair-skinned, dressed in finery, and possessed remarkable beauty. Her expression was icy, her gaze sharp, and her presence commanding. Wang, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Who are you?" "I am Lin Qiao," she replied coldly, striding into the bar. Her eyes quickly found the bound figures, and she recognized Lin Qiao immediately. He was tall and handsome, a campus heartthrob, easily identifiable. Seeing her arrive alone, Lin Qiao was exceedingly displeased. "Lin Qiao, what are you doing here? This is a fight among men. Why are you meddling? Go back. I don't need your help." Lin Qiao, well aware of the strained relationship between them, had no intention of pretending. She shot him a disdainful look and retorted, "Do you think I wanted to come? It's because you're such a pathetic loser that I have no choice but to intervene." Hearing her insult, Lin Qiao was infuriated and was about to retort when Wang impatiently interrupted. Shut up. You don't get to speak right now. After barking this command, he crossed his arms and glared at Lin Qiao, demanding, Did you bring the 50,000? Lin Qiao met his gaze with indifference and replied flatly, No. The original owner's credit card had long been maxed out, and she owed the bank a substantial amount, making her a quintessential spendthrift daughter. Stepping back. Even if she possessed 500,000, she would never bestow it upon this group of scoundrels. Upon hearing that she had no money, Wang Lao erupted in anger. What are you doing here without any cash? Lin Qiao responded earnestly, Of course, I am here to rescue someone. Just as Wang Lao was about to explode with rage, a subordinate nearby, noticing Lin Qiao's striking beauty, her figure, her skin, her features, all utterly divine, his eyes lit up, and a mischievous grin crept across his face. Since she has no money, boss, let her pay in kind. Let the brothers enjoy themselves. Lin Qiao, observing the lewd expression on that subordinate's face, silently cursed him and suddenly recalled her newly acquired skill of the crow's mouth. With disdain, she declared, With a sleazebag like you, wanting to pay in kind, even the light above you cannot bear to look. It might just fall and crush you. No sooner had she spoken than the chandelier above plummeted, crashing down upon the subordinate's head, leaving him bloodied and unconscious. Chapter 6. Mom, this woman is terrifying. The crowd was left in shock. Lin Qiao felt a surge of satisfaction. With a single sentence, she had dispatched a foe. What a remarkable skill. Witnessing his subordinate knocked unconscious by the chandelier, Wang Lao furiously cursed, Who the hell installed that chandelier so poorly? Go find that guy and beat him to death. Yes. Two subordinates immediately rushed to confront the bar staff. After resolving this matter, Wang Lao glared at Lin Qiao, his fury palpable as he proclaimed, That subordinate was right. Since you came empty-handed and refused to pay in kind, you shall still pay in kind. Seize her and take her to the private room over there. Two henchmen charged forward, forcibly escorting Lin Qiao to the room opposite. Lin Qiao, witnessing Lin Qiao being taken advantage of, shouted indignantly, You bastard. What kind of man bullies a woman? Let her go. Your opponent is me. Come at me instead. Wang Lao shot him a disdainful glance. What nonsense is this loser shouting? It's deafening. Gag him. A subordinate promptly stuffed a rag into Lin Qiao's mouth. Almost choking, he struggled in anger, but two hulking men restrained him, rendering him helpless as he could only watch Wang Lao lecherously enter the private room. Once inside, Wang Lao closed the door. Lin Qiao stood in the corner, arms crossed, coldly regarding him. Mistaking her demeanor for fear, he rubbed his palms together, grinning like a beast. Little beauty, it's just you and me in here now. Scream all you want. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to save you. He advanced step by step, reaching out with his filthy hands. At the moment his hand was about to touch Lin Qiao, she suddenly struck, seizing his wrist and executing a swift shoulder throw. Wang Lao let out a cry as he slammed to the ground. Before he could recover, Lin Qiao delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling, nearly knocking him out from the pain. As he groaned in agony and regained his senses, he looked up at Lin Qiao in astonishment. This woman, who appeared so delicate, was shockingly violent, truly terrifying. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but Lin Qiao dashed forward, stepping on his palm, eliciting a scream of pain from him, a sound both tragic and satisfying. Seeing his miserable state, Lin Qiao grinned wickedly. Now it's just the two of us. Scream all you want. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to save you. The corners of Wang Lao's mouth twitched, a myriad of curses racing through his mind. Damn it, that was his line. Not giving him a moment to recover, Lin Qiao slapped his lecherous face. Soon, the private room was filled with the sounds of slaps and cries. A symphony that left many blushing. Outside, the henchmen were all crimson-faced. Goodness, the battle inside was so intense. Who would have thought the boss was this formidable? As the words left their lips, a few bolder subordinates exchanged glances and stealthily approached the door to the private room. However, before they could push it open, suddenly, with a loud crash, the door was violently kicked in and Wang Lao, screaming, came tumbling out along with the door. The henchmen, who had been hiding behind the door to spy, were instantly crushed beneath Wang Lao and the door, nearly becoming a human pancake. The surrounding crowd was left astounded. What on earth was happening? This was beyond shocking. Moments later, Lin Qiao emerged from the private room, her attire immaculate, her expression composed and serene as a mountain. In stark contrast, Wang Lao appeared disheveled, his face swollen like a pig's head, unrecognizable even to his own mother. The crowd gasped in disbelief, especially Lin Qiao, who stared agape. The seemingly fragile Lin Qiao had just utterly defeated Wang Laowu. Chapter 7. The aroma arrives too swiftly, like a whirlwind. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Qiao brushed off the dust from her clothes, gesturing towards the battered Wang Laowu. Addressing his remaining subordinates, "This fellow is no longer of any use. Who among you will step up next?" After exchanging glances, one of the subordinates bellowed in anger, "Brothers, let's all attack and take her down." With murderous intent flashing in their eyes, the group brandished their weapons and rushed towards Lin Qiao. Lin Haochu, gagged and helpless, could only whimper, urging her to flee. However, Lin Qiao did not retreat. Instead, she charged forward, engaging them in fierce combat. What followed was a cacophony of blows and crashes. Within half a minute, all the subordinates attacking Lin Qiao lay defeated, while tables and chairs were upturned, littering the ground. Standing amidst the chaos, Lin Qiao surveyed the groaning henchmen clutching their knees, a flicker of disdain in her eyes as she shook her head, remarking what poor skills. Hardly enough for practice. She had refrained from using her crow's mouth skill, concerned about potential side effects from overuse, and had simply wanted to test her own capabilities, thus engaging them directly. To her disappointment, this group was far weaker than she had anticipated. Her words left the onlookers once again agape, their mouths forming wide O shapes. Goodness, this woman had managed to take down so many henchmen in such a short time, and she had the audacity to call them poor. It was worth noting that these henchmen were all trained fighters, typically able to take on 5 opponents without issue. Lin Haochu was equally shocked. Having never witnessed Lin Qiao in a fight before, her sudden display of prowess seemed utterly implausible. What kind of day was this? Had the sun risen from the west? Or had pigs learned to climb trees? The henchmen tasked with guarding Lin Haochu were terrified, with one hastily pressing a knife to Lin Haochu's throat, shouting at Lin Qiao, "Don't come any closer. Leave all your valuables and get out of the bar, or we will kill him." Lin Qiao glanced at them with unwavering composure, arms crossed, and replied, "I despise being threatened. You have no chance of intimidating me." The man's face twitched. This woman was surprisingly unyielding. One of Lin Haochu's subordinates, noticing Lin Qiao's complete lack of concern for their plight, hurriedly shouted, "Brother Chu, you must summon your elder sister to rescue us." Another subordinate, Song Ko, recalling the vow he had previously made, shot him a glare and retorted, "Be quiet. Have you forgotten what Brother Chu said earlier? He would never call for help." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Haochu abruptly spat out the rag from his mouth and anxiously yelled at Lin Qiao, "Sister, please save me." The subordinates were taken aback. Song Ko couldn't help but scoff, "Brother Chu, didn't you just say that even if you had your legs broken, were sold off, or beaten to death, you would never let her save you?" Lin Haochu shot him a disdainful glance and shamelessly countered, "Shut up. When did I ever say that? You must have misheard." The group fell silent, bemused. Brother Chu's change of heart was astonishingly swift. Witnessing Lin Haochu's plea for help, Lin Qiao wasted no time. She picked up a steel pipe from the ground and hurled it across the room, striking the man holding Lin Haochu hostage, who let out a scream and collapsed. Lin Haochu stared at the fallen figure, his heart racing with astonishment. In that moment, he truly began to regard Lin Qiao with newfound respect. 10 minutes later, Lin Qiao strode out of the bar with Lin Haochu and the others in tow. Lin Haochu limped behind her, recalling the impressive scene of Lin Qiao single-handedly defeating a group of thugs. Excitedly, he asked, "Sister, when did you acquire such remarkable skills? I've never seen you use them before." Lin Qiao, not inclined to waste words, curtly replied, "None of your business." Lin Haochu, Lin Qiao, growing impatient with their slow pace, glanced at the ominous night sky and urged, "The weather is turning foul. Hurry up. If we dawdle any longer, we'll risk being drenched like drowned rats." No sooner had she spoken than a loud thunderclap echoed across the sky, followed by a torrential downpour, drenching everyone. Lin Qiao, Lin Haochu, and the others. Chapter 8. When I turn on the charm, what is it to you? Was Lin Qiao's mouth somehow enchanted? How could her words be so prophetic? She wiped the rainwater from her face, her lips twitching. Damn it. She had let her guard down and forgotten about the curse of the crow's mouth. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at a nearby hospital. Having sustained injuries, they required medical attention. It was already late at night, and Lin Haochu's injuries were somewhat severe, necessitating hospitalization. Lin Qiao, not wishing to return to the Li family home, opted to keep him company throughout the night at the hospital. The following morning, Lin Qiao, having fallen asleep on a chair in the hospital, awoke feeling unwell. She took a stroll in the garden downstairs to stretch her limbs, and once she felt more at ease, she went out for breakfast. After her meal, Lin Qiao packed some buns and soy milk for Lin Haochu and the others. As she made her way back to the hospital, she suddenly spotted a strikingly beautiful, fashionable young woman, exuding an air of elegance, accompanied by several aides, walking towards her. The nearby nurse's eyes sparkled with envy. Who is that stunning heiress? She is absolutely gorgeous. She is Ning Xiner, the third miss of the Ning family, just returned from a prestigious university abroad. Talented and beautiful. She is the epitome of a wealthy beauty. Wow, I'm so envious. Upon hearing their conversation, Lin Qiao's eyes widened in surprise. The infamous green tea antagonist, Ning Xiner, had made her appearance. The general premise of the original story was as follows. The female protagonist, a tragic figure, had a gambling father and a mother who abandoned her for another man. As she grew up, she harbored a secret crush on the campus heartthrob, who was the male lead, for 3 years. At the age of 20, by a twist of fate, she saved him. But he mistakenly believed it was the scheming second female lead who had rescued him. After the second female lead went abroad for her studies, the male lead treated the female protagonist as a substitute, oscillating between affection and cruelty, leading her to a series of melodramatic events that ultimately left her heartbroken and fleeing with a child. After her departure, the male lead captured her again, resorting to binding, imprisonment, and forced affection among other dark methods. Upon reaching this point, Lin Qiao felt utterly disgusted. She glanced at the author's pen name, Flying Yanxi. Humph. Truly a fitting name. The melodrama had reached cosmic proportions. No wonder it flopped. While she scoffed at it, she continued reading. After a series of convoluted entanglements between the male and female leads that led to chaos in the city, the arch-villain Li Tingzhou could no longer tolerate the situation and, infuriated, surrounded the male lead's villa with thousands of skilled fighters. Then, the book suddenly went behind a VIP paywall. Could such a thunderous melodrama even dare to charge for access? Lin Qiao promptly abandoned the story. Now, reflecting on it, Lin Qiao felt a twinge of regret. Had she known she would end up in the story, she would have certainly paid to continue reading, or at the very least sought out a pirated version. With a sigh, Lin Qiao's thoughts returned to Ning Xiner. This Ning Xiner was the third miss of the affluent Ning family in the capital, beautiful and cunning, outwardly charming, yet inwardly dark and unscrupulous. Ning Xiner was also a university peer of Li Tingzhou, initially infatuated with him. She used various schemes to orchestrate the original protagonist's divorce from him, and after the original protagonist became a mere pawn, she suddenly shifted her affections to the male lead, subsequently employing every tactic to sabotage their relationship, becoming a true double troublemaker. It was easy to deduce that Ning Xiner had come to the hospital to visit Li Tingzhou. After casting a scornful glance at Ning Xiner, Lin Qiao had a sudden flash of inspiration. She entrusted a nurse with her breakfast to deliver upstairs, and then went outside to purchase another meal to visit Li Tingzhou. Li Tingzhou was in a VIP ward on a higher floor. Upon arriving at the door, she overheard Ning Xiner speaking sweetly to him. "Senior, how is your health? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? I know some renowned international doctors. Shall I invite them to take another look at you?" Hearing that sickly sweet voice made Lin Qiao feel nauseous, but thinking of her divorce plan, she swiftly composed herself and approached. As she pushed the door open, her expression transformed instantly. "Dearest husband, I've come to see you." The sweetness of her voice was palpable. In the hospital room, Li Tingzhou shivered unexpectedly. Chapter 9. The villainous husband once again hears her true feelings. Ning Xiner's expression darkened upon seeing her. What is she doing here? Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Qiao forcefully shoved Ning Xiner aside and rushed to Li Tingzhou's bedside, grasping his hand with genuine concern. "Husband, how are you feeling? What did the doctor say? You mustn't be in any danger, otherwise I wouldn't want to live anymore." Sob, sob, sob. She forced out a few tears, looking as though she might perish at any moment. Li Tingzhou was momentarily taken aback, suddenly hearing the electronic voice from yesterday. The level of charm here is just right. I feel absolutely fabulous." Li Tingzhou was stunned. That voice had reappeared? Was he hallucinating again? He looked at Lin Qiao in surprise, who happened to glance back at the fuming Ning Xiner, internally mocking. Who can't be charming? When I perform, I'll outshine everyone." Li Tingzhou, he suppressed his astonishment, shaking off Lin Qiao's grasp and asked irritably, "Aren't you supposed to be at the Li house? What are you doing here?" Lin Qiao, after wiping away her tears and snot with a corner of her clothing, brought over the breakfast she had purchased. Gazing at Li Tingzhou with affection as she explained, "I was worried you might go hungry, so I rose early to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for you." Without awaiting a response from him, She deftly unwrapped the meticulously packaged meal and placed it before him. The breakfast consisted of lean meat porridge and steamed dumplings. Purposefully, in front of Ning Qiao, she lifted the steaming bowl of porridge and presented it to Lin Qiao, gently saying, "Darling, this porridge took me 3 arduous hours to prepare. And it was quite the labor. You must eat more, come. Open your mouth, let me feed you." Just as Lin Qiao felt a pang of hunger and hesitated about whether to partake in her porridge, that icy electronic voice appeared once more. "Ha! This is the porridge I just bought from a street vendor, and I specifically requested the addition of half a packet of salt. It's fresh off the stove. So it'll either scald you, or leave you with a mouthful of saltiness. Hee, who knows, you might get so angry you decide to divorce me. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Lin Qiao's lips twitched slightly, and his appetite evaporated instantly. "Just leave it, I'm not in the mood for porridge." Undeterred, Lin Qiao set down the porridge and brought forth the dumplings and soybean milk, thoughtfully asking, "I also painstakingly made these dumplings. Would you like to try some?" She smiled tenderly, though her thoughts were, "I've added plenty of mustard to the dumplings, they'll be too spicy for you." Hearing her inner monologue, Lin Qiao thought, "Is this woman truly the Lin Qiao I once knew? The contrast is astounding." Ignoring the scene, Ning Qiao could no longer tolerate it. It was this woman who had caused Lin Qiao to end up in the hospital, and now she had the audacity to fawn over him. It was utterly disgusting. Last night, since Lin Qiao had refrained from signing the divorce papers to rid himself of her, today she had to ensure he divorced her, banishing her from the Li family forever. With this thought, Ning Qiao approached Lin Qiao and said, "Senior, I saw the news. The land in the suburbs of the capital was purchased by another party during the auction the night before last. And the bidding price was surprisingly several percentage points lower than the market value. Alas, it's such a pity. That land was originally reserved for the Li family." The night before last, Lin Qiao had intended to attend the auction, but a sudden car accident on the way prevented him from participating, resulting in the corporation missing out on the land and incurring losses exceeding 100 million. By bringing up this old matter, Ning Qiao aimed to provoke Lin Qiao, believing that he must divorce a calamity like Lin Qiao immediately. As Lin Qiao recalled that incident along with Lin Qiao's recent thoughts, his expression darkened, and he looked at Lin Qiao with growing disdain, wishing he could expel her from the Li family at once. His gaze flicked to the briefcase across from him, and he was about to retrieve the divorce agreement when that voice interrupted again. "Wow, the green tea truly knows how to strike. This is quite a blow. What are you waiting for? Hurry and take out the divorce papers, sign them quickly, so I can take the money and enjoy myself." Lin Qiao's outstretched hand immediately withdrew, a cold smirk forming in his heart. "Ah, so this is a scheme. Does this woman genuinely wish to divorce and free herself from me?" Chapter 10. Has her mouth been blessed? Lin Qiao noticed his hand retracting and felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. She quickly grasped his hand, pouting as she said, "Darling, that matter has nothing to do with me. Please don't divorce me, all right? I will be very obedient and compliant." She understood that Lin Qiao despised the original owner's lingering affection and entanglement. The more reluctant she appeared to divorce, the more he would loathe her. Ning Qiao, misled by Lin Qiao's facade, believed she was intentionally clinging to Lin Qiao. Just as she was about to continue coaxing Lin Qiao to divorce, a nurse suddenly called out from outside, "The doctor has arrived." A doctor entered with a group of people. Lin Qiao stood up, glancing at the doctor's name tag, pondering. This is a neurologist. Has Lin Qiao suffered brain damage? If he has, would that mean I could negotiate a larger share in the divorce? Meanwhile, Lin Qiao was infuriated. This woman actually hoped for him to become an idiot or mentally impaired so she could claim more money. What a pipe dream. "You all need to step outside. We must examine the patient," the doctor instructed as he entered the ward. Ning Qiao, begrudgingly, had to leave. "Darling, I'll take my leave. If anything comes up, remember to call me, I'll be waiting for you. Mwah." Feeling disheartened for not obtaining the divorce papers, Lin Qiao deliberately blew Lin Qiao a kiss as she left, reviling him one last time before turning away. Lin Qiao felt nauseated for quite a while before regaining his composure. After sending away the irrelevant personnel, he eagerly questioned the doctor. "Doctor, is my brain functioning normally?" The doctor handed him the examination report, saying, "We've already checked. There's no damage to your brain. Your main injury from the accident is to your right leg, and the rest of your body is fine." As Lin Qiao examined the report, he wondered why he could hear Lin Qiao's thoughts if his brain was indeed intact. "Doctor, it seems I can hear someone else's thoughts. What could be the reason?" The doctor, taken aback for a few seconds, asked, "Really?" Lin Qiao nodded seriously. The doctor fell into deep thought, and after a while, he earnestly suggested. Perhaps you should consult a psychiatrist. Li Tingzhou. After leaving Li Tingzhou's hospital room, Ning Xiner had other matters to attend to and needed to exit the hospital. Lin Qiao, feeling bored, offered to see her off. Ning Xiner loathed Lin Qiao and had no desire to engage in conversation with her. The two walked in silence out of the hospital and onto the street opposite. As they prepared to part ways, Lin Qiao noticed the designer handbag in Ning Xiner's hand and couldn't help but comment, "Your bag is quite beautiful. It must be expensive." Ning Xiner glanced down at her bag, lifted her chin slightly, and, with a hint of pride, replied, "This is this year's latest model. The design is quite average. Just studded with some diamonds, valued at around 5 to 6 million. Lin Qiao sneered inwardly, recognizing her as a typical show-off. Recalling her recent success in using her crow's mouth ability to turn situations around, she suddenly felt compelled to experiment again, wondering if her skills still held true. With a serious expression, she warned Ning Xiner, "With a bag so costly, you must be cautious when you go out. It would be unfortunate if it were stolen." Ning Xiner scoffed, dismissing Lin Qiao's words as envy. Just as she was about to mock her, a thief suddenly dashed over from the opposite direction, snatching her bag and fleeing. "Ah, my bag!" Ning Xiner exclaimed, quickly giving chase. Lin Qiao smirked, noticing someone walking a dog ahead, and maliciously shouted after the pursuing Ning Xiner, "Miss Ning, don't run so fast. You might step in dog poop and fall." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Ning Xiner stepped right into dog feces, tumbling to the ground in a comical sprawl. Chapter 11. Young Lady Upstairs. "Please do not despair." Ning Xiner, embarrassed and in pain, began to weep. Lin Qiao couldn't help but stifle a laugh and hurried over, feigning concern as she said, "Are you all right? I must tell you, it's best not to cry early in the morning, or else you might end up with facial paralysis." Upon hearing this, Ning Xiner was about to erupt in anger when suddenly her cheek throbbed and her face stiffened. She was shocked. "Am I really getting facial paralysis?" In the next moment, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "What the hell? This is beyond unfortunate. I'm going home to find my mother." With that, she shoved Lin Qiao aside, clumsily getting to her feet and limping away in tears. As she watched her figure fade into the distance, Lin Qiao's heart swelled with joy. This skill was nothing short of miraculous, exceptionally useful. It was simply astonishing. After a burst of elation, she gazed up at the sky, pondering whether anything she uttered, even if ill-fated, would come to fruition. In that moment, a bold idea sparked in her mind. 20 minutes later, Lin Qiao found herself atop the rooftop of the adjacent building. Standing tall, she earnestly executed a series of Tai Chi movements, then brought her hands together in prayer. Channeling her energy as she shouted to the heavens, "I demand the destruction of this world's reality. I wish to return to my original world." Her voice rang out, powerful and resonant, spreading across the expanse of the universe. In no time, a tempestuous wind arose, dark clouds rolled in, and thunder rumbled with flashes of lightning, transforming the scene into something truly ominous, as if the world was on the brink of apocalypse. Lin Qiao stood amidst the gale, her hair dancing wildly, her heart racing. Was her declaration truly going to manifest? Was this chaotic world destined for annihilation? Would she soon return to her former life, resuming her existence as a wealthy woman? Oh, the exhilaration, the joy. It felt as if she were soaring through the skies. In a fit of ecstasy, she spread her arms wide against the wind, facing the distant sea, and with a beaming smile exclaimed, "Farewell, world." Just as the words left her lips, a sudden flash of lightning struck, hitting her squarely. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Lin Qiao was knocked to the ground. After being struck by lightning, she lay there, enveloped in smoke, her face charred, frothing at the mouth, her hair standing on end like instant noodles, a truly pitiful sight. At this moment, her heart sank into despair. Damn! She had wished for the world's destruction, not for a lightning strike. Was this some sort of cosmic joke? After a considerable time, Lin Qiao regained her senses and lifted her gaze to the sky, where the dark clouds and thunder had dissipated, revealing a clear blue expanse. Enraged, she began to curse. This so-called cursed tongue ability was utterly unreliable. After a tirade of complaints, Lin Qiao squatted on the rooftop, deep in thought. Perhaps her earlier words had been too destructive, invoking a backlash upon her. Was returning to her original world truly impossible? What would become of her 500 billion in savings, her multinational corporation with tens of thousands of employees, her heart-shaped island, and her 10 luxurious villas, along with a fleet of over 20 high-end cars? Those were the fruits of her hard labor. The more she contemplated, the more her heart ached. Yet, she was not one to easily surrender. She quickly rallied her spirits, motivating herself. Fear not. I will devise a way to return. When I do, I shall work even harder to become the wealthiest woman in the world. Just as she clenched her fists, brimming with determination, a loudspeaker from below suddenly blared. Young lady on the rooftop, please do not despair. Think of your parents, think of your future. The world is still a beautiful place. Please do not entertain thoughts of jumping. Startled, Lin Qiao peered down to see a crowd had gathered below, along with numerous firefighters. They were hastily setting up air cushions beneath her, while a police officer shouted through a megaphone. Lin Qiao's lips twitched in disbelief. Really? Just because she was squatting on the rooftop for a moment, they assumed she intended to jump? Chapter 12. Quickly contact the psychiatric hospital to have her taken away. Who the hell is considering jumping? Meanwhile, the crowd below snapped photos and chattered amongst themselves. I just heard her shout about wanting to end the world. She must be mentally unstable. I heard it too. We should quickly contact a psychiatric hospital to take her away. Upon hearing these remarks, Lin Qiao's temper flared. And she shouted back, I'm perfectly fine. It's you who are delusional, and your entire family is crazy. The onlookers couldn't help but jeer. If you're not insane, then why are you up on the rooftop? You look like you've just been struck by lightning. Are you really contemplating jumping? At that last question, Lin Qiao erupted in fury, pointing at the speaker and bellowing, who is considering jumping. Even if the world were to end, and everyone collectively leaped from the rooftops, I would not do so. Just as she finished her vehement declaration, a sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting a nearby potted plant, which crashed down upon her. With a startled scream, she tumbled off the rooftop. In that moment of descent, the crowd gasped in unison. Wow, she really did jump. Lin Qiao fell directly onto the air cushion prepared by the firefighters. The immense impact left her dizzy. In that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, 3 words flashed through her mind. What a disaster. When Lin Qiao awoke, she found herself in a hospital room. It seemed she had been transported there following her fall. Reflecting on the events leading up to her unconsciousness filled her with rage. That cursed ability had led to her being struck by lightning and then knocked off the roof by a potted plant. It was utterly infuriating. Clearly, this power was not infallible. She would need to exercise caution in its use to avoid further misfortune. Just then, Lin Qiao entered, dressed casually. Upon seeing Lin Qiao awake, his eyes lit up as he hurried over. You're finally awake. Thank heavens. I nearly thought you wouldn't come to, that you'd become a vegetable. Lin Qiao rolled her eyes and retorted. Pfft. Who's a vegetable? Don't speak carelessly. If Lin Qiao possessed the same cursed ability, she might have truly been reduced to a vegetable by now. Realizing his blunder, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lin Qiao, uninterested in further banter, asked, how long was I unconscious? Lin Qiao sighed, 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Qiao was taken aback. She had been out for so long. However, if she had been unconscious for such an extended period, why hadn't she returned to her original world? Was it truly impossible for her to go back? The thought filled her with agitation. Noticing her grim demeanor, Lin Qiao grew displeased, reprimanding her with exasperation. I can't believe you, a grown adult, would be so infatuated. Just because he uttered the word divorce, you consider jumping off a building? It's romantic in theory, but in reality, it's just foolishness. Lin Qiao, irate, fired back, nonsense. I didn't attempt suicide over that pig. I was trending on social media, and you still dare to argue. Lin Qiao cut her off, swiftly pulling out his phone and showing her the trending topics on Weibo. Lin Qiao glanced at the screen, where the top 3 trending topics read, Mrs. Lee on the rooftop vows for love, only to be struck by lightning. Lin Qiao heartbroken over divorce, attempt suicide. Lin Qiao troubled by love, suspected mental illness. Lin Qiao. Chapter 13. The butler struck by lightning seeks revenge. In the next moment, Lin Qiao was seething with fury. Who the hell vowed for love only to be struck by lightning? Who the hell attempted suicide over a divorce? Who the hell was troubled by love and suspected of mental illness? It was outrageous that those journalists twisted the truth so egregiously. Their moral decay was astonishing. At that moment, several nurses passed by the doorway of the ward. They cast a glance at Lin Qiao inside, their expressions laden with complexity as they began to whisper among themselves. This young mistress of the Li family is truly infatuated. Upon hearing that the young master of the Li family was seeking a divorce, she actually rushed to the rooftop to pledge her undying love, only to be struck by lightning and subsequently attempt to take her own life. To create such a scene for a man, it borders on foolishness. She is indeed notorious for her romantic naivete. The internet claims she has lost her sanity, If that's the case, she ought to be sent to a psychiatric facility rather than our hospital. Yes, let us expedite her transfer to the mental ward. Let us see if there's still hope for her. Hearing these remarks, Lin Qiao frowned, her anger bubbling over as she retorted, silence. The nurses were taken aback and hurriedly scattered. Lin Haochu, visibly displeased, remarked, not only is this trending, but numerous media outlets have reported on it. Now the entire nation is aware of your disgrace and is reveling in your misfortune. Lin Qiao's fury surged within her. Who had disseminated such news online? She wished for that person to break a hand upon stepping outside, ensuring they could never pen another malicious piece of fake news. Just as she finished her thought, a paparazzo lurking in the corner, attempting to take clandestine photographs, inadvertently stepped on a banana peel. His foot slipped, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, the sound of a bone snapping echoing in the air. The next moment, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted. "Ah, my hand is broken." Both individuals in the ward were startled and rushed to the door to look outside. Lin Haochu gazed at the unfortunate paparazzo, astonished. "I can't believe he sneaked into the hospital to spy on you. That's despicable." Lin Qiao scoffed disdainfully. Well, serves him right for his clumsiness. Realization dawned on Lin Haochu, and he asked curiously, could it be that he was the one who spread the news about your suicide attempt? Lin Qiao nodded, it must be him. Otherwise, how could he be cursed by his own bad luck and break his hand on the spot? Observing the distressed paparazzo, Lin Qiao sneered, he brought this upon himself. He deserves it. With that, she calmly returned to her bed and happily sipped a cup of warm water. After watching the nurses carry the injured paparazzo away, Lin Haochu turned back to Lin Qiao with a curious expression. Hey, why have you been so eerily accurate with your words lately? Last time at the bar, you said a chandelier would fall, and it did. Then you predicted it would rain and we would get drenched, and it poured. And now this. It's all rather uncanny. Lin Qiao had no intention of revealing her dubious ability to him. With a serene demeanor, she explained, it's merely coincidence, don't overthink it. Lin Haochu scratched his head, puzzled. Is it really just coincidence? Before he could continue his inquiry, their companion, Song Ko, burst into the room, shouting, this is bad. Something has happened. Lin Haochu's expression shifted as he asked urgently, what is going on? Song Ko elaborated, a news story just broke online, claiming that your sister Lin Qiao is the mastermind behind the accident involving Li Tingzhou. They say she jumped off the building to evade criminal charges. It's spreading like wildfire. What? Who is spreading such slander? Lin Haochu exclaimed angrily. Lin Qiao was also taken aback. The incident regarding the accident had not been disclosed by the Li family. Who could have leaked it? This is bad. People from the Li family are on their way here with the police. Another subordinate rushed in with an anxious report. The expressions of the three in the ward changed dramatically. They had arrived so swiftly. This was it. They must be here to apprehend Lin Qiao. What to do now? Chapter 14. A secret unveiled. Panic sets in. Song Ko grew increasingly anxious. Lin Haochu glanced at Lin Qiao and decided to take a risk. He abruptly pulled back Lin Qiao's covers and urgently instructed, you must escape through the back door. I'll hold them off. Once this blows over, I'll come find you. With that, he pressed the only card he had into Lin Qiao's hand. Lin Qiao was taken aback. In the original narrative, the protagonist's relationship with Lin Haochu was strained, and they hardly communicated. She had thought he wouldn't care about her. Unexpectedly, in this crucial moment, he was quite loyal. A sense of gratitude washed over her. It was worth the effort she had put in to pull him out of trouble that night at the bar. Seeing her remain unfazed, Lin Haochu, exasperated, exclaimed, what are you hesitating for? Are you still clinging to that scoundrel? Please. While you've been unconscious these past few days, he hasn't cared at all. What is there to miss about such a jerk? Hurry and go. Lin Qiao, unperturbed, inquired of Lin Haochu. Do you believe I was behind the accident? Lin Haochu shot her a disdainful glance. Humph. A woman like you, so lost in love, could never commit such an act. It's clear as day that this is a frame-up. Song Ko and the other subordinate nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Comforted by their trust, Lin Qiao replied, since it's a frame-up, I cannot flee. I need you to assist me with something. Lin Haochu, puzzled, asked, what is it? Lin Qiao drew him closer and whispered in his ear. After hearing her plan, Lin Haochu looked at her with skepticism and asked, will this really work? We'll only know if it works if we try. You must go and take care of it, Lin Qiao instructed. Seeing her serious demeanor, Lin Haochu complied and took his companions to execute her instructions, reminding them to inform him promptly if anything arose. Lin Qiao thought to herself. Perhaps this younger brother isn't so inept after all. A little guidance could prevent him from going astray. Lin Qiao remained in that ward when suddenly a cold voice pierced the air, and a group of individuals stormed into the room with an imposing presence. Leading them was Aunt Wang, the housekeeper of the Li family. Upon seeing her, Lin Qiao's gaze turned icy. It was indeed this meddlesome fly stirring up trouble. The last bolt of lightning had not struck her down, and she had the audacity to return and instigate further chaos. Aunt Wang, upon spotting Lin Qiao, darkened her expression and angrily addressed the police. She asked the one responsible for a young master's accident. You must arrest her immediately. A few officers approached with stern expressions, one of them stating to Lin Qiao, members of the Li family have reported that you are the mastermind behind the accident involving Li Tingzhou. We request that you accompany us to the police station for questioning. Lin Qiao scoffed derisively, retorting, Officer, is it not unjust to pursue me instead of the true culprit? Aunt Wang, taken aback by her audacity, hastily chastised her. The real culprit is you. How dare you speak like that? The officer explained, we have reviewed the surveillance footage from the garage that night. The figure in the video closely resembles you, and you lack an alibi for that evening. Therefore, we have reason to suspect you as the mastermind. Lin Qiao let out a cold laugh, unflinchingly countering, you base your accusations on a vague silhouette from the surveillance footage? Your investigation is incredibly hasty. Do you not consider the possibility that someone incapacitated me and impersonated me to commit those misdeeds in the garage? At her words, the police and several members of the Li family were momentarily taken aback. Aunt Wang, feeling cornered, quickly retorted, she's just trying to wriggle out of this. Her mind is twisted. Unable to win our young master's affection, she aims to ruin him, meticulously orchestrating that accident to take his life. The crowd turned their sharp gazes toward Lin Qiao, scrutinizing her with newfound suspicion. Confronted by the aggressive Aunt Wang, Lin Qiao displayed no fear whatsoever. Without hesitation, she retorted, it is your twisted heart that is truly perverse. Clearly, you orchestrated the accident to sabotage me for the sake of your daughter's assent, and now you stand here, brazenly accusing me with unearned righteousness. If you're not the one who is deranged, then who is? Aunt Wang, caught off guard by Lin Qiao's piercing insight, felt a surge of panic. Oh my, this matter had been a closely guarded secret. How could Lin Qiao, that wretched girl, have uncovered it? Chapter 15 Ding. Your domineering husband has suddenly logged in. Aunt Wang quickly regained her composure. She would never concede nor allow Lin Qiao to overpower her. She retorted angrily. Do not slander me with your baseless accusations. I have been unwaveringly loyal to the Li family and have never harbored any improper thoughts. Lin Qiao scoffed. Just days ago, you swore publicly that you had been struck by lightning, and yet here you are, daring to spew such falsehoods. Aren't you afraid of being struck again? The memory of the last time she had been struck by lightning haunted Aunt Wang, and the members of the Li family began to cast suspicious glances her way. Seeing doubt in their eyes, Aunt Wang panicked and swiftly decided to unleash her ultimate weapon, shameless theatrics. She plopped onto the ground, wailing dramatically. Officer, did you witness this? Not only has she slandered me, but she has also cursed me maliciously. The last time, I nearly lost my life due to her curse. I have dedicated my life to the Li family, and to think I would be treated this way. What meaning does my life hold now? I might as well die. As she sobbed uncontrollably, threatening to throw herself against a wall, the crowd was startled and rushed to restrain her, causing chaos to ensue. Lin Qiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. This old woman was truly a master of drama. In the midst of Aunt Wang's theatrics, her phone fell to the ground, and coincidentally, an incoming call rang through. One of the officers picked it up, pressed the speakerphone button, and before he could speak, a menacing voice emanated from the device. Hello, Auntie, you previously purchased some drugs and a disguise service from us, which you claimed worked wonders. Why did you just leave us a negative review? At that moment, the bustling scene fell into a stunned silence as everyone turned in disbelief towards Aunt Wang. She had indeed procured drugs and a disguise service. Was it truly she who had drugged Lin Qiao and impersonated her to create the accident? Realizing the implication, Aunt Wang was struck with terror. She dashed forward, snatching the phone away and hanging up. Facing the shocked gazes of the crowd, she frantically explained, that call was a scam. Don't believe it. Lin Qiao sneered, do you take everyone for fools? They came to you directly, and yet you still attempt to argue. Before Aunt Wang could protest, the leading officer turned to her and stated, Aunt Wang, I believe it is best if you accompany us to the station for an investigation. Aunt Wang's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, was this the end for her? Enraged and humiliated, she pointed at Lin Qiao, shouting, That call must have been arranged by her. She is framing me, and I shall not let this go. In a fit of rage, she lunged toward Lin Qiao, only to be met with a swift slap. Smack. Aunt Wang was sent sprawling, and as she hit the ground, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Goodness! Lin Qiao is this fierce. After a moment of stunned silence, Aunt Wang, clutching her reddened face, struggled to her feet, ready to hurl insults at Lin Qiao. When suddenly a voice called from the entrance, "Young Masterly is here." The crowd gasped and looked up to see Li Tingzhou approaching in a wheelchair, flanked by others. Upon seeing him, Aunt Wang rushed over, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Young master, the young mistress has slandered me and struck me. You must stand up for me." Li Tingzhou, witnessing her pitiful display, felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. "Stop pretending before me. I have already had someone investigate. The accident was orchestrated by you." Aunt Wang's face strained of color. He had found out. The crowd was equally astonished. She was indeed the mastermind behind the accident. "I abhor betrayal from my subordinates. Having served the Li family for so long, you should know the consequences." Li Tingzhou's face darkened, exuding a terrifying aura. Aunt Wang's spirit nearly fled her body, and she wept, "Young master, I didn't do it on purpose." Li Tingzhou had no inclination to hear her explanations and barked, "Take her away." Chapter 16. Do I still need a hero to save the beauty? The two bodyguards behind him promptly seized the weeping Aunt Wang and escorted her away. It was clear to all present that her fate would be grim. At that moment, everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Li Tingzhou, whose expression was particularly grim, causing the surrounding air to chill. The crowd shivered, a sense of dread enveloping them. An enraged young master, Li was truly fearsome. In stark contrast, Lin Qiao quietly rolled her eyes. Li Tingzhou seemed to sense her disdain and glanced in her direction. Their icy gazes locked, and an unmistakable tension filled the air, causing the crowd to stir uneasily. Would they engage in a confrontation? Oh, this promised to be entertaining. One of the Li family members excitedly opened a bottle of water, anticipating a dramatic showdown between the couple. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Qiao suddenly pouted and, like a cannonball, dashed forward to cling to Li Tingzhou's leg, crying out melodramatically, "Husband, why did you arrive so late? I missed you so much, boo-hoo." Uffed. Several members of the Li family sputtered, water spraying from their mouths. Others winced in disbelief. What on earth? Weren't they just moments away from a fierce argument? How did it suddenly transform into a display of affection? Lin Qiao's sudden shift in demeanor was bewildering. Truly, she was renowned for her romantic inclinations. Li Tingzhou, taken aback, felt revulsion surging as he attempted to push her away, but then he heard that familiar, commanding electronic voice in his ear. "Ha! These fools think they can watch me, and that scoundrelly bicker? I refuse to play by their script. If they want to watch a show, they'll be sorely disappointed. A bunch of idiots." Li Tingzhou, he could hear Lin Qiao's thoughts again. Amidst the astonished eyes of the crowd, Lin Qiao clung tightly to Li Tingzhou's leg, managing to squeeze out a few tears as she pointed at the group behind her, lamenting, "Husband, those people were so fierce just now. They were bullying me, and I was so scared. You must stand up for me, boo-hoo." The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their minds racing with disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been as fierce as a tiger, and now she claimed to be terrified of them. Did she not possess any shred of conscience? Unaware of the true situation, Li Tingzhou pondered that the butler had just led a crowd into Lin Qiao's hospital room. She must have been frightened. Though her antics were distasteful, he felt a twinge of guilt for having misunderstood her regarding the accident. Just as he was about to admonish the others, Lin Qiao's thoughts pierced through his mind once more. Oh dear, that previous tone was so exaggerated. I feel like vomiting. Whatever, to maintain my persona, I shall endure. But what is this dog of a man doing here now? I had everything planned, and the butler has already been dealt with. Why is he showing up? Heroic rescue, perhaps? Pfft, I don't need that. Not to mention these amateurs. Even if a horde of experts comes, I can still make them call me mother. Li Tingzhou, upon hearing these inner voices, immediately swallowed his reprimands, his expression contorting as if he had just ingested a fly. His good intention to speak on her behalf was met with such thoughts from her. It was utterly shocking. After a moment of internal lamentation, he fixed his gaze on Lin Qiao, feeling a tinge of confusion. This woman, who typically exuded an air of delicate femininity, was surprisingly brimming with scathing critiques, resembling a feisty little ruffian, an image so starkly contrasting with her usual demeanor. The disparity between her outward appearance and inner thoughts was quite profound. Noticing Li Tingzhou's stare, Lin Qiao internally scoffed. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen such a beautiful woman? Keep staring and I'll poke your eyes out. Li Tingzhou thought to himself. Chapter 17 Men. Impeding my drawing of the sword. This woman truly had an inflated sense of self-worth. In the eyes of the oblivious onlookers, the exchange of glances between the two was perceived as a romantic exchange filled with unspoken affection. The outside world might claim that the couple's relationship was strained, but this appeared to be quite the contrary. Panic surged among the crowd as they recalled the butler's words. Fearing that Master Li would seek retribution for their impulsive confrontation with Lin Qiao, they hurriedly approached her to apologize. The police chief said, "Miss Lin, I sincerely apologize. We were misled by the female butler, which led us to suspect you. I offer my heartfelt apologies. Rest assured, we will compose a letter of reflection and self-criticism upon our return." A relative of the Li family added, "Fourth young lady, we were deceived by the butler's lies, which caused us to wrongfully accuse you. We are truly sorry and assure you that such an incident will never happen again." Faced with their apologies, Lin Qiao, holding back tears, feigned magnanimity and waved her hand, saying, "This is not entirely your fault. After all, you were misled." The crowd gasped in astonishment and delight. My goodness. Lin Qiao was not angry with them. They promptly began to flatter her. Miss Lin is truly magnanimous, a paragon of grace to be emulated. Miss Lin is such a good person. Good people will surely be rewarded. Yes, good deeds are rewarded. In response to their flattery, Lin Qiao smiled modestly. I am unworthy of such praise. It is all thanks to my husband's excellent education. She grasped Li Tingzhou's hand, gazing at him with feigned affection. Darling, do you think I am right? With that, she shot him a flirtatious glance. Li Tingzhou shuddered involuntarily, feeling nauseated once more. This woman truly knew how to play to the crowd. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, although he felt repulsed, he had to maintain appearances. Just as he prepared to offer a token compliment to Lin Qiao, her inner voice reached him. What use is their apology and flattery? A substantial sum of money would be far more tangible. If it weren't for that scoundrelly present, I would have slapped each of them for wronging me. Humph. Men. Wasteful beings who impede my swiftness in drawing the sword. Li Tingzhou's lip twitched in irritation, nearly leading to a myocardial infarction. How dare this woman not only mock those around her, but also label him as worthless? Such audacity. The facade of magnanimity was merely an act. Humph. This woman had truly mastered the art of duplicity. Were it not for her audible thoughts, he would have been completely deceived. Despite his anger, Li Tingzhou concealed it in front of the crowd, as none were aware of his ability to hear Lin Qiao's thoughts. He suppressed the urge to compliment her. Casting a cold glance at the crowd, "All right, since everyone has apologized, you may disperse now. Do not linger here and be an eyesore." As if granted a reprieve, the crowd hastily exited, leaving the hospital room in tranquility. Li Tingzhou, in a foul mood, instructed Lin Qiao, "You should rest well. I will take my leave." He turned his wheelchair and began to depart. Lin Qiao, disturbed by his interference, felt equally discontented. This insufferable man was becoming more irksome by the day. An idea sparked in her mind. She resolved to employ her skills of mischief against him. Perhaps, if he became angry enough, he might even consider divorce. Once divorced, she would no longer need to feign deep affection to maintain the original persona. The thought was exhilarating. With this in mind, Lin Qiao called out to him, suggesting, "Darling, please don't leave just yet. The weather is lovely. How about we take a stroll in the garden downstairs?" She gazed at him with feigned innocence, her smile disarmingly sweet. Li Tingzhou turned back to look at her, intending to refuse, but then he heard her thoughts. "Humph, go ahead. I'll let you go down alive, but not come back up." Li Tingzhou's gaze darkened. What scheme was this woman concocting? He despised underhanded tactics. Just as he was about to decline, he suddenly changed his mind, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he readily agreed. All right. He was eager to see what tricks she had up her sleeve. Chapter 18. Unscientific. Suddenly recoiled. After Li Tingzhou's agreement, he, accompanied by 2 male nurses and Lin Qiao, descended to the garden below. Upon arrival, he recalled the incident of Lin Qiao's suicide attempt and felt a sense of perplexity. The rumors online suggested that she attempted to leap due to being suspected of orchestrating a car accident against him, yet her inner thoughts hinted otherwise. It seemed she had been aware from the very beginning that the butler had framed her for the accident and had been plotting to bring the butler to justice. In light of this, she had no compelling reason to attempt suicide. Seeking clarity, Li Tingzhou directly inquired, "Why did you suddenly attempt to jump last time?" Upon hearing his question, Lin Qiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped his hand, tearfully proclaiming, "Darling, what they say online is not entirely false. I was terrified you would abandon me, that you wanted a divorce." In my despair, I resorted to jumping. However, her inner voice could not help but berate. Humph. Those absurd rumors online are entirely fabricated. Would I jump for that scoundrel? How ludicrous. I didn't jump, I was merely victimized by an unfortunate accident. And those claiming I have a mental illness? Pah. They're the ones with issues. Their entire family is deranged. Lin Qiao, hearing her inner tirade, inwardly scoffed. So, it was merely an accident. It seemed his suspicions were correct. The notion of a love-stricken leap and evading punishment for the accident were all fabrications. And her previous displays of affection were nothing but a facade. Upon realizing this, Lin Qiao felt a mix of betrayal and anger. Yet beneath it all lay a sense of disappointment. This strange emotional turmoil unsettled him, prompting a swift adjustment of his demeanor as he decided to play along with Lin Qiao's charade, offering a hollow consolation with a forced smile. So that was the case. Rest assured, the matter of the accident has been clarified. I have no immediate plans for divorce. Lin Qiao's mood soured instantly. The audacious man had no intention of divorcing her? Was he out of his mind? How infuriating. Though displeased internally, she masked it well, forcing a smile as she praised. "Darling, you are truly wonderful." With that, she playfully tugged at his shirt, using it as a means to wipe away her tears and the grime from her face. Lin Qiao, following this, the group made their way to a nearby gazebo, where the two male nurses dutifully prepared a pot of hot tea for the pair. As Lin Qiao sipped her tea, a sudden epiphany struck her. Affecting an air of concern, she turned to Lin Qiao and said, "Darling, do take your time with that tea. Otherwise, you might scald your mouth, resulting in swollen lips that render your speech unclear, which would be quite unfortunate." Lin Qiao cast her a sidelong glance, his brow furrowing. It felt to him as though this woman was not genuinely expressing concern but rather casting a curse upon him. Nevertheless, feeling somewhat parched, he dismissed the thought and lifted his teacup, consuming the entire contents in one swift motion. Observing him calmly finish the cup, Lin Qiao was taken aback. Given the ominous nature of her words, he ought to have burned his mouth. Yet, he appeared entirely unscathed. Was the tea not hot? She took a sip herself, and the scorching liquid burned her mouth, prompting her to spit it out immediately. In that instant, her lips swelled rapidly, and her tongue turned numb, rendering her momentarily speechless. She was astonished. Goodness! She had actually been scalded. Lin Qiao, witnessing her predicament, could not suppress a chuckle. He teased. "You just warned me about burning myself. How is it that you were so careless?" Lin Qiao shot him a glare, her frustration simmering within. It was likely not the failure of her curse but rather that his male nurse had intentionally prepared an excessively hot cup of tea for her, causing her discomfort. This could not go unpunished. She resolved to let Lin Qiao experience the power of her curse. Chapter 19. The Curse of the Crow vs. Mind Reading. Subsequently, Lin Qiao requested the male nurse to fetch her a glass of ice water and an ice pack. She drank the cold water to alleviate the burn in her mouth and applied the ice pack to her swollen lips. Before long, the swelling subsided, and the numbness in her tongue vanished. Finally able to speak, Lin Qiao sighed with relief and glanced at the lotus pond across from her. A plan formed in her mind, and with a smile, she said to Lin Qiao, "Darling, the view over by the lotus pond is quite lovely. Shall we take a stroll there?" Lin Qiao, feeling a bit restless, agreed. Upon arriving at the lotus pond, as they crossed a small bridge, Lin Qiao deliberately lagged behind. Affecting a tender demeanor, she cautioned, "Darling, do be careful. You wouldn't want to fall into the water, lest you be bitten by any poisonous snakes lurking within." Lin Qiao's brow furrowed once more. Was she cursing him again? He scoffed, "Rest assured, I will be cautious." With that, he maneuvered his wheelchair across the small bridge with speed and steadiness. Lin Qiao watched him pass unscathed, astonished once again. Goodness! She had clearly invoked her curse upon him. He should have fallen into the water, bitten by a venomous serpent, yet here he was, perfectly fine. This was utterly absurd, and she mentally berated the situation. Upon reaching the other side of the bridge, Lin Qiao turned to glance back at Lin Qiao, who stood there in a daze, and inquired why she had not followed. Lin Qiao met his gaze, nodded, and hastily stepped onto the bridge. However, just a few steps in, her foot slipped, and with a splash, she plunged into the pond. Lin Qiao, Lin Qiao, and the others. Lin Qiao reacted swiftly, instructing those behind him to rescue Lin Qiao. Yet, Lin Qiao was quicker. Without waiting for the male nurse, she steadied herself in the water and swam to the shore. Just as she prepared to climb out, a sharp pain shot through her right ankle, She gasped, looking down to find two bloody puncture wounds at her ankle, as a snake swiftly slithered away from the water's surface. Lin Qiao's lips twitched, and she questioned her existence. Goodness! She had been bitten by a snake. Observing the rapidly darkening wound, she realized it was indeed a venomous snake. Enraged, she picked up a stone and hurled it in the direction of the snake, striking it and killing it instantly. Next, she pressed on the acupressure points around her ankle, retrieved a small knife from her pocket, and made a cross-shaped incision to drain the venom. The onlookers, including Li Qiao, watched in astonishment. Lin Qiao's reaction was remarkably swift. Had it been any other woman in such a predicament, she would have likely been paralyzed with fear and in tears, yet Lin Qiao remained composed, swiftly dispatching the snake and tending to her own injury. Li Qiao couldn't help but recall instances in the past when Lin Qiao had crumbled into tears at the mere hint of danger, and her current demeanor was a surprising departure from that behavior. Upon reflection, she seemed to have undergone a transformation. While Li Qiao scrutinized Lin Qiao, she was internally lamenting. She had clearly cursed him. How had the repercussions suddenly fallen upon her? Had she been backfired upon? Pondering this, she shot an incredulous look at Li Qiao. She had never faced backlash when cursing others. Why was it different with him? Could it be that he possessed the aura of a protagonist, or rather, that of a formidable antagonist? As Lin Qiao grappled with her confusion, Li Qiao found himself equally perplexed. Since Lin Qiao had burned her mouth, he could no longer hear her thoughts. What was going on? Chapter 20. Who would come looking for her at this moment? The two, lost in their thoughts, instinctively exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit flustered before quickly averting their gazes. To alleviate the awkward tension, Li Qiao instructed the male nurse beside him. She has been bitten by a snake. Quickly assist her to the emergency room for treatment. A male nurse nodded and stepped forward to support Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao glanced at her ankle wound, satisfied that the snake venom had been adequately drained, and as she departed, she waved her hand at Li Qiao with a feigned reluctance, saying, "Darling, I'm off for treatment. You can take your time exploring." Li Qiao did not respond but instead gazed in the direction Lin Qiao had departed, feeling a sense of agitation. Just when he had begun to hear her thoughts, he felt uneasy, fearing something was amiss with his own body. Gradually, he had become accustomed to it and no longer found it strange. Now, however, the sudden silence from Lin Qiao's mind rekindled his anxiety. Could it be that the thoughts he had previously heard were merely figments of his imagination, and now he had returned to normalcy, hence unable to hear them? Yet those thoughts had felt undeniably real. The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. "Sir, are you feeling unwell?" The male nurse beside him inquired, noticing his pale complexion with concern. "A bit." Li Qiao rubbed his temples, and once the headache subsided somewhat, he looked towards the outpatient department, recalling the neurologist's suggestion to consult a psychiatrist. He contemplated that perhaps there was indeed something wrong with his mind, leading to such auditory hallucinations. After a moment's hesitation, he instructed, "Please help me contact the psychiatry department. I need a specialist to examine me." The male nurse was taken aback. Li Yu was actually seeking a psychiatrist. Could it be that he truly had suffered some brain damage? After emerging from the emergency room, Lin Qiao dismissed Li Qiao's male nurse, casting a disdainful glance at the doctor's bandaging of her wound. The doctor's skill was abysmal, inferior even to her own. The injury had already been treated at the pond's edge. Going to the emergency room was utterly redundant. Having failed to ensnare Li Qiao in her schemes and instead facing backlash, her mood was exceedingly foul. The curse of the crow had proven ineffective against him. Could it be that the target must be chosen with care? This was exceedingly frustrating. However, unbeknownst to them, the reality was quite different. As Lin Qiao employed her crow's mouth technique against Li Qiao, she found herself rebuffed as his mind-reading ability reflected her curse back upon her, leading to a backlash that left her reeling. In the ensuing chaos, Li Qiao's mind-reading temporarily faltered, rendering him unable to perceive Lin Qiao's thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, this left her in a perplexing state, utterly baffled by the circumstances. "Big sister." A familiar voice interrupted her contemplation. Turning around, Lin Qiao was met with the sight of Lin Qiao, accompanied by several lackeys, approaching from across the way. Upon observing Lin Qiao's drenched and disheveled appearance, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Big sister, you look like a drowned rat. Did you fail in your escape and fall into a gutter?" Lin Qiao shot him a disdainful glance. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do I look like someone who would fall into a gutter?" Lin Qiao nodded earnestly, retorting, "You don't just look like it. You actually are, considering you've had your fair share of mishaps in the past." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Qiao countered, "That was in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Sensing her irritation, Lin Qiao quickly changed the subject. All right, I won't mention it again. We followed your instructions and took care of things after you left. How are things on your end? It turned out that the earlier call to Aunt Wang, the female steward, regarding the sale of narcotics was a scheme devised by Lin Qiao. She had instructed Lin Qiao and his group to locate the online store of the drug dealer and then, under Aunt Wang's name, leave a scathing review that included malicious attacks. Enraged by this, the drug dealer had called Aunt Wang to confront her, which ultimately led to her exposure. Recalling Aunt Wang's flustered demeanor during the call, Lin Qiao smirked and patted Lin Qiao on the shoulder, commending him. Well done. Everything has gone smoothly on my end. That wretched woman has already been dealt with by Li Tingzhe's people and is now in the police station. I doubt she'll ever see the light of day again. Lin Qiao and his companions erupted in joyous exclamations. Wow, that's fantastic. Finally, that old witch has received her comeuppance. Lin Qiao regarded Lin Qiao with newfound admiration, praising her. Big sister, your intellect has finally shone through. Lin Qiao scoffed, raising an eyebrow in a haughty manner. From now on, my intellect will always be sharp. That's great to hear. Lin Qiao beamed, relieved that his sister had finally come into her own. As they conversed, a nurse called out to Lin Qiao from across the room, Lin Qiao, someone has come to see you in your ward. Furrowing her brow, Lin Qiao inquired. Is it young Masterly? The nurse shook her head. No, it's someone I don't recognize. You might want to check. Confused, Lin Qiao wondered who would be seeking her out at this hour. Chapter 21. The scheming boy, go take a look. Lin Qiao instructed before hastily making her way to the ward with Lin Qiao and his entourage. Upon reaching the door, they peered inside, spotting a young man awaiting Lin Qiao. He was clad in clean casual attire, tall and slender, with striking features. Sporting glasses, he exuded an air of sophistication and courtesy. Upon seeing Lin Qiao, the young man beamed and approached her swiftly. Qiao, you're back. Lin Qiao frowned, her curiosity piqued. And you are? The young man appeared taken aback. Qiao, it's me, Ouyang Wenjie. How could you not recognize me? Lin Qiao chimed in, puzzled. Big sister, he's Ouyang Ge, your childhood friend. How could you possibly forget him? As memories flooded back, Lin Qiao recalled the figure of Ouyang Wenjie. In the original narrative, he had been the male lead's childhood companion, harboring deep feelings for the original protagonist. Even after her marriage, his affection remained unwavering. He had stood by her side during her trials, embodying the archetype of a devoted gentleman. However, as the story progressed, Ouyang Wenjie's true nature was revealed. After the original protagonist was moved by his affections and married him, he, in collusion with her best friend, the book's secondary female lead, began to systematically usurp her vast inheritance. Ultimately, he poisoned her, leading her to illness, while he brazenly cavorted with others, leaving her to discover his betrayal in the most shocking of ways. Ouyang Wenjie's facade crumbled as his treachery came to light. He subjected the original protagonist to unspeakable torment, confining her in darkness and depriving her of care until she succumbed to her suffering. It was in her final moments that she grasped the truth. Her childhood friend had been nothing more than a cunning and deceitful manipulator, seeking only her fortune. Reflecting on these events, Lin Qiao's gaze turned icy as she regarded Ouyang Wenjie. Sensing her disdain, he grew anxious, pleading, Qiao. Why do you look at me like that? Are you unwell? Should I call a doctor? Lin Qiao waved her hand dismissively, concocting a flimsy excuse. There's no need for a doctor. I merely bumped my head when I fell from the building. My memories are a bit muddled. Ah, I see. Ouyang Wenjie's expression shifted to one of guilt. It's my fault for not taking better care of you. I should have been there to prevent your fall. I'm so sorry. With that, tears welled in his eyes, reminiscent of the sorrowful protagonists in melodramatic dramas. Lin Qiao rolled her eyes inwardly at his theatrics. It seemed that the art of manipulation knew no gender. This scheming boy's craftiness rivaled that of any woman. Noting Lin Qiao's lack of reaction, Lin Qiao stepped forward to console Ouyang Wenjie. Brother Wenjie, it was an accident. You shouldn't blame yourself. Shaking his head, Ouyang Wenjie replied, even so, it was my oversight. I promised your mother I would take care of her, and I should have been there to protect her from harm. Yet, I failed. Hearing this, Lin Qiao and his companions were moved. Lin Qiao, now married, would have been expected to have moved on, yet he remained steadfastly devoted, wanting to protect her at all costs. Such a man was indeed rare. Big sister, look how much Brother Wenjie cares for you. If only you had chosen him back then. Be quiet. Lin Qiao interrupted impatiently, her gaze landing on Ouyang Wenjie, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. He might have deceived Lin Qiao and the others, but she was not so easily fooled. She would see how he intended to manipulate her. As Ouyang Wenjie met her icy stare, a shiver ran down his spine. What was she planning to do? Chapter 22. Even the scheming boy has his reckoning. After Lin Qiao exchanged glances with him, a smile graced her lips as she said, Brother Wenjie, since you're here, why not stay and have a lovely chat with us? How about this? You and my third brother can wait for me in the garden downstairs while I change into something more suitable, and then I'll join you. Ouyang Wenjie, relieved by her smile, hurried to retrieve the precious gift he had set aside, showing great eagerness as he presented it to Lin Qiao. Qiao, this is a little something I bought for you. Inside, you'll find some nutritional supplements and a dress. Do try it on later and see if it fits. All right. Lin Qiao replied with a smile. Lin Qiao, observing the pile of gifts, couldn't help but praise, Brother Wenjie has just started working and is not exactly flush with cash. Yet he still brings so many gifts for my sister. How thoughtful. Ouyang Wenjie humbly smiled, responding, It's only right to buy something for Qiao since she's in the hospital. Besides, no matter how poor I might be, I can't neglect Qiao. His words garnered another wave of goodwill from those present. Lin Qiao couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Such empty flattery and extravagant gifts were merely a means to deceive others. How insufferable. She had little desire to engage further with them. After dismissing them, she shut the door and retrieved the dress Ouyang Wenjie had bought. It was a pristine white chiffon gown of high quality and innovative design, a renowned brand worth 50,000. The green tea prince was certainly willing to spend lavishly to win her favor. After donning the dress and refreshing herself, Lin Qiao descended the stairs with poise. At that moment, Ouyang Wenjie and Lin Qiao were enjoying tea and conversation in the garden pavilion. Upon seeing Lin Qiao approach in her new dress, Ouyang Wenjie's eyes lit up, and he began to flatter her. Qiao, you look stunning in that dress, like a fairy. After feigning shyness and thanking him, Lin Qiao glanced at the tea on the stone table, recalling her previous mishap with the hot beverage. A glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she swiftly walked over and poured a cup for Ouyang Wenjie, saying, Brother Wenjie, have some tea. Taken aback by her attentiveness, Ouyang Wenjie gratefully accepted the cup, but as he was about to sip, Lin Qiao thoughtfully cautioned, Take your time. Be careful not to burn yourself and swell your lips. Ouyang Wenjie felt a surge of happiness at her concern. Excellent, he thought. He was one step closer to winning the heart of the naive and sweet young lady. You're so kind, Qiao. I will drink slowly, he said, lifting the cup to his lips. However, the moment the scorching tea touched his tongue, it felt like lava pouring down his throat. With a yelp of surprise, he spat the tea out, and despite his efforts, his mouth quickly swelled, causing tears to spring to his eyes. Lin Qiao felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Perfect. Her crow's mouth skills were still intact. Lin Qiao, witnessing Ouyang Wenjie's misfortune, was about to fetch some ice-cold mineral water to alleviate the situation when Lin Qiao stopped him. Brother Wenjie, quickly use my handkerchief to wipe your mouth. She produced a handkerchief and handed it to Ouyang Wenjie. After using it, he suddenly detected a foul odor emanating from the cloth. In astonishment, he asked, Why does this handkerchief smell so bad? Lin Qiao feigned surprise. Oh, I'm so sorry. That is actually a cloth for cleaning the toilet. I must have grabbed the wrong one. Ouyang Wenjie's lips twitched, and he retched. Lin Qiao and the others watched in disbelief as Ouyang Wenjie heaved. Chapter 23. Brother Wenjie. The sorrow is suddenly so immense. Observing Ouyang Wenjie's distress, Lin Qiao pretended to feel guilty, apologizing, Brother Wenjie, it's all my fault for joking around. I'm truly sorry. You won't be angry with me, will you? Ouyang Wenjie, regaining his composure, hastily wiped his mouth with his sleeve and managed a strained smile, saying gently, Don't worry, I'm not angry. I know you didn't mean it. That's good. Here, have some iced water to soothe yourself. Lin Qiao handed him a bottle of chilled mineral water. Ouyang Wenjie quickly opened the bottle and gulped it down. Seeing him drink so hastily, she kindly reminded, Slow down or you might choke. No sooner had she spoken than Ouyang Wenjie began to cough violently. Oh dear, Brother Wenjie. I told you to take it slow. Why didn't you listen? Lin Qiao chastised playfully, patting him on the back under the guise of helping him breathe, yet in reality, she applied a little pressure on his pressure points. Ouyang Wenjie, feeling her touch, began to cough even harder, nearly losing consciousness due to the constriction in his throat. At that moment, he felt utterly defeated. Fortunately, Lin Qiao did not torment him for long. After ensuring he could breathe again, she helped him sit down. Once seated, Ouyang Wenjie's face turned pale, his mind spinning, feeling as though his soul might escape his body. Goodness, All this chaos from just a cup of tea. How terrifying. Lin Qiao couldn't resist teasing. A single cup of tea almost sparked a tragedy. Brother Wenjia, your body can't handle this. Ouyang Wenjia awkwardly explained. It was an accident. Just an accident. He turned to glance at Lin Qiao, wondering why he felt she had been deliberately tormenting him. As that thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head in denial. Impossible. Lin Qiao had always treated him like family, showing him kindness. She would never intentionally harm him. It must have been a mere coincidence. With that thought, he sighed in relief. Lin Qiao, observing his flustered demeanor, stifled a chuckle before recalling his secret. An idea struck her and she blinked innocently, asking, Brother Wenjia, I heard someone saw you frequently at the Blue Rose Bar. Is that true? Her question left Ouyang Wenjia and the onlookers astonished. The Blue Rose Bar was notorious as a gathering place for gay men. Anyone who frequented it was typically assumed to be homosexual. Lin Qiao incredulously asked, Brother Wenjia, how could you go to such a place? Are you gay? Ouyang Wenjia's long-hidden secret was suddenly exposed, and he panicked, shaking his head vehemently. No, I'm not gay. I'm straight. I have never been to the Blue Rose Bar. Lin Qiao pouted, seemingly unconvinced. Brother Wenjia, are you really not gay? Under her scrutinizing gaze, Ouyang Wenjia felt increasingly guilty. In a desperate attempt to deflect, he pointed at a nearby utility pole, insisting, Qiao, I swear I'm straight, just like that utility pole is straight. Lin Qiao looked at the upright pole with a serious expression, saying, Brother Wenjia, if you swear falsely by the utility pole, it will be punished. Ouyang Wenjia's heart lurched, and just as he was about to refute, a deafening crack of thunder struck the utility pole, causing it to bend. Ouyang Wenjia. The onlookers. Wow, the utility pole was struck by lightning. Could it be that Ouyang Wenjia's vow was indeed false, and he truly was? At that moment, the gazes of everyone present shifted dramatically towards Ouyang Wenjia. In a panic, he shook his head frantically. No. I'm really not gay. I'm normal. Lin Qiao stood up, reassuringly patting his shoulder, comforting him. Brother Wenjia, it's really okay if you are. We won't hold it against you. After all, there's no shame in being with another man. Ouyang Wenjia glanced at Lin Qiao, feeling once again as if he were crumbling inside. He had merely come to visit Lin Qiao, hoping to draw them closer together, yet he found himself scalded by tea and suddenly outed as gay. How unfortunate. Enough is enough. The situation is dire, and I must make my escape. Ouyang Wenjia, unable to provide an explanation, resolved to flee. Qiao. I suddenly remembered that I have urgent matters to attend to at the office, so I must take my leave. I will explain everything to you next time. But you must trust me. After leaving those words behind, Ouyang Wenjia hurriedly departed, not noticing the ground beneath him, and suddenly stepped on a banana peel. His foot slipped with a whoosh, and he tumbled forward. At that moment, a broken branch on the ground punctured him in a most sensitive area. Ouyang Wenjia yelped in agony, tears streaming down his face. Damn. His dignity had been utterly compromised. Chapter 24. When did you become blind? The onlookers were taken aback. Good grief. It seems Brother Wenjia's predicament is quite serious. Lin Qiao inquired with concern. Brother Wenjia, are you all right? Caught in a mortifying scene of social death. Ouyang Wenjia awkwardly picked up the branch and tossed it aside, covering his backside in pain. Just as he was about to assure everyone he was fine, a song suddenly wafted through the air. Petals of the chrysanthemum fall, the ground is strewn with sorrow, your smile has faded, like flowers that wither and hearts that break. My unspoken thoughts lie still. Ouyang Wenjia. The crowd. How embarrassing. Who on earth is playing such a song at this moment? The group followed the sound, their gazes landing on Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao froze for a moment, then recalled that it was the ringtone from his phone, Chrysanthemum Terrace. He awkwardly chuckled and quickly silenced the call. Once the phone call ended, a thick silence enveloped the area, heightening the awkwardness. Brother Wenjia, are you all right? After a few seconds, Lin Qiao took the initiative to break the tension, rushing over to help Ouyang Wenjia to his feet. Ouyang Wenjia, still flustered, replied, I'm fine. Thank you. I sincerely apologize for my loss of composure. Lin Qiao stifled her laughter, approaching him with feigned concern. Brother Wenjia, are you truly okay? Perhaps you should visit the clinic? It would be unfortunate if something serious happened. She cast a meaningful glance at his posterior. Ouyang Wenjia's face flushed, and he hurriedly shook his head, insisting, No, it's really nothing. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he clasped his backside and limped away, his hasty retreat resembling a duck in desperate need of relief. Truly a comical sight. Uffed. Lin Qiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The others exchanged glances before succumbing to laughter as well, the atmosphere instantly lightening. After a good laugh, Lin Qiao suddenly recalled something and admonished, "Stop laughing. Brother Wenjia has been injured, and you all still find it amusing? Have you lost your humanity?" The younger brothers quickly ceased their laughter, and Song Ke remarked, "Brother Chu, you were laughing just a moment ago too." Lin Qiao, flustered, explained, "That was just a fleeting reaction. It was a brief chuckle, but from now on, no more laughter. And let us keep this incident to ourselves. How will Brother Wenjia face anyone otherwise?" The younger brothers nodded in agreement. Lin Qiao sighed. Brother Wenjia has truly had a rough day. First, he faced a tragic mishap over a cup of tea, and then he fell, injuring himself in such a delicate area. What terrible luck. He glanced at the banana peel on the ground, muttering in confusion, "Who carelessly discarded this banana peel? That's just so uncivilized." Beside him, Lin Qiao smirked. She wouldn't reveal that she was the one who had tossed the banana peel, anticipating Ouyang Wenjia's guilty attempt to flee, and had thrown it outside the pavilion as a gamble. She never expected him to actually slip on it and suffer such a humiliating fate. How delightfully tragic. However, witnessing his disheveled state brought her immense satisfaction. In high spirits, Lin Qiao settled herself at a stone table and began to sip her tea. Lin Qiao turned to glance at her, displeased. "Sister, why aren't you concerned about Brother Wenjia? He came to visit you and ended up hurt." Lin Qiao coldly retorted, "Did I ask him to come? He sought attention on his own." Lin Qiao, taken aback, couldn't help but defend Ouyang Wenjia. "Brother Wenjia was merely showing concern for you. Your response is rather heartless." Lin Qiao took a sip of her tea, uninterested in further discussion. Lin Qiao, sensing her indifference, was about to scold her when the younger brother Song Ke suddenly interjected, "Hey, Brother Chu, do you think Brother Wenjia is really gay?" Lin Qiao pondered for a moment and quickly shook his head in denial. "Impossible. We've known Brother Wenjia since childhood. He has always been of good character and gentle disposition, an exemplary scholar. Moreover, he is deeply infatuated with my sister, so his orientation must be perfectly normal. It's all a misunderstanding." After clarifying, he shot a glance at Lin Qiao, adding, "Brother Wenjia is truly a good man. I believe he is more suited for my sister. She should have chosen him from the start." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Qiao shot him a disdainful look. "How long have you been blind?" Lin Qiao. Chapter 25. Come, little brother will take you to have fun. Before he could respond, Lin Qiao delivered another blow. "If your eyesight is failing, perhaps you should see an ophthalmologist instead of spouting nonsense here." Lin Qiao, flustered, retorted, "What are you talking about? My vision is perfectly fine. I have 20/20 eyesight." Lin Qiao glanced at her naive brother, scoffing coldly. "Then go buy some walnuts to nourish your brain." Lin Qiao's lips twitched. Was she implying he was dim-witted? He grumbled, "Sister, that's rather unkind of you. How can you speak to your brother like that? I genuinely think Brother Wenjia is great, far superior to your scumbag husband." Lin Qiao, uninterested in his complaints, stood up and walked away. Lin Qiao watched her retreating figure, mistakenly believing she was angry and couldn't help but murmur, "All I said was that her husband is inferior to Brother Wenjia, and she walks off in a huff. How petty. When will she outgrow this love-struck mentality?" Lin Qiao couldn't help but feel troubled. Song Ke, standing nearby, attempted to defend Lin Qiao. "Brother Chu, don't you think your sister's reaction is quite reasonable? She is already married, so it's natural for her to be distant towards Brother Wenjia. If she were overly friendly, wouldn't that raise suspicions of infidelity?" Lin Qiao considered this and found some validity in the argument. Song Ke continued, "Moreover, I think it's quite inappropriate for Brother Wenjia to visit your sister at this time, especially since your sister's husband is also in the hospital. If he were to see Brother Wenjia and your sister in close proximity, it could lead to misunderstandings. In that case, it would be hard to explain." Lin Qiao suddenly realized, "Oh right, how did I not think of that?" After speaking, he hurried towards the entrance. Song Ke called out, "Brother Chu, where are you going?" Lin Qiao replied, "To buy walnuts." Song Ke, after Ouyang Wenjia left, feeling guilty, he did not contact Lin Qiao for an entire week. Meanwhile, Li Tingzhou also did not make an appearance, allowing Lin Qiao to enjoy a serene and leisurely week of recuperation in the hospital. A week later, having mostly recovered, Lin Qiao had her discharge paperwork processed by Lin Qiao. Exiting the hospital, she stretched lazily and sighed. Finally, out of the hospital. "I was nearly bored to death during my stay." Lin Qiao smiled and suggested, "How about we celebrate with a feast?" Lin Qiao shook her head. "It is unadvisable for someone just discharged from the hospital to indulge in excessive eating." Lin Qiao then suggested, "How about we go shopping?" Lin Qiao shrugged her shoulders. "Not interested. I have no money in my account." Subsequently, Lin Qiao proposed several other options, all of which were promptly dismissed by Lin Qiao. Observing her finicky demeanor, Lin Qiao's mind suddenly sparked with an idea and a smile graced his lips. "I understand. Sister, follow me. I shall take you to a delightful place. I assure you will enjoy it." Without waiting for Lin Qiao's consent, he took her by the hand and led her away. In the afternoon, at the luxurious rooftop lounge of Caesar Palace in the heart of the city, the recently discharged Li Tingzhou had invited two friends for afternoon tea in a lavish open-air suite. His companions were the young master of the Yan family, Yan Siming, and the young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Jinxed. The presence of these three affluent and well-connected gentlemen at the lounge created quite a stir. The owner of the establishment personally attended to them, indicating the importance they were accorded. Once the refreshments were served, Li Tingzhou found the owner to be an eyesore and waved him off, signaling for him to leave with his entourage. The owner, understanding the hint, departed, and the suite quickly fell into a serene silence. After pouring Li Tingzhou a cup of tea, Yan Siming glanced at his leg and inquired, "Tingzhou, how is your leg healing?" Li Tingzhou replied nonchalantly, "It is nearly healed. Walking is no longer an issue." Yan Siming sighed in relief. "That's good to hear." Zhao Jinxed, pondering something, asked curiously, "Tingzhou, when I came to visit you last time, they said you were transferred to the psychiatric department. Could it be that you have developed a mental problem?" Yan Siming shared his concern, his expression turning anxious. It was rumored that Li Tingzhou had suffered a car accident that injured his leg. But now he was in the psychiatric department. Could it be that the accident had affected his mind, rendering him insane? Chapter 26. In those days, she desperately wished to marry him. Li Tingzhou exchanged an awkward glance with the two men, took a sip of tea to ease the tension, and fabricated a casual excuse. "Don't jump to conclusions. I merely underwent a test for insomnia in the psychiatric department, and the results were perfectly normal." Both men, being notoriously inquisitive, especially Zhao Jinxed with his loose tongue, accepted his explanation. He certainly would not divulge that he sought a psychiatric evaluation due to his sudden inability to hear Lin Qiao's thoughts. Following his hospital examination, the psychiatrist had assured him that he was fine. It was likely the car accident had led to heightened mental stress, resulting in auditory hallucinations. The doctor had prescribed medication, and currently, his mental state was stable, with little chance of experiencing hallucinations again. He resolved to treat the previous events as merely a fleeting dream, concealing the truth from anyone. Upon hearing his explanation, Yan Siming and Zhao Jinxed believed him, knowing that Li Tingzhou was inherently serious and rarely indulged in frivolous fabrications. "As long as everything is fine," Yan Siming smiled, diligently refilling Li Tingzhou's cup, then curiously inquired, "Recently, news about Lin Qiao has been rampant. Some say she is mentally unstable. Is that true?" "Uft." Zhao Jinxed couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Tingzhou, you two are truly a match made in heaven, hospitalized together. Both visiting the psychiatric department, and both suspected of being mentally ill. It must be fate." As soon as he finished speaking, he received a sharp glare from Li Tingzhou. Startled, Zhao Jinxed quickly fell silent. Yan Siming, realizing the inappropriateness of the comment, admonished Zhao Jinxed, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could Tingzhou possibly have any destined connection with someone like Lin Qiao? A woman of her caliber, with such foolishness, is hardly worthy of him. Were it not for the friendship between the old masters of the Li and Lin families, which led to an arranged engagement in their youth, there is no way such a woman would be welcomed into the Li family." Mention of this arrangement darkened Li Tingzhou's expression. He despised arranged marriages and had always wished to annul the engagement with the Lin family. However, his grandfather was stubbornly resistant to the idea. Later on, Lin Qiao had repeatedly threatened to take her own life if he backed out, even escalating the matter to his grandfather. In a fit of rage, his grandfather had employed drastic measures to compel Li Tingzhou to marry Lin Qiao. Li Tingzhou had never harbored any affection for her. Being forced into marriage had only deepened his aversion. From that point on, those around him refrained from mentioning Lin Qiao in his presence. Seeing Li Tingzhou's darkened expression, Zhao Jinxed quickly attempted to lighten the mood. "My apologies. I misspoke. Let's not discuss that unfortunate woman any longer. Here, have some tea." He hastily poured Li Tingzhou another cup. Li Tingzhou regarded him for a moment, then his expression softened back to normal. He was not truly angry. He merely found Lin Qiao's recent behavior rather peculiar. After leisurely sipping his tea, he remarked, "I haven't been keeping up with her lately. I'm unaware of her current situation. Yan Siming and Zhao Jingxin responded with a subdued acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries about Lin Qiao. Just then, Zhao Jingxin's phone vibrated with a new message. He picked it up and, upon reading it, was taken aback. Wow, a colleague in the lounge just messaged me, saying a wealthy woman just arrived and ordered 50 male escorts. This is outrageous. Yan Siming scoffed in broad daylight, indulging in such debauchery? How utterly disgraceful. Zhao Jingxin chuckled mockingly. What does a wealthy woman care for decorum? As long as she enjoys herself, that's all that matters. Just as he finished speaking, another message arrived, accompanied by a candid photo. Zhao Jingxin's eyes lit up. Oh, he sent a candid shot. Let me see which divorced or widowed vixen is so bold to act so brazenly in daylight. Eagerly, he opened the photo. But as he recognized the figure in the image, he instinctively glanced up at the calm and composed Lin Qiao across from him, suddenly falling silent. Chapter 27. Shocking. The domineering CEO suddenly arrives on the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the VIP suite on the 5th floor of the lounge, 50 handsome male escorts stood in neat rows. A striking and visually pleasing sight. Lin Haochu, Song Ke, and Lin Qiao were seated on the sofa, while the manager beamed at them, saying, "These 50 gentlemen are our meticulously selected top-notch escorts, not only exceptionally attractive but also highly emotionally intelligent and adept at providing service. Our guests are always satisfied." Song Ke, nervously wiping sweat from his forehead, glanced at the men and quietly asked Lin Haochu, "Bro, did you perhaps order too many?" When they went to pick up Lin Qiao from the hospital, Lin Haochu had mysteriously claimed he would take them somewhere fun and thrilling. Initially excited, he had envisioned an amusement park or something similar, only to find themselves at the city's premier lounge where Lin Haochu had immediately ordered 50 male escorts to serve them. This was rather excessive. Lin Haochu glanced at Song Ke, calmly responding, "Just 50. It's not too many. Besides, this is for my sister, and it's none of your concern. If you have any objections, kindly keep them to yourself." Song Ke felt taken aback by Lin Haochu's unconventional thought process. He quickly offered a friendly warning. "But your sister is married. Bringing her to a place like this and ordering so many escorts, aren't you worried about being seen or talked about?" Lin Haochu retorted earnestly. "You don't understand. I'm helping my sister with her recovery." Song Ke, puzzled, asked, "Helping her recover from what? Wasn't she just discharged and recuperated?" Lin Haochu remarked, "We need to cure her love-stricken affliction." Instantly, Song Ke comprehended the situation. It is well known that Lin Qiao is deeply infatuated with Lin Qiao, who, in turn, harbors disdain for her and treats her with utmost contempt. They had previously advised Lin Qiao to relinquish her obsession and pursue a divorce, cautioning her against pursuing someone who clearly rejected her, yet Lin Qiao remained impervious to their counsel. Now that their sibling relationship had finally eased, Lin Haochu wished to prevent Lin Qiao from further debasing herself in her pursuit of Lin Qiao, thus devising this plan to remedy her infatuation. Upon realizing Lin Haochu's sincere intentions, Song Ke still felt that his approach was somewhat misguided. "Brother Chu, there's no need to bring her to such a place to treat her love-struck condition, and why summon so many male companions?" Lin Haochu shot him a glance. "You fail to grasp the essence. Women are drawn to handsome men, and the more, the merrier. By surrounding her with numerous dashing suitors, I aim to provide her with an experience akin to that of a queen, embraced by beauty on all sides. Perhaps this will awaken her senses and help her forget that scoundrel of a husband. This is what one might call fighting fire with fire, understand?" Song Ke found his reasoning compelling and was momentarily rendered speechless. Lin Haochu's lips curled into a satisfied smile, feeling quite pleased with his ingenious plan. "Sister, with so many handsome men at your disposal, how does it feel? Stimulating, isn't it?" Lin Haochu inquired gleefully of Lin Qiao. She gazed at the array of handsome men and nodded enthusiastically. "Not bad at all." Having previously devoted herself solely to expanding her business and amassing wealth, she had yet to experience even the simplest romantic gestures, let alone a relationship. Now, having become the wealthiest woman in the capital, just as she was ready to indulge in life, she found herself trapped in this ridiculous narrative, reduced to a mere supporting character, her aspirations dashed overnight. This infuriated her greatly. Since her arrival in this world, she had contemplated divorce to secure a sum of money to revel in the company of charming men at a nightclub, seeking to vent her frustrations. Now, her plans were unexpectedly coming to fruition, and the feeling was exhilarating. Lin Haochu, this brother of hers, had finally done something commendable. Observing Lin Qiao's joyous demeanor, Lin Haochu was elated. "Excellent. This method appears effective. The allure of handsome men is indeed formidable. He promptly gestured to the handsome suitors, instructing them, "What are you waiting for? Come forth and showcase yourselves." The manager, regaining his composure, swiftly organized the display. Soon, pulsating music filled the air as the handsome men strutted towards Lin Qiao, showcasing themselves like models. The array of suitors featured a diverse assortment: the stoic, the brooding, the playful, and the gentle, dazzling the onlookers and stirring emotions. "How do you find them, sister? Aren't they splendid? A plethora of types for you to choose from," Lin Qiao teased. Lin Qiao smirked confidently, declaring, "Only children make choices. I want them all." The crowd gasped in astonishment. 50 handsome men, and she desired them all.
Wow.
"Sister, you're incredible," Lin Qiao exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow, contemplating that the male companions were merely entertainers, here to share drinks and perform, infusing the atmosphere with liveliness. There was nothing inappropriate about it. In fact, a larger group would only enhance the excitement. Moreover, she merely intended to enjoy their company, not engage in anything scandalous, as she was a person of principles. The nearby manager, sensing the excitement, hastily instructed the suitors, "Quickly, go accompany Miss Lin and the 2 young masters." The handsome men were eager to comply, but suddenly, a piercing gaze like a dagger shot through the entrance. The crowd shuddered instinctively and turned to witness Li Tingzhou's unexpected arrival, his expression dark and menacing. Chapter 28. It's time to showcase our acting skills once more. The crowd was taken aback. What a shock. How could Li Tingzhou have appeared here so suddenly? Caught in the act, Lin Qiao, Lin Qiao, and Song Ke felt alarm bells ringing in their minds, especially Lin Qiao, who was drenched in cold sweat. How could this scoundrel have found them? Li Tingzhou's icy, penetrating gaze swept through the crowd until it landed on Lin Qiao, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. He had previously heard from Zhao Jingxin that the wealthy woman was Lin Qiao, but he had dismissed it. Now, seeing her here, he was astonished. He had presumed she was hospitalized. Instead, she had brought her brother to such a place for revelry. And she had ordered 50 male companions. How outrageous. As their eyes met, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. Just then, 2 onlookers, Yan Siming and Zhao Jingxin, approached, drawn by curiosity. Peering into the room, they were stunned. The audacious woman was indeed Lin Qiao. Zhao Jingxin, regaining his wits, glanced at the 50 handsome men and teased, "Sister-in-law, you're quite the bold one. Managing to place 50 green hats on our brother Tingzhou." Li Tingzhou's lips twitched in irritation. 50 green hats. In an instant, his gaze darkened even further as he surveyed the male companions. The manager and the suitors were paralyzed with fear. Good heavens, that Lin Qiao was Li Tingzhou's wife. And who is Li Tingzhou? He is a figure feared by both the underworld and the elite alike. Had they known their connection, they would not have dared to approach Lin Qiao, even if threatened with death. The trembling manager, on the verge of explaining, was silenced by Li Tingzhou's icy glare, prompting him to clamp his mouth shut. With the manager silenced, the male companions were even more reluctant to speak. "What do we do now?" Song Ke nervously tugged at Lin Qiao's sleeve, his voice laced with anxiety. "Don't ask, I'm trying to think of a solution," Lin Qiao stammered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Though he harbored deep resentment towards Li Tingzhou, privately labeling him a scoundrel, he felt an overwhelming fear in his presence, as his aura was undeniably formidable. Now, caught red-handed, he was in a state of panic. In contrast, Lin Qiao remained remarkably composed. "No need to panic. It's just a minor incident. Leave this to me." With that, she swiftly approached Li Tingzhou, seizing his hand and taking the initiative. "Darling, what brings you here? Are you here to find those women? Have you stopped loving me? My heart is breaking. Boo-hoo." The crowd was left speechless. How audacious. The one caught in the act was her, yet she had the gall to put on such a show. Li Tingzhou's lips twitched, but he quickly adapted to her erratic behavior. "I am here to conduct business with friends, not to summon any additional services," he replied coldly. Lin Qiao blinked innocently, feigning a sweet demeanor. "Is that true, darling?" Li Tingzhou scoffed dismissively. "Do you truly think I would lie to you?" Lin Qiao laughed. "Of course not. Darling, I trust you the most, moi." Despite her words, her thoughts betrayed her. "Trust a ghost. You, old scoundrel, are up to no good. I don't need an explanation to guess it. You must be here to meet women. Perhaps you have summoned even more beauties than I have."
Ugh.
"Heartbreaker. You come here to pursue women while throwing me shade. How audacious." Li Tingzhou was taken aback, suddenly hearing her inner thoughts. The heart's whispers, once inaudible, now resonated with clarity. What could possibly be the reason for this? In his astonishment, he found himself inexplicably elated. As Li Tingzhou regained his composure, a hint of embarrassment washed over him. Goodness, why was he feeling such delight? Chapter 29. What on earth? Is this even possible? It must be an illusion. This woman's inner thoughts often infuriated him, truly vexing. After suppressing his tumultuous emotions, he coldly questioned Lin Qiao. Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital? How did you end up here? Lin Qiao pouted her lips, immediately launching into a dissatisfied complaint. Darling, I was discharged from the hospital today. How could you not know? For the past few days, I've been thinking of you to the point of losing sleep and appetite. I've been suffering terribly, and yet you show no concern for me. My heart feels so heavy. Woe is me. Seeing her tearful lament, Li Tingzhou let out a cold laugh, ruthlessly dismantling her act. We've both been in the hospital these past few days, yet I didn't see you come to visit me. I also heard that you've been eating well, sleeping soundly, and even gained 2 pounds. Lin Qiao, caught off guard, was momentarily speechless. The onlookers, notably Zhao Jingxed, couldn't resist teasing. Sister-in-law, is this how you express your longing for our brother Tingzhou? Lin Qiao's lips twitched in embarrassment. Would this meddlesome person die if he didn't speak? Quick-witted, she swiftly countered with an innocent explanation. Darling, you see, I didn't visit you because the doctor advised you needed peace and quiet for recovery. I refrained from intruding out of concern for your health. Though I didn't appear, I silently watched over you from afar every day. As for eating and sleeping well, I thought that if I took care of myself, I wouldn't burden you or make you worry. Only by being healthy can I love you better, assist you, and be a good wife. With her big, watery eyes blinking sincerely, the crowd felt touched. Even Zhao Jingxed, who was previously intent on mocking, found himself at a loss for words. The club manager couldn't help but express his admiration. Madame truly harbors deep feelings for young Master Li. Yet, Li Tingzhou remained skeptical, asking, is that really true? Lin Qiao nodded vigorously. Of course it is. However, in her heart, she thought, it's all a ruse. Why would I care for a scoundrel? Ridiculous. Is the food unappetizing or the games unengaging? Only a fool would behave that way. Trying to embarrass me in public? Dream on. No matter how you try to undermine me, I can always turn it around. I suddenly feel my acting skills have improved a tad. I feel quite proud of myself. Dinner must include an extra chicken leg. Hearing these inner thoughts, Li Tingzhou scoffed. Indeed, as expected. I should never trust a word from this woman. With that thought, he disdainfully pushed Lin Qiao's hand away, coldly retorting, you speak so sweetly, then explain why. Upon your discharge, you rushed here to order so many male escorts? With this statement, the onlookers returned to the main topic. Right. Hadn't they come to catch infidelity? How had they suddenly overlooked this issue? Lin Qiao was truly remarkable. With just a few words, she had diverted their attention. In response to Li Tingzhou's inquiry, Lin Qiao pointed at the handsome escorts and earnestly explained, I'm not here for leisure. I'm here to select models for your company. Li Tingzhou's lips twitched. She came to the club to choose male escorts as models for his company. As the crowd stared in disbelief, Lin Qiao hurriedly instructed the club manager. What are you waiting for? Quickly, have the models showcase their charm for my husband. Snapping back to reality, the club manager complied, and soon, pulsating music filled the air as the dashing escorts strutted their stuff, each showcasing their allure in front of Li Tingzhou. Meanwhile, Lin Qiao diligently narrated, this one is the ice prince type, this one is the gentle type, this one is the warm-hearted type, and this one is the brooding type. Li Tingzhou, Yan Siming and Zhao Jingxed, Lin Haochu and Song Ke, seated on the sofa, were left utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? Is this even permissible? Chapter 30. The domineering CEO is really pulling the rug out from under them. After the escorts finished their display, Lin Qiao tilted her head, looking at Li Tingzhou with a hint of excitement, asking, so, don't you think these top-notch male models are far superior to those wild models outside? Li Tingzhou rolled his eyes, frowning as he derisively questioned, do you really think I would believe your words? Lin Qiao, feeling a tad wronged, asked, why wouldn't you believe me? I heard from the fashion company that there were issues finding suitable models. And I was so anxious that I rushed over to the club to scout models as soon as I was discharged. I've worked so hard. And yet you don't trust me. It truly breaks my heart. She lowered her head, pretending to wipe away tears while signaling to the club manager, who quickly caught on and smiled, explaining, what Madam says is true. She genuinely came to select models. See, She hasn't even had a drink, which is proof of her dedication to work. He then hastily gestured to the dazed Lin Qiao and Song Ke. They quickly regained their composure, with Lin Qiao hurriedly clarifying, "My sister is here to pick models. I'm just here to assist." Song Ke nodded. What they said is correct. "I'm here to help too." Lin Qiao was pleased with their responses, turning to Li Tingzhou. "See, I really came to work." Li Tingzhou could easily see through their lies. However, he couldn't be bothered to expose them. Coldly glancing at the 50 handsome escorts with a hint of sarcasm, he remarked to Lin Qiao, "That must have been quite the effort for you. However, our company is not in need of models at the moment. The engineering project in Beishan could use some laborers. Have these people go to the construction site and move bricks." The crowd gasped. Li Tingzhou was actually sending those 50 escorts to the construction site to move bricks. Goodness. This was too cruel. The delicate escorts were on the verge of tears. Lin Qiao felt utterly embarrassed, mentally criticizing, "What the heck? Sending these handsome men to the mountains to move bricks? This is truly a ruthless act." Li's scoundrel is indeed merciless. He is following the path of a domineering CEO, leaving no alternatives for the other CEOs. But his hasty decision to send them away, does that mean he is angry or jealous? Hearing her inner musings, Li Tingzhou scoffed disdainfully. Jealous of Lin Qiao? How laughable. This woman was far too self-absorbed. After venting in his mind, he grew increasingly irritated at the sight of the escorts, coldly ordering, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go." The escorts, trembling in fear, left the room with tears in their eyes, heading off to the mountains to move bricks. The club manager, though pained, hurriedly exited the room, fleeing as if from danger. Lin Qiao and Song Ke, seated on the sofa, trembled in fear, dreading that Li Tingzhou might send them off to move bricks or mine coal. However, Li Tingzhou paid them no mind. His gaze shifting between Lin Qiao and the dimly lit room, his mood growing increasingly sour. His gaze darkened as he addressed Lin Qiao. "Since you are so concerned about my work, why not accompany me back to the company?" With that, he seized Lin Qiao's hand and hurriedly departed. Yan Siming, witnessing their hasty exit, suddenly realized something and called out to Li Tingzhou, "Hey, we haven't even begun discussing our contract. Why are you leaving?" Li Tingzhou paid him no mind, swiftly escorting Lin Qiao downstairs. Zhao Jingxed raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Why do I feel like Tingzhou is a bit jealous?" Yan Siming, astonished, replied, "Jealous of Lin Qiao? You can't be serious. He is clearly angry, especially since Lin Qiao almost put him in a compromising position." Zhao Jingxed considered this and suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "Oh, I see. Lin Qiao must be trying to attract Tingzhou's attention in this manner." Yan Siming nodded in understanding. "Indeed. I didn't expect Lin Qiao to be so cunning." Zhao Jingxed scoffed. "Does she think that this will win Tingzhou's favor? I believe it will have the opposite effect. He might just hand her a divorce agreement in a fit of rage." Unable to tolerate their conversation any longer, Lin Qiao approached and shot them a disdainful look, uttering 2 words, "Fools." Chapter 31. A Showdown of Wits. Yan Siming and Zhao Jingxed were momentarily taken aback before their anger flared. Zhao Jingxed pointed an accusing finger at Lin Qiao. "Hey, how dare you insult us?" Lin Qiao coldly chuckled, dismissing them with a wave as he took Song Ke away. Zhao Jingxed glowered at their retreating figures, irately muttering, "That kid is incredibly rude." Yan Siming patted his shoulder, advising, "Let it go. Don't stoop to the level of an immature young man. Come on, let us return to our tea." They subsequently returned to their original private room to continue sipping the tea they had left unfinished. After Lin Qiao and Song Ke exited the club, Song Ke gazed at the traffic across the street, worry etched on his face. "Brother Qiao, your sister was taken away by that scoundrel. Do you think he will mistreat her?" Lin Qiao, filled with indignation, declared, "If he dares to trouble my sister, I will gather people to deal with him." Song Ke wholeheartedly supported him. "Yes, I feel the same. Sister Qiao saved us at the bar. She is our savior, and we cannot allow her to be bullied." Lin Qiao felt a surge of gratitude for Song Ke's loyalty. Song Ke then recalled something and asked anxiously, "That scoundrel seemed quite furious when he left. Do you think he will suspect your sister of infidelity and seek a divorce?" Lin Qiao's mind raced with excitement. "Wow, that would be splendid. If that scoundrel divorces her, I will lead the entire school to their doorstep, and we will celebrate with firecrackers for 3 days and nights." Song Ke remarked, "Brother Qiao, your train of thought is remarkable. If Li Tingzhou were present, he would surely be furious to the point of spitting blood." Meanwhile, in the car, Li Tingzhou suddenly sneezed, followed by a chill creeping up his spine. He instinctively glanced back, pondering who might be speaking ill of him behind his back. Beside him, Lin Qiao caught a glimpse of his sullen expression and mentally commented, "Does he think he's mining coal in Africa, looking so grim? Didn't he just enjoy himself at the club? Why is he now dictating my actions? Is it permissible for officials to commit arson while commoners are forbidden from lighting lamps? His arrogance is astounding. If he can't stand it, he should just get a divorce. Yes, divorce. The sooner the better. Once divorced, I'll return to the club and order 100 handsome men of every type to indulge myself. Oh, blissful joy." Hearing these thoughts, Li Tingzhou's expression darkened further. That wretched woman had almost succeeded in putting him in a compromising situation. And now she was fantasizing about a quick divorce to indulge with 100 gigolos. It was utterly disgusting. Was she so eager to escape from him and into the arms of those men? Observing his increasingly grim demeanor, Lin Qiao felt a thrill and seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. "Darling, are you angry? Wow, you're actually upset for me. I'm truly touched. It seems you still love me. Honestly, those handsome men were merely for show. I've never even touched them. My heart belongs to you, so let us not divorce. Shall we? Let us be together forever." Her words were both coy and heartfelt, while she thought to herself, "How is that for a touch of my affections? I know you want to vomit. If that is the case, then go ahead, let us get a divorce right now. I'm not afraid." Li Tingzhou's lips twitched slightly, and he forced a smile as he patted her hand, playing along. "Rest assured, I'm not angry. I don't regard those men at all. I will not divorce you. We will walk this path together for a lifetime." Lin Qiao's mouth fell open in astonishment. Goodness. Li Tingzhou actually uttered such words. This defied logic. According to the script, he should have been furious, scolding her, and demanding the driver to speed towards the Civil Affairs Bureau to throw the divorce papers in her face. How could he say something like this? In the original storyline, he had held an extreme disdain for her and constantly wished to rid himself of her presence. Seeing Lin Qiao's incredulous and frustrated expression, Li Tingzhou felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Was it only permissible for her to be angry with him? The more she desired divorce and revelry, the more he would prevent it. Let her stew in her frustration. Chapter 32. Come on, let us hurt each other. Lin Qiao, oblivious to Li Tingzhou's thoughts, began to self-soothe after snapping back to reality. Perhaps Li Tingzhou had suffered a head injury in the car accident, explaining his current demeanor. Never mind. It's not worth getting angry with someone who might have a few screws loose. She quickly regained her composure. Having failed in her divorce plan once again, Lin Qiao lost interest in speaking with Li Tingzhou, claiming she was tired and lying down to rest her eyes. Li Tingzhou also fell silent, and the car settled into a quiet ambience. Half an hour later, they arrived at the base of the Li Corporation building. The Li Corporation is a globally renowned multinational enterprise, and the Li family stands as one of the top affluent families in the country, firmly controlling the nation's economic lifeblood. Li Tingzhou, the fourth grandson of the Li family, is the most favored by the family patriarch and has been entrusted with significant responsibilities, serving as the company's president. As the heir of the Li family, he is strikingly handsome and exceptionally capable, making him the dream of countless women, often referred to as the national husband. Upon his arrival, the building erupted into excitement. Look, President Li is here. Numerous employees rushed out of their offices to catch a glimpse, especially the female staff, who were practically glowing with excitement, nearly drooling at the sight. However, when they noticed Lin Qiao trailing behind Li Tingzhou, their expressions soured with disdain. It was common knowledge that Lin Qiao had manipulated the patriarch into forcing Li Tingzhou into marriage, thus in the eyes of the public. She was merely a bothersome fly clinging to the esteemed president, utterly detestable. Lin Qiao scanned the crowd, letting out a cold snort before turning to Li Tingzhou with feigned sweetness. Darling, I didn't realize you were so popular at the office. Those employees are neglecting their work just to catch a glimpse of you. It's truly touching. Upon uttering those words, Li Tingzhou cast a cold glance at the general manager beside him, who was taken aback and hurriedly reprimanded the onlookers. What are you staring at? Are you all neglecting your work? Is company discipline merely a facade? Anyone who dares to misbehave again will face a salary deduction and dismissal. His thunderous shout sent the crowd scattering in haste. Observing their hasty retreat, Lin Qiao couldn't help but smirk. How naive to challenge her. Subsequently, Li Tingzhou escorted Lin Qiao to the VIP elevator, directly ascending to the presidential office on the top floor. As he prepared for a meeting, he pointed towards the adjacent lounge and instructed her, "Stay in there. Lin Qiao glanced at the empty lounge and inwardly scoffed. What kind of place is this? Why is there nothing here? Is he trying to suffocate me? Huh, not a chance. At worst, I'll find a few handsome young men to play some mobile games and then catch a glimpse of some charming celebrities on a variety show. Li Tingzhou shot her a sidelong glance, a silent scoff echoing in his mind, before striding away with an icy demeanor. Once he departed, Lin Qiao reclined on the lounge sofa, retrieving her phone to seek out some young men for a few rounds of games. However, upon opening the game page, she discovered that the signal in the lounge had been blocked, leaving her without internet access. Not only could she not play games, but she also couldn't watch any variety shows. Lin Qiao thought, what kind of wretched place is this, and why is the signal obstructed? Did that scoundrelly do this on purpose? Humph, such a miserly man. Just as Lin Qiao was venting her frustrations about Li Tingzhou, a young woman standing outside the lounge glanced at her, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Chapter 33. You are not someone I can be bullied by. After staying in the lounge for a while and feeling stifled, Lin Qiao decided to step out and head to the pantry to brew herself a cup of coffee. As she reached the doorway of the pantry, someone suddenly called out to her from behind. Turning around, she found a young woman beckoning her. The woman was clad in an exquisite professional outfit, her fair complexion accentuated by meticulously applied makeup, and her cascading waves of hair draped alluringly over her shoulders, making her appear both enchanting and captivating. Lin Qiao scoffed inwardly. It was evident that someone who dressed like this for work was there to seduce Li Tingzhou. In the original story, Li Tingzhou had a seductive secretary named Tian Shasha, and it seemed that this was indeed her. Lin Xiao's deductions were correct. The woman was indeed Tian Shasha. Tian Shasha regarded Lin Qiao with profound disdain. Her initial purpose in joining Li's group was to ensnare a wealthy husband, and she dreamt of marrying Li Tingzhou, aspiring to become the president's wife. However, before she could make her move, Lin Qiao had cunningly maneuvered to marry Li Tingzhou first, inciting her deep resentment. Consequently, every time Lin Qiao came to the office, Tian Shasha would deliberately assign her numerous tasks, leaving her utterly exhausted, and any mistakes made would invariably be blamed on her. Tian Shasha was quite adept at manipulating situations, often rendering Lin Qiao voiceless in her grievances, while others in the company perceived Lin Qiao as an incompetent fool, growing to loathe her even more. With Lin Qiao suddenly appearing at the company alongside Li Tingzhou, Tian Shasha was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. As she stood outside the lounge, scrutinizing Lin Qiao, she had already devised a plan to make her life difficult. Is there something you need from me? Lin Qiao inquired, her expression devoid of emotion as she locked eyes with her. Tian Shasha flashed a sinister smile, hastily approaching Lin Qiao with a pile of documents. Madam, these are the files needed for the president's meeting. I'm currently overwhelmed with tasks, and I would greatly appreciate it if you could assist by making a copy and delivering it to the office. The documents were in disarray, and once Lin Qiao made the copies and delivered them, Li Tingzhou would surely erupt in fury upon seeing them. Tian Shasha would then claim it was Lin Qiao who had disorganized them. Haha. Lin Qiao, prepare to be scolded. Lin Qiao saw through her intentions and silently chuckled. It was evident that this woman was accustomed to ordering the original host around. The original host, in her desire to please Li Tingzhou, would comply with whatever requests were made, and when mistakes occurred or she was wrongly accused, she would not dare to refute, fearing disfavor from Li Tingzhou and the office staff. However, Lin Qiao was not the original host. She was not so easily bullied. With this in mind, she raised an eyebrow and coldly refused. This is your responsibility. Why should I take it on? Your inability to manage your workload is not my concern. Tian Shasha was taken aback. Lin Qiao had outright rejected her. Suppressing her irritation, she cunningly explained, Madam, this is a matter concerning the president. It would be a kindness to lend a hand. If you complete this task well, the president will surely appreciate you more. Tian Shasha believed that Lin Qiao, eager to win Li Tingzhou's favor, would never turn down such a proposition. It was a tactic that had proven successful time and again. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the woman before her was no longer the same Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao retorted coldly, whether my husband likes me or not has nothing to do with you. He hired you to assist him. If you require my help to do your own job, then what purpose does your position as a secretary serve? In other words, if I take on your work, should I also receive a share of your salary? Tian Shasha was left dumbfounded by her response. My goodness. This woman seemed entirely different from before. Her demeanor exuded an unyielding strength, making her appear formidable. Noticing Tian Shasha's stare, Lin Qiao snapped, What are you looking at? If you had dedicated the effort you spent ordering me around to making copies, you would have finished by now. Your procrastination truly reflects poorly on your professionalism as a secretary. Tian Xia was infuriated by Lin Qiao's scathing rebuke. How dare Lin Qiao speak to her so boldly? Just as she was about to retort, she suddenly spotted a colleague carrying an antique vase approaching from the opposite direction. This vase was the late patriarch of the Li family's favorite. An idea sparked in her mind as her lips curled into a devious smirk. Chapter 34. Qiao also has her support. With a plan in mind, Tian Xia feigned contrition and apologized to Lin Qiao. Madam, I truly apologize. I was in the wrong just now. I'll take these files to make copies right away. After speaking, she turned and walked away, whispering a quick instruction to the colleague as they brushed past each other. The colleague, a young woman known as Xiaoan, understood immediately, nodding in agreement and displaying a shadowy smile. Xiaoan had always harbored ambitions of claiming the title of the president's wife, and she had never been fond of Lin Qiao. Following Tian Xia's directive, she swiftly approached Lin Qiao with a cheerful demeanor. Madam, you're here. Lin Qiao glanced at her, inwardly scoffing. Yet another one. The president's office was truly a den of intrigue. Seeing Lin Qiao's lack of response, Xiaoan cursed inwardly, but maintained her smile. Madam, this is the chairman's favorite vase. He previously instructed that if you came to the company, you should assist in cleaning it. Now that you're here, it would be a favor if you could clean the vase. With that, she presented the vase to Lin Qiao, and before Lin Qiao could reach out for it, she suddenly released her grip, causing the vase to tumble. Just as it appeared the vase would shatter upon hitting the ground, Lin Qiao instinctively reached out and caught it. Xiaoan was taken aback. How could she react so quickly? After successfully catching the vase, Lin Qiao felt a cold mockery stir within her. Did they really think she would be so easily manipulated into breaking the vase and framing her? In the brief moment of Xiaoan's shock, Lin Qiao derisively exposed her intentions. So eager to set me up, your heart must be quite dark. Xiaoan was caught red-handed. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she anxiously retorted, What nonsense is the young mistress spouting? I merely ask you to assist the chairman in cleaning a vase. If you refuse, then so be it. Must you wrongfully accuse me? After speaking, she nervously snatched the vase from Lin Qiao's hands and began to clean it. However, as she passed Lin Qiao, a surge of malice welled up within her, prompting her to deliberately bump into Lin Qiao, hoping to send her tumbling to the ground for her amusement. Unexpectedly, Lin Qiao reacted with remarkable speed, evading the collision just in time, leaving Xiaoan to crash into thin air with a startled cry, falling to the ground and shattering the vase in her grasp. Ignoring the pain, Xiaoan looked down at the broken vase in horror and screamed. Tian Xia, who had been watching the spectacle from a distance, rushed over, her voice laced with concern. What happened? Xiaoan scrambled to her feet, her anxiety prompting her to play the victim first. Sister Xia, it was the young mistress who bumped into me. The vase was shattered because of her. Tian Xia's expression darkened as she turned to Lin Qiao, accusingly stating, Young mistress, how could you treat Xiaoan this way? Even if you look down upon her, she was holding the chairman's favorite vase. Your actions show utter disrespect for the chairman. Lin Qiao felt a wave of disgust wash over her as she observed these two scheming women, instinctively wishing to curse them with her ill fortune. However, realizing that Li Tingzhou was present, she thought better of it. Should her curse backfire, it would only serve to harm herself. She immediately abandoned the idea. Before Lin Qiao could respond, Xiaoan began to weep uncontrollably, her cries drawing in more colleagues to witness the unfolding drama. As the crowd grew, Xiaoan and Tian Xia began to perform their little act. With tear-filled eyes, Xiaoan pointed at Lin Qiao, lamenting, Young mistress, I was merely conveying the chairman's request for you to clean his beloved vase. If you refused, why did you have to shatter it? Tian Xia chimed in, Young mistress, the vase was innocent. Why did you destroy it? The uninformed colleagues, upon hearing this, began to reproach Lin Qiao. In that moment, she became the target of their ire. Exchanging secret glances, Tian Xia and Xiaoan relished their triumph. They anticipated that when the formidable CEO arrived and witnessed the scene, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury, possibly even dismissing Lin Qiao on the spot. Once Lin Qiao was out of the picture, they would have an opportunity to ascend in status. Just as this thought crossed their minds, they were startled to see Lin Qiao shoot them a look of derision before picking up her phone to make a call. The crowd gasped, who could she possibly be calling? Chapter 35. Yet another day of double standards for the esteemed Mr. Li. Tian Xia quickly deduced that Lin Qiao was attempting to reach out to Li Tingzhou, a smirk forming on her lips. given how much he despised her. She doubted he would even answer her call. With a mocking tone, she remarked, "Is the young mistress seeking reinforcements? TSK. You shattered the vase. And no matter who you call, that fact remains unchanged." Lin Qiao paid her no heed. Upon connecting the call, a gentle voice resonated from the other end. "Qiao Qiao. My little darling, what made you think to call me?" The crowd was taken aback. The voice belonged to the venerable old master of the Li family, Chairman Li. Shock surged through them. She was actually calling the chairman. In an instant, an ominous premonition gripped both Tian Shasha and Shaoan. Lin Qiao cast a sidelong glance at the two, a hint of cold amusement flickering in her mind. These individuals had grown accustomed to bullying the original owner of her identity, likely forgetting that she, too, had powerful allies. That ally was none other than the patriarch of the Li family, Old Master Li. Old Master Li had a deep bond with the original owner's grandfather, treating her as his own granddaughter and always supporting her. However, Li Tingzhou had disapproved of the original owner reporting grievances to Old Master Li, which had led her to refrain from confiding in him about her mistreatment. Her silence had emboldened her tormentors, making them increasingly brazen. But Lin Qiao was not the original owner. When it came time to call upon Old Master Li, she would do so without hesitation. Under the anxious gazes of Tian Shasha and her cohort, Lin Qiao smiled sweetly, her tone turning syrupy. "Grandfather. I called to ask if you had instructed anyone to have me clean the vase in your office?" Old Master Li sounded bewildered. "No, dear. Why would I have you doing such menial tasks? Let the staff handle that." The revelation stunned the onlookers. The chairman had not asked Lin Qiao to clean the vase at all. Shaoan had lied. In an instant, the crowd's perception of Shaoan shifted. Panicked, she stammered, "Little darling, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Did someone at the company bully you?" Old Master Li's voice carried genuine concern. Just as Lin Qiao was about to respond, Tian Shasha lunged for Lin Qiao's phone, but Lin Qiao kicked her away. Subsequently, Lin Qiao succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Old Master Li's fury erupted. "How dare they brazenly frame my granddaughter-in-law? Have them both dismissed immediately and instruct the legal department to file for damages." Tian Shasha and Shaoan were left trembling in fear, Shaoan desperately protesting, "Chairman, how can you take Lin Qiao's word at face value?" Old Master Li coldly retorted, "Silence. Qiao Qiao is my precious granddaughter-in-law. If I cannot trust her, whom can I trust? I warn you, anyone who dares to bully my granddaughter-in-law will find themselves out of Beijing." His authoritative words sent shivers through the crowd, their gazes toward Lin Qiao now tinged with trepidation. After reprimanding those two, Old Master Li's tone softened. "Qiao Qiao, don't be afraid. With grandfather here, no one can bully you." The sudden shift in his demeanor left everyone stunned. My goodness, the old master is incredibly biased and protective, they thought. Lin Qiao, feeling warmth in her heart, sweetly thanked him. "Grandfather, you're so kind." "Thank you. I'll hang up now." As soon as she ended the call, the head of the legal department, flanked by security, stormed in with an air of authority. He pointed at Tian Shasha and Shaoan, coldly commanding, "Take these two away." Terrified, they cried out in panic, "What is happening?" Just as chaos ensued, a voice of inquiry rang out from behind. The crowd turned to see Li Tingzhou approaching with his entourage. Chapter 36. Walking the path of green tea, leaving no escape for the green tea. Upon seeing Li Tingzhou, Tian Shasha's eyes lit up as if she had found a lifeline. She rushed over, embellishing the tale of recent events with tears in her eyes, adding, "The young mistress not only wronged us, but also reported us to the chairman. He didn't even inquire further before deciding to punish Shaoan and me. Mr. Li, you must bring justice for us." Her woeful display elicited sympathy from those present. Li Tingzhou furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Lin Qiao. Before he could speak, Lin Qiao's mocking thoughts reached him. "Ah, how timely the arrival of Mr. Li is. He seems quite devoted to his secretary, though it's unfortunate that she is nothing but a large-breasted, brainless green tea. Day in and day out, she does nothing but plot against the rightful mistress, striving for a higher position. Alas, the last time it was Ning Xin, and now there are two more secretaries. Mr. Li is practically swimming in a green tea haven. How can he withstand this daily infusion of green tea? Will he suffer from kidney deficiency? TSK. No wonder he is unwell and not very bright. He even ended up in a mental health facility. I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for him. What a pitiful man." Upon hearing her heartfelt words, Li Tingzhou was incensed, his countenance growing ever darker. Kidney deficiency, poor health, a muddled mind. What a wretched woman. Was she cursing him? At a time like this, her thoughts were consumed by such trivialities. Her thought process was truly bizarre. Tianxia and Xiaoan, noticing Li Tingzhou's increasingly grim expression, felt a flicker of joy. The esteemed CEO had always harbored disdain for Lin Qiao. Now, with such a situation unfolding, her audacity to report to the chairman was nothing short of a grave transgression. She was bound to face dire consequences. As everyone braced themselves for Lin Qiao's impending misfortune, she suddenly darted forward, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Husband, you've arrived. Your secretary is falsely accusing me. I am utterly terrified," she feigned, her voice dripping with pretense. Xiaoan, incensed, quickly retorted, "I am not falsely accusing you. It was you who harassed me, deliberately colliding with me, resulting in the chairman's vase being shattered. And yet, you dare to play the victim, even as the president's wife. She ought not to bully others so brazenly." Tianxia chimed in, "Xiaoan speaks the truth. I witnessed her hurling insults at Xiaoan and intentionally bumping into her." Lin Qiao shot her a glance and countered, "If you claim I insulted her, let us listen to the recording from that moment." Producing her phone, she played a recording, a conversation between herself and Xiaoan. The instant the recording played, both Tianxia and Xiaoan were left astounded. Goodness! She had actually recorded it. Sharing a knowing smile with their astonished gazes, Lin Qiao added with a smirk, "In fact, I also captured video footage." She tapped her phone screen, revealing a video that vividly documented Xiaoan's malicious antics against Lin Qiao. Once the crowd witnessed the footage, realization dawned upon them. Goodness, so this was the truth. Li Tingzhou too was taken aback. Who would have thought Lin Qiao had such foresight? Xiaoan, incredulous, demanded, "How did you get that footage? When did you even record it?" Just moments ago, Lin Qiao had not even taken her phone out. How could she have filmed it? Lin Qiao turned off the video, her lips curling into a triumphant smile as she showcased her phone. "You see, this is no ordinary device. It is a state-of-the-art smartphone equipped with a hidden recording and filming feature. As long as it is placed in a pocket with a corner exposed, it can record videos anytime, anywhere in stunning HD quality with a 360-degree view, fluid and clear. It's quite affordable too, a true gem worth having." The crowd was left in awe. Someone exclaimed, "How come we've never seen such a high-end phone before?" Lin Qiao turned to Li Tingzhou, a smile brightening her face as she explained, "Of course, you haven't seen it. It was a custom Valentine-esque gift from my husband." She promptly blew him a kiss, sweetly declaring, "Husband, you're so wonderful. I knew you loved me, moi. I love you too." Li Tingzhou, momentarily disgusted, recalled that the phone had been a prototype left in the corner of his study, which he had cast aside as junk. He hadn't anticipated she would actually put it to use. The onlookers, however, were left in disbelief. They had assumed Li Tingzhou despised Lin Qiao. Yet he had gifted her such an extravagant custom phone. Could it be that the rumors were unfounded, and he did not truly harbor hatred for her? In that moment, the women who coveted the position of the CEO's wife felt their hearts shatter. Chapter 37. This woman has a touch of charm after all. With the chairman's backing and Li Tingzhou's apparent lack of disdain for her, Lin Qiao's position was as secure as Fort Knox. What opportunities remained for them to ascend? Li Tingzhou, disinterested in offering explanations, had long been irritated by female colleagues who were unprofessional and harbored ulterior motives. With the truth unveiled, he would no longer show favoritism. He turned to the head of the legal department, commanding, "Act according to the chairman's wishes." The legal head nodded and instructed security to escort Tianxia and Xiaoan away. In a panic, Xiaoan shouted, "President, I was merely following Tianxia's orders. I am innocent." Tianxia's face paled as she hastily objected, "No, this was all Xiaoan's doing. I had nothing to do with it." Furious at Tianxia's denial, Xiaoan retorted, "You clearly instructed me. Why won't you own up to it?" Tianxia, feeling guilty, continued to deny it. "Nonsense, I did not." "Enough." Li Tingzhou interrupted their bickering, his irritation palpable. He coldly instructed, "Take them away and terminate their contracts immediately." Tianxia and Xiaoan were left dumbfounded. Li Tingzhou was actually going to blacklist them. With the Li family's influence, their futures would be irrevocably damaged. Just as they began to plead tearfully, security forcibly escorted them away. Li Tingzhou had little patience for office intrigue. His voice remained cold as he warned, "If this occurs again, the punishment will be doubled." The onlookers trembled in fear, vowing never to bully Lin Qiao again. Lin Qiao, her lips curling into a smile, turned to Li Tingzhou and deliberately lavished him with praise in front of everyone. Husband, you are so selfless, just and righteous. What an admirable CEO. I am truly moved. You are splendid, and I idolize you, moi. Her eyes sparkled with adoration, yet her thoughts were, pfft, righteous, indeed. He has been blind to the scheming vixens all along. Had I not revealed this, would he have dealt with them? Li Tingzhou's lips twitched. Blinded by scheming women? Absurd. He was simply focused on his work, indifferent to their antics. Unwilling to offer explanations, knowing she would never believe him, he suppressed his anger and sternly admonished the bystanders. What are you all lingering for? Get back to work. The crowd snapped back to reality and quickly dispersed, the break room falling silent. After casting a glance at Lin Qiao, he grabbed her and exited the break room, returning to the lounge. Stay in here, and do not stir up any trouble. He left her with those words, his expression still icy as he departed. Lin Qiao, grimacing at his retreating figure, flopped onto the sofa. Just then, a horde of employees burst in, showering her with compliments. Young madam, your performance just now was spectacular, truly exuding the grace of a rightful consort. Tianxia and Xiaoan are merely two inconsequential vixens. How could they possibly compare to you, the CEO's wife? Indeed, you are magnificent. I admire you so much. Me too, my admiration for you flows like an endless river. Watching these fair-weather friends, Lin Qiao could not suppress a mocking smile, yet her face radiated warmth as she replied, I merely performed as expected. You all did wonderfully too. Let us strive together moving forward. The crowd was instantly touched. The CEO's wife was indeed magnanimous, holding no grudges against them. They nodded eagerly, responding, yes, yes. Let us work hard together. Soon after, they intensified their flattery, eagerly offering water, coffee, and snacks. Some even offered to massage her legs and shoulders, further ingratiating themselves. The atmosphere turned harmonious. Amidst this throng of sycophants, Lin Qiao indulged in snacks and coffee, relishing her queenly treatment, her heart brimming with delight. Little did they know, this was all part of her grand scheme. When faced with the challenges posed by the green tea BTCH, one should first seek the protection of a formidable ally to instill fear, then capture evidence to counterattack on the spot, followed by a display of affection. This series of maneuvers is sufficient to intimidate those around her. Although she holds no desire for the status of Mrs. Li or the title of the CEO's wife, she is determined to demonstrate her strength, making it clear that Lin Qiao is not to be trifled with. As it stands, her plan is proceeding smoothly. These individuals no longer dare to act recklessly. Instead, they have become her sycophants. As Li Tingzhou emerged from a meeting and passed by the lounge, he caught sight of Lin Qiao, who was surrounded by others, reclining on the sofa in a commanding manner. He was taken aback. How had this woman managed to win over those people so swiftly? Her haughty demeanor and the confident, carefree expression she wore were markedly different from before. Remarkably, there was something endearing about her. Just as this thought flitted through his mind, his expression shifted. Good grief, how could he possibly find that woman charming? Chapter 38. The Hacker Queen Lin Qiao. It must be an illusion. After confirming this, Li Tingzhou felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples. Pondering that this strange perception had been occurring frequently of late, it seemed that the aftereffects of his accident had yet to completely fade. He resolved to return to the hospital for follow-up with a psychiatrist. Meanwhile, Lin Qiao, upon being escorted back to the Li family villa, discovered that the staff had undergone a significant overhaul. The previous housekeeper had been dismissed, as had all the maids with whom she had previously allied. The main household had dispatched a new housekeeper and servants to take their place. The new housekeeper, a kindly middle-aged man, was affectionately referred to as Uncle Fu by the Li family. Uncle Fu was a trusted aide of the elder Mr. Li, specifically appointed to care for Lin Qiao. Upon her return, Uncle Fu summoned all the new servants for an orientation. Afterward, he respectfully informed Lin Qiao, young madam, the elder has personally instructed that you are to take charge of the villa from now on. You may act as you wish. And should anyone dare to disobey or harass you, simply inform me, and I shall have them dismissed immediately. A warmth flickered within Lin Qiao's heart. The elder was truly kind to her. She smiled at Uncle Fu and said, I understand. Thank you, Grandpa. And I appreciate your willingness to look after me and provide support. Uncle Fu, observing Lin Qiao's understanding and politeness, grew increasingly fond of her. Subsequently, He arranged for a sumptuous dinner. As she surveyed the table laden with delectable dishes, Lin Qiao felt her spirits lift. Having a strong backing is indeed advantageous. Enjoying sumptuous meals and living life to the fullest. Uncle Fu, please join me for dinner, she sweetly urged, pulling him to sit beside her. Uncle Fu chuckled and complied, serving her some dishes. Watching the girl relish her meal brought a sigh from his lips. Such a delightful young lady. How could the fourth young master not be fond of her? This simply would not do. He resolved to find a way for the fourth young master to take a liking to the young madam. After dinner, with her hunger satisfied, Lin Qiao joyfully returned to her room. Once inside, she opened her phone and found a new message from the bank, indicating that due to her substantial debts and failure to repay on time, all her bank and credit cards had been frozen. Lin Qiao's lips twitched. Her cards had actually been frozen. Upon glancing at the amount owed, she couldn't help but scoff at the original owner's reckless spending. Having depleted all savings and accruing hundreds of thousands in debt, truly a spendthrift. It appeared that her immediate priority was to earn money to pay off the original owner's debts. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck. She powered on her computer and searched online, quickly discovering an elite bounty hunter hacker website. Upon entering the site, she found various high-stakes task postings. To claim a task, individuals merely needed to comment beneath the post, after which the task issuer would select candidates to undertake the assignment. The website featured advanced hidden functionalities and intelligent passwords, making it nearly impossible for the average person to find. Only those with exceptional hacking skills could locate the site and gain registration. Lin Qiao smirked as she examined the website. Although this was a fictional world, the site felt familiar. Unknown to the world, she had been a top-tier hacker in her previous life, ranked #1 on the bounty hunter site. There was no task she could not accomplish. Passing the website's verification, she registered a new account under the name Society Your Father. After registration, she entered the task homepage, where a pinned task post captured her attention. Chapter 39, Sister Qiao is that impressive. The post's theme read, seeking a master capable of defeating the fighting king. Upon delving deeper, the content revealed that the issuer was seeking a skilled fighter to participate in the upcoming King of Gold Fighting Championship in 1 week. Tasked with publicly defeating the reigning champion, Han Liang. A successful execution of the task would yield a reward of 5 million. The post was trending, attracting a significant number of onlookers. Wow, this task's difficulty is simply SSS level. Han Liang hails from a martial arts family, possessing extraordinary talent. He became a martial arts master at the age of 16. He has participated in numerous fighting competitions, winning every single one. It is no exaggeration to say that he is unmatched in the world. To defeat someone of this caliber seems nearly impossible. There likely isn't anyone on the site who can do it. Of course. Haven't you seen that the post has been up for 4 days with no one willing to take it?
Huh.
Who would dare accept this? It's akin to courting death. Wait, what? Someone has taken the task. The crowd gasped, turning their attention to the task acceptance section, where indeed a new user had claimed the task. With the username Society Your Father, gasps of disbelief erupted among onlookers. Unbelievable. A novice dares to take on such a task, and even with a name like Society Your Father. How presumptuous. If he doesn't seek death, he won't die. I bet in 3 days, he'll be begging for mercy. Laughter and mockery filled the air. But amid their jeering, Society Your Father replied, What? Do you all so confidently believe I will lose? Why not place a bet? If I lose, the odds are tenfold. The crowd fell silent in shock. Tenfold odds? Was he insane? One individual, fearing he might regret it, quickly replied, You said it, tenfold odds, no backing out. Absolutely no backing out. Great, I'll set up a public bank account for everyone to place their bets. Soon, that person created a public bank account, inviting others to wager. The spectators were beside themselves with excitement, eagerly placing their bets. Before long, the total amount wagered soared to 5 million. Gazing at the figure, the crowd couldn't help but mock. With 5 million at tenfold odds, that meant a potential loss of 50 million. He was surely setting himself up for disaster. Just as they were preparing to ridicule her further, their computer screens suddenly blacked out, followed by a single line of bold text flashing, Fools, see you in 3 days. The crowd was left speechless. How could that person have hacked their computers? Meanwhile, Lin Qiao exited the website, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. The task bonus amounts to 5 million, with a wager of the same sum, totaling an impressive 10 million. This assignment piqued her interest.
Subsequently,
She conducted a brief inquiry into the Golden King Award fighting competition. It turned out that this event was not an official international contest, but rather an entertainment competition orchestrated by underground gambling houses and various factions, primarily aimed at generating profit. The competition was set to take place in City B, and with only 3 days remaining, she needed to expedite her preparations. Preparation necessitated expenditure, and with her account devoid of funds, it was plausible that the original owner had some cash reserves. Thus, she rummaged through drawers and cabinets in search of money. However, after half an hour of searching, she unearthed a mere 250 yuan. Lin Qiao exclaimed, "This is utterly ridiculous." 3 days later, in City B, the annual Golden King Award fighting competition commenced at the municipal sports arena. On this day, the venue was teeming with spectators, and tickets at high prices were exceedingly hard to come by. Lin Qiao, accompanied by his underling Song Ko, weaved through the crowd, both brimming with excitement. The long-anticipated competition was finally upon them. How exhilarating! After a moment of enthusiasm, Song Ko, glancing at the enormous billboard featuring the champion Hong Liang, curiously inquired, "I wonder if the champion this time will be Hong Liang again?" Lin Qiao responded with unwavering confidence, "Of course. Hong Liang is forever my idol." Song Ko, with a more analytical perspective, countered, "Not necessarily. I've heard that many skilled fighters are participating this time, and victory is not guaranteed for him." Lin Qiao scoffed. Regardless of how many experts participate, no one could possibly defeat him. In jest, Song Ko teased, "What if someone does manage to defeat him? What then?" Lin Qiao retorted vehemently, "If someone were to win against him, I would call that person father." Just as those words escaped his lips, a mysterious figure suddenly darted past them. Chapter 40. Are you a clown sent by a monkey? Song Ko caught a glimpse and paused momentarily. That figure seemed somewhat familiar. Upon a closer look, the person had vanished into the throngs of people. Did I just imagine that? I think I saw your sister. Song Ko rubbed his eyes and murmured. Lin Qiao chuckled. You must be mistaken. My sister, with her love-struck mind, would never come to a place like this. When she has free time, she either revolves around that scumbag husband or indulges in shopping and watching mindless idol dramas. She would hardly appreciate a blood-pumping competition like this. After a moment's contemplation, Song Ko conceded. That does seem to be the case. He chuckled. I must have been seeing things. Checking the time on his phone, Lin Qiao urged him. Stop dawdling. The match is about to begin. Let's head in. With that, he hurriedly pulled Song Ko towards the arena. Meanwhile, Lin Qiao entered the sports arena and made her way to the backstage dressing room. Mr. Su, the liaison from the sponsors, approached her with a look of surprise. You're a girl? Lin Qiao shot him a glare and retorted coldly. What of it? There are no rules forbidding females from competing. The Golden King Award fighting competition is merely a civilian entertainment event, with no restrictions on the competitors. Anyone over the age of 16 with the requisite skills, regardless of gender, is welcome to participate. After scrutinizing her, Mr. Su muttered, There may be no such rule, but with your delicate frame, can you really manage? Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow, brimming with confidence. Whether or not I can will be revealed in due course. She then took the competition qualification certificate from him and proceeded to change into her fighting attire. Upon emerging from the dressing room clad in her red fighting gear, Mr. Su turned to look and was momentarily dazzled. She exuded an aura of formidable strength, appearing both beautiful and fierce. Although impressed, he remained skeptical. There is a hint of potential, but considering the opponent is the fighting king, if you falter, you can always withdraw. We have several reserve contestants. Lin Qiao, uninterested in further conversation, snorted dismissively and walked away. Mr. Su, observing her demeanor, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What an arrogant attitude. I'm eager to see how many rounds you can endure. Half an hour later, the fighting competition officially commenced. The audience was packed, many of whom had come to witness the fighting king, waving their flags and cheering excitedly, creating an electrifying atmosphere. However, the fighting king would only make his entrance during the final match. The preliminary rounds for the competitors were about to begin, consisting of 3 stages. Only those who successfully navigated all 3 would advance to the ultimate finals. Moreover, there was a unique rule. Earlier contestants were required to wear masks, with only the top 3 finalists permitted to reveal their identities. This distinctive regulation added an air of mystery to the participants, further piquing the audience's curiosity and enhancing the atmosphere. As the drum sounded, contestants number 1 and 2 entered the ring, commencing their battle. Lin Qiao's turn was further down the line, necessitating a lengthy wait. Once the matches commenced, she settled in the waiting area, observing the fervent fighting on stage. With the crowd erupting in cheers that even stirred the other contestants in the waiting area. In stark contrast, Lin Qiao appeared utterly uninterested, casually pulling out a piece of bubble gum and beginning to blow bubbles. Mr. Su, sitting beside her, was taken aback. What the? While other contestants are nervously watching the matches, you're here blowing bubbles. Lin Qiao glanced at him and calmly replied. There's no rule against blowing bubbles in the waiting area. Mr. Su was left speechless. This woman was far too nonchalant. Did she possess no sense of professionalism? He earnestly advised, others are observing their opponents, strategizing how to defeat them. You should at least take a moment to observe too. Lin Qiao lazily surveyed the fighters in the ring and the waiting area, dismissing them with a yawn. Just a bunch of muscle-bound gorillas. There's nothing worth observing. Mr. Su gasped in disbelief. She had the audacity to compare those skilled fighters to gorillas, deeming them unworthy of observation. Incredible. In the midst of his astonishment, Lin Qiao grew bored of blowing bubbles and decided to recline in her chair, falling sound asleep. Stunned, Mr. Su thought, Chapter 41. It's time to showcase true skill. Wow. She could actually sleep through such a tense competition. Was she here to compete or merely to play? At that moment, Mr. Su felt utterly defeated. The bounty hunter website was utterly unreliable. How could they assign such an individual to a task? What a calamity. Once the competition concluded, he would certainly urge his boss to refrain from posting tasks on that infuriating site ever again. Time ticked away, and the excitement of the matches intensified, with cheers rising like crashing waves. Yet, this did not affect Lin Qiao in the slightest. She slept soundly, her carefree posture surprisingly endearing. Mr. Su's mouth twitched in disbelief. Would she skip the competition altogether and sleep through it? How absurd. Before long, the loudspeaker announced Lin Qiao as contestant number. Mr. Su felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Just as he was about to wake Lin Qiao, she unexpectedly jolted awake, startling him greatly. To his astonishment, she had roused herself just in time. Ignoring Mr. Su's startled expression, Lin Qiao wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and quipped, after waiting for so long. It's finally my turn. With that, she stood up, stretched lazily, donned her mask, and strode confidently towards the arena. Mr. Su couldn't help but silently scoff at the rapid shift in her demeanor. However, he suspected she was destined to be swiftly defeated. He hoped she wouldn't suffer too badly. Upon reaching the ring, Lin Qiao faced off against a towering, muscular man with dark skin. One glance at his imposing physique hinted at his formidable strength. The man glanced at Lin Qiao and impatiently complained, "What's going on? They're letting a delicate woman fight me? Isn't that an insult?" Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him and retorted, "What's wrong with being a woman? I can make you cry just the same." The man scoffed, "Make me cry? You must be dreaming." As the gong sounded, signaling the start of the match, the man clenched his fists, casting a disdainful look at Lin Qiao, and boasted arrogantly, "Watch closely. In less than 10 seconds, I'll defeat you and make you call me daddy." Lin Qiao smirked, with such an arrogant attitude. "You might just suffer a backlash." The man snorted derisively, "Backlash? You're dreaming. Watch my fists." With a glint of malice in his eyes, he raised his fists and charged at Lin Qiao. However, unexpectedly, his foot slipped, and he lost his balance, crashing to the ground in front of her, instinctively shouting, "Daddy." The audience was left in stunned silence. What a twist. Just moments ago, he had boasted about making her call him daddy, and now he had fallen at her feet, exclaiming the very words he had threatened her with. His face must have been burning with embarrassment. The man was both furious and flustered. How could he have fallen and called her daddy? Lin Qiao cast a glance at the man sprawled on the ground, a sense of triumph swelling within her. Excellent. Her crow's mouth had worked its magic again. With a playful grin, she teased, "What a grand gesture. Get up, my obedient son." The moment she uttered the words obedient son, the audience erupted in laughter. The man, humiliated, sprang up, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Qiao, yelling, "You little brat. How dare you humiliate me? I'll make you pay." Fuming, he charged at Lin Qiao with a swing of his fist, but she deftly evaded him, retreating gracefully. The man, incensed, pressed forward, determined to amend his humiliation. Lin Qiao quickly backed away several meters until she reached the edge of the ring. The man, elated, proclaimed, "You have nowhere to run now. Prepare to meet your end." With a furious shout, he swung a punch toward her. At that moment, Lin Qiao suddenly sidestepped, causing the man to miss, and in his momentum, he stumbled forward and crashed into the railing, breaking it with a loud bang before tumbling off the stage to the ground below. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Chapter 42. Wow, a major social embarrassment unfolds. Good heavens! He just fell off the stage like that. How utterly ridiculous. The sight of him landing face first in the mud, but in the air, was too much for the audience to bear, and laughter erupted. The man, utterly mortified, scrambled to his feet, glaring at the calm and composed Lin Qiao still standing in the ring. You deceitful woman. You tricked me? Lin Qiao shrugged. I didn't deceive you. You fell because you overexerted yourself. Don't blame me. Fuming, the man climbed back onto the stage, intent on confronting Lin Qiao. However, before he could make a move, the referee rushed in, shouting, You fell off the stage, which disqualifies you from the match. Please leave. The man shouted back, I refuse to accept this. I was tricked by her. That round doesn't count. The referee dismissed his protests and had him removed from the ring. Once he was gone, the referee announced, Congratulations to this lady for advancing. The audience erupted into cheers and applause. Lin Qiao smiled graciously, acknowledging the crowd. Mr. Su, watching from below, was in disbelief. Wait. She advanced just like that? This is too easy. Soon, the first round concluded, and the competition moved into the second round. This time, Lin Qiao was called up earlier. Before she stepped onto the stage, Mr. Su earnestly advised her, Your advancement in the first round was purely luck. You faced a foolish opponent. However, you may not be so fortunate in the second round. You must be completely focused and give it your all. Otherwise, you might be the one facing defeat. Lin Qiao shot him an exasperated glance. Why are you rambling? I know what I'm doing. With that, she confidently ascended the ring. Mr. Su, feeling slighted, thought to himself, I'm just trying to help. And she calls me a nag. I'll wait and see if she can maintain her luck in this round. Meanwhile, in the arena, Lin Qiao's next opponent was yet another burly man, referred to as AK by the staff. AK, a friend of the previous man, seethed with anger as he recalled his friend's elimination. You vile woman, how dare you deceive my brother and get him eliminated? I will avenge him and make you pay. AK clenched his fists, brimming with rage. Lin Qiao regarded his fury and coldly scoffed, with a mouth like that, even a dog would be less foul. AK, infuriated by her comparison, charged at her with a kick. Lin Qiao quickly retreated, narrowly dodging his attack, but he followed up with another kick. Realizing he was skilled in leg techniques, Lin Qiao noted his ferocity. His intent was clearly to injure her as revenge. Such brutality reflected a dark heart. As she evaded his strikes, a thought flashed through her mind, and she calmly remarked, Oh, your leg skills are impressive, but with such force. Be careful, you don't pull a muscle. Hearing her words, AK retorted angrily, My legs are just fine. You're the one who will pull a muscle. After a few more insults, he launched a sweeping kick at Lin Qiao, but mid-strike, his leg unexpectedly cramped, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground, splitting his legs awkwardly apart. Unprepared for the sudden fall, the sound of tearing fabric echoed as his pants split. The audience gasped in astonishment before someone shouted, Wow, look. His pants have ripped. Chapter 43. Lin Qiao, the fortunate one. Instantly, all eyes turned to AK's torn pants. To everyone's surprise, he was wearing bright red underwear adorned with a little elephant. The crowd roared with laughter at the sight of such a fearsome man wearing such whimsical undergarments. AK, mortified, scrambled to his feet, desperately covering his torn pants with his hands. He had never imagined that a simple fall would expose his peculiar taste in underwear. This was truly a major social faux pas. His embarrassment had reached new heights. Lin Qiao couldn't help but chuckle at AK's predicament. She merely expressed her disdain for his cruel heart, casually invoking her crow's beak skill. Little did she anticipate that he would actually suffer such a humiliating mishap, leaving him utterly mortified. AK shot her a furious glare, cursing, Vile woman, what are you staring at? After his outburst, he lost all interest in continuing the match. Amidst a chorus of jeers, he awkwardly covered his trousers, hastily leaping from the platform and fleeing like a scared rabbit. The referee called out in exasperation, Hey, leaving the arena without permission will result in disqualification. But by the time his words reached him, the man was already far away, leaving the referee in a state of embarrassment. Well, given that he had voluntarily forfeited his right to compete, there was little more to be said. Thus, he announced to the crowd that Lin Qiao had advanced to the next round. Immediately, a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Mr. Su, who had been waiting to witness Lin Qiao's downfall, was left dumbfounded. What? She advanced just like that? The circumstances of her advancement were indeed peculiar. After Lin Qiao stepped down from the stage, Mr. Su approached her, teasingly remarking, "You are quite fortunate, encountering two opponents as foolish as pigs in both matches." Lin Qiao smiled wryly. "Indeed, I am lucky." Mr. Su scoffed, warning her once more, "Advancing through 2 rounds is already an extraordinary stroke of luck. The 3rd round will truly feature skilled combatants. You may not be so fortunate this time." However, reality swiftly dealt Mr. Su a blow. In the 3rd round, Lin Qiao's opponent fell ill and had to withdraw, allowing Lin Qiao to advance directly to the ultimate finals. Upon hearing this news, Mr. Su's jaw dropped in astonishment. What? She got a free pass to advance? This luck of hers was utterly outrageous. Lin Qiao met his incredulous gaze and grinned. "Yes, my luck is just that good." Observing her joyous expression, Mr. Su couldn't help but internally scoff. Goodness! In all the years of the Golden King Awards, he had never encountered someone with such preposterous luck. She hardly fought and yet advanced to the ultimate finals. Her fortune was truly remarkable. Soon, news of Lin Qiao's unchallenged advancement spread throughout the audience, igniting a fervor. While others toiled relentlessly for a chance to reach the ultimate finals, number 56 effortlessly advanced without lifting a finger, an enviable stroke of luck indeed. Her earlier rounds had also been remarkably easy. Truly, one could say she was the very embodiment of fortune. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Lin Qiao, seated among the spectators, disdainfully scoffed. Someone who advances purely by luck will be swiftly defeated by the fighting king in the finals. Song Ku pondered for a moment before countering. That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps her good fortune will continue, and she might just claim the championship. Lin Qiao shot him a dismissive look, indignantly retorting, "Nonsense. My idol, Hong Liang, is far too formidable to be bested by a mere woman." Song Ku winked, teasing, "What if she actually defeats him?" Lin Qiao's expression darkened as he declared, "If that happens, I shall reverse my surname." Song Ku quipped, "But if you reverse it, it still reads Lin, doesn't it?" Lin Qiao. Suddenly, a thought crossed Song Ku's mind as he grinned. "Then let us do it as before. Whoever defeats the fighting king will be referred to as your father, and you shall hand over your allowance for the month to that person." Lin Qiao shot him a cold glare. "Humph. A wager is a wager. Who is afraid of whom?" As they exchanged banter, the arena erupted with excitement. Someone shouted with glee, "Ah, look! The fighting king has arrived." Chapter 44. The thrilling ultimate finals begin. Lin Qiao and Song Ku turned to see the fighting king, Hong Liang, accompanied by several assistants, striding toward them. Hong Liang possessed a commanding square jaw, towering at nearly 2 meters, his physique robust and muscular, with a sun-kissed complexion exuding a wild charm. His mere presence captivated the audience, who erupted into a frenzy of cheers. "Fighting king! Fighting king will prevail! The fighting king is the best!" The cheers grew louder, reverberating like thunder and causing the ground to tremble. Lin Qiao and Song Ku, caught up in the fervor, joined in the chorus. Hong Liang glanced at the ecstatic crowd, waving his hand with a proud smirk. One of his assistants, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Boss, look at how passionate your fans are. They're all here to see you claim victory." Hong Liang chuckled, confident that he was destined to seize the championship in this competition. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, the other contestants were a mix of excitement and nervousness upon seeing the fighting king. Lin Qiao remained unfazed, remarking, "So, that's the fighting king, Hong Liang? In person, he resembles an even more imposing gorilla than in photographs." Mr. Su's lip twitched as he couldn't help but retort, "The female audience adores him as a god. Yet you liken him to a gorilla." Lin Qiao pouted. With his dark skin, elongated face, and robust build, he undeniably resembles a gorilla, an exceedingly arrogant one at that. Mr. Su mused that if Hong Liang were to overhear Lin Qiao's comments, he would likely faint from indignation. Sighing, he decided not to engage further with her dubious tastes in aesthetics. After reassuring himself, Mr. Su sternly warned Lin Qiao, "This man is formidable. You would do well to approach him with seriousness and caution. Otherwise, when you face him in combat, it will be a most embarrassing defeat." Lin Qiao shot him a cold glance, uninterested in his admonitions, and turned away to drink water. Mr. Su, irked by her dismissal, grumbled, "Damn it. Ignoring me again. Humph. If you end up getting pummeled by Han Liang, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he stormed off. Soon, the ultimate finals of the Golden King Awards commenced. From the previous 3 rounds, 10 contestants advanced, and per the rules, they would draw lots to challenge the fighting king. Han Liang, in turn. To everyone's surprise, Lin Qiao drew the number 1 slot. Upon seeing her draw, Mr. Su let out a chuckle. The first contestant to challenge the fighting king is typically seen as cannon fodder. It seems your luck has run out. Other contestants cast pitying glances at Lin Qiao. She glanced back at them, her expression unfazed. Who becomes cannon fodder is still uncertain. With that, she grasped her number and confidently strode toward the arena. Her demeanor stylish and impressive. As she stepped onto the stage, the audience gasped in astonishment.
What?
The first challenger against the fighting king is number 56?
Indeed.
Wasn't T number 56 supposed to be the child of luck? Logically, she ought to have been the last to compete, so why was she the first? This merely indicated that her good fortune had reached its limit. She was about to meet her downfall. Naturally, luck holds no value against the fighting king. The crowd buzzed with speculation, all eagerly awaiting the spectacle. As the fighting king, Han Liang, ascended the stage, he regarded the delicate Lin Qiao with a glint of disdain in his eyes and arrogantly proclaimed, "They say you advanced through luck in the 3 rounds. But now your opponent is me. I advise you to cease dreaming that fortune will continue to favor you." Lin Qiao scoffed, retorting, "Luck is irrelevant. I truly do not care." The 2 previous contenders had appeared utterly foolish. She simply couldn't be bothered to engage them and resorted to her crow's beak skill instead. Seeing her audacious demeanor, Han Liang's disdain only deepened. "Such arrogance in your words. It seems you are asking for a lesson. I shall soon show you the consequences of your bravado." As he clenched his fist, an overwhelming aura of menace surged forth from his being. In that instant, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Chapter 45. The slap in the face arrived with the swiftness of a sandstorm. Lin Qiao cast a fearless glance at him and coldly remarked, "Why all the unnecessary chatter? If you wish to strike, then do so." Han Liang's lips twitched. How dare she accuse him of rambling? Infuriating. He was known for his brevity, and never had anyone dared to label him as verbose. Such an audacious woman. Before he could articulate his icy retort, Han Liang launched an assault, aiming a powerful punch at Lin Qiao's abdomen. His speed was blinding, and the force behind his blow was tremendous. Should it connect, it would surely leave her grievously injured. At the moment his fist descended, Lin Qiao deftly sidestepped, evading his strike with remarkable agility, then seized his arm and executed a swift shoulder throw, sending Han Liang crashing to the ground.
Wow.
The audience erupted in a chorus of gasps. My goodness! Han Liang had been thrown down. That petite woman had actually overpowered a man towering at nearly 6.5 feet. Such strength was astonishing. In that moment, the crowd began to regard Lin Qiao with newfound respect. On the platform, Han Liang, having been thrown to the ground, was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that after just one exchange, Lin Qiao would best him. Locking eyes with her fierce gaze, he realized he could no longer underestimate her. He swiftly regained his feet and, with a stern expression, said to Lin Qiao, "I didn't expect you to possess such skill. However, this is merely the beginning. What follows will be the real contest." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he attacked once more. This time, he unleashed a barrage of Muay Thai strikes, his fists raining down with a ferocity and speed that was relentless. A powerful aura emanated from him, his presence commanding the attention of all. The audience erupted in excited screams.
Ah!
The fighting king is so handsome and formidable. Among the spectators, Lin Qiao joined in the fervor, shouting, "The fighting king is so impressive, so powerful, so incredible. Go for it." Beside him, Song Ke scrutinized the woman facing off against Han Liang. A sense of familiarity washing over him. He couldn't help but ponder, why does that fighter wearing number 56 seem so familiar? "Hey, Chuwa, do you feel the same?" He nudged Lin Qiao, only to be brushed aside with impatience. "In my eyes, there is only my idol, Han Liang. Who cares about that number 56? Who clearly stumbled into the finals by sheer luck." Hearing this, Song Ke relented. "All right, I won't press further. Let's just focus on the match." His gaze returned to the arena, where the clash was intensifying. Han Liang's Muay Thai was executed with remarkable finesse, each strike aimed at critical points, resembling a ferocious tiger. Fierce and terrifying. Typically, Any skilled fighter would tremble before such a ferocious onslaught, responding with utmost caution, yet Lin Qiao remained unflustered, initially adopting a defensive stance,
retreating step by step.
As the crowd observed her continuous retreat, they began to mock her. As expected, she only got here through luck. She's being utterly dominated by Hong Liang. One voice scoffed, prompting others to chime in. However, the tides swiftly turned. No matter how Hong Liang attacked, not only did he fail to land a blow on Lin Qiao, but he couldn't even graze the hem of her clothing. Gradually, the laughter subsided, and a sense of tension gripped the audience. Even Hong Liang felt the pressure. Why was he unable to touch her? This was utterly bizarre. In his growing anxiety, he intensified his assault. Just then, Lin Qiao struck back. Employing Tai Chi, her movements were fluid and appeared slow, yet with each maneuver, she found her mark on Hong Liang. He was first struck on the shoulder, then the chest, the abdomen, the thigh, and finally, she launched a sudden punch toward his face. With a resounding thud, Hong Liang was sent flying, exclaiming in shock as he landed awkwardly on the ground. At that moment, the audience erupted into a cacophony of astonished gasps. Good heavens! Hong Liang had been knocked down by her. Upon closer inspection of the arena floor, the spectators were astonished to find that she had traced a large yin-yang Tai Chi diagram on the surface. Her position marked the center of the yang side, while Hong Liang lay in the center of the yin. Incredible! The crowd was once again filled with gasps of amazement. Those who had anticipated Lin Qiao's downfall were left reeling. Chapter 46. The taste of being struck in the face. They had thought she was merely a novice, but it turned out she was a champion. Astonishing. Hong Liang, too, was taken aback by Lin Qiao's extraordinary martial prowess. I never imagined you were such a master. Lin Qiao crossed her arms, a smirk gracing her lips as she inquired. Do you wish to continue? Of course I do, he retorted angrily, attempting to rise in order to redeem himself, but to his dismay, he found himself suddenly paralyzed. What is happening? Why can't I move? Hong Liang exclaimed in shock. Lin Qiao smiled knowingly, saying, It's quite simple. Each of my strikes targeted your pressure points. It is only natural that you find yourself unable to move. Hong Liang gaped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that she possessed the long-lost art of pressure point striking. How could you possibly master such profound techniques? He asked, bewildered. Lin Qiao replied nonchalantly, Naturally, my master taught me. Who is your master? Hong Liang pressed eagerly. Lin Qiao scoffed. Why should I tell you? Besides, even if I did, you wouldn't be able to find them. In her previous world, even if he knew her master's name, he would be unable to track them down. Hong Liang, not wanting to push further, sighed in resignation. Fine, if you don't wish to say, then so be it. With that, he called for the referee and explained the situation. Upon observing Lin Qiao, the referee's eyes widened in astonishment. She has won, I have lost. Please announce the result. Hong Liang declared decisively. The referee nodded and, with palpable excitement, announced to the crowd, Hong Liang is unable to stand. In this round, our fighter number 56 has emerged victorious. She is the newly crowned fighting queen. As these words echoed, the audience was initially struck by disbelief, but then erupted into a fervor.
Wow!
Hong Liang has been defeated, and a new fighting king has been born. Fighter number 56 is incredible. From now on, I shall be her devoted fan. I, too, have switched allegiances. She is my goddess. Amidst the uproar, however, Lin Haochu felt discontent. What? That number 56 actually defeated my idol. This is utterly unfathomable. San Ke glanced at him, explaining, It's not that strange. After all, there will always be someone stronger out there. Hong Liang could not possibly dominate the fighting realm forever. Then a thought struck him, and he teased, Chugua? Remember when you swore that if anyone defeated Hong Liang, you'd call them father and surrender this month's allowance to them? Lin Haochu flushed with embarrassment. Oh no, does this mean I now have to acknowledge a new father? On the platform, Lin Qiao released Hong Liang's pressure points and cast him an appreciative glance. To concede so decisively is the mark of a true man. Hong Liang smiled, responding with sincerity, I have always let my abilities speak for themselves. I do not resort to underhanded tactics. A loss is a loss. Indeed, quite commendable. Lin Qiao praised him. At that moment, the referee rushed before Lin Qiao, fervently imploring, Great one, might you remove your mask so we can behold your visage? Lin Qiao calmly declined. No need to unmask. Let us maintain the air of mystery. With that, She gracefully waved to the crowd and swiftly descended from the arena. In that instant, both Hong Liang and the referee were left astounded. Goodness! She actually refused to unveil her face. It is well known that had she chosen to remove her mask, it would have caused a sensation, catapulting her into overnight fame as a superstar in the fighting realm. At that juncture, prestige, wealth, and power would flow to her abundantly. How many would yearn for such an opportunity? Yet she chose to forego it. Amidst the astonished gazes, Lin Qiao's lips curled into a smile. Contemplating that exposure indeed brings immense advantages, but it would be detrimental to her future endeavors. After all, she was not yet ready to reveal her true prowess. At that moment, Mr. Su jogged over, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "You are incredible, my esteemed one." Lin Qiao glanced at his sycophantic demeanor and recalled his previous disdain for her, teasingly inquired, "So, did you find the blows to your face painful?" Mr. Su was taken aback. This formidable figure possessed quite the sharp tongue. Just as he was about to defend himself, Lin Qiao, uninterested in his excuses, waved him off and stated, "Spare me the nonsense. Just transfer the payment to my account." After saying this, she turned to leave when Hong Liang suddenly chased after her, asking, "Great one, could you reveal your identity to me?" Chapter 47. The mastermind behind the scenes turns out to be him. Lin Qiao turned to him, a smile gracing her lips, and replied, "Please call me number 56. Hong Liang was momentarily stunned. Instead of revealing her name, she directly stated her identification number. It seemed she was determined to uphold her enigmatic persona to the very end. Hong Liang wished to inquire further, but upon regaining his composure, he noticed Lin Qiao had already vanished into the distance. Observing her poised and spirited silhouette, Hong Liang felt a surge of admiration. Despite her formidable abilities, she remained indifferent to fame and fortune, refusing to overshadow anyone. Truly a remarkable woman. He glanced at Mr. Su beside him and curiously asked, "Sir, you must be her assistant. Could you share some information about her?" Mr. Su shook his head repeatedly. "That is not permissible. We are bound by a confidentiality agreement and cannot divulge her information." Previously, when they accepted a mission on the hacker forum, they had signed a confidentiality agreement forbidding either party from prying into each other's secrets or disclosing any information to others. Upon hearing this, Hong Liang did not press further, yet his curiosity about Lin Qiao only deepened. "Please convey to her that I wish to befriend her. Here is my personal business card." Hong Liang handed his card to Mr. Su. Mr. Su nodded, taking the card and turning to leave. After walking a short distance, he retrieved his phone to message his boss. "Boss, the task has been completed. Please process the payment." His boss quickly replied, "Understood, payment will be made promptly." After sending the message, Mr. Su felt elated. This mission had been executed flawlessly, and the elusive benefactor behind the scenes would surely be pleased. Meanwhile, in the heart of City B, at the Long Corporation building, on the 28th floor, in the president's office, a large LCD television displayed the King of Fighters tournament. Upon witnessing the fighting champion Hong Liang defeated by a girl, the young president of the Long Corporation, Long Yanbai, was incensed.
Shit.
"I spent so much money supporting Hong Liang, and he lost to a woman." On the opposite couch, Li Tingzhou sat upright, observing the furious Long Yanbai, and smirked, saying, "I mentioned before that Hong Liang could not win indefinitely. After all, talent is ever renewing, and there are always stronger contenders." Long Yanbai shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing, "Now you choose to be sarcastic. This is no mere sarcasm. It pertains to our wager. As per our agreement, since Hong Liang has lost, your Long Corporation must sell that parcel of land on the outskirts of the capital to my Li Corporation." Li Tingzhou sipped his coffee, a smile gracing his face as he uttered this statement. It turned out that previously, when the Li family negotiated with the Long family regarding a business deal, the Long family had consistently refused to sell that land. To secure the acquisition, Li Tingzhou had proposed to Long Yanbai a week prior that if anyone could defeat the fighting champion Hong Liang at the King of Fighters tournament, then the Long Corporation would agree to sell the land to the Li Corporation. Conversely, if no one could defeat him, the Li family would cease to pursue the land and would even sign a significant contract with them. Long Yanbai, being a fervent supporter of Hong Liang, readily agreed to the wager. To enhance the odds of winning, Li Tingzhou devised a plan to have a third-party company, unrelated to the Li Corporation, post on the hacker forum, inviting skilled fighters to challenge Hong Liang. The owner of the third-party company then posted the task, and coincidentally, Lin Qiao accepted it. This meant that, in reality, Li Tingzhou was the mastermind behind the task. However, since a third-party company was involved, Lin Qiao did not interfere with the hacker forum's matters, and the personnel there did not recognize Lin Qiao, conveniently avoiding any awkwardness. Long Yanbai, upon recalling the wager, was filled with indignation. He had specifically invited Lin Qiao to City B to witness the King of Fighters tournament, intending to see Hong Liang win and humiliate Lin Qiao, yet unexpectedly. Hong Liang lost, and it was he who was left embarrassed. Infuriating indeed. However, a loss is a loss. Regardless of his dissatisfaction, he must concede. With a disgruntled expression, he stated, "Since we established the wager, I will not go back on my word. You may have that land on the outskirts of the capital." Lin Qiao smiled, promptly requesting his assistant to bring forth the contract for him to sign. After Long Yanbai signed the contract, he tossed the pen aside, grumbling in frustration. This is absurd. Hong Liang used to be unbeatable. How could he lose to that woman? That woman knows how to counter his Muay Thai with Tai Chi, showcasing her exceptional strength and intellect. After praising Lin Qiao, as he replayed the match, he watched her duel against Hong Liang and increasingly felt a sense of familiarity. Why does her figure seem so recognizable? I feel as though I have seen her somewhere before. Chapter 48. The mischievous brother bouncing everywhere. Lin Qiao pondered for a moment, but could not discern the reason, and subsequently abandoned the thought. The contract was signed, the wager concluded, and it was time for him to depart. Lin Qiao stood, bid farewell to Long Yanbai, and exited the office. Long Yanbai watched Lin Qiao's departing figure with a darkened gaze, his eyes filled with rage. An assistant approached, attempting to console him. "Young master, let it go. Do not be angry. Winning and losing are part of the game. Hong Liang losing once is not a significant matter." Long Yanbai gritted his teeth, angrily retorting, "I understand the logic, but something about this situation feels off. Hong Liang never loses, yet the moment I bet against Lin Qiao, he falters. There must be something amiss." The assistant's expression grew serious as he speculated. Could it be that the Li family has meddled? Long Yanbai's eyes darkened as he replied, "It is quite possible. Investigate this number 56. Understood." The assistant nodded and departed. Long Yanbai gazed at Lin Qiao on the live broadcast, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. This matter is far from over. We shall see. At the stadium, the King of Fighters tournament was in full swing. After defeating the formidable fighting king, Hong Liang, Lin Qiao was bestowed with the esteemed title of the new fighting king. The upcoming matches would determine the contenders for the second and third places. However, these matters held no significance for Lin Qiao. She proceeded to the backstage to collect her prize, then made her way to the changing room to don a different outfit, intending to leave discreetly. As she was about to exit the changing room, she was met with a throng of individuals at the door, comprising media reporters and spies from other teams. It was quite obvious that they were eager to uncover her true identity and profit from it. A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Qiao's eyes. Blocking her way was futile. Without hesitation, she approached the innermost window of the changing room, flung it open, and deftly leaped out. Upon exiting the changing room, Lin Qiao donned a black mask and quietly slipped out through the back door of the arena. However, just as she emerged, two figures unexpectedly rushed towards her from the opposite direction, intercepting her. Lin Qiao squinted and was taken aback to discover that it was Lin Haochu and Song Ke. Lin Haochu, with a smug grin, remarked, "See? My predictions were spot on. I knew number 56 would sneak out through the back door." Guarding the spot was indeed a wise choice. Song Ke couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at him, saying, "Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to be so clever this time." Lin Haochu smirked, proudly declaring, "Of course, after all, I've been munching on walnuts for a week. How could my brain not function well?" Lin Qiao regarded the two suddenly appeared clowns with a stern gaze and beckoned them with a finger. "Come here, you two." They exchanged curious glances and leaned in closer. In that moment, Lin Qiao seized their ears and scolded, "You little rascals. Have you grown so bold as to dare follow me?" The two yelped in pain, hastily begging for mercy. Ignoring their pleas, Lin Qiao dragged them into the narrow alley across the street before releasing them. Lin Haochu and Song Ke immediately began rubbing their sore ears. Lin Haochu couldn't help but complain, "You were way too rough. You nearly pulled our ears off. Being so fierce, you should be careful not to end up single. Why are you tugging my ear again? Help! Help my foot!" Lin Qiao swatted at him, removed her mask, and indignantly retorted, "I'm your sister. What's wrong with pulling your ear?" Upon realizing who she was, Lin Haochu and Song Ke were left in stunned silence. Heavens! Lin Qiao is actually number 56. Oh my goodness. The new fighting king who defeated Han Liang is my sister? Am I dreaming? After exclaiming in shock, Lin Qiao pinched Song Ke's arm. Why are you pinching me? Song Ke exclaimed in pain. Lin Qiao, upon seeing his distressed expression, suddenly realized, so this isn't a dream. Song Ke, now fully awake, chimed in excitedly, wow, my sister is really the new fighting king. That's incredible. Lin Qiao glanced at the two overly enthusiastic fools and asked with a hint of annoyance, aren't you both in the capital?
What brings you here to follow me?
Lin Qiao explained, we came to watch the match, of course. Song Ke quickly recounted their wager to Lin Qiao. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiao chuckled, so, third brother, does this mean you're going to call me dad? Lin Qiao blushed and hastily denied, that's not true. Don't listen to his nonsense. Song Ke laughed. Relishing the moment, brother Qiao, don't deny it. I have it all recorded. Should I play it for sister Qiao? Lin Qiao frantically tried to stop him, then, in resignation, said, fine, I admit it. Song Ke teased, then hurry up and call sister Qiao dad. Lin Qiao's lips twitched, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. This was far too embarrassing. Lin Qiao, meanwhile, showed no mercy, crossing her arms and lifting her chin, clearly waiting for him to comply. Lin Qiao couldn't help but retort, you don't actually want me to call you dad, do you? You are my sister. Lin Qiao shot him a disdainful glance and replied earnestly, a bet is a bet. Even though I'm your sister, I won't show favoritism. Come on, call me dad. Lin Qiao was instantly petrified. This sister was remarkably principled. Yet calling her dad was out of the question. How could he maintain his reputation, if that got out? He pleaded, calling you dad would be confusing the generation. How about this? From now on, I'll share half of my pocket money with you. And I'll follow your every command. What do you say? He even clasped his hands together and winked at Lin Qiao, adorably pleading, please. Please. Seeing his desperate attempt, Lin Qiao relented. All right, but from now on, you must do whatever I say. Lin Qiao's heart soared with joy as he nodded vigorously. Okay. Song Ke, witnessing their reconciliation, quickly joined in, sister Qiao, I'll be your devoted fan from now on. Whatever you ask, I'll do it. Lin Qiao was pleased very well. If you follow me well, there will be benefits in store for you. Both nodded enthusiastically. Then Lin Qiao, recalling something, curiously asked Lin Qiao, hey sis, how did you get so strong? Who taught you those amazing skills? Lin Qiao chuckled, delivering a classic response. None of your business. Lin Qiao, having no desire to engage further, Lin Qiao turned to leave. Lin Qiao hurriedly followed, asking, sis, where are you going? Lin Qiao replied, I'm hungry. I'm going out for a feast. Lin Qiao and Song Ke's eyes lit up as they eagerly followed her. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at a grand restaurant where Lin Qiao generously treated them to a celebratory meal. After their meal, Lin Qiao inquired, sis, we have afternoon tickets back to the capital. Will you join us? Lin Qiao shook her head. No, the scenery in B City is quite nice. I plan to stay here for a couple more days before heading back. The thought of enjoying herself outside was far more appealing than returning to face the scoundrel.
Li Zhan.
With money in her pocket, she intended to indulge in delicious food and revel in life for the next couple of days. With this in mind, Lin Qiao felt a wave of joy wash over her. After leaving the restaurant, as Lin Qiao bid farewell to Lin Qiao, he cautioned her, sis, be careful when you're out alone. Song Ke chimed in teasingly. With skills like sister Qiao's, she's more likely to bully others than be bullied. Lin Qiao, reflecting on this, realized that with such prowess, who would dare to trouble her? Thus, the two departed with peace of mind. After parting ways with them, Lin Qiao strolled through the nearby streets. After a while, feeling rather bored, she checked her phone and realized it was only 2 in the afternoon. With plenty of daylight left, she needed to find something to occupy her time. Before long, she arrived at a nearby construction site where a building was being erected. A sign announcing job openings was posted, seeking workers to carry bricks. Watching the laborers at work, Lin Qiao couldn't help but reminisce about her past experiences. In her childhood, her master often sent her and her fellow disciples down the mountain to work at construction sites, allowing them to build strength, cultivate resilience, and earn pocket money, all at once. Thus, every time they descended the mountain to carry bricks, their joy was palpable. Upon reflection, she found herself nostalgically yearning for those blissful days of labor. Lin Qiao's heart fluttered with increasing excitement as she resolved without hesitation to join the bricklifting team, simultaneously reminiscing about her childhood while stretching her limbs. An hour later, a luxury vehicle approached from the opposite direction. Li Tingzhou sat in the back seat, preoccupied with thoughts of defeating that female competitor, Hong Liang. That woman seemed strangely familiar. Who did she resemble? It was almost as if she bore a resemblance to Lin Qiao. Just as this notion flickered through his mind, he promptly dismissed it. Good heavens! How could he even think of Lin Qiao in such a context? That delicate young lady could hardly manage household chores. How could she possibly possess such strength? His mind was indeed becoming increasingly unhinged, obsessively fixated on that woman. Enough of this. Li Tingzhou sighed in relief and turned to gaze out the window. As his eyes swept across the construction site, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that the woman lifting bricks was indeed Lin Qiao. Li Tingzhou. What on earth? Lin Qiao was actually at the construction site hauling bricks. Chapter 50 is the delicate young lady's persona on the brink of collapse. What in the world? Wasn't she supposed to be at the Li family villa in the capital? How did she end up here at the construction site? Zhao Bai, the assistant driving, also noticed Lin Qiao laboring on the site and exclaimed, "Masterly, look. That woman resembles the young mistress." The corners of Li Tingzhou's mouth twitched as he coldly replied, "It's not a resemblance. It is her." "Stop the car." Zhao Bai quickly pulled over, perplexed. "Master, why is the mistress, who should be comfortably resting at the villa, suddenly here laboring?" Li Tingzhou, exasperated, retorted, "I'm not her intestinal parasite. How would I know why she is here?" This woman had become increasingly peculiar. Suddenly, a thought crossed Zhao Bai's mind, and he grew anxious. "Master, could it be that the young mistress encountered a terrifying human trafficker and was brought here to work?" Li Tingzhou observed Lin Qiao, who was happily working at the construction site, and scoffed, "You're overthinking it. If she were truly abducted, she wouldn't be so cheerful." Zhao Bai was left bewildered. If the young mistress hasn't been abducted, then why is she here lifting bricks? Li Tingzhou, uninterested in his musings, opened the car door and alighted. Rather than speculate aimlessly, it would be more prudent to simply ask her. Meanwhile, on Lin Qiao's end, the labor of lifting bricks rekindled her childhood joy, and she became increasingly elated as she worked. She possessed considerable strength. Hauling bricks and carrying bags of cement was a trivial task for her. As she lifted 2 bags of cement, intending to carry them to a corner behind her, she turned around and was startled to see Li Tingzhou and his assistant Zhao Bai, giving her quite the shock. "Goodness! How did these two suddenly appear here?" Li Tingzhou and Zhao Bai were equally taken aback. The seemingly delicate Lin Qiao managed to lift a bag of cement with one hand, appearing remarkably at ease, as if she were simply carrying 2 shopping bags. Zhao Bai exclaimed, "Wow, young mistress, you're incredibly strong. You can lift a bag of cement with one hand." A single bag of cement weighed 100 pounds, a feat he couldn't manage even with both hands. To think the young mistress could lift one with ease was nothing short of astounding. Lin Qiao then became aware of the cement bag in her hand, her mouth twitching as she hastily discarded it. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Was her delicate young lady persona on the verge of collapse? No. An idea struck Lin Qiao, and she swiftly changed her expression, striding over to Li Tingzhou with a gentle demeanor. "Husband, what brings you here?" Li Tingzhou cast her a sidelong glance, responding coldly, "I'm here for business. What are you doing here?" Lin Qiao blinked innocently and confessed, "I came here to lift bricks." Li Tingzhou was somewhat surprised by her straightforward admission. Zhao Bai, puzzled, inquired, "Young mistress, why would you leave the villa as comfort to come here to labor? Isn't that just inviting hardship?" To an outsider, it might appear as though she had been sold into servitude by unscrupulous individuals, forced to toil here. Unfazed, Lin Qiao replied without a hint of embarrassment, "I came here to lift bricks for my husband, of course." Li Tingzhou furrowed his brow. "For me?" "Yes." Lin Qiao lowered her head bashfully, cheeks flushed as she explained, "You see, I wanted to prepare a gift for you. But I've spent all the money in my account recently and felt too embarrassed to ask my family for more. So I decided to take up a job." With sincerity in her demeanor and earnestness in her eyes, Zhao Bai was instantly moved, and even Li Tingzhou felt a flicker of emotion. While her reasoning for coming to the construction site to lift bricks in order to buy him a gift sounded absurd, the conviction in her voice imbued it with a persuasive quality that tugged at his heartstrings. However, at that moment, the familiar electronic voice of the domineering woman resurfaced. "Oh my, what a ridiculous excuse. Look at their expressions. It seems they believe her. TSK, are they really that foolish? If I sold them, would they happily count the money for me? They're both quite handsome. If sold to a male escort establishment, they should fetch a good price. Hearing these thoughts, Li Tingzhou's lips twitched, and the flicker of emotion he had felt just moments before vanished. That insufferable woman, deceiving them and calling them foolish, plotting to sell them to a male escort establishment. How audacious. Yet, what frustrated him further was that he had momentarily been swayed by her web of lies. Had he truly become so foolish? Li Tingzhou felt a surge of irritation, letting out a cold laugh as he asked Lin Qiao, "Do you think I would believe your words?" Chapter 51. Should I give or withhold this black card? Lin Qiao blinked her beautiful eyes, feigning innocence as she asked, "Husband, why don't you believe me? Look, my hands are swollen from lifting bricks." She vigorously rubbed her palms before extending them toward him. Both glanced down and indeed, her hands were red and swollen. Zhao Bai immediately felt a pang of sympathy. "Young mistress, you've truly endured hardship." He turned to Li Tingzhou, saying, "Master, look. The young mistress is genuinely sincere." Li Tingzhou shot a glance at his naive assistant, chuckling to himself, thinking, did he really think he was blind? Her palms were red from her own rubbing. However, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on why she suddenly decided to lift bricks. This woman had been acting increasingly erratically of late, even going so far as to order 50 male escorts in one go at a club. Coming to a construction site to lift bricks was already a minor issue. Ignoring Lin Qiao's swollen hands, he posed the question he was most concerned about. "Now tell me, why did you secretly follow me to B City?" Lin Qiao, playing coy, explained, "I thought to surprise you with a gift, so I followed you to B City." While her words suggested one thing, her mind was racing with sarcastic retorts. "What kind of surprise is that? You two fools have given me quite a fright," she exclaimed. "Why do you question my presence in B City? Is it your home? Can only you come here?" She continued, "I've run out of money and came here to take on a side job. Once I finish, I thought I might earn some pocket money by moving bricks and relive some childhood fun. Is that so unreasonable?" Upon hearing her tirade, Li Tingzhou furrowed his brow. It turned out this woman had come to B City to earn some extra cash. But what was this nonsense about moving bricks for childhood amusement? They had known each other since childhood, and she had always complained about being tired even when asked to do household chores. It seemed her mind was becoming increasingly irrational. After mentally berating her, Li Tingzhou deliberately played along, asking, "What surprise have you secretly prepared?" He was eager to see what kind of fabrication she would concoct this time. Lin Qiao cleverly replied, "How annoying. I've already said it's a surprise, so naturally, I can't let you know."
She sneered inwardly, "Huh?
"You think you can ask me for surprise? You barged in and interrupted my work. All I want now is to smash your head and give you a fright." Li Tingzhou thought, this damned woman is indeed up to no good. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Bai, the innocent onlooker, was deeply touched. "Madam, you are so thoughtful." Lin Qiao smiled and said, "It's nothing. For my beloved husband, I am willing to endure any hardship." She gazed at Li Tingzhou with affection. And Zhao Bai was once again moved. Madam truly loves the young master. Li Tingzhou, however, scoffed inwardly. What a pretentious woman. With so many spectators around, he didn't want to argue with her. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Qiao quickly interrupted him, explaining, "Darling, I still need to work and earn money. So you all should get back to your own tasks." Li Tingzhou's expression darkened. She actually intended to continue moving bricks. Before he could stop her, Zhao Bai spoke up first. "Madam, you should stop. It's too tiring. How much do you need? I'll lend it to you." Lin Qiao immediately refused. "How could I borrow your money? That would be inappropriate." She then turned to Li Tingzhou, thinking, look, even the assistant is willing to lend money, yet you, a miser, refuse to give a penny to your wife. Li Tingzhou was infuriated. This damned woman was actually cursing him as a miser in her thoughts. He reached into his pocket, intending to pull out a black card and throw it in her face, allowing her to spend freely. But her inner voice echoed again. "What are you looking at? Not satisfied, are you? If you have the guts, throw a black card at my face and let me spend it freely." Li Tingzhou's lips twitched, and he immediately returned the black card to his pocket. Just as he did, Lin Qiao's thoughts rang out once more. Truly indifferent. A blatant miser. Not willing to part with a dime. Li Tingzhou thought, damn it, whether I give this black card or not, I can't win. As Li Tingzhou grappled with the decision to give or not, workers surrounding them gathered, their faces filled with astonishment. "We just overheard your conversation. And to think you are the young mistress of a wealthy family. This is truly surprising. You work so diligently. We assumed you were from a humble background. You came to this construction site to earn money for a gift for your husband. This truly is love. Yes, indeed, it is genuine love. They all echoed in praise. Lin Qiao humbly smiled and replied, You flatter me, brothers. Loving my husband is my duty as a wife. For him, no matter how hard or tiring it is, it's worth it. Upon hearing her words, the crowd was moved, many casting envious glances at Li Tingzhou. Young man, you are truly fortunate to have married such a devoted wife. She is beautiful and capable, with a heart full of love. Such a good wife is hard to find. You must cherish her and never let her work in places like this again. It's too exhausting to watch, and one can't help but feel sorry for her. A man should always care for his wife. Amidst the crowd's accusations, Li Tingzhou's lips twitched. It was clear that this woman was the one squandering money, having spent it all in advance, and now resorting to this job out of necessity. Yet, she had become the virtuous wife while he was portrayed as the negligent husband. She certainly knew how to act. He was seething with anger, just about to explain when Lin Qiao interrupted again. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. Actually, my husband is quite good. Whatever I desire, he provides. He is exceptionally kind to me, a top-notch husband. Her words were filled with sentiment, but her thoughts betrayed her. Huh, what a scoundrel. Terrible attitude, a miser and always flirting around, an utterly despicable man. If there were a ranking of the top 10 scumbag husbands, he would undoubtedly be at the top. Li Tingzhou scoffed inwardly. This woman truly had nothing good to say. Unaware of her true feelings, the crowd's perception of Li Tingzhou shifted. They now saw him as a good husband. You're quite lucky to have such a loving wife, they exclaimed. Zhao Bai, who knew the truth behind their relationship, tearfully praised Lin Qiao. Madam is indeed a wonderful wife. Those around Li Tingzhou were aware of his disdain for Lin Qiao, viewing him as a scoundrel of a husband. Yet here was the young mistress, speaking with such heartfelt devotion. How hypocritical. Seeing the scene, Li Tingzhou felt increasingly disillusioned. He had no desire to engage with these people any further and bluntly stated, It's getting late, we should leave. With that, he took Lin Qiao by the arm and walked away. Lin Qiao understood that this prideful man would not allow her to continue working after being spotted, so she said, Wait, I need to collect my wages first. I've done the work. I deserve to be paid. She wriggled free from Li Tingzhou's grasp, asking the foreman for her payment. The foreman generously not only paid her but also handed her a red envelope, smiling broadly as he wished, You two are truly affectionate. May you have children soon. Lin Qiao's mouth twitched as she received the envelope, inwardly scoffing. Have children soon? Not a chance. I would rather remain unmarried and childless than bear a child with that scoundrel. Besides, with Li the scoundrel always surrounded by green tea, he has probably already worn out. How can he even think about having children? Li Tingzhou, overhearing this, was infuriated. This damned woman. Not only did she not want to have children with him, but she also insinuated he was incapable. He felt an overwhelming urge to pounce on her and show her just how capable he was, but with so many people around, he quickly suppressed that thought. After receiving the foreman's red envelope and expressing her gratitude, Lin Qiao followed Li Tingzhou out. Soon, the car resumed its journey, heading towards a luxurious 5-star hotel in the city center. Li Tingzhou instructed Zhao Bai to give the room card to Lin Qiao, then said, I have some matters to attend to. You go wait for me in the room. After Lin Qiao received the room card, she blinked her eyes and muttered somewhat reluctantly, Darling, are you really leaving? I'll miss you so much. Despite her words of reluctance, her heart was brimming with joy. Wow, this is simply splendid. I get to spend the entire afternoon away from that scoundrelly, enjoying my solitude in the room. Li Tingzhou, does this wretched woman truly wish to avoid his company so fervently? Chapter 53. The slap in the face is too terrifying. He scoffed coldly, forcing a smile as he echoed her sentiment. Rest assured, I will return at an early hour. Upon hearing his promise of an early return, Lin Qiao felt a pang of displeasure and quickly responded, It's no trouble at all. Your work is paramount. I can entertain myself. Noticing her discontent, Li Tingzhou's mood brightened immediately. With a smile, he added, That's simply one to do. You've declared me a top-notch husband, and naturally, I must spend more time with you. The corners of Lin Qiao's mouth twitched. How could this scoundrel claim he wanted to spend more time with her? Nonsense. Wasn't he the one who wished to avoid her? It was likely all an act for others to witness. A flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes. Li Tingzhou caught that glimmer of contempt, and his previously buoyant mood plummeted. This woman dared to look down on him. Lin Qiao chose to disregard his darkened gaze, too weary to engage in further banter. With a hint of impatience, she waved him off. Darling, you go ahead and attend to your business. I'll return to the guest room. Don't worry, I'll obediently await your return. Having said that, she turned on her heel and departed without waiting for Lin Qiao's response, muttering to herself, I need to leave quickly. Even a second with that scoundrel is unbearable. Lin Qiao coldly scoffed. It was he who felt discomfort in her presence. Nearby, the onlooker Zhao Bai furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss between the pair. Let us go. Lin Qiao turned and exited the hotel, approaching their vehicle. As he reached for the car door, a thought struck him, and he turned back to instruct Zhao Bai later. Call the butler at the villa, and ensure he sends Lin Qiao an additional 50,000 yuan in pocket money each month. Zhao Bai was taken aback. The master was actually taking the initiative to increase the young madam's allowance. He had never bothered with such matters before. After the initial shock, a cold smirk crept onto his lips. Some men feign indifference towards their wives in public, yet secretly grant them allowances.
Ha!
Hypocritical men. Sensing Zhao Bai's peculiar gaze, Lin Qiao frowned and shot him a glare. What are you staring at? Get in the car. Zhao Bai snapped back to reality and hurriedly opened the car door, taking his seat in the driver's position. Once Lin Qiao settled into the back seat, he glanced toward the direction Lin Qiao had departed, his irritation mounting. Damn that woman. He would settle the score with her upon his return. After Lin Qiao returned to the guest room, she finally exhaled in relief. Being around that scoundrel was truly discomforting. She then headed to the bathroom for a shower, changed into a fresh outfit, and donned slippers before entering the opulent living room. This was a luxurious presidential suite, and opposite the living room stood a grand fish tank filled with beautiful fish. Observing the swimming fish, she couldn't help but reflect on how well that scoundrel indulged himself, choosing such extravagant accommodations for a hotel stay. However, with him absent, it was she who would revel in the luxury. A smile crept onto Lin Qiao's lips as she ordered an exquisite afternoon tea. When the tea arrived, she settled beside the fish tank on the coffee table, sipping her tea and nibbling on pastries while admiring the aquatic beauty. After finishing her afternoon tea, a thought crossed her mind, and she retrieved her phone, adeptly navigating to the bounty hunter hacker website. Upon entering, the top post still featured the thread seeking a master to defeat the Combat King. Coincidentally, the Golden King Combat Championship had just concluded, causing the thread to gain renewed traction. She clicked on it to find countless comments. Oh my, I can't believe the Combat King Hong Liang actually lost. That mysterious woman number 56, is she really the one we bet on 3 days ago? The society your father? Dude, the benefactor has confirmed it's her. Why are you even questioning it? Are you daft?
Wow.
I never expected that arrogant individual to be so formidable. I thought she was just a brash newbie. But she's actually a champion. Right? Who could have guessed? No wonder she chose the name Society Your Father. She truly is a big shot.
Oh.
Enough already. This slap in the face is too painful. My face feels like it's going to swell up. Reading those comments, Lin Qiao's lips curled into a smirk as she swiftly logged into her account to comment. Stop whining. You lost the wager 3 days ago. Send the money over. Upon mentioning money, a wave of dismay washed over the crowd. They had previously dreamt of a tenfold return, only to find themselves losing everything. The audience was filled with despair. Chapter 54, The Green Tea Bitch is back online. Soon, a barrage of lamenting comments flooded in.
Wah.
I lost my entire fortune this time. I can't even afford to buy a pair of underwear now. I'm worse off. I lost all of my wife's secret savings. When she returns, she's definitely going to murder me with a knife. I'm even worse. I lost my savings and my house. From today on, I'll have to beg on the streets, sob sob. Lin Qiao glanced at those comments, a glimmer of cold mockery in her eyes. Greed ultimately invites punishment. Lin Qiao couldn't be bothered to read their incessant complaints. After collecting her winnings, she cheerfully replied, I'm very satisfied with this wager. Feel free to challenge me again next time. The crowd. Damn, if we challenge again, we might end up losing our lives. Amidst the chorus of complaints, Lin Qiao quietly logged off. Just as she exited the hacker site, a new message arrived. She opened it to find a note from Mr. Su. This collaboration has been quite pleasant. Our boss holds you in high regard and looks forward to future partnerships. A friendly reminder, the Long family is investigating you. It seems the Long Group's president, Long Yanbai, is quite displeased with your victory and intends to cause you trouble, so take care of yourself. After reading the message, Lin Qiao frowned. The young master of the Long family was actually investigating her. In the original narrative, Long Yanbai appeared to be a ruthless cannon fodder villain, deeply infatuated with the green tea Ningxiner, who exploited him for her own ends while he committed many misdeeds. In the later plot, the original character had no interactions with him, yet here he was, seeking her out. However, she was not the original character. If he sought trouble, it wouldn't be so easy for him. She replied to Mr. Su, "Rest assured, I am fully aware of my own limits." Subsequently, she deleted Mr. Su's message, powered down her phone, and reclined in the chair for a nap. When she awoke from her nap, it was already evening. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door. She opened it and found it was Li Tingzhou's assistant, Zhao Bai, standing alone at the entrance, holding a delicate box in his hands. After exchanging greetings with Lin Qiao, he elaborated, "Madam, it is as follows. This evening, there is a significant business banquet, and Masterly wishes for you to accompany him. He is currently preoccupied with some matters and will return later than anticipated. Therefore, he instructed me to procure an evening gown for you, which I have brought. Once you have donned the gown, I shall escort you to the banquet, and he will join you once he has concluded his affairs." Lin Qiao furrowed her brow, bemused that the scoundrel Li had invited her to a business soiree. "Madam, time is of the essence. Please change your attire swiftly. I shall await you in the lobby downstairs," Zhao Bai insisted, not granting Lin Qiao an opportunity to decline. He thrust the box into her hands before turning to depart. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Qiao mused, "Very well. It would be a diversion to attend the banquet this evening, as I have nothing else to do." Returning to her room, she opened the box to reveal a sky-blue evening gown. As she lifted it, she noted its exquisite design. The skirt was of a mermaid silhouette, adorned with a delicate layer of tulle, exuding an ethereal and graceful allure. The quality of the gown was remarkable, suggesting it was a latest design from a high-end brand. Upon wearing it, she discovered it fit her perfectly. Standing before the mirror, she admired her reflection, her figure elegantly accentuated, radiating an aura of sophistication, akin to a celestial being. Lin Qiao was momentarily taken aback by her own beauty. This gown was indeed stunning. Perhaps the scoundrel Li had shown some consideration this time. After unexpectedly granting Li Tingzhou a rare compliment, she grabbed her phone and stepped out. Half an hour later, Lin Qiao and Zhao Bai arrived at a luxurious mountain villa on the outskirts of the city, where the banquet was to be held. Although the event had yet to commence, a multitude of guests had already gathered at the villa. Many were congregated in the garden before the residence, engaged in lively conversation. The attendees were prominent figures from City B, with the gentlemen clad in tailored suits and the ladies adorned in opulent evening gowns, their appearances both refined and extravagant. Among the guests, the most captivating was the third young lady of the Ning family, Ningxiner, who was surrounded by admirers eager to curry her favor. She shone like a star, thoroughly enjoying the adulation, her vanity greatly satisfied. At that moment, a voice rang out, "The fourth young lady of the Li family has arrived." Ningxiner was taken aback and turned to see Lin Qiao being ushered in by the staff. A flicker of annoyance crossed her face. How dare this woman appear here, unexpectedly? Wasn't she supposed to be in the capital? In her astonishment, Ningxiner suddenly noticed the evening gown Lin Qiao wore, her expression shifting instantaneously. Chapter 55, Sharing Outfits isn't scary. It's the unattractive who should feel embarrassed. The gown Lin Qiao wore bore an uncanny resemblance to Ningxiner's in both color and design. In other words, they had unwittingly matched outfits. Lin Qiao, too, recognized Ningxiner and her gown, her brow knitting in displeasure. To encounter this scheming woman here was unfortunate enough. But to discover they had coincidentally dressed alike was truly vexing. Could it be that Ningxiner's gown was also a gift from the scoundrel Li? Irritation washed over her, prompting Lin Qiao to retract her earlier praise for Li Tingzhou. Clearly, he harbored ulterior motives, and she should not have held any expectations. With a cold demeanor, she muttered to herself. At that moment, those around began to notice the sartorial coincidence between Lin Qiao and Ningxiner, prompting a wave of derisive laughter. "Oh, the young lady of the Li family has matched outfits with Miss Ning. What a peculiar fate. Could it be that you both ordered matching outfits from the same designer? Matching outfits? Oh, so your relationship is that close? Why have we never heard of it before? It seems it is not a matter of friendship, but rather an unfortunate coincidence or perhaps a deliberate competition. After all, sharing outfits isn't scary. It's the unattractive who should feel embarrassed. Ha!" Hearing their mockery, Ningxiner seethed with anger. Her gown had been custom-made by a renowned designer to appeal to Lin Qiao's tastes, aimed at capturing his attention and strengthening their bond. How infuriating that she had matched with Lin Qiao. All her efforts had been in vain. In contrast, Lin Qiao remained remarkably composed in the face of their ridicule. With a cool glance at the crowd, she retorted assertively, "It is merely a matter of similar styles. Must you all indulge in such wild speculation? Instead of fixating on others' attire, perhaps it would serve you better to focus on your own enjoyment. Otherwise, onlookers might mistake you for a gaggle of gossiping harpies." As her words echoed, the mockers fell silent, their expressions momentarily stunned. After delivering her retort, Lin Qiao huffed, straightened her posture, and strode away. Observers marveled at her poise. Realizing that the young lady of the Li family was far from the meek figure they had assumed her to be, with a single statement, she had silenced the crowd. Her confident and assertive demeanor eclipsed the ever-pretentious Ning Xiner, causing those surrounding the latter to disperse, drawn instead to inquire about Lin Qiao. Witnessing this unfold, Ning Xiner's frustration mounted. That wretched woman, not only had she dared to match outfits with her, but she had also stolen the spotlight. She would not let this go unpunished. Gritting her teeth, she made her way toward the hall. After leaving the garden, Lin Qiao entered the grand hall where the banquet was being held. The space was filled with guests, accompanied by a professional band playing melodious tunes that created a delightful ambience. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Lin Qiao approached the refreshment area and began sampling the delicacies. Zhao Bai approached her, his gaze landing on her gown, feeling a sense of dread. The evening gown had been carefully selected by Masterly according to his preferences, and while he had previously praised his discerning taste, he now found himself in an awkward predicament due to the match with Ning Xiner. He promptly suggested, "Madam, to avoid any further discomfort, perhaps you should change into a different gown? I can call for a new one to be brought over immediately." Lin Qiao swiftly declined. "Why should I change? Did you not hear what they just said? Sharing outfits isn't scary. It's the unattractive who should feel embarrassed." After a moment's reflection, Zhao Bai suddenly understood her perspective. "Ah, indeed, madam, you are truly stunning, akin to a celestial being. The one who should feel embarrassed is undoubtedly Ning Xiner." Lin Qiao appreciated this compliment and handed Zhao Bai a piece of cake, waving him off. "Go attend to your duties. I do not require your company here." Nodding, Zhao Bai turned to leave. At that moment, Ning Xiner approached from the opposite direction. She cast a disdainful glance at Lin Qiao's gown and brazenly mocked. "That gown must have been tailored to Masterly's tastes. I imagine you exerted considerable effort. Alas, no matter how much thought you put into it, he would never cast a second glance your way." Lin Qiao met her gaze with calm resolve, retorting, "The origin of my gown is of no concern to you. And whether my husband notices me is equally irrelevant to you. After all, he is my legally recognized husband, and I am unconcerned. Unlike some who obsess over others' husbands, scheming to become a mistress. But alas, even with their efforts, they will not garner any attention." How tragic. Ning Xiner's delicate face darkened, and she retorted indignantly, "Nonsense. How do you know that Li Tingzhou wouldn't spare me another glance? Clearly, you're just jealous." Lin Qiao huffed coldly. "Why would I, as the legitimate wife, feel envy towards you, a scheming mistress?" Ning Xiner shot back furiously. "Who is the mistress here? Women like you will inevitably be discarded by Li Tingzhou." Lin Qiao let out a derisive laugh and boldly declared, "Whether I am discarded or not is a matter for the future. Just remember, as long as I am not divorced, you all will remain insignificant mistresses." Upon hearing this, Ning Xiner was so enraged, she nearly spat blood. Chapter 56. The green tea is performing again. This woman is utterly arrogant, showing no regard for her at all. In a fit of anger, Ning Xiner seized a glass of red wine from the table and splashed it onto Lin Qiao. However, in that very moment, Lin Qiao swiftly raised her hand to block it, and with a loud splash, the wine drenched her instead. Ning Xiner was taken aback. She couldn't comprehend what had just transpired. Lin Qiao's reaction was astonishingly quick. Once she regained her senses, she looked down at her evening gown, now marred by red wine. A sight most unbecoming. This expensive gown was utterly ruined. At that moment, the surrounding crowd, drawn by the commotion, began to gaze in their direction. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Xiner angrily chastised Lin Qiao, "You actually splashed me, ruining my evening gown. How outrageous." As she scolded, onlookers gathered, casting strange glances at Lin Qiao, whispering amongst themselves, "My goodness, she actually splashed Miss Ning with red wine. How disgraceful." Could it be that out of spite for wearing the same dress, she sought to ruin Miss Ning's gown? If that's the case, how base and shameless. A chorus of accusations ensued. Lin Qiao frowned and retorted coldly. You all are here blaming her without knowing the truth. Are you really that dim-witted? She was the one who acted first. The wine glass is still in her hand. Anyone with a modicum of sense can see this is a false accusation. Hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the glass in Ning Xianer's hand, immediately falling silent. Ning Xianer hastily defended herself. Don't listen to her nonsense. I was merely trying to hand her the glass for a toast, and she splashed it back at me. I am truly heartbroken, having my good intentions met with such treatment. With that, tears welled in her eyes as she began to cry pitifully. Lin Qiao's lips twitched. Truly, she was a master of deceit. Unable to resist mocking her, she said, to think you would dare to lie so brazenly. Your audacity rivals that of a city wall. So fond of distorting the truth. Aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue and bleeding out right here? Ning Xianer narrowed her eyes, angrily retorting. I am not distorting the truth. It is you. Just as she spoke, she suddenly bit her tongue, and in an instant, blood gushed from the wound, causing her to spit blood with a loud paw. Gasps of shock echoed through the crowd. She had bitten her tongue and was now spitting blood. Could it be that she truly was distorting the truth and wronging Lin Qiao? Ning Xianer quickly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, panic rising within her. She recalled how, due to Lin Qiao's words last time, she had her bag snatched, stepped in dog excrement, and subsequently suffered facial paralysis. That experience was bizarre and painful. Her gaze towards Lin Qiao shifted to one of terror, and she furiously accused, Are you cursing me again? Lin Qiao, having acknowledged her uncanny ability to speak ill fate, coldly retorted, What curse? Did you not bite your own tongue? It seems that perhaps evil begets evil. Ning Xianer was instantly furious, ready to lash out at her when Long Jiaxiao, the young master of the Long family, approached anxiously, asking, What happened? Ning Xianer felt a glimmer of hope upon seeing him and hurriedly sought his aid. Yanbai, you must help me. She then exaggeratedly recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing her tale, Long Yanbai's anger flared as he pointed at Lin Qiao and shouted, How dare you bully Xianer just because you are Li Tingzhou's wife? This is B-City, and you have no right to act so brazenly. Someone, seize her and throw her in the police station. At his command, the bodyguard surged forward, ready to forcibly apprehend Lin Qiao, when a sharp voice rang out from behind. Stop. Chapter 57. This face-slapping moment is truly satisfying. The crowd gasped in surprise and turned to see Li Tingzhou striding toward them, his face dark and menacing, instantly parting the throng of spectators. Lin Qiao was taken aback. Zhao Bai had mentioned he would arrive later. Why was he here early? As Li Tingzhou approached, his piercing gaze swept over the bodyguards surrounding Lin Qiao, and he bellowed, Step back. She is my wife, and without my permission, no one is allowed to lay a hand on her. His fierce reprimand sent a chill through the atmosphere, causing the bodyguards to retreat in fear. Li Tingzhou moved forward, pulling Lin Qiao behind him. Witnessing this, Lin Qiao was somewhat astonished. The notorious scoundrel was actually protecting her. Ning Xianer was displeased. Did Li Tingzhou not despise Lin Qiao? Why had he suddenly rushed to defend her? Long Yanbai, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Li Tingzhou, even if she is your wife, you cannot blindly defend her. Look at what she has done to Xianer. Li Tingzhou turned his gaze towards the disheveled Ning Xianer, his brow furrowing slightly. Seeing him look her way, Ning Xianer pouted, tears streaming down her face as she plaintively complained, Senior, you were not here just now. You have no idea how outrageous Lin Qiao has been. Enough. Li Tingzhou coldly interrupted her, his expression stern as he replied, I arrived in the hall 10 minutes ago. I witnessed everything that transpired. Zhao Bai, standing behind him, added with a grim expression, Both the young master and I saw it all. You are the one who provoked our young lady first and splashed wine on her. Only then did she retaliate by spilling it on you. The fact that you bit your tongue is a result of your own clumsiness and cannot be blamed on our young lady. The revelation left the crowd stunned. So, this was the truth. Ning Xianer was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that the earlier scene had been witnessed by them. Lin Qiao cast a glance at Li Tingzhou and Zhao Bai, musing, these two possess quite the keen eyesight, managing to see through the green tea schemes. Upon hearing her thoughts, Li Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Finally, he had heard something commendable from this woman. Having navigated the business world from a young age, He could naturally distinguish the tactics of scheming women. He simply chose not to concern himself with trivial matters. However, should anyone harm him or those around him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Although he held no affection for Lin Qiao, she was nonetheless his nominal wife. Any mistreatment towards her was a direct affront to him. After being exposed by Li Tingzhou and Zhao Bai, Ning Xianer, in a bid to salvage her situation, tugged at Long Yanbai's sleeve for assistance. Long Yanbai, besotted with Ning Xianer, was eager to oblige her every whim and hastily defended her, angrily retorting at Li Tingzhou, "That woman is your wife. Of course. You will favor her. You and your subordinates are all on her side, so your words cannot be trusted unless you provide a third-party witness." His words were intentionally designed to provoke Li Tingzhou. Just as Li Tingzhou was about to retort, a commanding voice suddenly resonated from across the room. "I have just witnessed the incident as well." The crowd turned to see an elderly gentleman accompanied by a few others approaching. Dressed in a sleek black suit and sporting reading glasses, his hair was a mix of gray and white, yet he exuded vitality. He was Mr. Meng, the proprietor of this estate. As the president of the B City Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Meng held considerable influence in B City. Upon his arrival, the crowd's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Mr. Meng approached, casting a glance at the tearful Ning Qiao, and judiciously remarked, "I personally observed the conflict between Miss Ning and Miss Lin. The facts align with what Mr. Li has stated." With those words, Long Yanbai found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, while Ning Qiao felt a sudden jolt of despair, as if her fate had been sealed. Unwilling to concede, she opened her mouth to defend herself, only to be interrupted by Mr. Meng. Displeased, he chastised her. "At such a tender age, you harbor such cunning intentions and accuse others without cause. I am truly disappointed in you. It seems you are no longer fit to attend my banquet.
You may leave now."
Ning Qiao, filled with indignation, cried out, "Mr. Meng, I truly did not mean it. I have my reasons, please let me explain." However, Mr. Meng dismissed her pleas, instructing his aides to escort her away. Long Yanbai felt a pang of sympathy and was about to speak on her behalf when Mr. Meng shot him a cold glare, sternly saying, "Yanbai, your recent actions have also disappointed me greatly. You should return as well."
With that,
he treated both Long Yanbai and Ning Qiao similarly, forcefully expelling them from the estate. Watching the two being shamefully ousted, Lin Qiao felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the consequence of their ill-conceived schemes. The crowd murmured in surprise. They had not anticipated such an outcome. Ning Qiao's reputation in B City's elite circles was undoubtedly tarnished. Chapter 58. The Moment of Heartfelt Emotion. Mr. Meng gestured to the crowd, saying, "It was merely a minor incident. There is no need to dwell on it. Please disperse, as the banquet is set to commence shortly." The guests began to scatter. Lin Qiao approached Mr. Meng, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Meng, for your just remarks earlier." Mr. Meng waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks. It is regrettable that such an event occurred during our family's banquet. This matter does not concern you. Your event has been splendid, and I thoroughly enjoyed it." Lin Qiao beamed in praise, recognizing the old gentleman's integrity and kindness. After complimenting her, Mr. Meng turned his attention to Li Tingzhou, advising, "Tingzhou, you and your wife appear quite well matched. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also intelligent and possesses good character. You must cherish her." Li Tingzhou cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qiao, smiling in agreement. "Rest assured, I will treasure her." Yet in his mind, he mused, "This woman is duplicitous. Outwardly devoted. She likely curses me inwardly, so hypocritical. Is she truly a good woman? Blame her for being such a skilled actress that she has deceived everyone." Hearing his thoughts, Lin Qiao felt a flicker of annoyance, and as their eyes met, they both averted their gazes in disdain. Observing this exchange, Zhao Bai chuckled to himself, thinking, the relationship between the young master and mistress is certainly improving. Before long, the banquet officially began. Due to Li Tingzhou's esteemed status, many guests sought to ingratiate themselves with him, particularly the female attendees who gazed at the dashing Li Tingzhou with starry eyes. Consequently, several bold women approached him with drinks in hand. Lin Qiao cast a sidelong glance at the infatuated women, internally lamenting, "Indeed, Li the scoundrel possesses an infinite charm." Wherever he goes, a throng of women follows. With so many women around, trouble inevitably arises. "I think I shall distance myself. Perhaps a handsome gentleman will seek me out for a drink." Li Tingzhou's expression darkened. That insufferable woman dares to abandon him for another man? Preposterous. With this thought, He coldly addressed the approaching female guests, stating, "Apologies, but my wife is quite strict. She does not allow me to drink with other women." With that, he seized Lin Qiao and pulled her into his embrace. Witnessing their affectionate display, the female guests retreated in embarrassment. Lin Qiao maintained a cheerful facade, yet inwardly seethed. "This damned man uses me as a shield and takes advantage of me." Li Tingzhou disregarded her inner turmoil, sternly reminding her, "You are my partner, and have the duty to fend off those women while assisting me in dealing with business associates." Lin Qiao inwardly scoffed but responded sweetly, "Of course, dear husband." Afterward, she quickly extricated herself from his grasp, discreetly wiping her hand where he had touched. Noticing her subtle gesture, Li Tingzhou's gaze darkened further. "This insufferable woman. I do not disdain touching her, yet she is quick to reject me." Subsequently, Lin Qiao accompanied Li Tingzhou to meet several business partners, adeptly playing the role of a devoted wife and garnering praise. As the banquet progressed, lively music filled the air, signaling the commencement of the dance. Numerous gentlemen escorted their partners into the dance floor, twirling gracefully. Mr. Meng approached Li Tingzhou and Lin Qiao, cheerfully suggesting, "You two should join in and dance." Given his request, they could not refuse. Stepping onto the dance floor, they began to sway to the rhythm of the music. To their surprise, they danced in perfect harmony. Lin Qiao's movements were light and fluid, every gesture a seamless blend of grace, while the fishtail of her dress fluttered like a butterfly. Li Tingzhou's dance was steady and elegant, exuding the charm of a true gentleman, captivating all who beheld them. As they danced, the surrounding guests were drawn to their performance, gradually vacating the dance floor to grant them the spotlight. In that moment, every movement and expression between them was in exquisite synchrony. The soft white lights enveloped them, rendering them as enchanting as a prince and princess from a fairy tale, embodying the epitome of beauty and romance. At that instant, as their bodies drew closer and their eyes locked, their hearts skipped a beat in unison. Chapter 59, The Overbearing CEO Upsets the Balance. At that moment, their pupils reflected the perfect figures of one another, and an enchanting, heart-stirring sensation spread throughout their beings. They felt as though they were enveloped in a dream, oblivious to everything around them. It was only when the dance concluded, and a wave of enthusiastic applause brought them back to reality, that they awoke from their reverie. Upon returning to the present, they quickly performed a graceful bow to the audience in gratitude, and, amidst a chorus of compliments, exited the dance floor with smiles adorning their faces. As they rejoined the crowd, their eyes instinctively met, only for them to suddenly flush with embarrassment, diverting their gazes and turning away. Li Tingzhou felt his heart racing uncontrollably, puzzled by the sensation. Goodness! He had just been captivated by Lin Qiao. She resembled a princess from a fairy tale, pure, beautiful, and ethereal, igniting a flutter in his heart. This must be an illusion. Yes, merely an illusion. How could a woman as hypocritical and vulgar as Lin Qiao possess such beauty? He quickly dismissed the thought, yet his heart continued to race. It felt akin to a myocardial infarction. He touched his chest, feeling slightly intoxicated. Ever since the car accident, which had injured his leg and left his mental state less than optimal, it seemed his heart was now also in distress. No, once he returned to the capital, he must visit the hospital for a checkup. Behind him, Lin Qiao patted her slightly flushed cheeks, equally perplexed. Oh my, during the dance, I was surprisingly enchanted by that scoundrel Li, and my heart raced a bit faster. This is simply abnormal. Ugh. It's all that scoundrel's fault for being too handsome, which led me to develop this infatuated illusion. Forget it, I must stay clear-headed. There are countless handsome men in the world, and I must not be bewitched by Li's charm. I shall never wish to dance with him again. Now, I should focus on spotting other handsome men to refresh my eyes. With these thoughts, her gaze swiftly scanned the crowd, searching for a handsome man across the way. Li Tingzhou, upon hearing her internal musings, turned to see her looking at another handsome man, and his expression darkened instantly. This insufferable woman, having been mesmerized by him, dared to place the blame on him, and now sought to gaze at other men. Truly reckless. He cursed inwardly and strode over, blocking Lin Qiao's view. Startled by the sudden obstruction while admiring the handsome man, Lin Qiao frowned. What are you doing? Li Tingzhou huffed coldly, warning her. Keep your eyes in check, or else people might think you are fickle and seeking to stray. The corners of Lin Qiao's mouth twitched. She was merely admiring a handsome man, and yet this dog of a man dared to say such things to her? How infuriating! She gritted her teeth silently, forcing a false smile. Darling, I am utterly loyal to you. Please don't speak nonsensically. Internally, she thought. I am indeed fickle. What of it if I wish to stray? With all those green tea bitches around you, what's wrong with me looking for a few handsome men? Li Tingzhou was seething with anger. It seemed he could no longer endure this evening's banquet. Otherwise, she might just throw herself into another man's embrace. Gritting his teeth, he coldly stated, "It's getting late. Let us return early." Without waiting for Lin Qiao's response, he took her by the arm and began to walk away. Lin Qiao glanced at his sullen face, furrowing her brows. She had merely looked at a few handsome men. Why was he so furious? Had his mind gone awry? Half an hour later, Li Tingzhou brought Lin Qiao to the hotel they had visited earlier. As they exited the car and approached the hotel entrance, Ning Xian emerged from a shadowy corner. She observed Li Tingzhou and Lin Qiao as retreating figures, a sinister smirk curling her lips.
Tonight.
She intended to grant the two an unexpected surprise, revealing to Lin Qiao, that wretched woman, who truly held Li Tingzhou as heart. Chapter 60, Schemes in the Deep of Night. On Lin Qiao's side, as she and Li Tingzhou stepped into the hotel lobby, the lobby manager approached them respectfully. Addressing Li Tingzhou, "Mr. Li, Mr. Long has been waiting for you in a private room on the second floor. He mentioned there is an urgent matter to discuss and has been waiting for half an hour. Please follow me to meet him." Li Tingzhou frowned. At this moment, Long Yanbai had come to find him. It was easy to guess he was there regarding the banquet. Considering the contract they had just finalized, Li Tingzhou acquiesced. Very well. He then turned to Lin Qiao, instructing her, "You should return to the room and wait for me. I will be back shortly." Lin Qiao responded with a gentle smile. "All right, dear, I will patiently await your return." Internally, she mused. Go ahead, go ahead. I hope you don't return all night." Li Tingzhou thought, this woman must be eager to avoid him. He would not grant her that satisfaction. He would deal with her upon his return. With that thought, Li Tingzhou snorted coldly and followed the lobby manager away. After watching Li Tingzhou leave with lingering affection, Lin Qiao's expression turned cold. She smirked disdainfully and quickly made her way to the elevator. Once back in the luxurious presidential suite, Lin Qiao sat in front of the large fish tank. She first repaid the debts owed to the bank by the original owner, had the bank unfreeze the card, and then rented a discreet apartment online for future refuge, as living in the Li family villa was rather inconvenient. After completing these tasks, Lin Qiao found herself with little to do. She approached the fish tank, passively watching the fish swim, and couldn't help but reminisce about her original world. She had been in this story for some time now, and she wondered how much time had passed in her original world. Were her assets still intact? How was her corporation faring? The more she thought, the more anxious she became. While her current life was relatively leisurely, aided by her crow's mouth skill, it paled in comparison to the wealth and freedom of her original world. Moreover, after some experimentation, she realized the crow's mouth skill was not omnipotent. It had many shortcomings. For instance, using it on Li Tingzhou would rebound upon her. As for others, she could only use it face-to-face, once per person. And the damage was minimal, unable to kill. As for large-scale curses, such as destroying the world or annihilating everyone, those would lead to significant backlash, as she had experienced when she was struck by lightning on the rooftop and sent crashing down by a potted plant. In summary, the crow's mouth skill could only create minor disturbances. Lin Qiao sighed softly. Returning to her original world seemed preferable. But how exactly could she go back? She contemplated that, first and foremost, she needed to ensure the original plot progressed as intended. Her primary goal was to divorce the main antagonist, Li Tingzhou, without disrupting the original character's persona, and then she could pursue her own endeavors. Perhaps, upon completing the original plot, she could finally return. As she pondered this, Lin Qiao found herself at a loss. How could she swiftly divorce that scoundrelly? After all her efforts, it seemed none had borne fruit. What was the crux of the issue? Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden sound echoed. The lights in the room went dark, followed by an unusual fragrance wafting through the air. Lin Qiao's expression shifted, and she quickly held her breath. That was an aphrodisiac. Who had placed it in her room? Amidst her confusion, she suddenly heard the sound of a door creaking open. Someone was entering. She hastily reclined, applying pressure to a specific acupoint to prevent being rendered unconscious. Closing her eyes, she feigned a state of faintness. Soon, two furtive figures approached from the opposite side. These two were Ning Shiner and her subordinate. Lin Qiao squinted at them, her brows furrowing. It turned out this green tea had employed a seductive fragrance against her. What malice was she plotting? Noticing the duo advancing toward her, Lin Qiao quickly shut her eyes. After Ning Shiner and her subordinate reached Lin Qiao's side, she commanded her aide, check if she has truly fainted. The subordinate kicked Lin Qiao lightly, and upon seeing her remain still, reported, Miss, she has lost consciousness. Ning Shiner's lips curled into a smirk. Excellent. The surveillance cameras around have been compromised by our people. We can act without concern. You will carry her to the room across the hall, and then summon a male escort to attend to her. The subordinate nervously inquired. Will calling for an escort raise suspicion? Ning Shiner scoffed derisively. I heard the last time she visited a club, she ordered 50 escorts in one go. She is capable of such outrageous acts. Having one in a hotel is trivial. The subordinate expressed surprise. I never would have guessed she was so audacious. Ning Shiner sneered. On the surface, she appears gentle and obedient, professing deep affection for Li Tingzhou, but in truth, she is a fickle heartbreaker.
Ha!
Tomorrow morning, when everyone discovers her in the embrace of an escort and Li Tingzhou realizes he has been deceived, he will be furious and divorce her. After that, she will revel in unrestrained debauchery, and I will have inadvertently facilitated her desires. She ought to thank me. You are absolutely right, miss. The subordinate praised. Lin Qiao, overhearing their conversation, could not help but scoff inwardly. This green tea was indeed malicious, calculating her downfall in such a manner. However, she was not so easily outwitted. Just wait and see. After discussing Lin Qiao, Ning Shiner inquired about the situation with Li Tingzhou. Chapter 61. Suddenly, this dog of a man has plotted against me. The subordinate replied, I have arranged for drinks to be brought to the private room. They should be nearly intoxicated by now. Soon, I will have someone escort him to your room. Ning Shiner's lips curled upwards. Very well. The liquor was specially concocted for me overseas. While its potency is low, it easily induces drunkenness and hallucinations. Once Li Tingzhou consumes it, he will be utterly at my mercy. The subordinate complimented her. Miss, this strategy is brilliant. Once Mr. Mi is caught in a compromising situation and journalists are called to expose it. Even if Li Tingzhou wishes to deny it, he will be unable to do so. Ning Shiner's eyes gleamed with pride as she confidently declared, I consider myself 100 times superior to Lin Qiao. Li Tingzhou treats me quite well. I believe he must have feelings for me, but is held back by that woman. My actions are also for his benefit. Marrying me in the future will bring him true happiness. The subordinate nodded in agreement. You are right. You and young Master Li are a match made in heaven. That Lin Qiao is nothing but a shameless meddler who should have been eliminated long ago. Ning Shiner cast a glance at the unconscious Lin Qiao, a cold sneer crossing her face. Tomorrow morning, she will be completely out of the picture. With that, she instructed her subordinate, hurry and carry her to the room across the hall. Yes. The subordinate swiftly hoisted Lin Qiao, but suddenly remembered something and asked, Miss, how should we deal with young Master Long? Ning Shiner coldly explained, he is merely a pawn I used to lure Li Tingzhou into drinking. Now that both he and Li Tingzhou have consumed the liquor, he should be thoroughly intoxicated by now. Arrange for someone to give him an antidote and return him to the Long family. Understood. The subordinate nodded and carried Lin Qiao away. Ning Shiner watched their departing figures, a dark, sinister smile creeping upon her lips. Tomorrow morning, the tides would surely turn. Once Lin Qiao was carried into a guest room across the hall, the subordinate tossed her onto the bed. At this moment, the escort they had summoned was already waiting in the room. The subordinate glanced at Lin Qiao and coldly instructed the escort, I have installed a camera in the room to record everything. You must perform well and not disappoint our Mississippi. The escort patted his chest, assuring him, rest assured, with such a generous price from your miss, I will certainly ensure her satisfaction. Excellent. The subordinate smirked, leaving the room with ease. After he departed, only Lin Qiao and the escort remained. The escort, eyeing the exquisite Lin Qiao, could not suppress a gulp, leering, this woman is quite beautiful. Tonight, I am in for a treat. He approached Lin Qiao, reaching out with his hand to caress her face. Just then, Lin Qiao suddenly opened her eyes and delivered a swift kick. The escort let out a cry as he was sent sprawling to the floor. Lin Qiao rolled off the bed. The escort, startled by her sudden vitality, stammered, Aren't you supposed to be unconscious? Lin Qiao smirked coldly. You thought such petty tricks could bring me down?
Dream on.
Without waiting for the escort to react, she delivered a punch that knocked him out. After dispatching the escort, Lin Qiao located the miniature camera, contemplating how ruthlessly the green tea had planned this. Setting up a camera to retain evidence, was she preparing to use it against her once her scheme succeeded? If that was the case, she would repay her in kind. Subsequently, Lin Qiao confiscated the camera, draped a bed sheet over the escort, and stealthily exited the room. The corridor outside was deserted, the lights having been disabled, plunging it into darkness. The night was perfect for mischief. Lin Qiao quickly traversed the corridor while carrying the unconscious escort, arriving at Ning Xiner's room. She stood at the door, pressing her ear against it to listen. There was no sound from within, indicating that Ning Xiner had yet to return. This was fortuitous. Lin Qiao employed a few tactics to bypass the electronic lock and push the door open. The room was dimly lit, lacking any illumination. She swiftly navigated through the hall and entered the room. Her plan was to substitute the escort for Li Tingzhou, allowing Ning Xiner to engage in a passionate encounter with him and then call in journalists for exposure. This reverse strategy would surely leave the green tea feeling quite sour. Upon entering the room, Lin Qiao found Li Tingzhou already sprawled on the bed, eyes closed, utterly motionless, as if he had drifted into a deep slumber. Lin Qiao tossed the escort beside him, covered him with a blanket, and approached Li Tingzhou, gazing at his slumbering form. This man was sleeping like a log. It seemed he had indeed fallen victim to the scheme. Truly, men's minds are not particularly astute. Had it not been for the green tea's devious machinations against her, she would have had no interest in him, planning to walk away with compensation and a divorce certificate, living freely and happily. However, despite her complaints, Lin Qiao could not neglect Li Tingzhou. Time was of the essence. She needed to act quickly and carry him away. She reached for Li Tingzhou's shoulder, intending to lift him, but at the moment her hand touched his arm, he suddenly seized her wrist and threw her down. Lin Qiao was unexpectedly thrown onto the bed. Chapter 62. The green tea's face might as well be swollen. Lin Qiao was taken aback.
Damn.
She had been outmaneuvered by this dog of a man. Lin Qiao reacted swiftly. At the moment of her fall, she countered with a forceful push, shoving Li Tingzhou away. Taken aback, he tumbled off the bed. But as he descended, he grasped Lin Qiao's hand, inadvertently pulling her down with him. As they both rolled to the floor, Lin Qiao landed squarely atop Li Tingzhou, her lips unexpectedly brushing against his in a rather intimate kiss, creating a distinctly ambiguous scene. Both were startled, their minds bursting with confusion. What just happened? A kiss. Out of nowhere. They both reacted in an instant, separating within 3 seconds. Li Tingzhou, observing Lin Qiao struggling to rise from his body, felt heat rush to his ears as he incredulously asked, "How could it be you?" He had assumed it was Ning Xiner who had come to confront him. Lin Qiao, touching her slightly flushed cheek, felt a surge of irritation and, abandoning her pretense, retorted coldly, "What's the matter? Are you disappointed to find it's me?" Realizing his earlier actions were somewhat excessive, Li Tingzhou attempted to clarify, "Please don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. I believed it was Ning Xiner, and I reacted accordingly. Is that so?" Lin Qiao scoffed inwardly, her thoughts racing. "Ha. Reacting. I see. You intended to subdue her and perhaps indulge in a night of passion. How foolish of me to worry about him being taken advantage of. I had no idea he was so incensed he'd resort to violence. Had I known, I would have let him be ensnared by that green tea bitch." Li Tingzhou was taken aback upon hearing her inner musings. He hadn't expected her to come to his rescue. Rising from the floor, Lin Qiao quickly wiped her lips, feeling a wave of regret. "Oh no. That scoundrel has stolen my first kiss. How infuriating." Li Tingzhou was astonished to realize her first kiss still remained intact. Reflecting on their brief encounter, he felt his ears warm. That kiss had been his first as well. Despite having been surrounded by women throughout his life, he had never shared such intimacy with any of them. Even though he and Lin Qiao were married, they had never shared a bed or even had many opportunities to converse. Recently, however, their interactions had indeed increased. After a moment of silence, Lin Qiao suddenly became aware of a pressing question. Logically, Li Tingzhou should have been intoxicated to the point of unconsciousness. Why was he so alert now? Had he merely pretended to be asleep? Surely he wasn't sober? Curiously, she inquired, "Why aren't you drunk?" Just as Li Tingzhou was about to respond, footsteps echoed from the doorway, causing his heart to race. He swiftly pulled Lin Qiao behind the floor-to-ceiling window. As they concealed themselves, Ning Xiner entered the room. Upon spotting the figure under the covers, mistakenly believing it to be Li Tingzhou, she smiled brightly. "Senior, how are you? You must be quite intoxicated. Don't worry. I'll take good care of you tonight." With that, she reluctantly shed her outer garment and dove into bed, aggressively pouncing on the man beneath the covers. Lin Qiao, hidden behind the window, couldn't he help but grimace, her thoughts spiraling. Good grief. Is it really this explosive right off the bat? This green tea is far too eager. If only the person in bed were that scoundrel Li Qiao. Instinctively, she turned to glance at him, only to find his expression darkening. He quickly covered her eyes with his hand, admonishing her in a hushed tone, "Don't look and don't think about it." Lin Qiao's mouth twitched. Just as she was about to retort, a sudden click echoed as the lights flickered on, and the door burst open, revealing a swarm of reporters who immediately began snapping photos of the bed. Ning Qiao, startled, let out a scream, scrambling to cover herself with the blanket. What was happening? How had the reporters gained access beforehand? What was this unfolding chaos? A strange voice emerged from under the covers, prompting Ning Qiao to lift the blanket, only to find herself in shock. What the hell? The person in my bed isn't Li Qiao, but that male escort arranged for Lin Qiao. The escort, glancing at Ning Qiao, was equally bewildered. Having just been knocked unconscious by Lin Qiao, he hadn't expected to awaken next to her. Especially with so many reporters barging in. The reporters, witnessing Ning Qiao in bed with a stranger, were equally dumbfounded. Hadn't they been summoned to capture moments of her with Li Qiao? How had the situation suddenly transformed? Amidst the collective shock, Ning Qiao, disregarding the reporters, frantically demanded of the escort, "Weren't you with Lin Qiao? How did you end up in my bed?" The escort hastily explained, "I was knocked out by Lin Qiao, and when I woke up, I found myself here."
What?
You were knocked out by Lin Qiao? Ning Qiao's expression shifted, sensing impending doom. Hadn't Lin Qiao been incapacitated by the drug? How had she suddenly knocked out this escort and placed him in her bed? Was it possible she hadn't been affected at all? Realizing this, Ning Qiao's heart sank. Was she being set up by Lin Qiao? She quickly threw on a coat and anxiously questioned the reporters. "Didn't we agree for you to come tomorrow morning? Why are you here now?" The reporters exchanged glances before one explained, "Someone sent us a message, changing the photo opportunity to now, so we arrived promptly." Ning Qiao's expression hardened as she pressed. "Who sent you that message?" The reporter pointed at her, exclaiming, "It came from your alternate account." Ning Qiao was stunned. "What? My alternate account? That's impossible. I never sent any notifications. Someone must be behind this." Furious, she demanded, "Who is sabotaging my plans?"
I orchestrated it.
A chilling voice suddenly emerged from behind the floor-to-ceiling curtains. Everyone turned to see Li Qiao pulling Lin Qiao from behind the drapes. The sight of them left the crowd in utter disbelief. My goodness, they were hiding behind the curtains all along. This entire scenario was their doing. Ning Qiao, upon seeing them, panicked. What was happening? Wasn't Li Qiao supposed to be incapacitated by the alcohol? Why did he appear to be entirely unaffected? And why was Lin Qiao with him? Li Qiao and Ning Qiao exchanged a glance, his expression darkening as he scoffed. "Did you really think you could take me down with just a bottle of wine? I've weathered storms far greater than this throughout my life. If I could be easily outsmarted by you, I would have perished 100 times over." It turned out that while he was conversing with Long Yanbai in a private room, a server had presented him with a drink. Sensing something was off with the beverage, he feigned sipping it and excused himself to the restroom, where he discreetly disposed of the drink. At that moment, he surmised someone was plotting against him and contacted Zhao Bai to investigate. Zhao Bai quickly discovered that Ning Qiao was the culprit. Enraged, Li Qiao decided to turn the tables and give her a taste of her own medicine. Subsequently, he feigned inebriation, allowing himself to be carried back to the room by Ning Qiao's associates, intending to confront her upon her return, and to summon the journalists ahead of time to teach her a lesson. Unexpectedly, just as he was brought to Ning Qiao's chamber, Lin Qiao appeared, hoisting the unconscious gigolo. Thus, the ensuing events unfolded. Ning Qiao, observing the dark expression on Li Qiao's face, felt her heart shatter. It turned out that Li Qiao had outmaneuvered her. Lin Qiao couldn't help but regard Li Qiao with newfound respect. Who would have thought this scoundrel had a modicum of intellect? Turning the tables on that scheming woman, what a splendid counterattack. Hearing her unspoken admiration, a smirk lifted the corners of Li Qiao's mouth, a flicker of pride flashing in his eyes. This woman had finally begun to see him in a new light. After a moment of panic, Ning Qiao quickly regained her composure, casting a steely gaze at Lin Qiao. She could not allow herself to be utterly defeated. She could not permit that wretched woman to revel in her triumph. She would strike back. Chapter 64. Captivated by him, unexpectedly. Having resolved her determination, Ning Qiao swiftly leapt from the bed and with a thud, knelt before Lin Qiao. She grasped the hem of his garment, her eyes brimming with tears as she cried, "Senior, I am truly sorry. I did not intend to act this way. I am also ensnared by love." Lin Qiao scoffed coldly, questioning, "You dare to claim such actions stem from love?" Ning Qiao nodded through her tears, sorrowfully confessing, "In truth, I have harbored feelings for you, for many years. I had intended to confess, but then you were forced into marriage. I was left with no choice but to conceal my affections. Recently, witnessing your unhappy marriage and the relentless pressure from your family, I thought of ways to alleviate your burdens, to rid you of that encumbrance known as Lin Qiao and restore your freedom. At the banquet, provoked by Lin Qiao and further incited by Long Yanbai, I acted impulsively, leading to this folly. Although I erred, my intentions were pure. Senior, I truly acted for your benefit." Her mournful wails and heartfelt declarations bore the essence of a woman driven to err by her infatuation. Those surrounding her were moved by her display. Yet Lin Qiao furrowed her brow, internally scoffing, "This green tea surely attended some acting workshops. She is back at it again. What a pity she isn't in the entertainment industry. Look at that pitiful visage. It could easily evoke sympathy from even the most callous of hearts. If Lin Qiao were to soften, he might just let her off the hook." Ha! Men, upon witnessing a green tea weep, lose all sense of reason. Lin Qiao felt a surge of inexplicable anger at her thoughts. Was this how that wretched woman perceived him?
How infuriating!
He was no fool. With a darkened countenance, he coldly shoved Ning Qiao away, resolutely stating, "Wrong is wrong. Do not seek to justify your actions. I have never liked you, and my affairs are not yours to meddle in. As for Lin Qiao, the nature of my relationship with her is none of your concern." After being cast to the floor, Ning Qiao gazed up at his frigid and unfeeling visage, her heart feeling as though it had been pierced by countless daggers. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could Lin Qiao claim he did not like her? That her involvement in his life was unwarranted? This was unfathomable. She had always felt that he harbored some affection for her. Desperately shaking her head, she implored, "No, Senior, this cannot be your true sentiment. You do like me,
Don't you?
Lin Qiao snorted dismissively, "That is merely a delusion of yours." In truth, his interactions with Ning Qiao had been minimal, primarily professional, and he had always maintained a distance, never contacting her privately. To think she could have developed such an illusion. Ning Qiao's heart shattered into a million pieces. It turned out that it had always been her own misconception. Lin Qiao truly did not harbor feelings for her. Lin Qiao, now weary of her incessant pleading, found his disdain for her only deepening. "Take her away. Ensure she never appears before me again." With a command from Lin Qiao, Zhao Bai and a cadre of bodyguards rushed in, forcibly escorting Ning Qiao away. In her desperation, she cried out to Lin Qiao, "Senior, I was wrong. Please, grant me another chance. I acted out of love for you." Before she could finish, a bodyguard silenced her with a cloth, swiftly removing her from the scene. Lin Qiao regarded Lin Qiao with newfound admiration. She had not anticipated that he would remain unmoved by Ning Qiao's manipulative tactics, decisively rejecting her and dealing with her without hesitation. Such resolve exuded the essence of a domineering CEO. Observing Ning Qiao's treatment, those present trembled in fear. Offending Lin Qiao could only lead to a dire fate. Naturally, Lin Qiao would not spare the gigolo and the journalists either. With a frigid expression, he commanded, "Arrest that gigolo and all the journalists and deal with them severely." Understood. Two bodyguards surged forward, apprehending the terrified gigolo and journalists, dragging them away. The group, paralyzed by fear, cried out for mercy, but Lin Qiao offered them no reprieve. After handling the situation, Lin Qiao inquired of Zhao Bai, "Have Ning Qiao's subordinates been dealt with?" Zhao Bai respectfully reported, "All involved have been apprehended and rendered incapacitated before being thrown into the precinct." Lin Qiao's lips curled into a smile, a dark glimmer flashing in his eyes. "Excellent. To dare lay hands on me, they truly are courting death." Lin Qiao, watching Lin Qiao's cold demeanor and palpable aura of menace, felt a chill run down her spine. He was as ruthless and decisive as the villainous characters depicted in literature. Yet, there was something oddly captivating about him. While she was lost in her thoughts, Lin Qiao suddenly turned his gaze toward her. Chapter 65. The allure arrives too swiftly. Like a storm, Lin Qiao unexpectedly locked eyes with Li Tingzhou. Startled, she quickly averted her gaze, internally scolding herself. Goodness, why did this scoundrel suddenly turn around? He nearly scared me to death. Li Tingzhou frowned and asked, Am I that terrifying? Lin Qiao swiftly regained her composure, plastering a smile on her face and sweetly replying, Not at all. Darling, you handled everything splendidly just now. It was utterly impressive. I truly admire you. She blinked, all the while thinking, Indeed, he looks like a darkened demon. Any ordinary girl would likely be frightened to tears upon meeting him. But what of it? I am not easily intimidated. I fear nothing. Li Tingzhou raised an eyebrow upon hearing her thoughts. This woman, remarkably unafraid of him, possessed quite the audacity. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Lin Qiao recalled her earlier fascination with him and felt a twinge of guilt. She hurriedly said, Darling, now that the matter is resolved, I shall return to my room and not disturb you further. With that, she swiftly turned and departed. As she left, her thoughts echoed. What the hell? How did I just get captivated by this scoundrel's commanding presence? Uffed. It must be an illusion. I have seen my fair share of handsome men. How could I be so naive? No, I must hurry back to take a shower and refresh myself. Li Tingzhou gazed at her departing figure, somewhat astonished. This woman had actually fallen under his spell. He had presumed her to be a woman utterly devoid of appreciation for men. Yet it appeared she possessed a discerning eye after all. A smile crept onto his lips, lifting his spirits. Upon returning to her room, Lin Qiao had just finished her shower when Li Tingzhou came back. Although she felt a twinge of annoyance at his prompt return, she greeted him with a cheerful smile. Darling, you're back. Li Tingzhou glanced at her in her casual attire, his lips twitching slightly. How could she emerge from the shower looking so composed? Clearly, she was on guard against him. How ridiculous. Did he truly have designs on her? Such narcissism. After mentally scoffing at her, he settled onto the nearby sofa and inquired. They informed me that Ning Qiao used an aphrodisiac on you. You should have been incapacitated, yet how did you suddenly regain consciousness, knock out that gigolo, and then carry him to Ning Qiao's room? This woman, typically delicate and incapable of even household chores, how had she transformed into someone so formidable? Faced with Li Tingzhou's skeptical gaze, Lin Qiao quickly devised a clever response, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Darling, I was indeed drugged. However, when they dragged me into that gigolo's room, their rough handling caused me to hit my head, and that jolt brought me back to consciousness. Once I awoke, I took advantage of the gigolo's moment of inattention and pushed him. He collided with the cabinet and knocked himself out. Afterward, I recalled that they might target you, so I exerted myself to drag the gigolo away to save you. Li Tingzhou frowned slightly. What a coincidence. Lin Qiao nodded earnestly. Yes, quite a coincidence. Internally, however, she rolled her eyes, muttering, What a coincidence indeed. If it weren't for my exceptional skills, I would have met my demise long ago. Being entangled with a wealthy scoundrel is indeed perilous. One risks becoming collateral damage. I should strive to distance myself from him in the future. Keeping away from scoundrels is essential for survival and peace of mind. Li Tingzhou thought to himself, this wretched woman, who just moments ago was captivated by him, now proclaimed her desire to distance herself for her own safety. What a dramatic shift in attitude. Noticing his unwavering gaze, Lin Qiao feared he might doubt her sincerity. She grasped his hand and, with an exaggerated pout, lamented, Darling, you wouldn't doubt me, would you? How can you be like this? I fought desperately to maintain my innocence, and yet it results in your distrust. It truly saddens me. You no longer love me. Woe is me. Li Tingzhou shuddered, goosebumps prickling his skin. He hastily withdrew his hand from hers, saying, You should rest. I need to take a shower. With that, he stood and departed. Once he left, Lin Qiao exhaled in relief. Let him believe whatever he wished. She no longer felt inclined to explain. Casting a glance at the time, she realized it was nearly dawn. Exhausted from the day, she lay down on the sofa, wrapping herself in an air-conditioned blanket and drifting off to sleep. When Li Tingzhou emerged from the shower, he found Lin Qiao already asleep. Approaching the sofa, he beheld her cocooned snugly in the blanket, and his lips twitched. It was evident she was indeed wary of him. With a scoff, he derided her internally. Even if this woman knelt before him, weeping and begging for his affection, he would not spare her a glance. With a disdainful snort, he turned to leave, but just then, Lin Qiao, still lost in her dreams, rolled over, kicking the blanket off. He bent down to retrieve the blanket, covering her once more. Upon closer inspection, her sleeping posture was quite unrefined. Limbs sprawled carelessly, hair tousled like a bird's nest. Yet, despite her disheveled appearance, there was something endearing and charming about her, utterly distinct from the poised and elegant socialites. Leaning against the cushion, her face glowed with an ethereal radiance, her features exquisitely defined, and her delicate lips resembled a juicy peach. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself captivated by Lin Qiao's slumbering form. When he finally regained his composure and glanced at the wall clock, it struck 1 a.m. Li Tingzhou. Good heavens! Had he truly been staring at Lin Qiao for over an hour? Just moments ago, he had been seething with indignation, convinced that even if Lin Qiao begged for his affection, he would not grant her a second glance. Yet here he was, having spoken those words only to be swiftly contradicted. This was indeed a most embarrassing moment. Li Tingzhou hurriedly rose to his feet, striding toward the small kitchen. As he walked, he rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache brewing. He mused to himself that it must be the lingering effects of the alcohol he had consumed earlier, which had clouded his judgment regarding that woman. Upon entering the small kitchen, he opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of chilled mineral water. After pouring himself a generous glass and downing it in one gulp, the icy liquid invigorated him considerably. He glanced back at Lin Qiao, still sprawled on the sofa, his brow furrowing. Such a duplicitous woman was hardly charming. With a haughty snort, he retreated to the bedroom, extinguishing the lights before settling in for sleep. After tossing and turning for some time, he finally fell into a restless slumber. In his dreams, Lin Qiao's figure flitted around him, causing a growing sense of annoyance. The following day, Li Tingzhou awoke early, his restless night leaving him enveloped in a cloud of low pressure. With a sullen expression, he exited the bedroom and was greeted by the sight of Lin Qiao on the balcony. Practicing Tai Chi, Lin Qiao was utterly focused, each movement fluid and graceful, embodying both softness and strength, exuding an air of profound depth. The soft golden morning light enveloped her in a halo of warmth, rendering her an ethereal figure standing atop a mountain, a master of her craft. Li Tingzhou's heart raced, struck by her beauty. He had never seen Lin Qiao in this light, radiant and enigmatic. A fleeting image of a woman who had defeated the formidable fighter Hong Liang at the Golden King Fighting Championship crossed his mind. Could Lin Qiao be connected to that remarkable woman? At that moment, having completed her set of movements, Lin Qiao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. As she wiped the sweat from her brow, contemplating what to eat for breakfast, she suddenly sensed someone watching her. Turning around, she was startled to find Li Tingzhou gazing intently at her. Goodness! You nearly gave me a heart attack. How did this scoundrel suddenly appear here? Just a moment ago. He seemed to be sleeping like a log. I thought he wouldn't wake up. How could he suddenly be awake? Well, now that he's awake, why did he come over without a word? Oh dear, how awkward. What am I supposed to say now? A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. Once Li Tingzhou regained his composure, he was about to speak when Lin Qiao, quick to react, dashed toward him, flashing a radiant smile. Good morning, darling. What brings you up so early? Are you hungry? Shall we go downstairs for breakfast? Li Tingzhou looked down at her. Her skin was pale and delicate, her eyes large and bright, and her smile was as radiant as a blooming flower, adorable and endearing. Momentarily entranced, he hastily diverted his gaze. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he returned her greeting and inquired, Your Tai Chi was quite impressive.
Who taught you?
Lin Qiao's eyes sparkled mischievously as she explained with a smile, I learned it from those elderly gentlemen who dance in the square. What do you think? Am I doing it quite well? Internally, she mused, I am not lying. My master rises every morning to join a group of aunties for square dancing. So, isn't he just one of those elderly gentlemen? Upon hearing her thoughts, Li Tingzhou's curiosity about her master was piqued, and he teasingly inquired,
Who is this gentleman?
Perhaps I could pay him a visit one day? Anticipating his question, Lin Qiao chuckled and replied, I fear there may be no opportunity for that, as he has returned to his hometown, and I am unaware of his exact whereabouts. Internally, she scoffed, a person of my master's caliber, a recluse beyond reach, is not someone you can simply meet at will. Li Tingzhou cast a sidelong glance at her and responded, Is that so? What a pity. While he expressed regret, his mind was already racing with thoughts of how to uncover this so-called recluse. Ever since he gained the ability to hear this woman's innermost thoughts, he had sensed an air of complexity about her, as if she harbored numerous secrets yet to be revealed. He would certainly investigate them in due course. At that moment, Lin Qiao's phone rang loudly. She picked it up from the adjacent table and glanced at the screen, noting that it was a call from the original owner's father. Her brow furrowed in response. The original owner's father, Lin Yunshin, was the quintessential Phoenix man. Years ago, he had pursued the original owner's mother, Yao Qianxue, with relentless determination. Yao Qianxue was a genuine heiress from a prominent family in the capital, a quintessential beauty of wealth. After marrying Lin Yunshin, she utilized her family's resources to help him rise from nothing, and together they established the Lin Corporation. However, Lin Yunshin did not cherish her sacrifices, engaging in numerous extramarital affairs and even entangling himself with Yao Qianxue's cousin, resulting in the birth of an illegitimate child. These transgressions were shrouded in secrecy until 2 years prior, when Yao Qianxue uncovered the truth. Devastated by the revelations, she furiously filed for divorce. Yet, on the eve of their separation, while on a business trip, she encountered a landslide, leading to her vehicle being buried. Although she was rescued, she lost consciousness and became a vegetative state. Following her condition, Lin Yunshin, unrestrained by any moral compass, descended further into depravity. In the later chapters of the original story, after Yao Qianxue's passing, he not only seized the family fortune but also married his mistress, expelling all 4 of Yao Qianxue's children from their home. The tragic fates of the Lin family's children were directly orchestrated by him. Reflecting on these circumstances filled Lin Qiao with profound disdain. This scoundrel, who had neglected his daughter for so long, suddenly called. What could he possibly want? Chapter 67 commenced with a barrage of fury. After mocking him briefly, Lin Qiao stepped out of her room and into the corridor before answering the call. On the other end, Lin Yunshin's displeased voice greeted her. Qiao, why did it take you so long to answer the call? Lin Qiao, disinterested in idle banter, bluntly asked, what do you want? With her directness prompting him to skip the pleasantries, he quickly got to the point. We recently secured a significant contract at the company and require some funds for turnover. Please bring me the company seal. Also, when you return, could you bring a copy of your mother's will? We need to discuss potential amendments. A glint of cold derision flashed in Lin Qiao's eyes. So, the scoundrel sought these 2 matters. Previously, Yao Qianxue had anticipated this and established a will to prevent Lin Yunshin from claiming the company and assets unilaterally and trusting the seal to the original owner for safekeeping. However, the original owner had been gullible, allowing her deceitful father to obtain the seal and manipulate her into altering the will, resulting in Lin Yunshin's theft of both the company and the family fortune, while she ended up with nothing but a tragic fate.
Now,
she was no longer the original owner and would not be deceived again by this scoundrel. With a scornful tone, Lin Qiao replied, Mother said the seal cannot be given to you. If you require funds, you should apply through the board of directors. As for the will, it is final and cannot be altered. Lin Yunshin's voice darkened with displeasure. Qiao, how can you refuse your father? I need the seal to expand the company, and the board members are incapable of understanding the situation. As for that will, it's solely your mother's opinion. Some distributions are unfair and must be revised. I can negotiate for you to receive a larger share of the inheritance. What do you think? Lin Qiao sneered derisively, retorting coldly. I would trust you as far as I could throw you, you deceitful old man. Lin Yunshin was taken aback. Lin Qiao had audaciously insulted him, calling him an old scoundrel and accusing him of harboring ill intentions. While their father-daughter relationship was strained, she had never shown him such blatant disrespect before. Anger flared within him. Qiao, how could you say such a thing? Everything I do is for you and for the good of this family. Lin Qiao scoffed. It's for you and your mistresses, isn't it? Lin Yunshin's expression shifted. Could it be that Lin Qiao was aware of his infidelities? This was impossible. He had kept everything so well concealed, with only Yao Qianxue knowing, and she was now a comatose vegetative state, incapable of revealing any secrets. It must be just her anger speaking. Lin Yunshin, feeling guilty, protested, Qiao, you are unjustly accusing me. I have no mistresses. I am wholly devoted to your mother and to this family. Silence, scoundrel. Lin Qiao could no longer contain her disdain. She bluntly exposed him. You know how many women you have on the side and how many wrongs you have done to mother and this family. Do you truly believe you can feign innocence? Do you think everyone else is a fool? Lin Yunshin was rattled by her accusations. Did she truly know everything? He could not allow that. Even if she did, he would never admit it. His expression darkened as he reprimanded Lin Qiao. You are becoming increasingly outrageous. Do you think that just because you are now the young mistress of the Li family, you can act with impunity? He unleashed a tirade into the phone. Lin Qiao paid him no heed, coldly interrupting him to say with malicious amusement, with such rage, "Be careful not to set your phone ablaze and burn yourself in the process." Lin Yunshin was infuriated. How dare Lin Qiao curse him? Just as he was about to erupt in anger, a sudden explosion of sparks erupted from his phone, igniting a small fire that landed on his clothing and hair. Startled, he dropped the phone, shrieking in alarm. Moments later, panic shouts echoed from the other end. "Ah, the master's phone is on fire.
Ah,
His clothes and hair are catching fire.
ah."
Even his backside is ablaze." Chapter 68 delivered a double dose of poetic justice. Lin Qiao raised an elegant eyebrow, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. What had begun as a mere test had unexpectedly yielded results. Even through the phone, her curse had manifested. Chaos was certainly reigning on Lin Yunshin's side. The more disorder, the better. He had brought this upon himself. With her mood lifted, Lin Qiao made her way downstairs to enjoy breakfast. After their meal, Li Tingzhou, having concluded the negotiations for the collaborative project in B City, took Lin Qiao back to the capital. At 2 p.m., their flight arrived at the capital airport. Just as Lin Qiao stepped out, she received a text from Lin Haochu. "Sister, I'm waiting for you outside the airport. Hurry and find me. They say mother is critically ill. We must go to the hospital together." Lin Qiao's complexion shifted subtly. After receiving a call from her negligent father in the morning, by afternoon, her biological mother's condition had taken a turn for the worse. It was evident that this was all part of a premeditated scheme. Without further ado, she knew she must hasten to the hospital. After relaying a brief message to Li Tingzhou, she hurried away. Observing her hurried departure, Li Tingzhou's gaze darkened. Since the morning, there had been something peculiar about her. He instructed Zhao Bai, who was trailing behind, investigate the situation concerning the Lin family. Yes. Zhao Bai promptly retrieved his phone and dispatched the task to investigate the Lin family. 40 minutes later, Lin Qiao and Lin Hao arrived at a hospital in the city center. They rushed to the entrance of a surgical room in the emergency department, where a considerable crowd had gathered. Besides Lin Yunshin, there were company associates, lawyers, relatives from the Lin family, and the mistress by Rushi. These individuals were all loyal to Lin Yunshin. Lin Qiao smirked at the sight of such a multitude. Was Lin Yunshin hoping to alter the will, seize the company seal, and usurp the family fortune upon Yao Qianxue's demise? Such malice was truly astonishing. Upon seeing Lin Qiao and Lin Hao, Lin Yunshin's expression darkened. Oblivious to the schemes at play, Lin Hao was solely concerned for his mother's well-being. He rushed forward anxiously, asking, "What is my mother's condition?" Lin Yunshin replied impassively, "She is still undergoing resuscitation. We must wait." Lin Hao sighed sadly, then glanced at Lin Yunshin, who had become bald, and curiously inquired, "Dad, what happened to your hair? And why are you wrapped in so much bandage?" Lin Yunshin touched his bald head, casting a furious glance at Lin Qiao. Earlier that morning, after calling Lin Qiao, his phone had suddenly caught fire, igniting his hair and clothing. He had sustained burns, and his freshly oiled black hair had been entirely singed off, leaving him bald. The thought of it made him seethe with rage, wishing to berate Lin Qiao, but with so many witnesses present, he could only suppress his ire. "It's nothing. Just a fire at home that accidentally burned my hair," he gritted through clenched teeth. Lin Hao, after a brief acknowledgement, chose not to pursue the matter further. Their relationship was strained, and he was disinclined to concern himself with Lin Yunshin's affairs. Lin Yunshin, ignoring Lin Hao, approached Lin Qiao and asked, "Did you bring the company's seal, and the will your mother drafted?" Lin Qiao scoffed in response, "While your mother is fighting for her life, you stand here fretting over the company's seal and her inheritance. What are your true intentions?" Upon hearing this, several nurses and patients nearby cast strange glances at Lin Yunshin. His composure faltered, and he snapped at Lin Qiao, "What nonsense are you spouting? I have no ulterior motives. I am solely concerned for the company and this family." Lin Qiao regarded him with cold eyes, unreservedly retorting, "Oh, are you angry? Be cautious. If your fury overwhelms you, you might find yourself in the operating room next." Lin Yunshin, incensed by her words, was about to launch into a tirade when a sudden wave of anger struck him and he collapsed, his vision fading to black. The crowd gasped in shock. Chapter 69, Mrs. Lin faces grave danger. Goodness. Is Lin Qiao's remark truly that prophetic? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the onlookers quickly rushed to assess Lin Yunshin's condition. Upon collapsing, he fell into unconsciousness. Bai Rushi cried out in alarm, "Someone please. Mr. Lin is in trouble."
Nearby.
A doctor rushed over, and Lin Yunshin was promptly taken into the emergency room for resuscitation. Witnessing their negligent father being whisked away for urgent care, Lin Hao looked at Lin Qiao with astonishment and remarked, "Sis, is your tongue somehow enchanted? Whoever you curse seems to meet misfortune." Lin Qiao smirked, maintaining her composure as she replied, "Whether it is enchanted or not has nothing to do with you. Refrain from asking further. Besides, this is merely his just desserts for his own guilty conscience." Lin Hao was somewhat taken aback. The venom in her words revealed the depth of her animosity toward Lin Yunshin. He curiously asked, "Sis, do you truly suspect Dad of wrongdoing?" Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him disdainfully, stating, "Why do you still call him Dad? Such a person is unworthy of that title." Before Lin Hao could respond, Bai Rushi, unable to contain herself, chastised Lin Qiao. "Qiao Qiao, how can you speak of your father in such a manner? He dedicates himself wholly to the company and the family, working tirelessly every day. If you lack understanding, you shouldn't curse and slander him. As his daughter, you are being utterly excessive." Bai Rushi was the mother of the novel's second female lead, a distant relative of Yao Qianxue and effectively her cousin. Orphaned at a young age, Bai Rushi had been taken in by the Yao family, where Yao Qianxue treated her as a sister. After graduating from university, she married, only to divorce shortly thereafter due to an unhappy marriage. Returning to Beijing, she was welcomed back by Yao Qianxue, yet secretly began an affair with Lin Yunshin, resulting in an unexpected child. To cover her tracks, Lin Yunshin arranged for her to marry one of his subordinates. Although she was married, she remained his clandestine lover, frequently meeting in secret. Years later, after another divorce, she returned to seek refuge with Yao Qianxue, who once again took her in. Thus, she resided in the Lin family's mansion, ostensibly as Yao Qianxue's assistant, yet still as Lin Yunshin's secret mistress. Their affair had been conducted discreetly, unnoticed by anyone save for Yao Qianxue, who had stumbled upon it 2 years prior. Contemplating the sordid relationship between her father and Bai Rushi, Lin Qiao's expression hardened as she looked at the fuming Bai Rushi and coldly mocked, "Oh, he is certainly very busy, primarily with various women, including your escapades." The crowd collectively turned their astonished gazes upon Bai Rushi. What did Lin Qiao mean? Was Lin Yunshin indeed unfaithful and entangled with Bai Rushi? Bai Rushi appeared equally stunned. Had Lin Qiao uncovered the truth about her affair with Lin Yunshin? Panic set in as she trembled, about to retort, when a sudden and urgent alarm rang out from the surgical room. Several nurses rushed out, hurrying in the opposite direction. Lin Hao quickly grabbed one of the nurses, anxiously inquiring what happened. The nurse replied, "Mrs. Lin's condition has suddenly worsened. We urgently need specialists and a batch of emergency medication for her final resuscitation." An audible gasp escaped Lin Hao and the others in unison. The nurse sighed, placing a comforting hand on Lin Hao's shoulder, adding meaningfully, "Please, prepare yourselves mentally." The faces of the crowd shifted dramatically. Was Yao Qianxue beyond saving? Lin Qiao cast a fleeting glance toward the surgical room, her mind made up, and then turned to leave. Chapter 70. The sudden arrival of a divine doctor. Lin Hao, noticing her departure, called out, "Hey sis, where are you going?" Lin Qiao moved swiftly, and by the time his voice reached her, she had already vanished from sight. Lin Hao scratched his head in confusion, pondering where Lin Qiao could possibly be headed at such a time. Moments later, a nurse arrived, accompanied by several masked doctors, hurrying into the surgical room. Lin Hao looked towards the operating room, silently praying for his mother's survival. Bai Ruxuang cast a glance at the anxious Lin Hao, a sinister smirk flickering in her eyes. Yao Qianxue could not be saved. Inside the operating room, several doctors donned surgical attire and entered to provide assistance. At this moment, Yao Qianxue lay on the operating table, devoid of color, her lips pale, her body frigid, with the heart monitor incessantly beeping, indicating her weakening heart rate. Leading the medical team was Director Yang Yuzong, a distinguished internist in his 60s. He approached, assessed Yao Qianxue's condition, and urgently instructed, "The patient's internal organ functions are rapidly declining, with insufficient blood supply to the heart, resulting in the brain lacking oxygen. We must proceed with cardiac resuscitation," he commanded, and a nearby doctor quickly retrieved a defibrillator to administer emergency stimulation. However, after numerous attempts, the patient's heart rate did not improve. Instead, it continued to diminish, her body temperature plummeting. Soon, the heart monitor emitted a piercing alarm, the heartbeat line transforming into a flat, parallel line. The patient had no heartbeat. A doctor cried out in alarm. The others stared at the heart monitor, collectively sighing in despair. The resuscitation had failed. Yang Yusong checked Yao Qianshua's pulse. Letting out a somber sigh, it appears we are powerless to help. The doctors and nurses exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of resignation. Just then, a clear and forceful voice interrupted. Please, allow me to try. Everyone turned to see a young female doctor approaching. At that moment, all were clad in surgical garb and masks, rendering her unrecognizable. A doctor coldly remarked, Director Yang has declared the patient beyond saving. Do you truly believe you can resurrect her? The young doctor, her gaze resolute, replied, Allow me to attempt acupuncture. There may yet be a glimmer of hope. Acupuncture? The crowd pondered for a moment before someone could not help but scoff. If even Western emergency measures have failed, what can acupuncture possibly achieve? Are you here to create more chaos? The young doctor raised an eyebrow, retorting coolly, How can we know without trying? Just as the individual was about to retort, Yang Yusong intervened, looking at the young female doctor with a serious expression. Since you wish to try, then proceed. After all, the patient is beyond our help. Let her have the opportunity. The worst outcome is already upon us. With his permission, the young doctor's eyes brightened, and she quickly instructed a nurse to retrieve silver needles and the necessary herbs before stepping forward to treat the patient. Her technique in acupuncture was exceptionally professional, and her unique application of herbs astonished the surrounding doctors, particularly Yang Yusong, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. He was well versed in both Eastern and Western medicine, with profound knowledge of acupuncture. Her skills in acupuncture and herbal medicine were undoubtedly those of a master. He was familiar with all the traditional Chinese doctors in the hospital, yet he could not recall any young and remarkably skilled female practitioners. He pondered for a long time, unable to determine her identity. His curiosity piqued. 15 minutes later, the first round of acupuncture concluded. The young doctor made an incision on Yao Qianshua's wrist to perform bloodletting. The initial blood drawn was pitch black, accompanied by a peculiar odor, startling the onlookers. Black blood with an unusual scent. Was this a case of severe poisoning? However, numerous tests had previously shown no signs of poisoning. A doctor inquired, puzzled. The young doctor explained, It is a rare form of toxin. This poison, known as Yanluo poison, is an insidious chronic toxin crafted from specific medicinal materials, undetectable by medical instruments, and often imperceptible. Only experienced doctors familiar with toxins can identify it. This toxin can render the victim a vegetative state after a significant injury, initially appearing benign and non-fatal, but gradually weakening the body until death occurs within 2 to 3 years. The crowd was taken aback. Such a chronic poison existed? How bizarre. So, the patient's condition was not solely a result of the landslide accident, but was due to this chronic toxin? How terrifying. The hospital had conducted numerous examinations over the past 2 years without detecting anything. This was truly peculiar. Are you trying to deceive us? Someone questioned. I am aware of this toxin. Yang Yusong interrupted the skeptic, stating earnestly, I have read about it in an ancient medical text. Many wealthy families purchase such poisons at high prices in order to seize inheritance.
Ah, is that so?
How malicious. The crowd gasped, suddenly convinced. Yang Yusong looked at the young doctor, astonished. This chronic toxin was exceptionally difficult to identify and treat, and even he was unsure how to address it. The fact that this young doctor understood it was truly impressive. After completing the bloodletting, the young doctor gestured for silence and proceeded with the second round of acupuncture. The atmosphere in the operating room turned solemn as no one dared to speak, all cooperating with her efforts to save the patient. After an hour, with 4 rounds of acupuncture and 4 bloodlettings, the patient's pulse and heartbeat gradually stabilized, even her body temperature returning to normal. In that moment, the operating room erupted into exclamations of awe.
Wow.
She truly revived her. Incredible. Her acupuncture was indeed extraordinary, a miraculous display of skill. Impressive, indeed. Amidst the chorus of praise, the crowd's gaze toward the young doctor transformed into one of reverence. Even those who had previously doubted her offered apologies. The young doctor glanced at them, a smile gracing her lips. It's nothing. What matters is saving the patient. After the treatment concluded, she wrote down the follow-up treatment plan and herbal prescription, handing it to Yang Yusong, instructing him, As long as you follow the methods I've outlined for the subsequent treatment, the patient will be fine. Yang Yusong glanced at the prescription, his eyes filled with astonishment. The treatment approach and medicinal methods were truly exceptional. After praising her, he excitedly inquired, "Miss, which department of traditional Chinese medicine are you from? And what is your name? How are you so skilled?" Chapter 71. Who administered the poison? The young doctor met his gaze, a smile playing on her lips. "I will tell you later. The treatment here is finished and I am a bit fatigued. I shall step out for a moment." Noticing her weariness, Yang Yusong nodded, waving his hand. "Please take a rest. Once you've recovered, come find me in the director's office." "All right," she replied, turning to leave. At that moment, her delicate brow arched, thinking to herself that she would not return to seek him out. For she was not a doctor from this establishment but Lin Qiao, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine under her master since childhood, she possessed considerable expertise and was a renowned practitioner in her original world. Upon learning of Yao Qianshua's critical condition, she could not remain at ease, so she impersonated a doctor to enter the operating room and administer treatment. Now that Yao Qianshua was out of danger, her mission was complete, and she could not afford to reveal herself. Otherwise, should they discover her true identity and her act of impersonating a doctor to save someone, it would surely invite a plethora of troubles. After exiting the operating room, she evaded the crowd and headed to the changing room to change her attire. Shortly after Lin Qiao departed, Yang Yusong personally stepped out of the operating room to convey the good news to the Lin family. Upon learning that Yao Qianshua had been saved, Lin Haochu leapt for joy, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. Mother has finally been rescued. It seems my prayers have borne fruit." However, Bai Rushuang and the relatives of the Lin family, along with their lawyer, were visibly perturbed. According to their plan, Yao Qianshua was supposed to be beyond saving. How could she have been revived so suddenly? Bai Rushuang anxiously inquired of Yang Yusong, "Director Yang, what exactly is my cousin's condition? How could she have come back to life?" Yang Yusong recalled the young female doctor who had single-handedly turned the tide and saved Yao Qianshua's life, filled with admiration. He remarked, "Initially, Mrs. Lin's condition deteriorated suddenly, and our resuscitation efforts failed. Just as we were about to give up, a female doctor appeared. She employed a miraculous acupuncture technique to revive Mrs. Lin." Bai Rushuang gasped in surprise. "A divine healer appeared out of nowhere?" Yang Yusong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. That doctor possesses extraordinary medical skills." Lin Haochu, filled with awe, exclaimed, "Wow, how remarkable! Director Yang, who is she? Can we meet her to express our gratitude in person?" Yang Yusong smiled and replied, "Everyone in the operating room was wearing masks, so I couldn't recognize her. Once we conclude our matters here, I will arrange for her to meet with you." Lin Haochu eagerly agreed. However, Bai Rushuang was seething with anger. She had meticulously arranged everything, only to have their plans thwarted by the unexpected emergence of a miraculous healer. Soon after, the revived Yao Qianshua was wheeled out of the operating room and transferred to the VIP ward. Not long after, Lin Yunshin also regained consciousness. He exited the emergency room and hurried to Yao Qianshua's ward. Upon seeing Yao Qianshua, who had been revived, his expression darkened, even more so than during moments of extreme distress. At that moment, Lin Qiao entered the ward. Casting a sidelong glance at the conflicted expressions of Lin Yunshin and Bai Rushuang, a glimmer of cold mockery flashing in her eyes. Seeing her approach, Lin Haochu quickly walked up to her and curiously asked, "Sister, where did you just go?" Lin Qiao fabricated an excuse, replying, "I was feeling unwell, so I went to the restroom." Lin Haochu, concerned, asked, "You were in there for so long? Are you alright? Should we call a doctor?" "No need, I'm fine," Lin Qiao replied, and then deliberately turned to Yang Yusong, who was there to examine Yao Qianshua. "Director Yang, what caused my mother's sudden illness?" Yang Yusong glanced at her and the Lin family, hesitating for a few moments before responding with a complex expression. That female doctor discovered that Mrs. Lin had been poisoned with a chronic toxin known as the Yama poison, which led to her grave condition and endangered her life. "What? My mother has been poisoned?" Lin Haochu exclaimed in shock. Bai Rushuang and Lin Yunshin's expressions changed dramatically. Lin Qiao fixed her sharp gaze on the two of them, stating, "You two have been caring for mother these past 2 years. You cannot be absolved of responsibility if she has been poisoned." At her words, the room fell into stunned silence. The atmosphere became tense as Lin Yunshin and Bai Rushuang felt a jolt of panic. Lin Qiao had turned her suspicions towards them. Were there conspiratorial actions to poison Yao Qianshua about to be exposed? Bai Rushuang, sensing the gravity of the situation, feigned tears. For the past 2 years, I have sacrificed my freedom and all leisure to care for my comatose cousin. I rise at 5 each morning, working tirelessly until the early hours of the next day. My health has deteriorated from the exhaustion. Even my hair has turned gray. Yet, I have no regrets, for my cousin has treated me well. As for you children, whether you appreciate my efforts is of little concern, but you cannot suspect me of poisoning her. That truly wounds my heart. Observing her perform this act of victimhood, Lin Qiao shot her a derisive glance, bluntly revealing, "Your complexion is rosy, your hair glossy and dark. Your speech is robust, hardly the signs of someone who has been overworked and unwell. As far as I know, the actual caretaking has been done by hired help. You merely drop by occasionally. Yet, you dare to claim all the credit for yourself. Your audacity is remarkable." Bai Rushuang, feeling cornered by her words, hastily countered, "Qiao Qiao. You misunderstand. My rosy complexion is due to makeup, and my dark hair is a result of oil treatments. As for caring for your mother, I have been primarily responsible." Lin Qiao chuckled lightly. "If you truly have been responsible, why not summon those hired help and your mother's attending physician to clarify?" Bai Rushuang panicked. Bringing them in would expose her lies. She instinctively sought help from Lin Yunshin. After exchanging glances with Bai Rushuang, Lin Yunshin's expression darkened, and he angrily reprimanded Lin Qiao. "Lin Qiao, your behavior is becoming increasingly outrageous. First, you show disrespect towards me, and now you suspect your Aunt Bai and me. This is too much. You rarely visit your mother, let alone show concern for her. What gives you the right to speak so boldly now?" Lin Qiao retorted earnestly. "It is precisely because I neglected my mother in the past that I now seek to rectify my mistakes and uncover the truth behind her poisoning." Lin Yunshin scoffed. "And how do you plan to investigate? Through baseless conjectures and unfounded suspicions?" Lin Qiao regarded him coolly, scoffing, "I am not merely speculating. I possess both material evidence and witnesses." She snapped her fingers, and several bodyguards escorted a maid into the ward. Bai Rushuang and Lin Yunshin were taken aback upon seeing the maid, a middle-aged woman whom Bai Rushuang had specifically hired to care for Yao Qianxue.
She was also their inside contact.
They had not anticipated that Lin Qiao would capture her. Clearly, Lin Qiao had plotted this well in advance. In a state of panic, Lin Yunshin exploded, pointing at Lin Qiao and shouting, "What are you doing bringing her here?" Lin Qiao coldly explained, "This maid is responsible for preparing soup for my mother daily, and each time she adds a bit of chronic poison to it." She produced a small packet of powder from her pocket, declaring, "This is the very poison she used. I had it retrieved from her." Everyone stared at the small packet in her hand, astonished. Bai Rushuang hastily denied, "That is impossible. You must have brought that from somewhere else to frame me." Lin Qiao pointed at the maid, coldly asserting, "If this is a frame-up, then ask her yourself." The crowd turned to the maid, who was now terrified. According to plan, once Yao Qianxue died, she was to be sent abroad. Thus, she had been preparing her luggage early that morning. Unexpectedly, just as she finished packing, a group of bodyguards had barged into her home, capturing her and bringing her to the hospital. Sensing the impending exposure of her plot, she panicked and started to deflect blame. "I don't know anything. I was merely following Bai Rushuang's instructions." Gasps echoed through the room as everyone turned their attention to Bai Rushuang. In a state of desperation, she quickly denied, "No, she is lying." Just as Lin Qiao was about to counter, Lin Yunshin suddenly shouted, "Enough." He glared fiercely at Lin Qiao, berating her, "Lin Qiao, you ungrateful daughter. Your mother has narrowly escaped death, and yet you are causing chaos here. Do you wish to drive your Aunt Bai and me to our graves, only to inherit the Lin family's fortune? Your heart is truly wicked. It appears that I have been too indulgent with you, allowing you to act with impunity. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson." He stormed over, raising his hand to slap Lin Qiao. Just as that hand was about to strike her face, an unexpected hand reached out and grasped Lin Yunshin's wrist. Chapter 73. The Dominant Defense of My Wife. Before Lin Yunshin could react, he was flung aside, letting out a startled cry as he fell disgracefully to the ground. The crowd gasped, looking up to find that the individual was none other than Li Tingzhou. Lin Qiao's eyes widened in astonishment. What was the scoundrelly doing here? Lin Yunshin, seeing Li Tingzhou, felt a mix of shock and fury, ready to reprimand him, only to be met with a cold, piercing glare. "Lin Qiao is my wife. No one is permitted to lay a hand on her, not even you, her father." The chilling words carried a commanding authority that silenced the room. Lin Qiao gazed at Li Tingzhou, who was fiercely defending her, and despite her surprise, A warm feeling blossomed within her heart. Lin Yunshin trembled in fear, intimidated by Li Tingzhou's sharp reprimand. Everyone knew the nature of Li Tingzhou, ruthless and formidable. Lin Yunshin had always harbored a deep-seated fear of the son-in-law. Others present were equally daunted by Li Tingzhou's imposing presence, none daring to utter a word. After a brief silence, Lin Qiao broke it, asking Li Tingzhou, "Darling, what brings you here?" Li Tingzhou cast her a sidelong glance and explained. "Grandfather learned of your mother's critical condition and had someone investigate. It was discovered that someone had poisoned her. With the prime suspects being the maid you apprehended and Bai Rushuang." Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. The Leaf family was indeed intervening in this matter. "Grandfather instructed me to report to the police. I have brought them here to conduct an inquiry." After adding this, Li Tingzhou signaled to Zhao Bai behind him, who then ushered in the waiting police officers. Upon seeing the officers, Bai Rushuang and Lin Yunshin were visibly shaken. Li Tingzhou had actually called the police to apprehend them. In a panic, Lin Yunshin accused Li Tingzhou, "This is a matter for the Lin family. It is not for the Li family to meddle in. Please take your police away." Li Tingzhou snorted coldly, retorting with a strong demeanor, "Grandfather and Mr. Yao share a bond akin to life and death. His daughter is as dear to grandfather as his own. Moreover, Ms. Yao is my mother-in-law. Tell me, does the Li family not have the right to intervene in her affairs?" Lin Yunshin, overwhelmed by the counter-argument, immediately fell silent. Li Tingzhou, disinterested in further discussion, commanded Zhao Bai, "Have the two suspects taken to the police station for questioning." "Yes." Zhao Bai promptly instructed the officers to escort the individuals away. As the police placed handcuffs on Bai Rushuang, she attempted to protest, but Li Tingzhou shot her a cold glare that rendered her speechless, trembling in fear. Soon, the maid and Bai Rushuang were taken away. Witnessing the scene, Lin Yunshin shook uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. The Leaf family was indeed terrifying. The relatives of the Lin family and their lawyer were equally intimidated, too scared to utter a sound. Li Tingzhou cast a frigid glance at those present, contemplating that had it not been for the familial ties and concerns for the Lin family's reputation, his usual approach would have been to incapacitate Lin Yunshin and his cohorts and dispose of them at sea. Lin Yunshin and his companions exchanged fearful glances with him, paralyzed by terror. Some of the more timid individuals were so frightened that they lost control and wet themselves. Lin Qiao surveyed the frightened group, a flicker of cold mockery in her eyes, internally scoffing, "These people truly are bullies of the weak, so arrogant just moments ago. Yet now they dare not utter a word before the scoundrel Li." Li has performed admirably this time, swiftly resolving the issue with the force of a sweeping autumn wind. He truly is a domineering CEO. However, the real star is still Grandfather Li. He is simply marvelous, a splendid grandfather. Hearing her internal praise for himself and his grandfather, Li Tingzhou's lips curled into a slight smile, his mood lifting. This woman possesses quite the discerning eye. After resolving the matter, Yang Yusong glanced at the patient in the hospital bed and reminded everyone, since the poisoning incident has been handed over to the police, "I must ask you all to leave. The patient requires peace for recovery." "Of course, we shall leave at once." Lin Qiao quickly took Li Tingzhou's hand, leading him out of the ward. Lin Yunshin and the others, feeling as though they had received a pardon, were eager to flee, but were halted by Li Tingzhou's voice. Lin Yunshin, fearing that he might be targeted again and brought to the police station, trembled as he asked, "Young Master Li, you have already taken the suspects to the police. What more do you want? I am still your father-in-law. I ask that you show me some respect." Upon hearing the term father-in-law, a glimmer of cold derision flashed in Li Tingzhou's eyes. He had never acknowledged the scheming, opportunistic man as his father-in-law. Had it not been for the fact that the Lin family still needed him to uphold their facade, he would have had both Lin Yunshin and Bai Rushuang taken away right then and there. Li Tingzhou scoffed dismissively, warning him, "Do not flatter yourself. I have never recognized you as my father-in-law. I called you here simply to inform you that from now on, all medical treatment and daily care for Ms. Yao will be entrusted to the Li family. You are to withdraw all the staff you have hired." Lin Yunshin panicked. If Ms. Yao were to be cared for by the Li family and were to awaken, she might choose to divorce him, rendering his prior plans futile. This could not happen. "She is my wife. It is my duty to care for her," Lin Yunshin protested. Lin Qiao laughed coldly. "If you were to care for her, I fear she would soon find herself in critical condition again." Lin Yunshin, feeling guilty, angrily pointed at Lin Qiao and scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting? You have truly become more outrageous. Be silent. Li Tingzhou snapped at him, his face cold. Do not point your filthy hands at her. She is now a member of the Li family. You have no right to criticize her, let alone to strike her. Though Lin Qiao and I are merely a nominal couple, she is still a member of the Li family and my wife. I shall not permit anyone to bully or blame her. The only one allowed to do so is me. Lin Yunshin, cowed by the warning, dared not utter another word. Internally, he seethed with rage. No wonder Lin Qiao had been so arrogant. It turned out that Li Tingzhou was her support. However, he was puzzled. Wasn't Li Tingzhou supposed to despise Lin Qiao? Moreover, the Li family had never interfered in Lin family affairs. Why had he suddenly come to Lin Qiao's defense and involved himself in the Lin family's matters? Chapter 74. Qiao Qiao suddenly drops the facade. Li Tingzhou, perceiving Lin Yunshin's confusion, coldly snorted and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Do you have an issue with this?" Lin Yunshin met his knife-like gaze, trembling in fear, hastily shaking his head. "And no, I have no objections." Did he dare to have objections? Li Tingzhou gave him an impatient glance. "Then you may leave." Lin Yunshin hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lin Qiao, and reluctantly departed. Watching Lin Yunshin leave in defeat, Lin Qiao felt a surge of cold amusement. This was merely the beginning. He would have plenty to endure in the future. At that moment, onlookers Lin Haochu glanced between Lin Qiao and Li Tingzhou, marveling inwardly. These two were truly formidable, one more impressive than the other. Lin Qiao directly accused by Rushuang, presenting evidence and witnesses, while Li Tingzhou had swiftly apprehended the suspect upon his arrival, commanding the entire room with a single statement. These two individuals are indeed formidable figures. Upon closer inspection, it seems they are somewhat compatible. Wait a moment. What compatibility? Ah, nonsense. Li Tingzhou is nothing but a scoundrel. He is unworthy of his sister. She will not allow a single moment of good behavior from that rogue to alter her perception of him. After internally expressing her indignation, Lin Qiao approached her sister, curiosity evident in her demeanor. "Hey, sister, how did you come to suspect Aunt Bai? Did you secretly send someone to capture that maid? When did your investigative prowess become so formidable? Truly astonishing." Lin Qiao, realizing her brother's lack of understanding, opted for brevity. "I will explain later.
For now,
please attend to our mother in the hospital room. I will handle matters here." Seeing her insistence, Lin Haochu reluctantly acquiesced. "All right, just take care of yourself. If you need anything, call for me promptly." With that, he turned to leave. Once Lin Haochu was dispatched, Lin Qiao noticed a gathering of female nurses, all of whom were transfixed by Li Tingzhou, swooning over him.
wow.
Mr. Li is far more handsome in person than in media interviews. He is even more striking than those male celebrities. Indeed, besides his looks, his recent demeanor was simply breathtaking, outshining everyone present with an unmatched aura. Far cooler than those domineering CEOs. Such a captivating man. He is truly my idol. He is my idol too. As more and more infatuated admirers converged, a flurry of pink bubbles filled the air, causing Lin Qiao's expression to darken slightly, her mood souring as though something of hers was being coveted. With purposeful strides, she approached, blocking the view of the besotted fans. With a playful smile, she entwined her arm with Li Tingzhou's, sweetly declaring, "Darling, your performance was exceptional just now. I didn't realize how much you cared for me. You are truly the best husband under the heavens. I love you dearly, moi." Her saccharine words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of admiration that had ignited within the crowd. This woman was publicly asserting her claim. No matter how charming Mr. Li may be, he is still taken. The onlookers cast envious glances filled with jealousy and disdain towards Lin Qiao. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Bai stepped forward to disperse the crowd. "Ladies, you should return to your duties. There's no need for you to concern yourselves with our young master's affairs." Reluctantly, the nurses dispersed. Li Tingzhou cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qiao, pondering why he felt she appeared somewhat jealous. To his surprise, this woman could indeed feel possessive. His spirits lifted. He was about to smile when Lin Qiao's inner thoughts reached him. Why is that scoundrel looking at me with such an expression? Does he think I'm jealous of him? Ridiculous. Why would I be envious of such a rogue? With his long list of transgressions, would I alter my view based on one moment of him playing the hero? How foolish would that be? Those scoundrel protagonists often enjoy a fleeting moment of bliss while their wives endure the trials of pursuit.
Given his past,
he should spend at least a millennium in the inferno for his misdeeds. Li Tingzhou's lips twitched, his irritation mounting. This woman actually wished for him to suffer for a millennium. Clearly, he should abandon any illusions about her. She would not be jealous of him. Resolutely, he retorted. I'm here solely on my grandfather's orders. You do well not to overthink it. Lin Qiao, sensing his sudden anger, quickly smiled and replied, Darling, I understand that this is your grandfather's request. I'm not overthinking it at all. I know you are a dutiful and admirable man. I truly value that quality in you. Upon hearing her praise, Li Tingzhou felt a slight lift in his mood, only to be met again by her inner voice. What the hell? Just moments ago he was fine, and now he has turned against me? This man changes his demeanor faster than one can flip a page. And what does he mean by implying I'm being overly sentimental? This man is truly narcissistic. The more he listened, the more vexed he became. This woman clearly had nothing kind to say. I'm returning to the company, he declared with a cold expression before turning to leave. Zhao Bai watched his master's hasty departure, shaking his head in resignation. It was clear that he had instigated the investigation into the Lin family's affairs and had even cancelled a company meeting to check on Lin Qiao. Yet here he was, attributing his actions to his grandfather's orders and insisting Lin Qiao not overthink it. TSK. Such blatant insincerity.
Sigh.
Truly a hopelessly straightforward man. After venting his frustrations, Zhao Bai recalled an outstanding matter and approached Lin Qiao. Young mistress, aside from the earlier incident, there's another matter I need to inform you about. Lin Qiao inquired. What is it? Zhao Bai explained. The old master is returning from abroad today. A family banquet has been arranged at the main residence, and he would like you to accompany him. Lin Qiao understood. The elder of the Li family had been recuperating abroad and was now returning home. He had always treated her kindly, and it was only right for her to welcome him. All right, I will go shortly. Good, Zhao Bai replied, presenting her with a list of gifts. These are presents the old master has requested. He has a meeting at the company, but I will accompany you to purchase them. Afterward, I will take you to the main residence. He will come to find you later. Lin Qiao nodded in agreement. With their plans set, Zhao Bai first escorted Li Tingzhou back to the company. After his departure, Lin Qiao felt someone's gaze upon her. Turning around, she found it was Dean Yang Yusong. Noticing his penetrating stare, she asked, Dean, is there something you need? Yang Yusong approached, his demeanor serious. Young lady, you are the doctor who brought Ms. Yao back to life, aren't you? Lin Qiao was taken aback.
What?
The old dean actually recognized her. Had she just inadvertently revealed her true identity? Chapter 75. So she is a medical prodigy. Regaining her composure, Lin Qiao smiled and praised. Dean, your insight is truly remarkable. Yang Yusong chuckled lightly, explaining, though you were clad in surgical attire and masked, your unique gaze, demeanor, and presence left a lasting impression. Thus, I recognized you immediately upon entering the ward. Lin Qiao was once again astonished. He had recognized her at first glance. Truly, he was a well-informed individual, grateful that he had not exposed her in public. She expressed her thanks. Given the complexities of the situation and your stealthy entrance into the operating room to save her, I assumed you wished to keep your identity concealed. Which is why I refrained from mentioning it, Yang Yusong replied nonchalantly. Lin Qiao admired the old dean's perceptiveness. Observing her, Yang Yusong pondered aloud. I have not previously heard of your medical studies, nor have I encountered you at any hospital. Where did you acquire such exceptional medical skills? Yang Yusong was somewhat familiar with the Lin family and had previously learned about Lin Qiao. She was known for being infatuated with Li Tingzhou, neglecting her studies and lacking any notable skills. However, he had not expected her to be a medical genius. What a revelation! It is unclear from whence she acquired her medical skills. Lin Qiao exchanged a glance with his inquisitive gaze and, with utmost seriousness, fabricated a lie. I once met an old physician while traveling in another region. He taught me. Yang Yusong's curiosity was piqued. What was the name of that old physician? Lin Qiao mused to herself, realizing that the old physician was indeed her mentor, who at that moment was likely enjoying a leisurely trip in some far-flung corner of the world. With a sigh of resignation, she replied, to be honest, I do not know his real name. I only know that he has recently gone traveling and has turned off his phone to avoid being disturbed by patients for several months. I see. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yang Yusong's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Qiao, speaking in a solemn tone. I understand your desire for discretion, so I shall refrain from making this matter public. Moreover, I will not pursue the issue of your impersonation as a physician in the operating room. How about we become friends? Here is my personal card. We can maintain contact and discuss matters related to traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Qiao felt a surge of joy as she accepted the card, nodding in agreement. All right. Yang Yusong gazed at her, growing increasingly appreciative of her. This young lady possessed remarkable medical skills yet remained humble and unassuming. She truly was a paragon of her generation. Subsequently, Lin Qiao and Yang Yusong conversed for over half an hour, finding common ground and swiftly forming a friendship. After bidding farewell to Yang Yusong, Zhao Bai arrived at the hospital to escort her to purchase a gift for the elderly masterly, and they soon departed. En route to the upscale shopping mall, Lin Qiao glanced at the gift list prepared by Li Tingzhou and disdainfully tossed it aside. Though these gifts are expensive, they are utterly commonplace and lack any originality. Zhao Bai felt somewhat embarrassed. The young madam was actually criticizing the gift list from Master Li. Thankfully, the young master was not present. Otherwise, he would surely be infuriated. Curiously, he inquired, what would the young madam prefer to buy? A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Qiao's mind, and with a hint of a smile, she commanded, turn around and head to the old district in the south of the city. Zhao Bai was taken aback. The young madam actually wished to venture into such a dilapidated old district to purchase a gift for the elderly master? How utterly. Turn around. Lin Qiao's cold command interrupted his thoughts, compelling him to comply as he redirected the car towards the old district. He reflected on the past. Each time the young madam visited the Li family, she often found herself in embarrassing predicaments, causing the young master to lose face. This time, it seemed she would once again become a target of ridicule. Chapter 76. The temperamental young lady suddenly faces retribution. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lin Qiao and Zhao Bai arrived at the Li family estate. Nestled in the suburbs on the western edge of the capital, the Li residence sprawled over an expansive area, with a lake in front and mountains behind, harmoniously blending with its picturesque surroundings. The interior featured opulent palace-style designs, complete with exquisite gardens, lawns, woodlands, fountains, and even a golf course and private airstrip. The most striking aspect was the residential structure itself. A lavish European-style castle, with pristine white walls and soaring domes that sparkled under the sun. Viewed from a distance, it resembled a fairy tale palace, magnificent and resplendent. As their vehicle approached the castle, Lin Qiao stepped out, her eyes wide with astonishment at the grandeur before her. It was simply extravagant beyond belief. While others resided within nature, nature itself resided within the Li family estate. Truly, this was a top-tier aristocratic family akin to those found in CEO novels. Upon reaching the castle, Lin Qiao was greeted by a maid who came to guide her. Observing the bustling maids and gardeners, she curiously inquired, how many staff members are there in this residential area? The maid respectfully replied, I haven't kept account, but there are probably over 200 or 300. Lin Qiao was astounded. Just the number of servants was staggering. The Li family certainly lived lavishly. No wonder women outside dreamt of marrying into such wealth. After being led to a small garden in front of the castle, the maid encouraged her to explore at her leisure before attending to other tasks. With plenty of time on her hands, Lin Qiao decided to wander around and appreciate the beautiful scenery. Suddenly, a frantic barking echoed from the flower bed across the way. Following the sound, she spotted a beautiful poodle caught in the fence, desperately yelping for help. Lin Qiao hurried over, ready to assist the distressed puppy when a frantic voice called out, Oh no, Miss San, Bei Bei is stuck in the fence. Before long, a young woman dressed elegantly rushed over, accompanied by others. This was Li Feiyu, the third young lady of the Li family. Upon seeing her beloved dog trapped, she cried out in distress, What are you all doing standing there? Hurry up and get my Bei Bei out. The maids quickly rushed forward to rescue the poodle. Once Bei Bei was freed, Li Feiyu turned to Lin Qiao, her face cold with accusation. Lin Qiao, did you put my dog there and trap its head in the fence? Caught off guard by such an accusation, Lin Qiao rolled her eyes, unreservedly retorting, Which of your eyes saw me do that? Li Feiyu scoffed, You were the only one here just now. And we saw you right next to Bei Bei when we arrived. Bei Bei is usually quite clever and would never get stuck like that if it wasn't you. Then who else could it be? A flicker of anger flashed in Lin Qiao's eyes. Li Feiyu, the second daughter of the Li family, was spoiled and unruly, known for her fiery temper and ruthless nature, often portrayed as a villainess in the original narrative. Although the original text did not delve into whether the protagonist had any conflicts with this tempestuous young lady, it was evident that their relationship was far from cordial. Otherwise, Li Feiyu would not have so readily accused her. Lin Qiao loathed being falsely blamed, and just as she was about to explain, Li Feiyu suddenly exclaimed, I know. It's because Bei Bei bit you last time, causing you to be hospitalized for 2 days, so you harbor resentment and want to harm it. Lin Xiao's expression darkened. So that dog had indeed bitten the original protagonist, resulting in hospitalization. It was nothing short of a vicious creature. She cast a cold glance at Bei Bei. Her demeanor chilling. The dog, frightened by her icy gaze, began to bark frantically. Li Feiyu, witnessing the dog's distress, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Qiao, berating her. How dare you frighten Bei Bei? You are truly malicious. Though Bei Bei is merely a dog to me, it is far more noble than certain women who resort to underhanded tactics to marry into our Li family. A flash of fury ignited in Lin Xiao's eyes as she retorted mockingly, if you hold such reverence for it, then it stands to reason that you, as a person, are even inferior to a dog. Li Feiyu's brows furrowed, her anger boiling over. How dare you insult me? Lin Qiao interrupted her tirade, disdainfully declaring, with such a violent temper and a heart as black as yours, you are the spitting image of your canine father. No wonder you share such a resemblance. It's clear you are his daughter. Li Feiyu, upon hearing this, nearly fainted from rage. This woman had the audacity to claim that Bei Bei was her father. She was the daughter of a dog. The surrounding maids were equally stunned. Lin Qiao had dared to speak such words to the third young lady, delivering an insult of explosive magnitude. Li Feiyu erupted in fury, angrily confronting Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Qiao crossed her arms, coldly scoffing. I am not spouting nonsense. You worship that dog every day and claim it is more noble than humans. If it is not your father, then who could it possibly be? Li Feiyu could no longer contain herself, furiously chastising Lin Qiao. You wretched girl. After tormenting my dog, you dare to insult me here? Who do you think you are? If it weren't for the old master being deceived by your cunning tricks, do you really think Li Tingzhou would want you? A creature of your kind is unworthy even to groom the fur of the dogs in the Li family. Lin Qiao was utterly disgusted by this loathsome and irascible woman. With a cold expression, she retorted, your words are so unrefined. It's a classic case of poor upbringing. Aren't you afraid that your dog father will get angry and bite you in return? Li Feiyu, seething with rage, was about to retaliate when suddenly, Bei Bei let out a loud bark, breaking free from the servantess' grasp, and dashed towards Li Feiyu, sinking its teeth into her leg with ferocity. The bite was severe, causing blood to spurt forth. Li Feiyu screamed in pain, and the nearby servant rushed to pull Bei Bei away, but the dog, in a frenzy, clung on, creating chaos all around. Lin Qiao cast a glance at the terrified and tearful Li Feiyu, a flicker of cold mockery flashing in her eyes. It was time for her to taste the bitterness of being bitten by her own dog father, leading her to hospitalization. Amidst the turmoil, Madame Lu Anqi, the matriarch of the Li family, hurried over with a group of people, anxiously inquiring, what on earth happened? Li Feiyu, crying, sought her mother's help. Mom, Bei Bei has gone mad and bitten me. Lu Anqi, witnessing Bei Bei's relentless grip on Li Feiyu, was understandably frightened. She hurriedly commanded the bodyguards behind her. What are you waiting for? Go help the third miss. The bodyguards rushed forward, using a stun baton to incapacitate Bei Bei before pulling it away. At that moment, a chunk of flesh was torn from Li Feiyu's calf, leaving a gruesome wound, and she looked pale, tears streaming down her face, utterly disheveled and tragic. Lu Anqi, filled with maternal anguish, rushed to embrace her daughter, urgently asking, Feiyu, what happened? How could Bei Bei bite you out of the blue? Li Feiyu pointed at Lin Qiao. Sobbing as she accused, Mom, Lin Qiao caused Bei Bei to get its neck stuck in the fence, which led to Bei Bei suddenly going wild and biting me. Lu Anqi, furious, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Qiao and shouted, then snatched the stun baton from the bodyguard to strike Lin Qiao. In a fit of rage, Lin Qiao was about to retaliate when suddenly, a tall and handsome young man rushed forward, pushing her aside and taking the brunt of the stun baton strike himself. Chapter 77. The sudden appearance of the eccentric male lead. Lin Qiao turned in surprise, taking in the striking figure of the young man, tall, with exquisite features, fair skin, and a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Who was he? Why did he suddenly shield her from that stun baton? People around them gasped, exclaiming, Ah, it's the seventh young master. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiao's gaze shifted. He was none other than Li Si, the seventh young master of the Li family. Li Si was indeed the male protagonist of this narrative. He was of similar age to the original protagonist and had endured a tragic backstory in the early chapters of the story. Acknowledged as the illegitimate son of the Li family's main house, his mother was a singer in a nightclub. The eldest son of the Li family, captivated by her beauty, lavished wealth on her, only to have their affair exposed when Li Si was 7, leading to their expulsion. Li Si followed his mother into a life of hardship in the slums, where she eventually succumbed to illness due to lack of funds for medical treatment. Alone and forsaken, Li Si was sent to an orphanage. Upon hearing of this, the old master of the Li family intervened, bringing him back into the fold and adding him to the family tree as the 7th young master. However, the matriarch had always looked down upon him, secretly targeting him over the years, subjecting him to considerable torment. This tragic history had shaped Li Si's character into one that was both extreme and complex. He appeared weak and harmless, yet harbored a dark and twisted inner self. Eventually, he grew powerful, seizing control of the family's wealth, revealing his perverse nature, and wreaking havoc on those in the main house. Reflecting on this, Lin Qiao couldn't help but lament the author's ruthless portrayal of the male lead's early life. Li Si, what are you doing? Are you defending this venomous woman? Lu Anqi's furious reprimand interrupted Lin Qiao's thoughts. Li Si, nursing his injured head, glanced at Lu Anqi and hurriedly explained, "Mom, please don't be angry, I mean no harm. I just didn't want you to mistakenly strike Lin Qiao in your rage." Lu Anqi, infuriated, retorted, "You dare to imply I misjudged her? Li Si, have you lost your mind? A mere illegitimate child, speaking to me in such a manner." The term illegitimate child struck a nerve with Li Si, who bit his lip in restraint before apologizing. "Mom, I didn't mean any disrespect. I just wanted to clarify what I witnessed. In truth, Bebe wasn't trapped by Lin Qiao. It accidentally got its head stuck in the fence while playing. And Lin Qiao was merely trying to help, but was misunderstood by our second sister." Lin Qiao was taken aback. To her surprise, he was clarifying the truth on her behalf. However, given his lack of standing in the Li family's main house, Lu Anqi not only dismissed his words but became even angrier, shouting at him, "How dare you speak up for an outsider? You ingrate. You need a lesson." With that, she swung her hand towards Li Si. Lin Qiao furrowed her brow and swiftly grabbed Lu Anqi's wrist, pushing her back, causing Lu Anqi to stumble and fall to the ground. As she landed, the stun baton slipped from her grasp, emitting a sharp crackle as it discharged several jolts of electricity. Lu Anqi screamed as she was electrocuted, collapsing unconscious, her body convulsing, foam at her mouth, and her hair standing on end as if struck by lightning. The onlookers were left in shock. Li Feiyu cried out in desperation, "What are you all doing? Hurry and save my mother." The surrounding servants snapped back to reality and rushed to assist the unconscious Lu Anqi. Amidst the chaos, Li Si regarded Lin Qiao with astonishment. She had never dared to provoke the matriarch before, yet here she was, striking with such ferocity. On the other side, Li Feiyu, witnessing the calamity that had befallen both her and her mother at Lin Qiao's hands, felt her fury reach a boiling point. She pointed at Lin Qiao, exclaiming, "Lin Qiao, you dare to harm my mother? Have you gone mad? Someone, capture her and Li Si. Let the family laws deal with them." At her command, the bodyguards surged forward, surrounding Lin Qiao and Li Si. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Li Si quickly shielded Lin Qiao, urgently addressing Li Feiyu, second sister. "This is the main residence. You mustn't let them act recklessly. If grandfather finds out, he will surely be enraged." Li Feiyu, incensed by his invocation of their grandfather, retorted, "After all this, you still dare to use grandfather to threaten me? You truly are a fool. What are you all waiting for? Attack." As the bodyguards' murderous intent flickered in their eyes, ready to strike, a commanding voice suddenly boomed from behind them, "Stop right there." Chapter 78. Who dares to bully the old master's little treasure? This authoritative reprimand resonated with gravitas, instilling fear in everyone present. They turned to see the old master of the Li family, accompanied by Li Tingzhou and others, striding forward with an imposing presence. The bodyguards hastily retreated, and the other servants were too frightened to utter a sound. Lin Qiao gazed at the old master. In his 70s, he was tall and slender, with graying hair, a dignified appearance, and an aura of authority. His eyes sparkled with a cold brilliance, radiating a powerful presence that commanded respect and instilled trepidation in all. Lin Qiao felt a profound sense of admiration. Indeed, the head of a prestigious family exuded an impressive aura. After elderly approached, he cast a cold glance over the chaotic scene and, with a stern expression, inquired, "What transpired in my absence that led to such turmoil?" Seizing the opportunity, Li Feiyu tearfully reported, "Grandfather, this is all Lin Qiao's fault. She caused me to be bitten by a dog and pushed Mother, leading to her being electrocuted." Subsequently, she recounted the events that had just unfolded in a pitiful manner. Upon hearing her, elderly furrowed his brow and turned to Lin Qiao, asking, Qiao, is this true?" Lin Qiao clarified, "Absolutely not." She then meticulously detailed the actual events. After she concluded, Li Qiao nodded in agreement, stating, "Grandfather, the truth is as Lin Qiao described, this was merely a misunderstanding. Bebe got stuck in the fence by itself, and my second sister being bitten by Bebe was unrelated to her. As for pushing Mother, that was merely an act of self-defense when Mother attempted to strike her." Seeing him defend Lin Qiao, Li Feiyu erupted in anger, shouting, "Li Qiao, even now you choose to side with her. Do you have a secret affair with her?" The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere fell silent, with all eyes turning toward Lin Qiao and Li Qiao. Li Tingzhou's expression darkened slightly. Lin Qiao disdainfully shot a glance at Li Feiyu, retorting coldly, "Slander can carry legal consequences." "Who says I slandered?" "Be quiet," elderly interrupted, sternly admonishing Li Feiyu. "Who gave you the audacity to publicly defame your cousin-in-law and your own brother? You are becoming increasingly outrageous. Silence that foul mouth of yours." Li Feiyu, taken aback by his scolding, fell silent. Li Tingzhou turned to the servants, recognizing that merely relying on Lin Qiao's and Li Qiao's accounts would not absolve the suspicion, and asked them, "Who first discovered the dog stuck in the fence? Step forward and clarify the sequence of events. If anyone dares to lie, they will face severe consequences." The servant who first found Bebe trapped trembled as they stepped forward and recounted the events, including repeating Li Feiyu's earlier insults directed at Lin Qiao. After listening, a flicker of anger flashed in Li Tingzhou's eyes. Before he could erupt, elderly had already begun chastising Li Feiyu, exclaiming, "You wretched child! How dare you utter such shameless words? Qiao is the granddaughter-in-law I chose for Tingzhou. If you claim she is inferior to a dog, does that imply I, an old man, am also beneath a dog? I believe your parents have spoiled you to the point where you have become utterly unmanageable. Someone, teach her a lesson and ensure she thinks twice before speaking out of turn." At his command, the butler immediately stepped forward and delivered several slaps across Li Feiyu's face, leaving her mouth and cheeks swollen. She cried out in desperation, "Grandfather, I'm sorry. I won't dare again. I was bitten by the dog. For the sake of my injury, please spare me." Elderly glanced at her injured leg and coldly ordered, "Take her and her mother to the hospital. I do not wish to see them here again. From now on, without my command, they are not to set foot in this house. And that rabid dog, dispose of it." "Understood." The butler quickly commanded others to take away both the dog and the mother-daughter duo. After resolving that matter, elderly darkly warned those present, Qiao is my most cherished granddaughter-in-law and my heart's delight. Anyone who dares to slight or bully her will face my wrath. Furthermore, if anyone spreads rumors or slanders her or her relationships, I will break their limbs and feed them to the sharks." His admonition sent shivers through the crowd, and they no longer dared to overlook Lin Qiao. Deeply moved, she thought to herself, how truly kind elderly was. "Thank you, grandfather." Lin Qiao approached elderly, linking her arm with his and expressing her gratitude sweetly. Elderly, observing her obedient demeanor, smiled and reassured her, "Child, with me around, no one shall dare to bully you." Lin Qiao nodded in agreement. The others could not help but feel envious. Elderly's affection for her was unparalleled, even surpassing that for his own grandchildren. Once Elderly had calmed Lin Qiao, he turned to Li Qiao and praised him, saying, "You acted commendably this time. Go to the butler later for your reward." Li Qiao humbly replied, "It is my duty, grandfather. No reward is necessary." Seeing his insistence on refusal, Elderly chose not to press further, offering him additional praise instead. Observing Elder Li's commendation, the surrounding servants and bodyguards regarded Li Qiao with newfound respect. Li Qiao cast a sidelong glance at them, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Qiao spent some time conversing with Elderly, bringing him immense joy. Li Tingzhou stood nearby, watching the old man laugh heartily with Lin Qiao, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Although Lin Qiao was not particularly sharp-witted, she consistently managed to amuse elderly, who was stern with everyone else yet exceptionally indulgent towards her. In that moment, he found himself reevaluating her capabilities in the art of charm. Before long, guests arrived at the house, prompting elderly to take Li Tingzhou to greet them. Once they departed, Lin Qiao glanced at Li Siyue and approached him, a cold smile playing on her lips as she meaningfully remarked, "In truth, everything that just transpired was orchestrated by you, wasn't it?" Chapter 79. The overbearing CEO suddenly upsets the vinegar jar. Li Siyue's expression shifted slightly, and he looked at her in astonishment, feigning ignorance as he replied, "Lin Qiao, I have no idea what you are talking about." Lin Qiao raised her delicate eyebrows, unabashedly exposing him. "When I was arguing with Lu Anqi and she attempted to strike me with the electric baton, you suddenly rushed in. Your speed revealed that you had been lurking nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to intervene." Li Siyue's gaze shifted as he considered her words. He furrowed his brow and countered, "If I were indeed lurking nearby to save you, what would my motive be?" Lin Qiao scoffed. "The motive is quite straightforward. Lu Anqi and her daughter have consistently bullied you. With elderly returning to the country today to host a welcoming banquet, you must have been eager to find an opportunity to deal with them and vent your frustrations. Upon seeing me arrive at the Li family estate, a spark of inspiration must have struck you, leading you to deliberately trap that dog in the fence. Just as I was approaching, I happened to discover it. At that moment, Li Feiyu, drawn by your scheme, was already nearby. When I got close to the dog, a passing servant witnessed the scene and subsequently called for Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu, being overly protective of her dog, who had previously bitten me, naturally suspected that I intended to harm it, thus targeting me. Meanwhile, you appeared just in time to save me from the unjust treatment I was facing, allowing me to feel grateful towards you and fostering a favorable impression of you in Elder Li's eyes. This strategy not only punished Lu Anqi and her daughter, but also endeared us to you, achieving a trifecta of objectives." Li Siyue was left astonished by her analysis. He had not anticipated that she would unravel his plan with such clarity. Previously, he had thought Lin Qiao to be somewhat dim-witted, but it seemed she possessed a keen intellect after all. Lin Qiao regarded him with a hint of disdain in her gaze and coldly admonished, "Since this matter has passed, I shall not hold it against you this time. However, do not ever think of using me as a pawn again, otherwise, I assure you, I will not let you off lightly." The warning from her made Li Sai abandon any thoughts of exploiting her, and he chuckled, praising her. "Lin Qiao, I must say, I underestimated your intelligence. You have truly impressed me." Lin Qiao scoffed. "If I were not astute, I would have long been reduced to mere scraps by you and your ilk. Indeed, one could not be foolish to charm the old master so thoroughly. In light of this, why not we become friends and collaborate for mutual benefit in the future?" Li Sai extended his hand towards her in a gesture of partnership. Lin Qiao, however, disdainfully declined. "No, I refuse to ally myself with a scheming pervert." Li Sai's expression darkened. She had seen through his cunning nature. Her insight was indeed sharp. This woman appeared to be quite different from the rumors that preceded her. His interest in Lin Qiao began to deepen. Meanwhile, Li Tingzhou, after escorting guests to the garden, noticed Lin Qiao and Li Sai engaged in conversation, which stirred feelings of displeasure within him. Zhao Bai, oblivious to the tension, remarked, "The young mistress has quite the charm, hasn't she? She has quickly bonded with the seventh young master." Bonded? Li Tingzhou's handsome face darkened as he recalled Li Feiyu's comments about Lin Qiao and Li Sai's alleged involvement. A surge of anger coursed through him. Li Sai had previously had no interactions with Lin Qiao. How could their relationship have improved so rapidly? Although Li Sai was rather handsome, did Lin Qiao truly have an interest in him? This cursed woman, was she attempting to make a fool of him again? Chapter 80. The jealous man is not to be provoked. Li Tingzhou's frustration grew with every passing moment, and his disdain for Li Sai intensified. With a cold demeanor, he instructed Zhao Bai, "Li Sai appears to be rather idle. Arrange for him to do some tasks. Have him clean the horse manure at the stables." Zhao Bai was taken aback. The master was actually assigning the seventh young master to clean horse dung. He glanced between Li Sai, who was chatting with Lin Qiao, and the grim visage of Li Tingzhou, pondering whether the master was indeed feeling jealous. Just as he was about to inquire, he was met with a sharp glare from Li Tingzhou. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up!" Startled, Zhao Bai quickly scurried to relay Li De Moang's orders. As Li Sai conversed with Lin Qiao, they were both caught off guard when Zhao Bai informed him of his new task. "Isn't there a dedicated staff at the stables for that? Why am I suddenly being asked to do it?" Zhao, Bai scoffed inwardly. Knowing the reason was painfully obvious. It was because he had been foolish enough to linger in conversation with the young mistress, prompting Li de Moang to punish him. If he continued to be oblivious, the next punishment would likely be far worse, perhaps even being tossed into the sea to clean up after sharks. Despite his internal grumbling, he maintained a serious facade, explaining, "The stables are overwhelmed, so our young master has requested your assistance. It's getting late. You should head over right away." Reluctantly, Li Sai complied, unable to defy Li Tingzhou's orders, albeit with a heavy heart. As he departed, he cast a glance at Li Tingzhou, his brow furrowed. Li Tingzhou had always maintained a lofty demeanor, and over the years, their interactions had been limited to brief encounters at family banquets, during which Li Tingzhou had never deigned to acknowledge him. Now, by assigning him to clean horse manure, it was clear he was deliberately making things difficult for him. Was it truly because of his conversation with Lin Qiao that Li Tingzhou was displeased and chose to punish him? Hadn't he previously regarded Lin Qiao with disdain? What had caused this sudden shift in his attitude towards her? Had Lin Qiao done something to alter his perception? A glance back at Lin Qiao made him realize that this girl was far more intriguing than he had initially thought. After Li Sai had left, Lin Qiao observed Li Tingzhou's displeased expression and mused to herself, could it be that this scoundrel is feeling jealous? When Li Tingzhou noticed her gaze, he coldly commanded, "Come here." Lin Qiao rolled her eyes inwardly but quickly adorned her face with a bright smile and cheerfully approached. "Darling, I'm here." Li Tingzhou, irritated by her feigned cheerfulness, coldly ordered, "Since you appear to have ample time on your hands, go assist in attending to the guests." Without allowing her a moment to respond, he assertively led her away. For the next few hours, Li Tingzhou continually instructed Lin Qiao on various tasks, leaving her no time even to drink water, while he leisurely sat aside, chatting and sipping tea with guests, all the while supervising her efforts. Lin Qiao was incensed. Was this some form of retribution? Li Tingzhou met her fiery glances with a sense of delight, believing that the more occupied she was, the less time she would have to admire other handsome young men. Old Master Li observed this scene with a sense of gratification, noting that the relationship between the two seemed to have grown significantly closer. As evening approached and the banquet preparations neared completion, the Li family members and relatives gathered in the living room to present gifts as tokens of respect. Old Master Li had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest branch had 3 children, while the second branch, to which Li Tingzhou belonged, had initially 3 children, but with the eldest's untimely demise, only he and a sister studying abroad remained. The third daughter had married into another family, producing 4 children who counted as direct descendants of the Li family. Among the grandchildren, Li Tingzhou was the most outstanding and favored heir of Old Master Li. Although others were not in line to inherit the family estate, they still vied for the old man's affection to secure a larger share of the family fortune. Thus, at every gathering, attendees would meticulously consider their gifts to win the old man's favor. During this welcoming banquet, the time for presenting gifts arrived, and everyone eagerly offered their carefully prepared offerings. "Grandfather, this is a set of the 4 treasures of the study from the Tang Dynasty. I hope you will like it." "Grandfather, this is an ancient jade from the Han Dynasty. It is said to promote longevity. I hope you will like it." "Grandfather, this is a deep-sea pearl." The gifts, each more precious and rare than the last, were presented in a competitive spirit, creating a palpable tension in the air. Observing the extravagant gifts, Zhao Bai glanced at Lin Qiao, recalling the modest gift she had chosen, feeling a sense of impending doom wash over him. After everyone had presented their gifts, Old Master Li smiled and said, "I appreciate all the gifts. I like them very much. You are all good children, and I am grateful for your thoughtfulness." Seeing the old man pleased, everyone else felt a surge of happiness as well. At that moment, someone turned their attention to Lin Qiao and teased, "It seems our 4th sister-in-law has yet to present her gift. What do you have for us?" "My gift is right here." Lin Qiao produced an exquisite box and approached Old Master Li with a beaming smile. "Grandfather, this is my gift for you." After receiving a compliment from the old man, she opened the box. When the onlookers beheld the contents, they were taken aback. Chapter 81. Stealthily astonishing everyone. It turned out to be a box of ordinary flower oil pastries. Old Master Li was momentarily stunned upon seeing it. Li Tingzhou cast a complicated glance at Lin Qiao. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd turned their attention to Lin Qiao, erupting into hushed laughter. While we all presented lavish gifts, she had the audacity to offer a box of fried pastries. Is Lin Qiao out of her mind?
Ha!
She probably couldn't be bothered to select a proper gift and hastily bought it from a street vendor on her way here. TSK. Can anything from such a place even be edible? It's filthy. Her actions are nothing less than a humiliation to Grandpa. She has always made blunders, but this time it's utterly ridiculous. I doubt even Grandpa, despite his affection for her, will let this slide. Indeed, gifting something so trivial is akin to courting disaster. As everyone awaited Lin Qiao's impending embarrassment, however, old Master Li gazed at the box of fried pastries with tears of joy streaming down his face.
Ah.
This is the flower oil pastry from the 8th alley in the old town. The aroma is divine, and I adore it. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with disbelief. Old Master Li actually claimed to like that box of fried pastries. Lin Qiao had anticipated his reaction and smiled as she explained. I passed through the old town today and thought of how long it has been since you enjoyed those flower oil pastries, Grandpa. I knew you must miss them. So, I bought some for you. Tears of gratitude filled old Master Li's eyes as he exclaimed, "What a good child. You know my heart's desire." He picked up a pastry, took a bite, and praised, "Delicious. It still tastes the same." The crowd was baffled that he would enjoy a treat from a street vendor. One person ventured to ask, how could Grandpa like those pastries? We've never heard of it before. The butler, with a knowing look, explained, in his youth, the old master fell in love with the late matriarch. Back then, the old patriarch opposed their relationship due to her family's poverty, so the old master eloped with her. They lived in that old town, where the matriarch had a fondness for the flower oil pastries from a vendor downstairs. The old master would buy them for her daily, and eventually, he grew to love them as well. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally understood. Everyone knew the romantic tale of the old master and the matriarch, yet nowadays, most were preoccupied with the Li family's wealth, seldom considering the old master's past or his true preferences. After the butlers were counting, old Master Li reminisced about those days of elopement, a sweet smile gracing his lips. Though those times were tough, they were the happiest days of my life. The flower oil pastries were my favorite, but over the years, I became so busy that I gradually forgot about that passion. Now, Qiao Qiao has reminded me of it, and it fills me with nostalgia. With that, he took Lin Qiao's hand and praised, "Ah, Qiao Qiao truly understands this old man. You are indeed my treasure." Tianzhou has married a wonderful daughter-in-law. Tianzhou cast a glance at the obedient Lin Qiao, feeling a sense of admiration. Previously, he had prepared a shopping list similar to those gifts presented by others, yet Lin Qiao had taken it upon herself to purchase a box of flower oil pastries. What seemed like an afterthought was, in truth, a heartfelt gesture. Zhao Bai, who had been anxious that Lin Qiao would embarrass herself, breathed a sigh of relief and regarded her with newfound respect. The young mistress is truly remarkable. At that moment, watching Lin Qiao bask in praise and admiration, the crowd felt a pang of envy. They had invested so much effort and money in selecting extravagant gifts, only to find that a simple box of street vendor pastries was more cherished. How infuriating! Had they known, they too would have opted for a box of pastries. After the gift-giving segment, the banquet commenced. Old Master Li specifically arranged for Lin Qiao and Tianzhou to sit beside him. In front of the old master and the guests, Lin Qiao thoughtfully served Tianzhou a piece of red braised pork, smiling as she said, "Darling, you've worked hard today. Here, enjoy a piece of red braised pork." Tianzhou felt pleased as she served him. Just as he was about to take a bite, Lin Qiao's inner voice echoed in his mind. "Go ahead, eat. I specially prepared this red braised pork for you, adding a generous amount of mustard to make it painfully spicy. This is for your earlier retaliation that left me exhausted." Tianzhou's mouth twitched. This woman truly harbored ill intentions. He returned the piece of red braised pork to his bowl, maintaining a stoic expression as he replied, "I don't like red braised pork." Lin Qiao felt flustered, but quickly masked it with a smile as she offered him more food. "Darling, here, have some chicken." She swiftly placed a sizable piece of chicken into Tianzhou's bowl, thinking, a massive chicken butt, specially prepared for you. It's very nourishing." Wait, that chicken butt seems unwashed. But never mind, as the saying goes, what does unclean one tea make you sick? At worst, it'll just give you a stomachache. Come on, eat up. Afterward, I'll give you some pig brain to nourish your mind. Hearing her inner musings, Tianzhou thought, Chapter 82, clinging to him while calling someone else's name. This wretched woman dares to serve him an unwashed chicken butt and intends to offer him pig brain for mental enhancement. How utterly revolting. Is she trying to drive him mad? Drive him mad, so she can pursue those pretty boys? Tianzhou felt his temper flare, yet he refrained from exploding. Without hesitation, he placed the chicken butt into her bowl instead. You should eat it. Before she could refuse, he quickly added a piece of pig brain to her bowl, saying, to nourish your mind. Lin Qiao's mouth twitched. This infuriating man actually placed the chicken butt in her bowl and added pig brain to nourish her mind. Wasn't that what she intended to do? Did he see through her thoughts and retaliate maliciously? While she pondered this, the butler chuckled nearby. The fourth young master and young mistress truly are affectionate. Lin Qiao scoffed internally. Affectionate, my foot. Tianzhou shot a look at Lin Qiao, snorted disdainfully, and remained silent. Old Masterly observed the young couple, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. After dinner, Lin Qiao and Tianzhou were asked to stay and keep the old master company. They chatted with him until 10:30 that evening before returning to Tianzhou's room to rest. Upon entering, they were astonished to find that all the furniture had been removed, leaving only a large bed. Embarrassed, they exchanged glances. Although they had shared a room in the past, the original occupant had always slept on the sofa. The old master's intentions could not have been clearer. I'll just sleep on the floor, Lin Qiao declared as she went to the wardrobe for a blanket, only to discover it was empty apart from 2 sets of particularly provocative pajamas. Lin Qiao, Tianzhou glanced at the barren wardrobe, comprehending the old master's implications, and couldn't help but mock. The old master truly meddles too much. Even if we were to share a bed, I have no interest. Lin Qiao's lips twitched. Was this insufferable man mocking her for being overly concerned? She turned to him, feigning a pout. Darling, how can you say that? I'm genuinely heartbroken, boo-hoo. Though her words suggested one thing, her inner thoughts were, hee-hee. You, a scoundrel, have no interest in me, yet I have no interest in you either. Even if you stood before me completely naked, I wouldn't spare you a glance. Tianzhou was infuriated. She wouldn't even look at him naked. Yet she was eyeing those young pretty boys. Were those young pretty boys more handsome than him? Lin Qiao was too lazy to pay him any mind. After a simple wash-up, she climbed straight into bed. By the time Li Tingzhou emerged from the shower, Lin Qiao was already fast asleep, having commandeered the entire blanket. Li Tingzhou, unwilling to engage in a futile tug-of-war for the covers, lay down on the other side of the bed. However, just as he settled in, Lin Qiao, still lost in her dreams, suddenly rolled over and wrapped her arms around him. Startled, Li Tingzhou instinctively tried to push her away, only to find her grip tightening around him like a cephalopod clinging to its prey. Unable to disentangle himself, he begrudgingly acquiesced to her embrace. The softness and comforting scent of her body was unexpectedly pleasant, and instead of feeling repulsed, he found himself strangely at ease, even experiencing an itch of desire for more. This unsettling thought jolted Li Tingzhou. How could he harbor such feelings for this woman? At that moment, the slumbering girl broke into a smile, murmuring, "Ah, holding you feels so nice, Blue." Li Tingzhou's face paled in shock. Who was Blue? This insufferable woman was clutching him while whispering another man's name. Chapter 83. Break the rival's legs and toss him into the sea. Fuming, Li Tingzhou contemplated pushing her away, but Lin Qiao held on too tightly, her head nuzzling against his chest as she pitifully pleaded, "Please don't push me away. I promise to treat you well, I'll buy you delicious food." Her soft, melodious voice flowed like a nightingale's song. Looking down at her sleeping form, so quiet and endearing like a fluffy little rabbit, Li Tingzhou's heart softened. His anger dissipated swiftly, replaced by a warm sensation. After observing her for a moment, he relented. Fine, let her cling to him for now. He would settle the score in the morning. The following morning, when Lin Qiao awoke, Li Tingzhou was already gone from the room. She had slept soundly through the night, even dreaming of cuddling her pet dog, Blue. Blue was a golden retriever, playful, affectionate, and undeniably warm-hearted. Unfortunately, after arriving in this world, she would never see him again. Letting out a sigh, Lin Qiao washed up and was soon summoned by a maid for breakfast. Following the maid downstairs, she entered the dining room on the first floor. At this hour, the other members of the Li family had already left, leaving only her and Li Tingzhou to share breakfast. The spread was lavish, featuring both Chinese and Western dishes laid out across the table. Li Tingzhou was already seated, waiting for her. "Good morning, husband." Lin Qiao greeted him cheerfully as she took a seat beside him, glancing over and gasping in surprise. Li Tingzhou sported dark circles under his eyes, his expression grim and exuding a palpable tension, as if the world owed him something. Feeling a bit awkward, she feigned concern and asked, "Husband, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well?" Li Tingzhou shot her a cold glare and scoffed, dismissing her completely. This wretched woman had clung to him all night while murmuring another man's name, leaving him seething and sleepless. How could he possibly be in a good mood? That he hadn't thrown her out already was a testament to his restraint. Noticing his indifference, Lin Qiao had no intention of engaging him further. However, with the maid watching, she felt compelled to make an effort and sweetly offered him a dumpling. "Husband, these shrimp dumplings are delightful. You should try one." Recalling how she had previously served him a chicken butt, Li Tingzhou smirked coldly and tossed the dumpling directly into the trash. Lin Qiao's mouth twitched in disbelief as her mind erupted with frustration. Was it really necessary for him to wear such a sour expression over just sharing a room for the night? It's as if I violated him. Am I not the one at a loss here? Shouldn't I be the one upset? Humph. That arrogant, cold-hearted scoundrel.
Sigh.
How I miss my Blue. So gentle, caring, and lively. A true source of warmth. Dreaming of cuddling him last night was so comforting, but it's been so long since I've seen him. I wonder how he is doing now. Sigh. I miss him so much. Lin Qiao sighed internally, lost in her longing for her beloved dog. Li Tingzhou, sensing her wistfulness and observing her longing expression, felt his suppressed anger erupt. He slammed his spoon on the table, stood up abruptly, and stormed out, startling both Lin Qiao and the maid beside her. Lin Qiao's countenance darkened. Was this infuriating man truly losing his mind? Stepping out of the dining hall, Li Tingzhou cast a disparaging glance at Zhao Bai, who was flirting with a pretty maid, igniting his fury further. He had spent the entire night fuming over that woman, and now this fool was trying to charm a maid behind his back. Zhao Bai, engrossed in his conversation, suddenly felt a chilling glare pierce through him. He turned to find his boss's dark expression, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The maid hastily fled in fright. "Master, what is wrong?" Zhao Bai asked, trembling. Li Tingzhou, his face a storm cloud, commanded, "Investigate a man named Blue who has had contact with Lin Qiao. Once apprehended, break his limbs and toss him into the sea for the fish." Zhao Bai was taken aback. His master was exuding murderous intent so early in the day. Did the man named Blue have something to do with the young mistress? Before he could ponder further, Li Tingzhou added, "Assign someone to monitor Lin Qiao 24/7. Report her movements at all times. If she dares to interact with any other men, bind her and lock her in the basement." With that, he stormed off, leaving Zhao Bai to stare after him, realizing that the master was indeed jealous. The rival named Blue was in for a terrible fate. In the dining room, Lin Qiao paid no heed to the furious man, savoring her breakfast. Once finished, she noticed the beautiful scenery outside and decided to take a stroll in the garden. Just as she stood up, her phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was a call from her estranged father. Lin Qiao's brow furrowed. That old scoundrel was bothering her again. Chapter 84. The scoundrel father once again pushes her to the brink of blood pressure. Upon answering the call, Lin Qiao asked tersely, "What do you want?" On the other end, Lin Yunshin felt his temper flare at her tone but swallowed his irritation, remembering his objective. Adopting a conciliatory tone, he said, Qiao, I called to discuss your Aunt Bai's situation with you. The poisoning incident was a misunderstanding. It was that maid who maliciously set her up. Your Aunt Bai and your mother have been good friends for years, and she has always cared for you children. How could she harm your mother?
So you see,
this is all the maid is doing, and has nothing to do with your Aunt Bai. Let us both take a step back. I want to pursue the matter of you testifying against her. Just let it go, and ask the Li family to withdraw the lawsuit, alright? Listening to this, Lin Qiao's eyes flashed with cold derision. She had anticipated that her scoundrel father would call to plead for Bai Rushuang. With a disdainful snort, Lin Qiao replied, "Do you really think it was a misunderstanding? Don't you have any self-awareness? If you want the Li family to withdraw the lawsuit, you can certainly do so. Just go to the police station and confess that you were the one who poisoned her and that you instructed her to do it." Lin Yunshin's expression changed dramatically as he angrily reprimanded her. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly turn myself in? The poisoning incident has nothing to do with me. I did not instruct her to do anything." Lin Qiao scoffed. "Your denial holds no weight here. The police will act solely based on the evidence. If you wish to save her, you have only one avenue. This is your moment to demonstrate genuine emotion. Do not hesitate. Charge ahead. In the end, you might sacrifice yourself to save the mistress and even earn the title of the most devoted scoundrel of the year." Lin Yunshin was so furious he nearly spat blood. The audacity of Lin Qiao to utter such words was utterly outrageous. Bai Rushuang was merely one among his many women. He would never consider sacrificing himself for her. Clenching his teeth, Lin Yunxian indignantly rebuked Lin Qiao. How can you say such things? I am your father. And Bai Yi is also your kin. Kin? I have no father like you. That woman who betrayed my mother is no relative of ours. Spare me your pretentiousness. I refuse to be swayed by your manipulation. Lin Qiao shot back defiantly. Lin Yunxian was both furious and anxious. In the past, Lin Qiao would never have treated him with such disrespect. It seemed that with the Leaf family backing her, she no longer regarded him or his ilk. After a moment's thought, he resorted to invoking Bai Rushuang's daughter, Bai Xinya. Gritting his teeth, he said, Bai Rushuang is Xinya's mother. You and Xinya grew up as close friends. Even if you cannot stand Bai Rushuang, you must consider Xinya's feelings. She has treated you so well. How could you hurt her mother like this? Upon hearing Bai Xinya's name, Lin Qiao's lips curled into a sardonic smile, her eyes glinting with derision. Bai Xinya was the second female lead in this narrative, 21 years of age, and the illegitimate daughter of Bai Rushuang and Lin Yunxian. Raised within the Lin household alongside the original protagonist, she was cunning and fiercely competitive, a true combatant among schemers. Initially, she had conspired with the scheming man Ouyang Wenjie to gain the original protagonist's trust, subsequently swindling her of all her inheritance and allowing Ouyang Wenjie to bring about the original protagonist's demise. Later, she tormented the story's heroine, embodying the archetype of a treacherous villain. Considering the timeline, she should still be abroad at this moment. Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow and inquired, Why do you mention her? Is she back in the country? Lin Yunxian nodded. Yes, she returned yesterday and will soon seek you out. For her sake, could I what? Lin Qiao interrupted. If she goes to the police and confesses that the poisoning was her directive, willing to bear all responsibility, then I could let Bai Rushuang off the hook. Her self-sacrifice to save her mother might even earn her the title of the most filial daughter of the year. Lin Qiao teased. Lin Yunxian's lips twitched in irritation, nearly causing him to choke with rage. Was this wretched girl trying to drive him to madness? Bai Xinya was his illegitimate daughter, young, beautiful, and talented. He would never sacrifice her for Bai Rushuang. Lin Yunxian's gaze darkened, and just as he was about to chastise Lin Qiao, she interrupted him. Hearing the sound of traffic and people in the background, Lin Qiao asked, Are you walking on the street right now? Lin Yunxian coldly huffed. Yes, what of it? A glimmer of mischief sparked in Lin Qiao's eyes, and she warned coolly, You should be cautious while walking. One misstep could lead to an unfortunate fall into a pit. Enraged, Lin Yunxian fumed. This audacious girl was cursing him again. Recollecting the suffering he had endured from her previous maledictions, he was infuriated and was about to unleash a tirade when suddenly, his foot slipped, and with a resounding thud, he plummeted into a sewage drain. Tears streaming down his face, Lin Yunxian cursed vehemently. Damn it. Who has such a lack of morals to steal the manhole cover and cause me to fall into the sewer? Help! At that moment, Lin Qiao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Her knack for cursing was truly remarkable. Now, let the scoundrel father relish his time in the sewer. With a smile tugging at her lips, she ended the call, her mood uplifted as she strolled out of the dining hall and into the garden. After a while, Lin Haochu called, urging her to head to the hospital, saying that Ouyang Wenjie and Bai Xinya were visiting Yao Qianxue and wanted to catch up with her. After agreeing, Lin Qiao hung up the phone. She gazed at the distant sky, contemplating how swiftly these scheming individuals had arrived. She decided to visit the hospital to observe their next ploy. 40 minutes later, Lin Qiao arrived at the hospital. It was still early, and Ouyang Wenjie and Bai Xinya had yet to arrive. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qiao thoroughly reviewed Yao Qianxue's medical records and conducted a brief examination. Lin Haochu stood by, watching in astonishment as Lin Qiao expertly checked Yao Qianxue's pulse, examined her eyes, and performed a series of professional checks, his eyes wide with wonder. Lin Qiao's demeanor resembled that of a seasoned physician, particularly in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Upon completing her examination, Lin Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Qianxue was recovering well, and with further treatment, she would soon awaken. Lin Haochu, curious, asked, Sister, how did you learn these methods of traditional Chinese medicine?
Who taught you?
Lin Qiao calmly fabricated a story. I took a first aid course once, taught by an elderly physician. Lin Haochu exclaimed in excitement, Sister, you've mastered it remarkably well. You truly have the air of a professional doctor. After a moment, he sighed. Yesterday, I intended to meet the miraculous doctor who saved our mother, but the director said she was on leave and unavailable. What a shame. Then his excitement returned. Let me tell you, that miraculous doctor has become quite the sensation. Not only is she known in the hospital, but she also made the trending topics online. Everyone knows her now. Lin Qiao was taken aback and pulled out her phone to search.
Indeed.
The headlines of Weibo and various media outlets featured her heroic act from yesterday. The internet buzzed with tales of her miraculous abilities, likening her to Hua Tuo, with exceptional skills capable of resurrecting the dead. Many netizens had even nicknamed her the modern Hua Tuo. Lin Qiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had intended to keep a low profile but inadvertently became a nationwide sensation. Now, she was revered as a miraculous doctor, with numerous professionals eager to be her apprentice. I've always had a keen interest in traditional Chinese medicine. Next time I meet her, I must offer a generous sum to become her disciple. Even if that doesn't happen, forming a friendship with her would be worthwhile, Lin Qiao mused. What would happen if he discovered that she was indeed that miraculous doctor? Would he be shocked into disbelief? Subsequently, Lin Haochu continued to sing praises of the miraculous doctor in front of Lin Qiao, his eyes filled with admiration. Observing her brother's enthusiasm, Lin Qiao reflected that although he was a spoiled rich kid, he actually possessed ambition and a thirst for knowledge. Unfortunately, he had lacked familial warmth and guidance, which had led him astray. From now on, she would take it upon herself to mentor him and help him grow into a capable individual. With these thoughts in mind, she patted Lin Haochu on the shoulder and said, "If you truly wish to learn traditional Chinese medicine, I can guide you in the future. Once you become familiar with the basics, I can help you secure an internship at a traditional Chinese medicine clinic." Lin Haochu's eyes lit up with joy. That would be fantastic. Sister, you're so good to me. He grasped Lin Qiao's hand, his heart brimming with happiness. Having such a sister was indeed his fortune. After finalizing their plans, Lin Qiao's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen to see a video call from Ouyang Wenjia. Lin Qiao pressed the answer button, and Ouyang Wenjia appeared on the video screen. Lin Haochu leaned closer to greet Ouyang Wenjia, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Haochu inquired with genuine concern, "Brother Wenjia, is your injury healing well?" Last time, when Lin Qiao was hospitalized, Ouyang Wenjia had visited her, only to be outed by Lin Qiao as a homosexual, subsequently cursed by her ill-fated words, and to top it off, he fell on his way out, injuring his sensitive area on a tree branch. It was indeed a tragic affair. Due to this injury, he had been recuperating in recent days. When Lin Haochu asked, Ouyang Wenjia felt a moment of embarrassment before flushing and replied, "It's all healed now." Lin Haochu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Otherwise, an injury down there would make even the simplest of things quite troublesome. Ouyang Wenjia squirmed slightly. Just as he was about to change the subject, Lin Qiao interjected. Indeed, not only would it make such matters inconvenient, but it would also hinder dates with a boyfriend. The corners of Ouyang Wenjia's mouth twitched. He hadn't anticipated Lin Qiao still holding onto the notion of him being a homosexual. He hurriedly clarified, Qiao, I truly am not gay. I am straight." Lin Qiao, uninterested in his lengthy explanation, interrupted him directly, "Brother Wenjia, you needn't explain. I believe you." A wave of joy surged through Ouyang Wenjia. How wonderful! Lin Qiao finally believed him. His plan to court her could proceed. Lin Qiao cast a glance at his jubilant demeanor, a cold smile flickering through her mind. She would grant him a taste of false trust, then gradually lead him to his demise. Lin Qiao then scrutinized Ouyang Wenjia on the video and asked, "Brother Wenjia, are you driving?" Ouyang Wenjia nodded. "Yes, I am driving. I'm almost at the hospital." A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Qiao's eyes as she teased. "Oh, really? Let me tell you, driving while on video calls can be quite perilous. You must be cautious. If you're not careful, you might crash into something, and that would be unfortunate." Hearing her concern, Ouyang Wenjia's heart swelled with happiness as he confidently replied, "Don't worry, Qiao, my driving skills are quite proficient. Handling a video call is absolutely no problem." No sooner had he finished speaking than the vehicle suddenly lost control, veering off the road. Before he could react, there was a loud bang as the car crashed into a telephone pole. Ouyang Wenjia. Chapter 86. This cursed tongue is truly remarkable. In that fleeting moment, countless grass-mud horses raced through his mind. Damn it, how could the car suddenly malfunction and crash into a pole? Was he truly this unlucky? On the other end of the video, Lin Haochu gasped in shock, urgently asking, "Brother Wenjia, did you crash into something? Are you alright?" Regaining his composure, Ouyang Wenjia glanced at the screen, his trembling hand giving a slight thumbs up. "Rest assured, I'm fine, I'm doing well. Just as he finished speaking, the windshield shattered with a loud crack, sending countless shards of glass flying towards him, turning him into a human pincushion. After a moment of shock, Oh Yang-wenja suddenly burst into tears. This is simply too tragic. Witnessing the abysmal sight of Oh Yang-wenja on the video, Lin Qiao shivered involuntarily. Lin Qiao blinked, her voice laced with concern. Brother Wenja, don't cry. If you cry too much, be careful or you might get facial paralysis. Oh Yang-wenja looked at Lin Qiao on the screen, about to speak, but suddenly, his mouth twitched, and his cheeks became immobile. His expression changed dramatically. What the hell? Am I getting facial paralysis? He felt a sudden wave of despair. Lin Qiao was truly a cursed tongue. Whatever she said seemed to come true, driving him to madness. Seeing Oh Yang-wenja's mouth twist, and his eyes unable to move, Lin Qiao exclaimed, Oh my gosh, Brother Wenja, you've got facial paralysis. Quick, call for an ambulance. Oh Yang-wenja tremblingly reached for the phone fixed to the dashboard to dial for help, but just as his fingers brushed the device, it fell with a crash, shattering into 2 pieces. At the same time, at the hospital, watching the video suddenly go dark, Lin Qiao grew anxious and dialed the number, only to find it was switched off. Brother Wenja wouldn't he have gotten into serious trouble? Would he? He asked anxiously. Lin Qiao replied calmly, don't worry. He won't die, he has had a traffic accident and the traffic police will call for an ambulance. Besides, he is close to the hospital and will be taken there shortly. Lin Qiao felt a bit awkward. Originally, Oh Yang-wenja had intended to visit their mother at the hospital, but now he found himself being transported in an ambulance instead. How unfortunate. Brother Wenja is truly pitiful. Lin Qiao sighed, then turned to Lin Qiao with a furrowed brow. He seriously suspected that his sister was the reincarnation of a cursed tongue. Every time she said something bad, someone would face misfortune. At that moment, Lin Qiao's phone vibrated with a new message. He picked it up to read and his eyes brightened with joy as he exclaimed to Lin Qiao, Sister Xinya is here. Let us go downstairs to meet her. Lin Qiao had a good relationship with Bai Xinya, often regarding her as an older sister, and this reunion after a long time filled him with happiness. Lin Qiao's brow arched slightly. The green tea was finally making an appearance. Let us go. We should greet her, she instructed, leading Lin Qiao downstairs. As they descended, they heard a chorus of gasps ahead, and upon looking up, they saw Bai Xinya approaching amidst a throng of admirers. Bai Xinya was tall, with an exquisite figure and fair skin, her face strikingly beautiful. She wore a fashionable designer dress, adorned with exquisite and expensive jewelry, radiating an aura akin to a superstar on the streets, captivating all around her. Lin Qiao was momentarily taken aback. So this was Bai Xinya. Truly, she was a stunning beauty, living up to her reputation as a fierce competitor among the green tea crowd. As the crowd gasped in excitement, Lin Qiao's face lit up with awe. Wow, I've seen her on television. She is the renowned genius fashion designer Bai Xinya, right? Yes, that is her. I heard she just won a fashion design award last week, stunning the world. I can't believe I get to see her here. What an eye-opener. Not only is she incredibly talented, but she is also so beautiful, especially her nose. It looks like it was drawn on. Indeed. I've never seen such a delicate and beautiful nose. Lin Qiao, hearing the enthusiastic praises, also marveled, after not seeing her for a while. Sister Xinya has indeed become more beautiful, especially her nose. It's truly lovely. Lin Qiao crossed her arms and snorted coldly, thinking, she is indeed beautiful, but alas, it's just a face altered by surgery. This woman came to the hospital decked out so extravagantly, causing such a stir. It was clearly an attempt to overshadow her and instill feelings of inferiority. Such petty schemes, could they possibly deceive her? Bai Xinya, as Lin Qiao suspected, looked at Lin Qiao, who was overshadowed by her presence, her eyes filled with pride. In her eyes, Lin Qiao would forever remain an ugly duckling. After curling her lip in disdain, Bai Xinya waved at them from a few meters away, smiling, Xiaohao, Qiao, I'm back. At that moment, the wind picked up and Lin Qiao observed the leaves swaying in the breeze, feigning concern as she remarked to Bai Xinya, oh dear, it's getting windy. You're so slender, wearing so little. Do be careful not to get blown away. Bai Xinya chuckled, Qiao, you truly have a way with words. Although I may be slender, I am quite strong and certainly won't be easily blown away. As she finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and with a whoosh, Bai Xinya was lifted into the air. She let out a shriek, arcing through the air before crashing, with a loud thud, into a nearby tree. The crowd gasped in shock. Chapter 87. Bai Xinya's cosmetic surgery is suddenly exposed. Lin Qiao covered his mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, "Goodness." Bai Xinya was really swept away by the wind. The sight of her colliding with a tree, facing towards it with her limbs outstretched in a comical shape, was undeniably amusing. Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow, thinking, there you go, trying to show off, and now you've brought this upon yourself. Bai Xinya's awkward pose against the tree was short-lived as she quickly fell from it. In that moment, her exquisite dress was torn, leaving her battered and bruised. Her dignity shattered. She cried out in despair, her heart crumbling. It was utterly absurd. She had truly been swept away by the wind and crashed into a tree. What a stroke of misfortune. She had intended to flaunt her beauty and overshadow Lin Qiao, the ugly duckling, but now she was the one who had embarrassed herself. As the surrounding onlookers regained their composure, they rushed to her side, expressing their concern. "Miss Bai, are you all right?" With tears in her eyes. Bai Xinya shot a fierce glare at one of them and retorted, "Do I look like I'm fine?" The person, taken aback, then pointed at her nose, exclaiming, "Wow, Miss Bai, your nose is crooked." Shocked, Bai Xinya immediately touched her nose, realizing with horror that it was indeed askew. Her face paled. This was a surgically altered nose. What would she do now that it was damaged? The crowd murmured in astonishment, speculating, her nose is crooked, yet there's no blood? Could it be fake? Is it possible that Miss Bai had cosmetic surgery? Gasps of realization rippled through the crowd. Bai Xinya's secret had been exposed, and in a panic, she covered her nose, shouting, "You misunderstand. I didn't have surgery, my nose was injured in the fall." Without another word, she scrambled to her feet, one hand shielding her nose, limping towards the clinic. The crowd, bewildered, called after her, "If you didn't have surgery, why are you running away?" By this time, Bai Xinya was already out of sight, prompting laughter and ridicule among the onlookers. She must have had surgery, or else why would she be in such a hurry? Such beauty. Yet it turns out to be a cosmetic face. How disappointing. Listening to the chatter, Lin Qiao felt a twinge of disappointment as well. So, Sister Xinya really did have surgery? With a sigh, he recalled the moment Bai Xinya collided with the tree and turned to Lin Qiao, grumbling, "Sister, your words have such a curse. First, you caused Ouyang Wenjie to have an accident, and now Bai Xinya has been blown away into a tree. Truly remarkable." Lin Qiao met his gaze calmly, explaining, "This has nothing to do with me. I merely pointed out that she was too thin, which is why the wind swept her away." Lin Qiao pondered her words and agreed. It was indeed reasonable for Ouyang Wenjie to crash while distracted by a video call, and for someone as slender as Bai Xinya to be carried off by the wind. With this thought, he felt reassured. An hour later, after Bai Xinya had visited the otolaryngologist to fix her nose and changed into a new outfit, she finally made her way to the hospital to visit Yao Qianxue. Arriving at the hospital, Bai Xinya no longer exuded her previous arrogance and allure. Her complexion was pale, her demeanor weary, and her spirits low. Observing her state, Lin Qiao approached with feigned concern, saying, "Xinya, I warned you before not to diet so excessively. Look at you, so frail, like a paper doll. It's unfortunate that the wind could carry you away." Bai Xinya's lips twitched in response as she scrutinized Lin Qiao, feeling that something was amiss. While she was indeed slender, she had never been so weak as to be swept away by the wind. It was peculiar that it had happened this time without any warning. Chapter 88. Let us see who wins and who loses. "Sister Xinya, don't overthink it. Have some warm water," Lin Qiao said as he approached with a cup of steaming water. After taking a sip, Bai Xinya found little interest in dwelling on the incident, for she had come with a purpose. She placed the cup down, grasped Lin Qiao's hand, and said, "Qiao, thank you for your concern. It truly touches me. In fact, I came to apologize to you on behalf of my mother." Lin Qiao's brows lifted in mockery as she asked, "What? Do you wish to plead for your mother?" Bai Xinya shook her head vigorously, clarifying no. After what she did, how could I possibly have the face to ask for leniency on her behalf? Lin Qiao's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Bai Xinya to come without intentions of pleading. Bai Xinya then glanced towards the unconscious Yao Qianxue in the hospital bed, her gaze dimming with sadness. "Upon hearing about my mother's arrest for poisoning, I was utterly horrified and heartbroken. Aunt Shui, and you have treated my mother and me with such kindness. Yet she betrayed Aunt Shui in such a cruel manner. She is truly a heartless wretch. Therefore, I have decided to sever ties with such a malicious mother and no longer recognize her. Moreover, I wish to stay by Aunt Shui and your side." making amends for her actions and atoning for her sins. Qiao Qiao, Xiao Hao, I hope you can accept my sincere apology. With that, her lips quivered, and hot tears cascaded down her cheeks, her appearance reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, evoking sympathy. Lin Qiao was once again taken aback. She had never imagined that Bai Xinya would genuinely wish to sever her relationship with Bai Rushuang. Faced with such dire circumstances, she was willing to forsake her own mother for the sake of her future. How ruthless. Lin Haochu, however, did not delve as deeply into the implications. Seeing Bai Xinya sobbing and apologizing, he felt a pang of guilt and hurried to console her. Sister Xinya, please don't cry. This is your mother's doing, and it has nothing to do with you. We don't blame you. Bai Xinya blinked, uncertainty in her eyes as she asked, Really? Lin Haochu nodded affirmatively. Of course it's true. Bai Xinya's heart soared at his confirmation. She then turned to Lin Qiao, asking, What do you think, Qiao Qiao? Lin Qiao, not one to be easily swayed like her simple-minded brother, planned to take her time in dealing with Bai Xinya. With a slight smile, she held Bai Xinya's hand, saying, I share the same sentiment as Xiao Hao. Rest assured, I do not blame you. We will continue to be good sisters. Upon hearing this, Bai Xinya was overjoyed. These two siblings were indeed easy to manipulate. That's wonderful. Qiao Qiao, Xiao Hao, I will certainly behave myself from now on. As she smiled through her tears, she thought to herself that she would certainly prove herself worthy and take everything that belonged to them. Lin Qiao saw through her intentions, a flicker of cold mockery in her eyes. If Bai Xinya thought she could take what belonged to them, she would ensure that there would be nothing left for her to grasp. After a brief conversation among the three, Bai Xinya deliberately shifted the topic to the recent international fashion design competition. Recently, an international fashion design competition is set to take place in the capital, and my studio has been graciously invited. Considering your expertise in fashion design, I requested an additional participation card from the competition organizers for you. You should take this card and enter the competition. After the summer break, you will ascend to your senior year and graduation is imminent. If you were to secure a prize in this competition, the professors at the university would likely ease their scrutiny, allowing you to graduate smoothly. Bai Xinya produced a participation card and handed it to Lin Qiao. Upon receiving the card, Lin Qiao glanced at it, a flicker of cold derision flashing in her eyes. In the original narrative, the protagonist was persuaded by Bai Xinya to partake in the international fashion design competition, only to be ensnared by Bai Xinya's studio, falsely accused of plagiarism, and ultimately expelled from the competition. Not only did her reputation suffer irreparable damage, but she also faced public vilification online. Subsequently, unfortunate events unfolded that led to the protagonist not obtaining her university diploma and being expelled from the institution. Contemplating these events, Lin Qiao regarded the participation card, musing that it was not a card for entry, but rather a harbinger of doom. Unaware of the underlying truth, Lin Haochu became excited. Sister, participating in the competition is a splendid idea. Your design skills are quite commendable. If Sister Xinya lends you her support, you are bound to win an award. Those who look down upon you at school will surely regard you with newfound respect and will no longer dare to underestimate you. Bai Xinya, also a fashion design major, was exceptionally talented and had received numerous design accolades. With her assistance, Lin Haochu was filled with confidence regarding Lin Qiao's prospects of winning. Lin Qiao cast a glance at the oblivious Lin Haochu, and after a moment of contemplation, a smile graced her lips as she acquiesced. Very well, I shall participate. Since idleness breeds no benefit, it would be enjoyable to engage in this endeavor. Bai Xinya, elated by her agreement, responded with enthusiasm. Excellent, it's settled then. Should you have any questions regarding the competition, do not hesitate to ask me. I shall assist you. Lin Qiao shot her a meaningful glance and replied with a knowing smile. Of course, I will seek your guidance. With her objectives achieved, Bai Xinya excused herself under the pretense of visiting Ouyang Wenjia, who had been injured in an accident, and hurriedly departed. Lin Qiao watched her leave with a cold scoff, thinking to herself, just wait and see. Subsequently, she lingered in the hospital for a while, taking care of some matters concerning Yao Qianxue before departing to the nearby riverside for some fresh air. The riverside, a picturesque part of the ancient city, was tranquil at this hour with few people around. As Lin Qiao stood by the riverbank, a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass wafted past her, refreshing her spirit. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out from behind her. Stop. Don't run. Lin Qiao turned to see a young man being pursued by a gang of ruffians, hastily making his way toward her. As the man approached, He unexpectedly slipped and fell right in front of Lin Qiao. She raised an eyebrow, pondering, is this some sort of scam? Before she could voice her thoughts, the gang swiftly surrounded them, intensifying the atmosphere with palpable tension. The leader of the thugs, wielding a steel pipe, looked down at the fallen man with a triumphant grin. Now you can't escape, can you? Humph, Zhao Junliang, this time you're finished. Zhao Junliang, lying on the ground, trembled in fear and stammered, Wang Lao, you're being excessively malicious. I merely owe you 300,000 in high-interest loans. Must you pursue me with such venom? Upon hearing the name Wang Lao, Lin Qiao's eyes widened in surprise as she raised her gaze. Recognizing that the leader of the thugs was indeed the same Wang Lao whom she had dealt a heavy blow at the Rose Bar. Wang Lao looked up and was equally astonished. It's you? Lin Qiao waved at him with a sardonic smile. What a coincidence, we meet again. Wang Lao, taken aback by her cheerful demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine. The last encounter had left him and his gang severely injured, forcing him to recuperate in the hospital for over a week. He hadn't sought retribution yet, but encountering her here was unforeseen. Enraged by the memory of their previous encounter, Wang Lao spat. What a coincidence indeed, running into you again, you scoundrel. Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow, retorting coldly. Calling me a scoundrel? Are you dissatisfied that I didn't beat you senseless enough last time? Wang Lao scoffed, his anger bubbling over. You're quite arrogant. I know you're skilled, and though I may not be able to defeat you, this time I'm unafraid because I have a gun. As he spoke, he drew a firearm from his pocket and aimed it squarely at Lin Qiao's forehead. Lin Qiao's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't anticipated that he would carry a gun. Zhao Junliang, terrified, interjected, Wang Lao, you can't do this. Regardless of any grievances with this girl, you can't point a gun at her in public. Silence. This isn't your place to speak. Wang Lao barked, silencing Zhao Junliang instantly. With the gun in hand, Wang Lao's demeanor became increasingly brazen. He grinned at Lin Qiao, boasting, once I pull the trigger, the bullet will surely shatter your skull. Are you afraid? Lin Qiao met his gaze and feigned terror, replying, oh yes, I am indeed terrified. Believing her to be genuinely frightened, Wang Lao grew more emboldened, his expression darkening as he commanded, since you're afraid, then kneel before me, bow your head 100 times to apologize, and compensate us with 5 million for medical expenses. Lin Qiao, however, did not refute him and readily acquiesced. Sure, I'm willing to give you my black card. But I do have a concern. Wang Lao's brow furrowed as he inquired, what are you worried about? Lin Qiao pointed to his gun, expressing her concern. I worry that your gun might misfire and accidentally shoot yourself. Wang Lao rolled his eyes, deriding her naivety. You're truly uninformed. This is a high-end firearm I purchased at a premium. It cannot misfire. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate. Without further ado, he fired a shot into the air. At that very moment, the gun malfunctioned and the bullet shot backward, striking Wang Lao in the shoulder with a resounding bang. Blood sprayed forth as he let out a pain scream and collapsed to the ground. Onlookers gasped in shock. No way. The gun really did misfire. Wang Lao, now bleeding and incapacitated, looked at his firearm in despair, sputtering blood before losing consciousness. Boss, are you alright? One of the thugs rushed to his side, but Wang Lao remained unresponsive. Enraged, the thug bellowed, damn it. This scoundrel is a jinx. What are you waiting for? Kill her. With his command, the nearby thugs swiftly raised their steel pipes, charging at Lin Qiao. However, she ceased to be courteous and launched a counterattack with remarkable speed. With a swift kick, she sent the first attacker flying, seized the steel pipe from the second, and with a powerful strike, sent him sprawling. Then, wielding the pipe, she unleashed a flurry of blows upon the remaining thugs. In no time, the gang lay defeated on the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, the onlookers, particularly Zhao Junliang, stood in astonishment. Goodness! This is utterly remarkable. In less than a minute, the group of ruffians had been subdued. At that moment, one of the small-time thugs, unwilling to accept defeat, scrambled to his feet and, taking advantage of Lin Qiao's momentary lapse, launched a sneak attack on her. Zhao Junliang, upon seeing this, shouted in alarm. Be careful. Just as he uttered those words, Lin Qiao spun around, swinging the steel pipe in her hand with a resounding crack. It struck the assailant, who gasped in shock and collapsed, rendered unconscious on the spot. Once again, Zhao Junliang was taken aback.
Wow.
Her reflexes are astonishing. Following the unconscious thug's fall, the others, frightened, hastily scrambled to their feet, carrying the dazed Wang Laowu and their comrade toward the hospital across the street. After they departed, Zhao Junliang approached Lin Qiao, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young lady, for saving me." Lin Qiao, not inclined towards pleasantries, directly inquired, "Did you owe money to those thugs, which led to your pursuit?" Zhao Junliang's eyes dimmed, and he sighed deeply. "Indeed. I was once in the clothing business, running a studio that was doing well. However, a month ago I was swindled, leading to substantial losses. My studio is on the brink of bankruptcy, and I owe 300,000 in high-interest loans." Overcome with sorrow, he began to weep. "Now, all my employees have left, my girlfriend has dumped me, and even my parents have disowned me. I feel like such a failure. I am a complete loser. What purpose does my life serve? I might as well end it all," he cried as he rushed to the riverbank, poised to jump in, but suddenly halted, puzzled as he turned to look at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you looking at me for?" Zhao Junliang, confused, queried, "Why aren't you stopping me from jumping into the river?" Lin Qiao shrugged, "If you want to jump, then jump. What is it to me?" Zhao Junliang felt embarrassed. What a woman. She is so unorthodox. His sympathies seemed non-existent. "Hey, are you still going to jump?" Lin Qiao further inquired, showing no intention of intervening. Zhao Junliang, feeling cornered, glanced around, realizing that apart from Lin Qiao, there was no one else present. If he jumped, he surmised, no one would come to his aid. He immediately retreated. "Forget it, I 1T jump." Lin Qiao thought to herself, "Is this guy a fool brought in by a monkey?" However, Zhao Junliang's name sounded somewhat familiar. After careful thought, she suddenly recalled. Zhao Junliang was a wealthy magnate in the narrative, known for his prominent clothing group, particularly the globally renowned design studio, Jinxed. Given his current plight, it seemed he had yet to achieve success. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Qiao's mind, and she proposed to Zhao Junliang, "Since you have decided against jumping into the river, how about this? Let us collaborate. I will acquire your clothing company and studio, assist you in settling all your debts, and you will serve as my assistant and partner moving forward. What do you say?" Zhao Junliang, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you serious?" Lin Qiao nodded. "Of course, I am serious. It would not be my style to turn down an opportunity." Elated, Zhao Junliang readily agreed. "Great. Let us head to my company to discuss the acquisition details." "Very well," Lin Qiao assented, following him. At that moment, a luxury car approached from the opposite direction, occupied by Zhao Jingshen, the young heir of the Zhao group and a friend of Li Tingzhou. Zhao Jingshen casually turned his head and, through the car window, was startled to see Lin Qiao walking alongside a stranger, engaged in lively conversation. What the hell? Lin Qiao is actually on a date with another man behind Li Tingzhou's back. He quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Li Tingzhou. "We are in serious trouble. Your Lin Qiao is out with another man, and she has been unfaithful to you. Hurry and catch them in the act." Chapter 91. The CEO stormed in with great fervor. In the CEO's office of the Li Group, a meeting was underway, with the sales director presenting the quarterly sales plan. Seated at the head, Li Tingzhou had no mind to listen to the report. His thoughts were consumed by the memory of Lin Qiao embracing him in sleep last night, murmuring Bruce in her dreams, igniting a tempest of anger within him. That damned woman, professing her love for me while secretly seeking out handsome men, even daring to call out that man's name while in my arms. I wish I could imprison that wretched woman in a dark basement, never to let her seek out those other men again. However, more than capturing Lin Qiao, he was preoccupied with the man named Bruce. He was intensely curious about the man's background, his identity, and his appearance. What made him so captivating that Lin Qiao could not forget him? What was he lacking compared to that man? Yet, as the morning wore on, Zhao Bai had failed to uncover any information about this man, which only fueled his frustration. If Zhao Bai did not find him by the afternoon, he would be out of a job. With these thoughts in mind, Li Tingzhou's handsome face grew increasingly dark, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The sales director, terrified, feared that his sales plan had displeased the CEO, and he stuttered through his presentation. The other executives were equally apprehensive, not daring to breathe. Li Tingzhou paid no heed to the trembling individuals around him. His agitation mounted as he reached for his phone, intending to message Zhao Bai to inquire about the man's whereabouts, when suddenly a new message appeared. It was from Zhao Jingshen. He opened the message, and his expression changed drastically.
Damn.
Lin Qiao is indeed out with another man, and Zhao Jingshen caught them in the act. Without delay, Zhao Jingshen sent him a location pin, urging him to catch them in the act. Li Tingzhou glanced at the location, leaped to his feet with a darkened expression, and hurriedly rushed out. The sales director, now in tears, chased after him, asking, "President, where are you going? If you dislike the sales plan, I can revise it." However, the frantic Li Tingzhou was already far ahead. The sales director, oblivious to the truth, was left distraught. His sales proposal had driven the president away. Was this the end for him? In the commercial district of the western city, Lin Qiao followed Zhao Junliang to his company. The firm was quite substantial, occupying the 7th and 8th floors with office spaces, including a clothing design studio, and beneath it lay a garment factory. Typically, the company employed several hundred individuals, but due to Zhao Junliang's recent misfortunes, the business suffered severe losses and the financial chain had rapidly collapsed, resulting in unpaid wages. The factory had ceased operations, and many employees from the office had departed, leaving the premises eerily vacant. After giving Lin Qiao a tour of the company, Zhao Junliang asked, "Miss Lin, what do you think?" Lin Qiao surveyed her surroundings and remarked, "The internal environment of the company is quite pleasant, especially the studio. I adore its layout. It is evident that you have put in a great deal of effort." Zhao Junliang, brushing his head with a hint of pride, replied, "This company has been built by my own hands over the course of 8 years. Naturally, I have devoted myself to it. I had no choice but to resort to high-interest loans to prevent its collapse." His gaze dimmed, and he sighed heavily. Lin Qiao offered him consolation. "It's all right. All of that is in the past. From now on, we will work hard together." Zhao Junliang looked at her, his heart suddenly filled with renewed confidence. "All right. Let us strive together." Subsequently, Lin Qiao composed an acquisition and cooperation agreement. After printing it, she presented it to Zhao Junliang, saying, "Please review the agreement. If you find anything unsatisfactory, feel free to suggest modifications. I am open to revisions." Zhao Junliang took the agreement and began to examine it intently. Upon finishing, astonishment filled his eyes. Lin Qiao was actually willing to offer him 30% of the shares, along with substantial annual bonuses, contingent on performance. The terms were exceedingly generous. "Wow, isn't this essentially making me a major shareholder of the company? Are you truly willing to do this?" Zhao Junliang asked in disbelief. Lin Qiao smiled, her lips curling upward as she replied, "Of course I am willing. As the founder of the company, being the major shareholder is your rightful claim. If you perform well, rewarding you is merely appropriate." Tears of gratitude welled up in Zhao Junliang's eyes. He had not anticipated such generosity from this young woman, who displayed far more integrity than the businessmen he had encountered. "Thank you so much. Rest assured, I will work diligently moving forward," he declared, his fists clenched with determination. Lin Qiao smiled, thinking that, in contrast to exploiting and oppressing others, a win-win scenario was the optimal solution. "Do you think any aspects of the agreement require alteration?" she inquired. Zhao Junliang shook his head repeatedly. "I have no objections. This agreement is the best." With that, he took a pen and signed his name. Having successfully negotiated the cooperation agreement, Lin Qiao felt elated. Acquiring this company meant that, even if she could not return to her original world, she could still amass considerable wealth. After securing the agreement, Lin Qiao, considering some concerns, drafted an employment letter and requested Zhao Junliang's signature. Puzzled, he asked, "You are already the new boss of the company. Why do you need a separate employment letter?" Lin Qiao explained with a meaningful glance, "My situation is somewhat unique, and I need to maintain a low profile for now. In front of outsiders, you will still be the boss of this company, while I will be your employee." With so many eyes upon her, she needed to act discreetly. Although Zhao Junliang was somewhat bewildered, he recognized that she was his boss, and he would comply with her directives. He nodded in agreement. "All right, I will proceed as you wish." Satisfied with his cooperation, Lin Qiao extended her hand towards him with genuine sincerity. "From now on, let us strive together." Zhao Junliang met her gaze, a fire ignited within him, and he resolutely responded, "Yes, let us strive together." With that, he reached out to grasp Lin Qiao's hand. Just then, the door to the company was violently kicked open, and a group of people stormed in with an intimidating presence. Chapter 92. Jealous of a Dog. Both Lin Qiao and Zhao Junliang were startled and turned to see that the intruders were none other than Zhao Jinxed and Li Tingzhou, among others. Zhao Jinxed, at the forefront, looked at the clasped hands of Lin Qiao and Zhao Junliang, exclaiming, "What the hell? They are already shaking hands. She is indeed secretly meeting a man here, cheating on Tingzhou." Li Tingzhou's expression instantly turned icy. He glared at Zhao Junliang, his gaze sharp as a knife. Could this man be the one who had captured Lin Qiao's heart, the fabled brew? Zhao Junliang, feeling the weight of Li Tingzhou's cold stare, quickly released Lin Qiao's hand. He looked at Li Tingzhou, sensing an overwhelming aura of oppression and hostility that made it feel as though an invisible force was tightening around his throat, rendering him breathless and trembling as if he were on the brink of death. What on earth was happening? After a long moment, he finally stammered out a response. Zhao Jingshan scoffed, indignantly stating, "What is going on? Don't you have any self-awareness? In broad daylight, you're enticing a married woman.
Speak.
How do you want to die?"
Huh?
Zhao Junliang was utterly bewildered. He was enticing a married woman? What nonsense was this? Lin Qiao's lips twitched in irritation. So, this group had come to catch them in a scandal. How amusing. She shot a glance at Li Tingzhou and asked, displeased, "Darling, did you send someone to follow me?" Before Li Tingzhou could respond, Zhao Jingshan interjected, "What do you mean follow?" "I merely stumbled upon them and then informed Tingzhou to catch them in the act." He huffed. "Last time, you were caught ordering 50 male escorts at the club, and Tingzhou didn't hold it against you.
Yet.
You dare to come here for a rendezvous with another man? How brazen!" Lin Qiao's expression darkened, so this was the troublemaker behind it all. Realizing the situation, Zhao Junliang hurriedly denied, "You've misunderstood. We are not on a date. I just met her today. She came here to seek employment." Lin Qiao chimed in, "Yes, I am here for a job." She produced the employment letter she had prepared earlier and presented it to Li Tingzhou, saying, "Darling, look, this is my employment letter." Li Tingzhou took the letter and glanced at it, his brow furrowing slightly. Was she truly here to apply for a job? At that moment, a familiar electronic voice interjected.
Cut.
"Of course, I'm not here to apply. I'm here to acquire this place and be the boss, all right? I came here to discuss business. And you all thought I was caught in a scandal? What the hell? This is ridiculous. Caught in a scandal? Spare me your nonsense. I just want to smash your heads." Li Tingzhou realized that this woman was neither here to apply for a job nor to conduct an illicit affair. She was here to acquire the company and take charge. Sighing with relief, he looked at Lin Qiao with a hint of confusion. Previously, she was a carefree playgirl, living off her family's wealth. How had she suddenly developed such ambition? Lin Qiao met his gaze and internally scoffed. "What are you staring at? Do you not believe I can venture out to work and earn money? Money is my greatest love. If I'm not making money, pursuing a career, should I chase after you, you scoundrel?" Li Tingzhou's lips twitched. In this woman's eyes, he was clearly less important than money. At that moment, Zhao Jingshan surveyed the empty office and exclaimed, "Claiming to be here for a job? Who would believe that? There are only the two of you here. A man and a woman. Nothing good can come from this." Zhao Junliang, both angry and anxious, retorted, "Hey, how can you speak like that? Our company has been struggling lately, and I've given the employees time off, which is why the office is empty. If you truly do not believe us, you can check the surveillance footage. Miss Lin and I are completely innocent." Zhao Jingshan snorted. Who would believe that? Perhaps the surveillance footage has been tampered with. "Shut up." Lin Qiao interrupted, unable to endure any longer. She turned to Li Tingzhou, her voice feigning sorrow. "Darling, I love you so much. How could you not trust me and believe this scoundrel? I am so heartbroken." Zhao Jingshan's face twitched in anger. "You dare call me a scoundrel?" Silence. Li Tingzhou interrupted coldly. Seeing his displeasure, Zhao Jingshan had no choice but to comply and fall silent. Li Tingzhou then turned to Zhao Junliang, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Are you Brew?" Zhao Junliang, utterly confused, responded, "Brew? Who is Brew?" "I'm Zhao Junliang." Li Tingzhou's eyes widened in surprise. He was not Brew. Lin Qiao, perplexed, inquired, "Darling, who is Brew? Why are you looking for him?" Li Tingzhou shot her a glance, his tone brimming with irritation. "Who is Brew? Don't you know? You called out his name numerous times last night while you were asleep." Lin Qiao felt a pang of embarrassment. That's Blue. It's my dog." Chapter 93. Another day of failed divorce. Li Tingzhou, what? Blue is actually her pet dog. All this time, he had been angry over a dog. Behind him, Zhao Bai couldn't help but chuckle. After all the commotion, it turned out that the young master was jealous of a dog. Upon hearing Zhao Bai's laughter, Li Tingzhou shot him a cold glare, causing Zhao Bai to shudder and stifle his laughter. Lin Qiao sensed something and exclaimed, "Darling, you aren't jealous of Blue, are you?" Li Tingzhou's lips twitched, and he hastily denied it. "No. I was just curious." Oh, really? Lin Qiao replied, internally scoffing. Huh. With that jealous expression. How can he claim otherwise? Truly a duplicitous man. Li Tingzhou chuckled to himself. Jealous of a dog? Absurd. He was merely displeased that this insufferable woman was calling out someone else's name while clinging to him. Even if it was a dog's name, it was intolerable. After all, he was her nominal husband. Hey, Mrs. Young, I never heard you mention having a dog before. Zhao Bai pondered aloud. Lin Qiao shot him a glance and concocted a serious lie. Oh, it was a stray I rescued back in school. I kept it outside, and didn't he bring it home? She quickly pulled out her phone, found a picture of a golden retriever resembling Blue, and showed it to them, saying, see, Blue looks just like this dog. Li Tingzhou glanced at the dog in the picture and scoffed. The creature appeared rather foolish and utterly unappealing. It was evident that this woman had poor taste. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Zhao Bai's voice of admiration rang out. Wow, that dog looks so beautiful, clever, and lively. Zhao Junliang walked over to take a look and echoed the praise. That dog is quite nice. Lin Qiao nodded in agreement. I think it's lovely too. Internally, she mused. Blue is adorable, lively, and warm-hearted, far superior to this scoundrelly. Li Tingzhou, what are these three thinking? And why does that foolish woman think he is inferior to a dog? It's infuriating. Just as he was about to voice his disdain, Lin Xiao's inner thoughts reached him. Sigh. I miss Blue so much. Too bad I can never see it again. Li Tingzhou cast a glance at Lin Qiao, whose eyes were downcast, pondering if that dog was truly gone. Zhao Jingshan noticed their sudden fixation on a dog and asked, puzzled, hey, why are you all staring at a dog? Planning to catch someone in the act? Zhao Bai and the others felt a bit awkward. Right? They were here to catch someone cheating. Zhao Bai quickly interjected, I think this is a misunderstanding. Zhao Jingshan was about to retort when Lin Qiao interrupted him. Shut up. With that, her eyes welled with tears as she looked at Li Tingzhou, saying, Darling, please don't listen to that witch. I am devoted to you and have never met another man. Please don't divorce me. Don't abandon me. She cried, tears streaming down her face, feeling utterly bereft. While internally she thought, devoted, my foot. Can't you hear my real meaning? If you suspect me and are here to catch me cheating, then just hurry up and divorce me. Don't hesitate. Just go for the divorce. After the divorce, you can find your green tea bunnies, draining your vitality daily, while I'll make money and find my handsome guy, living blissfully. Just thinking about it sounds delightful. Li Tingzhou's expression darkened, and his anger flared. That damned woman, always wanting a divorce to pursue some pretty boy. What made him inferior to those pretty boys? Li Tingzhou would not concede to her whims. He smiled coldly and said, rest assured, I will not divorce you, nor will I abandon you. Lin Qiao instantly fell silent. At this point, why was Li still refusing to divorce her? Was he trying to drive her mad? Seeing her furious expression, Li Tingzhou felt a tinge of satisfaction. Humph. No divorce. Let us see how long you can keep chasing after pretty boys. Chapter 94. This time, she plans to make a bold move. Onlookers observed the subtly tense atmosphere between the two and felt somewhat perplexed. Why did this couple seem so strange? As the awkwardness grew, Zhao Bai quickly attempted to ease the situation. Since this is a misunderstanding, let us forget about it. It's lunchtime. Why don't we all go out for a meal and reconcile? Zhao Junliang, not wanting the situation to escalate, quickly chimed in. What this gentleman said is correct. It's all a misunderstanding, so let us not dwell on it. I know a nearby restaurant with great food. Shall we go there? Lin Qiao, wishing to avoid any disruption to her future career, swallowed her displeasure and smilingly told Li Tingzhou, Darling, since we're not divorcing, let us have a meal together. Li Tingzhou nodded in agreement. Zhao Jingshan, displeased, exclaimed, Hey, Tingzhou, you're just letting them fool you like that. Be quiet. Li Tingzhou interrupted him, darkly warning, if you ever accuse someone without verifying the facts again, I will break your legs. Zhao Jingshan, intimidated by his fierce tone, felt a mix of regret and indignation. He had made such a commotion to catch someone cheating, only to end up with this outcome. Caught in the act, he was now the one at fault. Zhao Bai shot him a glance, smilingly adding salt to the wound. Young Master Zhao, this time it's all your fault, so you're treating us to lunch today. Zhao Jingshan glared at him, retorting angrily, Fine, I'll pay. Humph. Thus, half an hour later, they all went to the most expensive restaurant nearby, deliberately selecting the priciest dishes. As Zhao Jingshan glanced at the lavish spread before him, he felt utterly defeated. Were they really eating? It was as if they were consuming money. All his pocket money for the month had vanished.
Sob.
How utterly frustrating. After lunch, Lin Qiao and Zhao Junliang returned to the company to work and did not accompany Li Tingzhou back. At the restaurant entrance, Li Tingzhou glanced at Zhao Junliang, pondered for a few seconds, and then assigned 2 burly, intimidating bodyguards to Lin Qiao's side. He earnestly explained, from now on, these 2 will be responsible for your safety, to prevent any incidents that might worry Grandpa. Lin Qiao glanced at the bodyguards, her lips twitching slightly before she feigned gratitude. Darling, you're so good to me. I'm so touched. Internally, she rolled her eyes, thinking, touched my foot. You say it's for protection, but it's more like surveillance. What? Are you worried I might have something going on with Zhao Junliang? Ridiculous. He is merely my subordinate. We only have a work relationship. Who would have thought this scoundrelly is not only stingy but also so paranoid and petty, truly resembling a jealous husband. Li Tingzhou, catching her internal monologue, felt his expression darken with rage. This insufferable woman actually compared him to a jealous husband. Jealous of Zhao Junliang? Absurd. He had merely assigned 2 people to keep an eye on her, and she had concocted such a narrative. Truly self-deluded. Li Tingzhou felt a surge of indignation within him as he contemplated adding more bodyguards to keep a close watch on Lin Qiao. At that moment, Lin Qiao's thoughts echoed in his mind. These 2 bodyguards appear quite formidable. Having them around would be quite advantageous. Perhaps I should keep them on as gate security. Saving on 2 salaries. How splendid. However, 2 may not suffice. Let us bring in a few more. 1 for sanitation, another for restroom upkeep, 1 for logistics, and yet another for delivery duties. Wow, just think of the savings. This venture would be utterly profitable. How delightful. Come on. Send over more bodyguards to keep an eye on me. I'll gladly accept as many as you can spare. I want to complain about having too many. In that moment, Lin Qiao's gaze toward Li Tingzhou sparkled with excitement. Li Tingzhou, however, was taken aback. The bodyguards he dispatched were meant to safeguard her and monitor her actions, yet she had the audacity to repurpose them as free labor. Was she truly attempting to drive him to the brink of exasperation? Observing Li Tingzhou's fluctuating expression, Lin Qiao feigned concern and asked her husband, "You seem rather worried about my safety. Why not send over 10 or 8 more bodyguards? Or even dozens if you prefer? I currently feel utterly insecure and crave your protection." With a soft chuckle, Li Tingzhou swiftly declined. "Too many would be overwhelming. I believe even 2 is excessive. Let us just send 1. He decisively retracted one of the bodyguards. Lin Qiao gasped in disbelief. This miserly man not only refused to increase her entourage, but also withdrew 1. How stingy. Li Tingzhou, relishing her flustered demeanor, smirked and instructed Zhao Bai, "Return to the company. We shall continue our meeting this afternoon." Yes. Zhao Bai promptly went to fetch the vehicle. Within 5 minutes, Li Tingzhou and his party departed. Lin Qiao watched the car fade from sight, her mood severely dampened. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Junliang offered praise. "Miss Lin, I think your husband is quite splendid. He treats you very well." Lin Qiao scoffed inwardly, thinking, splendid, indeed. Afterward, upon returning to the company, Lin Qiao assigned the bodyguard sent by Li Tingzhou to gatekeeping duties. Zhao Junliang stood in the empty office, visibly perplexed. "Miss Lin, the office is so desolate now. What shall we do?" Lin Qiao's lips curled into a confident smile. "Fear not. Follow my plan, and within a week, the company will not only resume normal operations, but will also enhance its visibility and attract substantial investment." Zhao Junliang, astonished, exclaimed, "Miss Lin, you cannot be serious. How is that even possible?" "Of course, it is possible," Lin Qiao replied, her gaze drifting toward the window, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. This time, she was poised to make a significant impact. Chapter 95. The emergence of a top fashion designer. Subsequently, Lin Qiao drafted a business proposal for Zhao Junliang. Upon reading it, his eyes widened in amazement. Goodness, this proposal is incredibly astute. "Miss Lin, at such a young age, you possess an extraordinary business acumen. I am truly in awe." Lin Qiao smiled, pondering whether he would be astounded if he knew she once helmed a multinational conglomerate with tens of thousands of employees, generating annual net revenues in the billions. However, she would never disclose such information, for they were not from the same realm, and he would not believe her. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Qiao said, "It's nothing. Just execute my proposal." Zhao Junliang nodded eagerly and set to work. following Lin Qiao's instructions. He first doubled the salaries of the office staff to entice them back to work before proceeding with the next steps. Lin Qiao, not one to idle, entered the spacious office of the studio and began sketching fashion designs. In less than an hour, she completed a series of 12 design sketches. At that moment, Zhao Junliang entered the office, casting a glance at the sketches on the desk and gasping in admiration. Wow, where did you procure these stunning women's designs? They are simply exquisite. He picked up the sketches one by one, his eyes shining with wonder. Lin Qiao set down her pen and stretched, replying, I drew all of them. All of these are your creations. Zhao Junliang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. You managed to produce so many in such a short time? That speed is remarkable. Lin Qiao explained, these are my previous works. I merely replicated them. Understanding dawned upon Zhao Junliang, and he praised, your design foundation is exceptional. Your drawing skills and design level surpass even the finest designers in our studio. If you were to enter an international fashion design competition, you would undoubtedly win awards. Zhao Junliang was brimming with excitement. He had not anticipated that Lin Qiao was not only adept at managing a company, but also possessed top-tier design skills. Lin Qiao met his admiring gaze and smiled, thinking to herself that she had once been a leading fashion designer. She picked up a sketch and remarked, naturally, I intend to participate in an international fashion design competition. And not only that, I also plan to collaborate with the 7 Colors C studio of the JR Group. Zhao Junliang was taken aback. Goodness. You intend to collaborate with the 7 Colors C studio of the JR Group. The JR Group is the largest high-end luxury clothing company internationally, and the 7 Colors C is their design studio, renowned as the pinnacle of fashion design today. From what I know, their selection process for partners is exceedingly stringent. Even top designers from multinational corporations have been rejected. How could they possibly collaborate with a small company on the brink of bankruptcy like ours? Lin Qiao raised an elegant brow. Rest assured, I will compel them to approach us for collaboration. The following day, at the JR Group headquarters in the city center, around 9 in the morning, a crowd gathered in the lobby. The director of the premier design studio, 7 Colors C, Mo Elon, was returning with her team. The atmosphere was electric.
Ah.
Mo is finally back. I heard that her latest collection won an award and was publicly praised by the Queen of S country. And she has been appointed as the royal chief designer. How impressive. Miss Mo is a top-tier figure at JR Group. Such accolades are to be expected. At just 30, she has achieved so much. She is indeed remarkable. I hear many are eager to curry favor with her. Being noticed by her could lead to great opportunities. In the midst of the excitement, Bai Xinya and her mentor, Anna, were present in the crowd. Bai Xinya glanced at the throng of exhilarated individuals, a hint of derision flickering in her eyes. Mo Elon had standards so high that she would not deign to acknowledge these mediocre individuals. Only Bai Xinya was worthy of Mo Elon's attention. Her mentor, Anna, looked at her and advised, when Mo Elon arrives, be sure to act wisely. You must capture her attention and showcase your unique talents. Bai Xinya nodded, don't worry, teacher, I will. As they spoke, a commotion erupted ahead, and someone shouted, look, Miss Mo has arrived. Chapter 96, The Stunning Design Drafts. Bai Xinya and Anna looked up to see Mo Elon entering through the grand entrance, accompanied by several people. Mo Elon, tall and graceful, was adorned in an exquisite white dress reflecting her ethnic heritage, her long black hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, exuding both fashion and beauty. A chorus of gasps erupted around them as many rushed forward to present flowers and congratulate her on her award. Fearing she might miss her opportunity, Anna hurriedly urged Bai Xinya, quickly, go and present the flowers. Bai Xinya responded with an "oh" and hurriedly grasped a bouquet, swiftly parting the crowd to approach Mo Elon. Miss Mo, hello. Congratulations on winning the grand prize, Bai Xinya said, standing before Mo Elon and extending the flowers. With a smile, she introduced herself, I am Bai Xinya. We met previously in Country S. Mo Elon glanced at her, a smile playing on her lips as she replied, I remember you. You placed third in the fashion design competition held in Country S last time. Bai Xinya nodded earnestly, yes, you were one of the judges at that competition. Mo Elon acknowledged her with a sound of agreement, recalling Bai Xinya's work, and complimented, your pieces were quite impressive. Elated by the praise, Bai Xinya seized the moment to say, Miss Mo, I heard that your 7 Colors C studio is about to launch a new season of trendy apparel. I have some new design drafts I would like to submit for your consideration. Could you take a look and see if they might be suitable? As one of the world's top fashion designers, Mo Yilan was renowned globally, and if her work were to catch her eye and be adopted, Bai Xinyao's fame and status would undoubtedly soar. Furthermore, as the chief judge of this international fashion design competition, her endorsement could very well secure Bai Xinyao the championship. With these thoughts, Bai Xinyao felt a rush of excitement. Mo Yilan, pleased with the prospect of reviewing her submission, readily agreed. All right. Follow me to my office, so I can see your work. Wonderful. Bai Xinyao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. At that moment, the surrounding onlookers cast envious glances in her direction, and a wave of vanity washed over her as she scanned their faces. Soon after, Bai Xinyao and Anna followed Mo Yilan to the top floor of the building, where the Seven Colors C studio was located. Recently, many fashion companies had learned of the upcoming new designs from the studio and had submitted their drafts, resulting in a cluttered table piled high with printed submissions. Mo Yilan surveyed the design drafts on the table, her expression flickering with disdain. These are merely uninspired commercial works. Send them all back. The staff promptly removed the submissions. Then, Bai Xinyao presented her own design drafts. After reviewing them, Mo Yilan's eyes lit up with appreciation. These drafts are quite commendable. We can consider adopting them for this season. Bai Xinyao and Anna were overjoyed, sensing that they might indeed be on the brink of success. Mo Yilan instructed her team to prepare a contract for collaboration with Bai Xinyao Studio. Just then, Mo Yilan's assistant approached with a report. Miss Mo, another design draft has come in, signed by designer Lin Qiao from Xingyao Studio. Upon hearing this, Bai Xinyao couldn't help but scoff. Isn't Xingyao Studio on the verge of bankruptcy? As for that designer Lin Qiao, I've never heard of her. She must be a novice. Given that, let us just reject it, she suggested. Mo Yilan replied affirmatively, but before the assistant could decline, Bai Xinyao interjected, we could at least take a look. After all, it's commendable that they went through the effort to submit. Her intent was not to genuinely review the work, but rather to compare it, hoping to overshadow it with her own designs and garner Mo Yilan's enhanced respect. Mo Yilan acquiesced. All right, let us have a glance. With a reluctant nod, she opened the design draft. As the crowd beheld the design draft, a wave of astonishment swept over them. The submission was particularly stunning, featuring 4 evening gown designs that ingeniously incorporated elements of the 4 mythical beasts into a contemporary style, bold, innovative, grand, and exquisite. The spectators erupted in praise, unanimously exclaiming, "This design style is simply extraordinary." The perfect fusion of mythological elements and contemporary trends, embodying both classical elegance and modern flair, truly breathtaking. This is the first time we've encountered such a design style. It's astonishingly beautiful. The innovative thinking and exquisite design are nothing short of remarkable. Amidst the chorus of admiration, however, Bai Xinyao and Anna found themselves in a state of dismay, particularly Bai Xinyao, whose expression darkened significantly. She had intended to highlight her own work by contrasting it with a newcomer's submission, only to be blindsided by the latter's brilliance. Her high standards had been utterly eclipsed. Had she inadvertently shot herself in the foot? Her lips pursed in frustration, feeling foolish for her earlier assumptions. The crowd continued to examine the subsequent design drafts. A total of 8 designs had been submitted, divided into 2 series, one featuring the 4 mythical beasts and the other representing the 4 seasons. Mo Yilan and her team, after reviewing these drafts, were utterly astounded, their faces alight with excitement, as if they had uncovered a treasure. This is precisely the design I have been seeking, Mo Yilan declared, her excitement palpable. I've decided that we shall adopt these designs for our upcoming collection. Bai Xinyao felt an unsettling dread creep in. Miss Mo, if you choose to use their drafts, what will become of mine? She asked anxiously. Mo Yilan looked up at her, her expression serious. Your drafts are indeed good, but they do not meet our required standards. Therefore, we will not be signing a contract this time. Please bring your next set of exceptional designs for consideration. Bai Xinyao and Anna were both frustrated and anxious. Anna interjected urgently, Miss Mo, this doesn't seem right. You just stated that you would adopt Xingyao's work and collaborate with us. How can you change your mind so suddenly? Mo Yilan's assistant explained earnestly, we have always chosen the most outstanding works for collaboration. Since we now have drafts that surpass Miss Bai's, it is only logical to opt for the superior choice. If you believe this is unfair, you may present designs that are even better than those from Xingyao Studio, and we will reconsider. Bai Xinyao and Anna were infuriated. Given the remarkable quality and unique style of the opposing designs, how could they possibly produce something superior in such a short time? A thought crossed by Xingyao's mind, and her expression darkened as she stated, "To my knowledge, Xingyao Studio is on the brink of bankruptcy, owing several million in loans to the bank, unable even to pay their employees. Choosing to collaborate with them would be a considerable risk." Mo Elon's expression shifted slightly as she quickly instructed her staff to investigate. Bai Xingya smirked inwardly, pleased with herself, thinking that regardless of how stunning the competing designs were, if the company could not stay afloat, there would be no opportunity for them. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Mo Elon's assistant returned with an urgent report. "Miss Mo, we've conducted a swift investigation, and it turns out that Xingyao Studio has resolved its bankruptcy issues. The bank loans have been cleared, and they resumed normal operations today."
What?
"So quickly?" Bai Xingya exclaimed in disbelief. Just yesterday they were on the brink of collapse, and today they had already overcome their crisis and returned to normal operations? How astonishing! Why was their efficiency so remarkably high? Mo Elon paid no heed to the startled Bai Xingya, instead issuing directives. "Since the partner company is now operational, there are no issues. Immediately reach out to their representatives and inform them of our intent to collaborate." "Certainly." The assistant promptly set off to contact the individuals at Xingyao Studio. Bai Xingya and Anna, visibly frustrated, attempted to voice their objections, but were silenced by Mo Elon. "Given that we have already adopted another company's proposal, I kindly ask you both to take your leave. We can reconvene on another occasion." With that, Mo Elon dismissed them. Though angered, the two could only exit with a sense of discontent. Once outside the office, Anna could no longer contain her reproach towards Bai Xingya. "We were on the verge of signing a contract. If you hadn't mentioned anything, they would never have even glanced at that email, and our collaboration wouldn't have abruptly vanished. You truly brought this upon yourself." Bai Xingya, filled with regret, lamented the situation. If only she could turn back time, she would never have committed such a foolish act. Observing her despondency, Anna let out a resigned sigh, patting her shoulder in consolation. "Do not dwell in sorrow. Since this opportunity has slipped away, let us redirect our focus towards the international fashion design competition. If you can clinch the championship, you will surely gain renown far and wide." Inspired by the thought of the competition, Bai Xingya's determination reignited. "Very well." After their agreement, she lifted her gaze towards the sky outside, seething, "I will not let this thwarted collaboration with Kaisai Studio go unchallenged. I must uncover the identity of that designer, Lin at Xingyao Studio, who dared to usurp my opportunity. She shall not escape my wrath." Chapter 98. The cold shoulder from Qiao provokes the CEO's fury. Meanwhile, within the offices of Junrui Fashion Company, which houses Xingyao Studio, Lin Qiao sat in her office sketching design drafts. Suddenly, Zhao Junliang burst into her office. Brimming with excitement, "Miss Lin, Kaisai Studio has reached out to us. They wish to collaborate and promote your designs as their flagship pieces." Heavens! Such treatment is truly extraordinary. This is an opportunity that countless individuals yearn for. Previously, I would not have even dared to dream of it. You have truly accomplished something remarkable. Observing his enthusiasm, Lin Qiao's lips curved into a subtle smile, her eyes gleaming with a hint of indifference. Unbeknownst to outsiders, she was indeed the renowned designer, Lin, a name she had previously used in the fashion industry. Every piece crafted under the Lin moniker had previously stirred waves of excitement and set trends in fashion. Having reviewed some of Kaisai Studio's works, she found them considerably lacking compared to her former team. Thus, it came as no surprise that they sought her creations for collaboration at the earliest opportunity. Casting a glance at Zhao Junliang, she calmly stated, "Rest assured, this is merely an appetizer. The true feast lies ahead. A greater delight awaits." "What do you mean?" Zhao Junliang inquired, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Lin Qiao teased him with a mysterious smile. "No need for further inquiries. You shall discover it in due time." His curiosity piqued, Zhao Junliang ceased to press her. Feeling increasingly excited, instinctively, he sensed that Lin Qiao was a hidden gem, and following her would surely yield bountiful rewards. Subsequently, Kaisai Studio publicly announced their collaboration with Xingyao Studio, unveiling a series of designs by their chief designer, Lin, which sent ripples of excitement across the internet. Netizens were left awestruck by Lin's creations, and accolades poured in from all corners. In no time, Lin became a sensation, recognized as a rising star designer within the industry. Xingyao Studio and its affiliated companies also basked in newfound fame, leading numerous firms to seek collaborations and attracting considerable investments. Overnight, The company experienced an influx of capital and substantial orders, with sales soaring. Within a mere week, their net profits equaled the total of the past 8 years combined. This was indeed a remarkable windfall. Faced with such a situation, Zhao Junliang was left astounded, his emotions surging. His admiration for Lin Qiao reached new heights. Her strategy was nothing short of brilliant. Truly, she was a mastermind. From this point forward, he would be her devoted admirer. With the buzz surrounding Juanrui fashion, Li Tingzhou naturally took notice. One day, seated in his office, he casually browsed through related news articles, his expression filled with astonishment. Lin Qiao was quite capable. In just 1 week since joining the company, she had not only revived it but also generated tremendous profits. Her business acumen was exceptional. How had he never recognized her talent in this regard before? Just then, his phone vibrated with new messages. Li Tingzhou glanced at his screen and saw that it was his bodyguard sending him some photos. For the past few days, the bodyguard had been consistently sending updates with work-related pictures of Lin Qiao. In the images, Lin Qiao and Zhao Junliang were engaged in discussion, standing rather close to one another. Li Tingzhou's handsome face darkened slightly. Lin Qiao had not returned home in several days. She either remained at the company or stayed in the dormitory. They had not seen each other in days. The thought of her spending all her time with Zhao Junliang and her male colleagues stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. He resolved to concoct an excuse to bring her home. Otherwise, if she remained out too long, her thoughts might wander, and she could very well find herself seeking the company of some charming suitor. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up his phone, intending to message Lin Qiao to ensure she returned home promptly after work. As he scrolled through WeChat, he realized Lin Qiao was not in his contacts. Reflecting on it, he recalled that she had often sent him inexplicable messages in the past, prompting him to delete and block her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he instructed Zhao Bai to find Lin Qiao's WeChat ID and send it to him. Once the ID was received, he opened it and was taken aback. Lin Qiao's WeChat name read, Society's Sister Qiao. Her signature line proclaimed, I determine my fate, not the heavens. The avatar depicted a cool yet absurd anime character wearing sunglasses, adorned with a large gold chain, and smoking a cigarette. Li Tingzhou mused, so, this woman is a fervent enthusiast of the eccentric. After a brief moment of sarcasm, he sent a friend request, expecting Lin Qiao to accept it instantly. To his surprise, after sending it, there was no response. Thus, he found himself waiting with barely contained impatience. Half an hour passed without acceptance. An hour later, still no response. An hour and a half later, the situation remained unchanged. As time dragged on, Li Tingzhou's patience wore thin, and his irritation grew. That damned woman dares to keep me waiting. Just as his temper flared, his phone rang with an incoming call. His eyes brightened. Surely, it was her calling. Ha! She's likely calling to apologize. With a smirk, he straightened his posture and answered the call, only to find it was Zhao Bai. Chapter 99. Darling, I love you, just as a mouse loves rice. The anger that had just begun to dissipate surged back within him as he answered with a cold, irritated tone. What is it? The frosty edge to his voice, even through the phone, caused Zhao Bai to shudder. What could have ruffled the CEO's feathers? He cautiously inquired, Master, who has provoked your ire? Li Tingzhou, disinterested in indulging in trivialities, retorted brusquely, spit it out. Zhao Bai, startled, refrained from pressing further, and promptly reported, Master, the organizing committee of the International Fashion Design Competition wishes to extend an invitation for you to serve as a guest judge at the finals. Will you attend? Li Tingzhou, in a foul mood, dismissed the notion entirely. I have no time. Oh, very well. I shall inform them of your refusal, Zhao Bai replied, preparing to end the call when he suddenly recalled, Master, I heard that the young mistress intends to participate in this competition as well. Li Tingzhou's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and he swiftly amended his earlier stance. Go tell the competition committee that I shall attend. Zhao Bai was taken aback. How could he change his mind so swiftly? It seemed the young master held the young mistress in high regard. With excitement, Zhao Bai asked, Master, are you going to support the young mistress? Li Tingzhou chuckled coldly, his expression stern. Support her? It would suffice if she doesn't create any disturbances. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Zhao Bai gazed at the disconnected line, scoffing inwardly. It was evident he wished to cheer for the young mistress, but was too proud to admit it. Humph, such a contradictory man. On Li Tingzhou's end, after terminating the call, he opened WeChat, only to find that his friend request had yet to be accepted, which infuriated him. In the past, Lin Qiao had always sought to befriend him. Yet this time, after such a lengthy pause, he wondered if she intended to vex him. Was that wretched woman truly so occupied? In the west of the city, at Juanrui Fashion Company, Lin Qiao finally completed a mountain of work after several hours. Stretching her limbs, she picked up her phone, ready to unwind by watching some short videos. Just then, a notification popped up indicating a friend request on WeChat. Upon inspecting it, she was taken aback to find it was from Tingzhou. Lin Qiao's face flushed with embarrassment. The notorious scoundrel had taken the initiative to add her. He had despised her original self so much that he had blocked her long ago. She had assumed he would never add her again. Yet here he was, making a friend request. Was the sun rising in the west? After pondering for a moment, she suddenly contemplated that it could be an attempt to monitor her. Considering she hadn't returned home in a week, to maintain her facade of a devoted partner, she reluctantly decided to accept the request. Just as she was about to do so, she caught sight of her WeChat name, avatar, and signature. Her lips twitched. She had altered her profile to reflect a bold and unique style, believing he would never add her. Now, if he were to see it daily, wouldn't her delicate image shatter? Thus, she promptly changed her avatar, name, and signature. Once satisfied, she clicked to accept the request. On the other side, Li Tingzhou sat at his desk, his gaze fixed on his phone, his demeanor icy, emanating an oppressive aura that deterred employees from approaching him. After what felt like an eternity, his phone buzzed. His heart raced as he picked it up, discovering that Lin Qiao had accepted his friend request.
He scoffed.
That wretched woman had finally relented. With a dark expression, he opened the chat to confront her, only to notice that she had altered her avatar, name, and signature. Upon inspecting it, he found her new avatar to be a large pink heart, her name changed to Little Qiao who loves brother Tingzhou, and her signature reading, Darling, darling. I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Li Tingzhou was taken aback. What was this sudden change? Was she attempting to convey her unwavering affection? Absurd. Did she think such a transformation would convince him of her sincerity? He possessed the ability to read minds. He could discern her true thoughts with ease. Humph. A woman of false pretenses. After silently mocking her, a hint of derision flickered in his eyes. He typed into the chat. Feigning ignorance, what prompted this sudden change in your personal information? Lin Qiao replied, of course, it's because I love you, darling. I never expected you would take the initiative to add me. I'm truly touched. Now we can communicate anytime, which makes me so happy. Love you, moi. Upon reading her message, a subconscious translation formed in his mind. Of course, it's to deceive you. Do you really think I love you?
Fool.
Your sudden friend request was not a gesture of affection, but rather a shock. Chatting? Spare me. It's best if you don't bother me. Li Tingzhou was astonished. How could such subconscious translations arise? Could his mind-reading ability also interpret Lin Qiao as true intentions behind her WeChat messages? Suppressing his astonishment, he swiftly composed a message. Changing your personal information is your prerogative. Have you been busy lately? You haven't returned for a week, and grandfather is quite displeased. Lin Qiao responded instantly. I'm sorry, darling. I've been a bit busy since I just started my job and need to familiarize myself with the business. Please don't be angry. I'm working hard to improve myself so I can match up to you and become your supportive wife. As he read her message, another translation emerged in his mind. Are you blind? Haven't you seen the news? I'm busy making money. Who has time to waste chatting with you? Let us be honest. I'm working hard to become better so that after I kick you to the curb, I can live freely and enjoy myself. Flirting with any handsome man I desire. Li Tingzhou's lips twitched, a surge of anger igniting within him. Was this wretched woman truly thinking such things? Or was he merely imagining it? To test his theory, he continued messaging. The Li family doesn't need your meager salary. Return to the villa tonight. Otherwise, Butler Fu will report back to grandfather, and I don't want any trouble. Lin Qiao replied, all right, I'll come back tonight. Darling, please don't be angry. I'll bring you a small gift as an apology. See you tonight, moi, love you. Upon reading her response, another translation flashed in his mind. You don't need my salary, but I do. Clearly, it's not Butler Fu who will report back. It's you who can't afford to lose face. Humph, a hypocritical man. Maybe I'll just pick something out of the trash to give you. Li Tingzhou's expression darkened, a wave of fury coursing through him. Was this woman trying to drive him to madness? However, the entire situation was too bizarre. After concluding his chat with Lin Qiao, he messaged others. After a few exchanges, he discovered that he could only decipher Lin Qiao as thoughts behind her messages. It seemed his mind-reading ability was exclusively attuned to her. As he reviewed their chat history, disbelief filled his eyes. This mind-reading power not only allowed him to perceive Lin Qiao's thoughts in person, but also decipher her messages. Truly remarkable. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, and a flicker of pride danced in his eyes. From now on, whether in the virtual realm or the physical world, he would be able to see through that woman's thoughts. Whatever she wished to conceal from him in the future, no chance. With this thought, a glint of cunning sparkled in Li Tingzhou's gaze, and his spirits lifted once more. Chapter 101. The Reluctant Yet Honest Tycoon. Meanwhile, Lin Qiao remained blissfully unaware that her intentions behind the messages were being interpreted by the other party. After concluding the conversation, she let out a dismissive snort and closed the chat window. Just as she was about to resume her work, she noticed the cleaning lady approaching with a cardboard box. Inside lay a plush Peppa Pig doll, looking adorably silly. "Whose doll is this? Are you going to throw it away?" Lin Qiao inquired. The cleaning lady replied, "It belonged to a former colleague who said it was to be discarded." "Don't throw it away. Keep it for me," Lin Qiao said, retrieving the doll from the box. A smile crept onto her lips as she thought, this silly little pig would suit that scoundrelly quite well. I shall gift it to him tonight. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Tingzhou returned home punctually from work. Zhao Bai served as a chauffeur, driving them towards the Li family's villa. Along the way, Zhao Bai glanced at the rearview mirror, noting that his master appeared to be in a rather good mood. Could it be because the young mistress was returning home to reunite with him? Perhaps he mused and suggested, "Master, why not buy a gift for the young mistress? A bouquet of flowers could add a touch of romance." Li Tingzhou's gaze darkened, and he coldly retorted, "Don't stir up trouble." That woman vexed him daily. Yet she expected gifts from him. Absolutely not. Seeing his master's icy demeanor, Zhao Bai couldn't help but reflect on how he was indeed a humorless man who refused to part with even a single gift. Just as Zhao Bai was about to voice his thoughts, Li Tingzhou suddenly commanded, "Stop the car." Zhao Bai promptly pulled over and curiously asked, "What's the matter, master?" Li Tingzhou's attention was drawn to a pet shop across the street, where a golden retriever sat at the entrance, acting as the store's mascot. He recalled the dog named Bruce and the melancholy in Lin Qiao's eyes when she mentioned it. Perhaps it was no longer with her. After a brief silence, he opened the car door and strode towards the pet shop. Zhao Bai followed, instantly understanding the situation upon seeing the golden retriever. He chuckled to himself, noting how his master claimed not to be buying gifts, yet his actions told a different story. Upon entering the pet shop, they were greeted by a myriad of dog breeds, golden retrievers, huskies, poodles, Shiba Inus, and more. After browsing, they arrived at a cage containing a small golden retriever, roughly 2 months old, with light brown fur, looking adorably goofy. Zhao Bai's eyes lit up with excitement. "Master, come look at this one. It's so cute. The young mistress will surely adore it." Li Tingzhou approached and cast a glance, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "It looks foolish." Zhao Bai's mouth twitched, and he promptly fell silent. The shopkeeper approached, suggesting, "Why not take a look over there? There are plenty of other lovely golden retrievers." Li Tingzhou, however, decisively declined, stating, "No need. I'll take this one." Zhao Bai and the shopkeeper exchanged glances, bemused by the contrast between Li Tingzhou's earlier disdain and his current eagerness to purchase. After leaving the pet shop, Zhao Bai cradled the small golden retriever in his arms as they returned to the car. The pup was well behaved, sitting beside Zhao Bai, occasionally glancing back at the aloof man in the back seat, yearning to draw nearer, but hesitating in fear. Li Tingzhou observed the little golden retriever, feeling a twinge of agitation. How absurd. He had actually considered buying a dog for Lin Qiao. His recent thoughts and actions were veering further from the norm. Surely it was that woman's influence. A sudden throb at his temples prompted him to press his fingers to his forehead, contemplating a visit to the hospital the following day to check on his mental state. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Li family villa, just as Lin Qiao returned home. Spotting Li Tingzhou, she beamed and rushed over. "Darling, you're back." She then handed him a bag, saying, "This is a gift for you." Li Tingzhou frowned, visibly displeased. "It's not something you picked up from a trash heap, is it?" Lin Qiao was taken aback. How did he know? Feeling slightly guilty and embarrassed, she chuckled awkwardly. "Of course not, darling. If you don't like it, I can give it to Zhao Bai instead." As she turned to pass it to Zhao Bai, Li Tingzhou snatched it away, declaring, "I never said I wouldn't accept it." Humph. Even if it was trash she found, it should not be passed on to another man. Lin Qiao met his domineering gaze, feeling slightly embarrassed. Was he jealous? Ignoring the tension, Li Tingzhou inspected the plush Peppa Pig doll, his lips twitching. She actually gifted him a pig. Just as he was about to voice his annoyance, the little golden retriever bounded over from the opposite car. Lin Qiao's eyes sparkled at the sight of it, and she rushed over to pet the pup's head, asking, "Where did this little dog come from? Did you buy it at the pet shop?" Zhao Bai grinned, about to explain that it was Li Tingzhou who had chosen it for her, but Li Tingzhou interrupted. Recalling Lin Qiao's earlier comment about finding something from a trash heap for him, he scoffed, "Found it on the way back from the garbage." Zhao Bai. Lin Qiao. Chapter 102. The elderly gentleman will soon hold his great-grandson. "If you don't like it, you can return it immediately," Li Tingzhou added coldly. Lin Qiao hastily replied, "I have no objections." She stroked the little golden retriever's head, thinking, "This pup has such shiny and neat fur, with cleanly trimmed nails. And a subtle fragrance. It's clearly just bought from the pet shop." That scoundrel claimed it was from a garbage heap. How absurd. He must have been scolded by his grandfather and, for the sake of appearances, casually bought a puppy as a half-hearted gesture. Hearing her thoughts, Li Tingzhou felt a flush of embarrassment followed by a deepening frown. He had kindly bought her a dog to alleviate her boredom, and she presumed he was merely saving face by giving her a dog. What an ungrateful woman. Lin Qiao, completely ignoring Li Tingzhou's displeasure, focused on the little golden retriever. Asking, "Darling, can I keep it?" Li Tingzhou's icy response was, "Do as you wish." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Once he left, Lin Qiao was utterly captivated by the little golden retriever. She smiled at it, saying, "From now on, I'll call you Bruce, okay? You'll take the place of the previous Bruce and keep me company, all right?" The little pup barked joyfully in response, as if in agreement. Elated, Lin Qiao fetched some meat from the house to feed the puppy and played with it joyfully. Returning to his room on the second floor, Li Tingzhou glanced at the Peppa Pig doll he still held. Despite his disdain, he placed it prominently in view. What a silly sight. After muttering this to himself, he left the room and stepped onto the balcony. He observed Lin Qiao frolicking on the grass with the puppy, a faint smile unconsciously forming on his lips. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Zhao Bai downstairs, casting a gaze at him that was both playful and mocking. Though he claimed to be indifferent to the young lady, it was evident that he was rather concerned. The smile tugging at the corners of his mouth could hardly be suppressed. After a fleeting moment of embarrassment from being seen through, Li Tingzhou shot him a frigid glare, prompting Zhao Bai to hurriedly avert his gaze.
What?
"Do you wish to stay and work overtime?" Li Tingzhou inquired, his expression stern. Zhao Bai, flustered, quickly waved his hands. No, I'll head back right away." He hastily made his exit. Once the bothersome Zhao Bai was gone, Li Tingzhou settled into a chair on the balcony, resting his delicate chin on his hand as he observed Lin Qiao playing with the dog downstairs. His gaze softened, and a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. In recent days, Lin Qiao had been away, leaving the villa feeling desolate. Now that she had returned, it seemed as though a spark of vitality had been injected into the home, enlivening the atmosphere. This newfound ambience enveloped him in warmth. Standing on the first floor, Butler Fu glanced between Li Tingzhou above and Lin Qiao frolicking on the grass, feeling a swell of satisfaction. The young couple's relationship appeared to be progressing splendidly. It seemed that before long, the old master would be cradling his great-grandchild. With such thoughts, his heart swelled with joy. In the days that followed, Lin Qiao resumed her work. While things were sailing smoothly for her, Bai Xinya was engulfed in anxiety. She had dispatched people to inquire about the designer Nalin D at Junrui Company, yet they returned empty-handed. Within the company, no one seemed to know Nalin D's true identity. They merely stated that she was an externally hired designer, unaware of her background. Bai Xinya was incensed. How could they be oblivious to Nalin D's identity? There must be some deliberate concealment at play. At that moment, one of her subordinates suddenly reported that Lin Qiao had started working at Junrui Fashion Company. Lin Qiao working there? She was taken aback. Wasn't he Lin Qiao merely a spoiled second-generation rich kid, idly living off her wealth? Why had she suddenly taken a job at Junrui Company? What was the hidden agenda behind this? Chapter 103. The self-destructive little white lotus faces a reality check. The more Bai Xinya pondered, the more suspicious she became, prompting her to ask her subordinate, "Have you ascertained why she would take a job at that company?" The subordinate explained, "We inquired earlier. They said she was there for a summer job and an internship." An internship? Bai Xinya furrowed her brow. Lin Qiao had always been a delicate young lady who avoided any form of toil, spending her days either orbiting around Li Tingzhou or indulging in lavish pleasures. The idea of her taking a summer job or an internship seemed utterly implausible. Moreover, as the young lady of the Li family, if she truly intended to work, wouldn't she be joining Li S Group instead? Why would she choose to work at a nearly bankrupt small company like Junrui Fashion? What was she thinking? Perplexed, Bai Xinya decided to confront Lin Qiao directly. She stepped out of her office and made a call to Lin Qiao from the balcony. The call connected swiftly. Qiao Qiao, is there something you need? Lin Qiao inquired. Bai Xinya feigned ignorance. I heard you've started working at Junrui Fashion Company. Is that true? Lin Qiao scoffed inwardly. Having anticipated this call, raising an eyebrow, she calmly replied, yes, I'm here for a summer job. What's wrong? Do you see something inappropriate in that? Bai Xinya replied with a forced smile, nothing inappropriate, just a bit curious as to why you would work there. I think small companies offer a lot of freedom, so I thought I'd have some fun, Lin Qiao answered nonchalantly. Bai Xinya raised an eyebrow, realizing it was merely a whim. Indeed, someone like her, accustomed to luxury, would hardly endure the rigors of work. In no time, she might find it too exhausting and retreat in disgrace. Such a good-for-nothing was destined to achieve nothing. A flicker of cold mockery danced in Bai Xinya's eyes as she tentatively asked, Qiao Qiao, I heard your company has a particularly talented designer. The one everyone's raving about online, Lin. Do you know who she is? Lin Qiao surmised that Bai Xinya would pose this question, aware of her ulterior motives. With a smirk, she feigned seriousness and replied, as for Lin, I really don't know who she is. She's always in and out. Hardly anyone has seen her. People in the company say she might be an elusive superhero, or perhaps even Batman or Superman. Bai Xinya retorted. The people at Junrui Fashion would say such things? They must be a bunch of fools. Qiao Qiao, you've really never met her? Bai Xinya pressed on. Lin Qiao shrugged. Nope. But if you're keen to meet her, I might have a suggestion. Bai Xinya, intrigued, asked, what suggestion? Lin Qiao smirked, pretending to be earnest. In the evening, you could wait under the overpass near our company. They say Lin is quite fond of the pastries from the shop across the street and sometimes stops by there after work. If luck is on your side, you might just run into her. Bai Xinya's eyes lit up. All right, I'll go take my chances. Lin Qiao, noticing her eagerness, concealed a sly smile. When night fell, the swarm of mosquitoes under the overpass was particularly bothersome, and there were even snakes lurking about. Since Bai Xinya wanted to investigate, Lin Qiao thought it fitting to let her face some challenges. However, that was not enough. With a clever twist of her mind, Lin Qiao feigned concern. Xinya, the international fashion design competition is approaching. You must be busy, right? Just remember not to stay up late working. It can cause hair loss. If you lose too much, you might end up with a bald head, and that wouldn't be good. Bai Xinya scoffed. Don't worry, I don't stay up late. And I have plenty of hair. I won't end up bald. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a strand of hair suddenly fell from her head and landed on her clothing. Startled, she instinctively grasped at her hair, only to have a handful come away with her grasp. Panic surged within her. Why am I suddenly losing hair? Her assistant, glancing at the top of her head, exclaimed, Miss Bai, there's a sudden bald patch on your head. What? Bai Xinya gasped, hastily retrieving a mirror to inspect, only to discover a conspicuous bald spot. The next moment, a shriek of horror erupted. Ah! Why am I suddenly bald? This was utterly absurd. Lin Qiao, hearing the commotion on the phone, couldn't help but smirk as she hung up. That woman had always been enamored with her appearance, constantly striving to outshine others. From now on, let her embrace her newfound identity as a bald beauty. Let us see how she carries herself henceforth. Chapter 104. Shocking Revelation. Lin might be a transgender individual. Subsequently, Bai Xinya spent her nights lurking beneath the overpass near Lin Qiao's company, much like a crazed stalker, obsessively attempting to catch a glimpse of Lin and uncover her true nature. However, after 3 consecutive nights of waiting, not only did they fail to catch a glimpse of her, but they were also bitten by mosquitoes until their skin was red and swollen. One of the accompanying staff members was even bitten by a venomous snake and had to be rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, resulting in a rather tragic scenario. Bai Xinya was furious. She had approached with high hopes, only to be met with solitude. She vented her frustration, exclaiming, that wretched Lin Qiao is utterly unreliable. What absurd information has she provided? The last time she uttered a single word, I lost a significant amount of hair, leading to a bald spot. This time, her inaccurate information has caused us considerable suffering. It is simply intolerable. Her anger was so intense that it even caused her stomach to ache. One of her subordinates, rubbing his swollen face from mosquito bites, chimed in with indignation. That Lin Qiao is indeed quite unreliable. She must be deliberately leading us astray. Miss Bai, shall we teach her a lesson? Bai Xinya, despite her desire to reprimand Lin Qiao to relieve her frustrations, chose to endure. Considering future interests, now is not the right time, but soon it will be. After the international fashion design competition, I shall ensure her disgrace. A cold smirk crossed her lips, a glimmer of malice flashing in her eyes. She had long harbored disdain for Lin Qiao, and when the time came, she would settle both new and old scores. 3 days later, the international fashion design competition commenced. Lin Qiao entered the contest under her own name, while the newly appointed chief designer of Junrui Fashion, Lin Di, represented her studio. In an effort to maintain a low profile, Lin Qiao's design drafts were intentionally crude and simplistic, barely allowing her to pass the preliminary and semi-final rounds. Conversely, Lin Di showcased an impressive momentum, her works in the initial and semi-final rounds being of the highest caliber, leaving the judges in awe, and she unsurprisingly secured first place with a perfect score. Such outstanding performance ignited a fervor online. Lin Di emerged as the year's dark horse designer, a prodigious talent in the realm of fashion design, and a favored contender for the championship title. Related topics dominated trending searches and the front pages of major news outlets daily. Xingyao Studio and Junrui Fashion also experienced a meteoric rise, with their official website gaining millions of followers in just a few days. The elusive Lin Di sparked considerable speculation among the public. Isn't Lin Di rather low profile? She never shows her face. We don't even know who she truly is. I guess she must be a reclusive genius, at least in her 40s, shunning the mundane world. Are you suggesting she is a middle-aged woman in seclusion? I believe a fashion design genius could also be a middle-aged man. Why must it be a middle-aged individual? It could very well be an elderly lady or a gentleman. Or perhaps a young fairy or a handsome lad. No. A person too young lacks the design expertise. They must be of a certain age. In the Li family's villa, the gossiping Zhao Bai sat on the sofa in the hall, observing these comments. He turned to Li Tingzhou and asked, Sir, what do you think of that dark horse designer, Lin Di? Li Tingzhou, perusing the comments, pondered for a moment before stating objectively, she is likely a low-profile yet extraordinarily talented middle-aged woman. Zhao Bai contemplated for a few seconds and teased, you all are so fixated on gender and age. It's quite dull. I believe everyone might be mistaken. Lin Di could very well be a gender-ambiguous individual. Li Tingzhou replied, Chapter 105. The show is about to begin. Zhao Bai glanced at the speechless Li Tingzhou and earnestly explained, think about it. If she had no hidden identity or peculiar preference, why would she remain in the shadows? Now that she is so famous, it is a golden opportunity to make a name for herself. Thus, I believe the possibility of her being a gender-ambiguous person is quite high. She might even be a gay individual. Li Tingzhou considered this explanation and found it somewhat plausible. After silently applauding his own conjecture, Zhao Bai suddenly exclaimed, Sir, the young lady has advanced to the finals of the competition. It seems she performed well, and winning is within reach. Li Tingzhou recalled Lin Qiao's design drafts and frowned slightly. Her drafts are merely mediocre. She stands no chance of winning, at best. She will serve as a runner-up. Zhao Bai expressed his dissatisfaction. Sir, if you say that, the young lady will surely be heartbroken. Li Tingzhou replied nonchalantly. I am merely speaking the truth. I have no other expectations of her. Participation is what matters. Previously, Lin Qiao was rather lackadaisical. She was eliminated in the preliminary rounds of any competition. This time, her advancing to the finals has already exceeded my expectations. Zhao Bai pondered carefully and agreed with Li Tingzhou's reasoning. After a sigh, he inquired, Lin Di's momentum is formidable, and Bai Xinya's performance is not to be underestimated either. She has consistently scored closely behind Lin Di. Do you think she can surpass Lin Di in the finals? Li Tingzhou leisurely sipped his coffee and replied with a hint of sarcasm, Bai Xinya cannot possibly surpass Lin Di unless a miracle occurs on her end. Zhao Bai was taken aback. A miracle? What miracle could possibly occur for Bai Xinya? At that moment, Bai Xinya's side was far from miraculous. It was in disarray. Sitting in her office, Bai Xinya gazed at the scattered design drafts on her desk, her anxiety giving her a headache. Her teacher, Anna, was scolding Bai Xinya's assistant. What garbage designs did you buy at such a high price? They are utterly unacceptable. The assistant, nervously clutching her clothes, explained with a hint of grievance. Teacher Anna, I did my utmost. These drafts were painstakingly selected by the buyers. Their quality is quite high. We can only blame Nailin's design level for being so extraordinary that we cannot compete. Winning against her seems incredibly difficult. Silence. Anna snapped, her ire palpable. Are you trying to bolster others while belittling yourself? What a pitiful display. The assistant fell silent, intimidated by Anna's reprimand. Bai Xinya glanced at the two and felt even more troubled. Nailin's prowess was overwhelming. During the previous two competitions, she had exhausted all her energy to produce high-quality design drafts. Now, with the finals approaching, her inspiration and energy were depleted. To win the competition, her only option was to discreetly purchase others' designs at a high price. They had already spent considerable money to acquire drafts, but to her dismay, they had not found satisfactory ones, which was truly distressing. Seeing Bai Xinya's anxious demeanor, Anna reached out and patted her shoulder, offering comfort. Don't worry. I will think of a solution. Bai Xinya looked up at her, nodding slightly. Yes, you must resolve this matter quickly. Otherwise, we will lose. All right. I will handle it right away, Anna replied, taking out her phone to send a message to someone, requesting assistance in finding the most exceptional design drafts. That afternoon, Lin Qiao left the company in search of design inspiration and arrived at a renowned garden-style cafe on the outskirts of the city. She settled at a rooftop outdoor table, sipping coffee while admiring the picturesque scenery in search of inspiration. This cafe, famous in the capital, boasted stunning views, tranquility, and elegance, attracting many artists seeking inspiration to sketch or draft designs. Lin Qiao soon found her muse, pulling out her pen and paper to begin drawing. After 2 hours, she had completed 6 design drafts, but upon reviewing them, she felt unsatisfied. Thus, she crumpled them into a ball and tossed them into the trash before continuing her work. By the time evening descended, she had finally completed her new design sketches and, holding the papers with a sense of satisfaction, departed from the cafe. Shortly after her exit, a cleaning lady arrived to tidy up the place. Glancing at the crumpled papers in the trash bin, she instinctively picked one up and unfolded it, her eyes widening in astonishment. Good heavens, this design draft was nothing short of breathtaking. How could such a perfect piece of artistry be discarded as mere refuse? It was truly a shame. She surveyed her surroundings and, finding no one in sight, promptly took out her phone and called someone. It was common for artists to dispose of sketches here, and some cleaners, seeking profit, would collect these discarded drafts to sell to intermediaries, thus earning some extra cash. After the call, an intermediary swiftly dispatched someone to meet the cleaner, purchasing the discarded sketches she had salvaged. As that individual left with the papers, Lin Qiao emerged from a shadowy corner, casting a sly glance in the direction of the departing vehicle, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Chapter 106. To take advantage of one is to take advantage of all. Half an hour later, those discarded sketches were delivered to the hands of the intermediary's proprietor, who, along with his staff, was utterly astonished by the high quality of the drafts. These designs were remarkably impressive. Their caliber surpassed even that of the top fashion designers. How could such exquisite work be carelessly thrown away? The assistant, puzzled, remarked. The intermediary's proprietor pondered for a moment and speculated. Some designers have exceedingly high standards for their work. What seems extraordinary to us may appear as mere trash to them, thus leading to its disposal. The assistant sighed. Indeed, they are true masters. We mere mortals can only look up in admiration. The proprietor nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are the pride of the heavens, incomparable to us. An idea sparked in the assistant's mind, and he exclaimed with excitement, Boss, didn't someone just offer a high price for premium design drafts? If we send them these sketches, they will surely be satisfied, and we can make a substantial profit. The proprietor's eyes lit up. They are offering 300,000 per draft, and we have 6 here. That totals 1,800,000. His staff buzzed with excitement, urging him to contact the client immediately. The proprietor swiftly organized the sketches and sent them to the online client. After reviewing the drafts, the client was equally impressed and immediately agreed to purchase them, even adding an extra 50,000 as a bonus tip. Following the successful transaction, the proprietor quickly arranged for someone to deliver the design drafts to the agreed location. Once the papers had been dispatched, the assistant pondered aloud, Boss, now that these drafts have been sold, do you think there is any risk involved? The proprietor chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. What risk could there be? They are simply someone else's discarded refuse. Rest assured, everything is fine. If there were an issue, we could simply blacklist that client and make our escape. They understood that purchasing others' design drafts came with inherent risks and were prepared to bear any consequences. The assistant felt reassured. You're right, boss. If we can take advantage of one, we shall take advantage of all. Let us celebrate our success. The proprietor called out enthusiastically, and the staff joyously followed him out. The client dealing with the intermediary was none other than Bai Xinya's teacher, Anna. After sending someone to collect the design drafts, the papers quickly found their way into Bai Xinya's hands. Gazing at the sketches, Bai Xinya was filled with exhilaration. Wow. These drafts are simply perfect. The quality is extraordinary. I've seen many designs, yet I've never encountered anything as flawless as this. A flicker of pride danced in Anna's eyes. You must be satisfied with this batch. Then, Bai Xinya beamed, unable to contain her delight. Absolutely, I'm immensely satisfied. Anna proposed, let us use these drafts for the finals. Bai Xinya nodded eagerly. Yes. With such high-caliber designs, we will surely defeat Lin Qiao, and the championship will be ours. She regarded the sketches with fervor, her spirit ablaze. Convinced that victory was within her grasp, Anna, equally enthused, declared, naturally, once we claim the championship, the next collaboration partner for the Seven Colors C studio will be us. Lin Qiao and the Xingyao studio will soon be eliminated. The thought of stepping over Lin Qiao and seeing her cast aside by the Seven Colors C studio filled Bai Xinya with delight. However, after a moment of elation, a pang of worry struck her. Teacher, the finals are quite strict. Using someone else's drafts, could it lead to any issues? Anna smiled confidently, her gaze unwavering. Fear not. There will be no problems. That intermediary is reliable and particularly trustworthy. We have bought drafts from him before without any complications. Bai Xinya sighed in relief. That's a relief. Now that the design drafts have been decided, it's time to get to work. Next, I need to find Lin Qiao to handle her matters. After instructing her team, she selected several previously discarded design drafts that she had purchased at a high price, choosing 6 of them, placing them in a folder, and setting out to find Lin Qiao. Chapter 107. Bai Xinya once again faces humiliation. After wrapping up her tasks at the company, Lin Qiao met Bai Xinya at a cafe as planned. When Lin Qiao arrived, Bai Xinya had not yet shown up, so she chose a seat by the window. About 10 minutes later, a commotion erupted at the cafe entrance. Someone excitedly shouted, "Look, isn't that the recently famous genius beauty designer Bai Xinya?" Lin Qiao turned to see Bai Xinya striding toward the cafe entrance. Bai Xinya, adorned with exquisite makeup and donning a snow-white chiffon dress, walked in sky-high heels, her neck adorned with a dazzling diamond necklace and her long, wavy hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, dancing in the breeze. She moved with grace and exuded an air of opulence, resembling a princess who had stepped out of a fairy tale, radiant and resplendent. As Bai Xinya drew the attention of onlookers, she smirked, her eyes brimming with pride and self-satisfaction. Lin Qiao furrowed her brows slightly. This woman remained unchanged, always seeking to steal the spotlight and overshadow everyone else. A spark of mischief ignited in Lin Qiao's eyes, and she teased, "Xinya, you're here. Why the rush? It's quite windy outside. If your hair gets tousled, that wouldn't be ideal." Before Bai Xinya could respond, a sudden gust of wind whooshed in, unexpectedly blowing away her wig, exposing her bald head. The surrounding spectators were left in shock. No way. She was wearing a wig. Look at her forehead. She's bald. What the heck? She really is bald. Here I thought she was a stunning beauty. Turns out she's a bald-headed lady. Ha ha ha, a bald beauty. Amidst a chorus of ridicule, Bai Xinya felt utterly humiliated, wishing she could vanish into thin air. She had intended to dazzle the crowd, but instead, the wind had betrayed her, leaving her exposed. She hastily picked up her wig and put it back on, covering her face in embarrassment as she dashed into the cafe, urgently pulling Lin Qiao into a private room across the way. Observing her disheveled state, Lin Qiao felt a surge of satisfaction. If she desired to shine brightly, then let her baldness illuminate the eyes of the crowd. Once inside the room, Bai Xinya glanced outside, relieved to see no one following her, and finally exhaled. Lin Qiao observed her flustered demeanor and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Xianya, why have you gone bald?" Bai Xianya, incensed by the question, recalled the incident at the hospital where she had lamented her thinness, claiming the wind might carry her away. To her dismay, she had indeed been swept off her feet, colliding with a tree. Previously, during a phone conversation, this wretched woman had predicted her baldness, and now it had come to fruition. This time, she had warned that the wind would dishevel her hair, and lo and behold, a gust had blown her wig away, exposing her baldness for all to see. Was this not bizarre? Was she a reincarnation of a harbinger of misfortune? Cursing inwardly, Xianya chose to suppress her anger for the sake of her forthcoming plans. She managed an awkward smile and explained, "I've been exceedingly busy lately and haven't been sleeping well, which has caused my hair to shed significantly. But fret not. It will grow back soon." Lin Qiao merely acknowledged her with an "oh" and refrained from further questioning. Feeling dismal, Xianya had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Lin Qiao. After taking a seat on the sofa, she promptly broached the subject. "Qiao, have you completed the design draft for the finals?" "I have," Lin Qiao replied, retrieving several design sketches from her bag to show her. Upon reviewing them, Xianya's brow furrowed, her eyes brimming with disdain. These designs were rather lackluster, devoid of originality. Should she proceed with such drafts, it was likely she would be eliminated in the first round of the finals. "You should redraw them," she advised. Lin Qiao sighed in resignation, her expression clouded with frustration. "Xianya, I've been overwhelmed with work lately, and I have no clear ideas for the designs. This draft is the best I could manage. I truly cannot produce a second version." Growing anxious, she added, "I want to win, but I'm at a loss for what to do." Xianya, observing her distress, felt a spark of inspiration. Qiao, how about I lend you a hand?" She retrieved a folder from her bag and handed it to Lin Qiao, casting her a meaningful glance. "This folder contains design sketches. See if they suit your needs." Lin Qiao extracted the contents and scrutinized the designs, her internal critique harsh. What abominable scraps were these? Were they not utterly subpar? How could Xianya attempt to deceive her with such drivel? Despite her distaste, Lin Qiao feigned amazement, exclaiming, "Wow, these designs are truly remarkable. The craftsmanship is first-rate." Xianya smirked inwardly, thinking how this woman was devoid of discernment, easily impressed by such trash. Her contempt for Lin Qiao deepened. Nevertheless, the charade had to continue. "These designs were prepared especially for you. If you take them to compete, you are sure to win," Xianya declared with conviction. Lin Qiao looked at her, a flicker of cold mockery in her eyes. In the original storyline, Xianya had deceived the protagonist with purchased designs, leading to public disgrace when they were revealed to be plagiarized. The protagonist was swiftly expelled from the competition and permanently barred from any fashion design events, effectively blacklisted from the industry. Furthermore, Xianya had covertly hired online trolls to malign the protagonist, resulting in her overnight infamy and scorn from the public. Noting Lin Qiao's silence, Xianya assumed she was frightened and reassured her. "Qiao, I assure you, there is absolutely no issue with these drafts. I personally illustrated them, so you can use them with confidence." Lin Qiao snapped back to reality, grasping her hand with a look of gratitude. "Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Xianya, you are truly kind to me." Xianya's lips curled into a smile. "We are good sisters. It is only right that I treat you well." Internally, she scoffed, considering Lin Qiao to be remarkably naive, likely to be exploited without realizing it. Lin Qiao cast her a sidelong glance, a smirk gracing her lips. Who was truly the foolish one? Time would reveal all. Chapter 108. The CEO suddenly called husband by another? Infuriating. The International Fashion Design Competition was set to take place in a week at the convention center located in the heart of the city. The event had garnered significant attention, drawing interest from various sectors since its inception, with updates frequently trending on Weibo and major news outlets. On the morning of the event, before it had even commenced, the plaza of the convention center was already teeming with spectators. Excited discussions erupted regarding who would emerge victorious. In the first two rounds, the prodigious designer Nailin D maintained the lead. "I believe she will undoubtedly claim the championship." Not necessarily. Xianya is also formidable, with extensive experience in competitions. She might just take the title. The competition hasn't even begun. How can you be so sure it will be one of them? It could be someone else. Amidst the animated chatter, Lin Qiao, Lin Haochu, and Song Ku approached. Lin Haochu patted Lin Qiao's shoulder, offering encouragement. "Sister, give it your all in the finals. Even if you face elimination, it's all right. After all, it's about participation." Song Ku interjected, somewhat flustered. "Chugo, are you truly encouraging her?" It sounds more like you're discouraging her. After a moment of awkwardness, Lin Qiao earnestly explained, I just want her to relax, after all. She has been eliminated in the preliminary rounds of past competitions. This is her first time reaching the finals, and even if she finishes last, it's still a record. Upon reflection, Song Ke found some merit in this notion. After all, Lin Qiao's skills were indeed rather average. Thus, he too patted Lin Qiao's shoulder, attempting to bolster her spirits. Sister Qiao, don't be nervous. It's all about taking part. Lin Qiao thought to herself, what a pair of clowns. Just then, the crowd behind them erupted in excitement, someone exclaiming, look, the national husband, Li Tingzhou, has arrived. Everyone turned to see Li Tingzhou making his entrance. Surrounded by staff, dressed in a sleek black suit, he was tall and handsome, his exquisitely chiseled features exuding an innate air of nobility and aloofness, as if he had stepped out of a comic book as the epitome of a refined gentleman. His appearance elicited a chorus of ecstatic screams.
Wow.
I can't believe I'm seeing my idol in person. Who would have thought he would come to the competition? He looks even better than those male celebrities. I adore him. He is my perfect idol. No, he is my husband. Husband. The atmosphere at the venue became electric, with countless infatuated fans directing their fervent gazes at Li Tingzhou. Lin Qiao, perplexed, rubbed her forehead. Who would have thought that this scoundrel would choose such a moment to make his entrance? Was this not excessively ostentatious? The repeated calls of husband from the fans grated on her nerves, prompting her to maintain a stoic expression. Swiftly, she pushed her way through the throng of infatuated admirers, positioning herself before Li Tingzhou, assertively blocking their view. With a smile, she gazed at Li Tingzhou, calling him husband in front of the crowd before linking her arm with his, adopting a commanding demeanor as if to declare her claim over him. Li Tingzhou was momentarily taken aback by her bold approach. Was she feeling jealous? The thought that she might actually feel possessive of him amused him. A smile crept onto his lips, lifting his spirits. However, at that moment, Lin Qiao's inner voice echoed in her head. Damn it. Why has Li Zhanman made such a grand appearance all of a sudden? Is he attempting to attract attention and entice a few more green tea girls? Surrounded by so many green tea admirers, does he not fear overindulging and suffering the consequences? Chapter 109. Qiao Qiao's dominant presence as the main wife. Upon hearing her thoughts, Li Tingzhou's mouth twitched and his mood soured instantly. This insufferable woman, he had thought she was merely jealous, but instead, her thoughts were so unkind. As expected, she harbored ill intentions. He scoffed coldly and, with a stern expression, asked, You are about to participate in the competition. Why are you here instead of preparing backstage? Lin Qiao raised her gaze to meet his, fluttered her beautiful eyes, and earnestly explained, I have already made sufficient preparations backstage. There's no need for concern. I came here to see my brother and his friends. She pointed to Lin Qiao and Song Ke across the way, unaware of the truth. Lin Qiao and Song Ke exchanged glances, their teeth gritting in frustration as they saw Lin Qiao so eagerly clinging to Li Zhanman. Recently, her performance had been nothing short of spectacular, earning her admiration as a formidable figure, yet in front of Li Zhanman, she appeared as a lovesick fool. This was truly disheartening. Lin Qiao blatantly ignored their displeased glares, glancing at the surrounding admirers before teasingly inquiring, Darling, as a guest judge, shouldn't you be taking the VIP path? Why risk being besieged by fans and enter through the front? Li Tingzhou thought to himself that the reason he entered through the front was simply due to the throngs of paparazzi at the VIP entrance. He found it bothersome and opted for this route instead. Just as he was about to explain, Lin Qiao quickly interjected, guessing, Darling, you needn't explain. I know you came specifically to find me, right? And your presence as a guest judge is to cheer me on, correct? How silently you've supported me. Your love is truly touching. I adore you so much. She pouted playfully, blowing him a kiss. Li Tingzhou shivered unexpectedly. Is this woman really so self-absorbed? However, to the eyes of those adoring fans, Lin Qiao's words and that overly affectionate kiss felt akin to a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flickering flames of hope within them. The fans who had just excitedly called out to Li Tingzhou fell silent in an instant. They had come to admire the national husband's charm, only to be force-fed a dose of dog food in public. What a demoralizing blow for these single souls. The once boisterous atmosphere soon descended into awkward silence. Lin Qiao glanced at the now silent fans, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. Internally, she mused, do they still dare to flaunt their crush? Can a married man be casually called husband? Ha! As long as I am in power, These infatuated fans should abandon their delusions. Rather than pining after someone else's husband, they should return to their studies and strive for improvement. Li Tingzhou cast her a sidelong glance, a smirk forming in his heart. This display was evidently meant to intimidate and warn those women. Ultimately, she must care for him as her husband. His foul mood lifted slightly. He looked down at Lin Qiao, suddenly realizing that this woman truly exuded a commanding presence befitting a main wife. Beside them, Zhao Bai sensed his wife's regal aura and promptly took his bodyguards to disperse the fans. Everyone, please move along. Disperse now. Soon, the crowd was cleared away. However, just as they cleared the admirers, Li Tingzhou and Lin Qiao's display of affection attracted another wave of reporters seeking interviews. Mr. Li, it's incredibly touching that you came to support your wife. What are your thoughts on her participation? Li Tingzhou faced the cameras. Adopting an official tone, I have high expectations for her performance. Yet, internally he thought her participation is merely for the sake of participation. He was only here for the spectacle. The reporter then turned to Lin Qiao. Miss Lin, how do you feel about Mr. Li's expectations? Lin Qiao smiled and replied, I am very touched and feel more confident. I will do my best. Internally she thought, touched my foot. Does he truly have expectations for me? He is merely here for the show, looking to attract attention and romantic prospects. In that moment, the couple, unconsciously locking eyes, immediately averted their gazes in disdain. The oblivious onlookers gasped, wow, they are at it again, force-fed dog food, once more. Bai Xinyao stood in the crowd, observing the affectionate display and scoffing inwardly. Li Tingzhou truly favored Lin Qiao. Their affection was nothing but a facade. Had Lin Qiao not relied on her status as the eldest daughter of the Lin family and their engagement with the Li family, how could she have married Li Tingzhou? With a sigh, Bai Xinyao lamented her own position. If only she were the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lin family. The role of Li family's young mistress would never fall to that fool Lin Qiao. But that was of little consequence. She might not become the young mistress of the Li family, yet Lin Qiao would soon find herself cast out. With a raised brow, her spirits lifted. Just wait and see. She would soon no longer be the young mistress of the Li family. Bai Xinyao chuckled coldly and turned to leave. Chapter 110, Shocking. The White Lotus is suddenly turned against. 10 minutes later, Lin Qiao and Li Tingzhou concluded their interviews. They entered the exhibition center building together, only to quickly part ways. Lin Qiao heading backstage while Li Tingzhou went to the judges' panel. The atmosphere backstage was tense. The models were trying on designed outfits in their respective dressing rooms, while the designers conducted inspections nearby. Despite the busyness, many were still curious, casting glances towards the dressing room of Starshine Studio. However, the door to their dressing room was firmly shut, leaving outsiders unable to catch a glimpse of what was happening inside. How mysterious! What could they possibly be up to? Bai Xinyao's assistant remarked. Bai Xinyao scoffed lightly, stating, ignore them. They are bound to lose this competition. She then glanced toward Lin Qiao's dressing room, where the team was bustling with activity. A smile crept onto her lips. Everything was proceeding according to her plan. Half an hour later, the competition officially commenced. The event invited numerous celebrities to attend and was broadcasted globally, with the audience seating tens of thousands, creating a grand and magnificent spectacle. After the host delivered a speech, the competition rules were announced. The order of presentations was determined by a lottery, and the participants took turns drawing lots. Upon drawing her lot, Lin Qiao discovered she would be the first to perform. Bai Xinyao's turn was second to last, while Starshine Studio was the final act. Seeing Lin Qiao's position, Bai Xinyao stifled a laugh. That woman was the first to take the stage. It seemed fate was indeed conspiring against her. Feeling elated, she briskly approached Lin Qiao, feigning kindness as she consoled her. Qiao, don't be nervous. You can do it. Well, with your comforting words, I won't be nervous at all. Lin Qiao flashed her a sweet, innocent smile. Bai Xinyao shot her a glance, inwardly cursing her for being a fool, before walking away. The real show was about to unfold. After the drawing, the competition commenced, with Lin Qiao's work being the first to be displayed. The electrifying sound of electronic music reverberated through the air as Lin Qiao's models, clad in resplendent evening gowns crafted from her design sketches, elegantly ascended the opulent runway, showcasing their exquisite attire. Standing nearby, Lin Qiao expounded upon her design philosophy to the captivated audience. Li Tingzhou, seated at the guest judges' table, observed the rather mundane gowns with an expression of calm indifference. Beside him, Zhao Bai effusively praised, The evening gowns designed by the young mistress are truly remarkable. They are bound to score high. Lin Qiao shot him a sidelong glance and bluntly remarked, there are no other individuals present. You need not flatter her insincerely. Zhao Bai, caught off guard, fell silent. Bai Xinya, positioned in the waiting area, scrutinized each displayed gown with a flicker of cold light in her eyes. She swiftly retrieved her phone and messaged someone. After Lin Qiao's presentation is complete, stand up and loudly accuse her of plagiarism. Then present the evidence and the scandalous information you've gathered about her. The response came swiftly. Understood. After shutting off her phone, Bai Xinya felt a surge of exhilaration. If she could publicly expose Lin Qiao for plagiarism and unveil those scandals, it would spell the end for Lin Qiao as career and marriage. Henceforth, she would be regarded as a despised pariah. Once Lin Qiao's showcase concluded, the host invited her to the stage, inquiring, Miss Lin, what are your thoughts on these pieces and what inspired them? At that moment, the individual Bai Xinya had orchestrated to stand up suddenly rose, poised to accuse Lin Qiao of plagiarism, but Lin Qiao preemptively spoke. In fact, these are not my creations. They belong to someone else. A collective gasp echoed throughout the venue. The audacity of her words left everyone stunned. Bai Xinya's expression shifted dramatically. How could this woman deviate from the script? Amidst the astonished gazes, Lin Qiao calmly elaborated, my design sketches were not prepared in time, and someone generously offered me her designs to help me participate in the competition, assuring me that using her sketches would guarantee a victory. However, upon reflection, I realized that we must adhere to the competition's rules and uphold the integrity of a sincere designer. Therefore, I decided to present her work and subsequently withdraw from the competition. This declaration sent shockwaves through the audience. Li Tingzhou and Zhao Bai were equally astounded by Lin Qiao's unexpected turn of events. In the waiting area, Bai Xinya was seething with rage, nearly choking on her fury. Was Lin Qiao truly so foolish as to make such a public blunder? My goodness, her entire plan was in ruins. Did Lin Qiao not fear the destruction of her reputation? Just as this thought crossed Bai Xinya's mind, murmurs of astonishment filled the air. They had never anticipated Lin Qiao's boldness. Her honesty was indeed striking. As the lady of the Li family, she had the means to commission designs from others. Yet she chose to reveal the truth and announce her withdrawal instead. Her integrity and sincerity were commendable. Indeed, it was rather naive of her, devoid of any cunning or pretentiousness typically associated with a wealthy young mistress. Suddenly, she appeared endearingly foolish. A wave of admiration for Lin Qiao's candidness washed over the crowd. Bai Xinya's lips twitched in frustration. Why had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically? Just then, someone inquired, who encouraged such an innocent Miss Lin to cheat? Without hesitation, a gossip seeker responded, the only designer who seems close to Miss Lin is Miss Bai Xinya. The moment those words were uttered, a collective gasp arose as all eyes turned toward Bai Xinya. Chapter 111. The scapegoat emerges. Bai Xinya's complexion paled, her heart nearly stopping. A bystander, unable to tolerate Bai Xinya's demeanor, immediately questioned, Miss Bai, did you provide your design sketches to Miss Lin and incite her to cheat? Faced with the accusation, Bai Xinya shook her head vehemently. No, it wasn't me. The questioner scoffed. Whether or not it was you is not for your words alone to clarify. This matter requires investigation to deter other participants from attempting to cheat. The audience echoed in agreement, insisting that the situation be thoroughly examined. Seeing the unfolding chaos, Lin Qiao hastily interjected, please, do not cast blame. This is entirely my fault and has nothing to do with Xinya. Her words only intensified the crowd's suspicion toward Bai Xinya, particularly among those with grievances against her, who began to shout, regardless of the relationship with Bai Xinya, an investigation is necessary. Bai Xinya's fury nearly caused her to suffer a heart attack. Lin Qiao, that foolish woman, was only exacerbating the situation. The judges' panel also stirred, deeming the incident egregious. The head judge, Mo Elon, stated coldly, given Miss Bai's suspicion, we must take her for questioning. Bai Xinya was terrified. What would happen to her if she was taken for interrogation? As the crisis loomed, Bai Xinya's mentor, Anna, hastily stepped forward, declaring, do not suspect Xinya. I am the one responsible for this. She is entirely innocent. The crowd was taken aback by her unexpected admission. Bai Xinya was even more shocked. She had not anticipated Anna would come forward to bear the blame. Lin Qiao regarded Anna with a cold smirk, just as she had surmised. Anna was willing to sacrifice herself to protect Bai Xinya. However, this turn of events would significantly harm Bai Xinya, as Anna was her right-hand ally. Mo Elon, seeing Anna's confession, inquired coldly, "Why would you do this?" Anna explained, "Miss Lin is a good friend of Xinya's. She has long aspired to win an award but could not produce quality designs, so I secretly provided her with some of Xinya's previous sketches." Mo Elon frowned.
Is that so?
"As Xinya's mentor, you actually encouraged Lin Qiao to cheat. Such behavior is unbecoming of a teacher. You are no longer worthy to stand here. Take her away for questioning." Security promptly approached to escort Anna away. The audience erupted in chatter. To think that Bai Xinya's mentor had instigated Lin Qiao as cheating was truly scandalous. What kind of students could a teacher like that produce? Was Bai Xinya also complicit? Who could say? However, it was clear that Anna was quite scheming. Bai Xinya's design prowess was so high that she would provide Lin Qiao with mediocre designs, clearly intending to sabotage her. Perhaps she feared Lin Qiao might overshadow Bai Xinya. What a cunning vixen. As the discussions continued, the crowd's perception of Bai Xinya shifted from admiration to suspicion and disdain. Under the scrutiny of the audience, Bai Xinya's face turned pale, her heart racing with fury. Lin Qiao's maneuvering had been nothing short of malicious, clearly aimed at sabotaging her. Just wait until she claimed victory in the competition. She would not let Lin Qiao off easily. After Anna was taken away, the matter drew to a close. Lin Qiao officially withdrew from the competition and made her way to the audience section. Taking her seat in the VIP area, she glanced at Bai Xinya, whose expression was twisted with rage, a flicker of cold mockery flashing in her eyes. This was merely the appetizer. Greater surprises awaited her. Chapter 112. The countdown to retribution in the competition. Across the guest judges' table, Li Tingzhou cast a contemplative glance at Lin Qiao, his gaze deepening. The actions of this woman are truly perplexing, leaving one to wonder about her intentions. Beside her, Zhao Bai couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Although the young mistress's maneuver was quite candid, it nearly ensnared her dear friend Bai Xinya, which seems rather unscrupulous. Li Tingzhou pondered for a moment, let out a soft huff, and remarked meaningfully, "What you perceive is merely the surface. Perhaps she harbors ulterior motives." Zhao Bai, puzzled, inquired, "What motives?" Li Tingzhou's lips curled slightly. "Just wait and see." Instantly, Zhao Bai felt invigorated. "All right, I shall await the unfolding drama." As the competition resumed, the participating designers took turns showcasing their creations, each receiving enthusiastic applause for their remarkable works. Observing the designs on stage, Bai Xinya's eyes flickered with disdain. No matter how splendid their creations were, they were ultimately incomparable to her own. An hour later, the competition neared its conclusion, and it was finally Bai Xinya's turn to present her work. As the host announced her name, the bright stage lights suddenly dimmed, and a dazzling projection of starry skies enveloped the venue, transporting the audience into a boundless cosmos. Ethereal yet grand music filled the air as tall, elegant models adorned in exquisite evening gowns ascended the stage. The collection comprised 6 gowns, each inspired by one of the first 6 zodiac signs, featuring colors such as pale yellow, lavender, light green, sky blue, soft yellow, and pastel pink. Each design was uniquely crafted, innovative, and exquisite. The models clad in these gowns resembled exquisite fairies emerging from the vastness of the starry sky, leaving the audience utterly captivated. At that moment, an uproar of admiration erupted, with exclamations of awe. "Wow! What beautiful and novel evening gowns! Absolutely stunning! Such a high-caliber design effortlessly eclipsed the previous works of other designers. Indeed, it's phenomenal. I never expected Bai Xinya to possess such exceptional design skills. Truly a genius designer." It seemed certain that she was a strong contender for the championship. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Even the notoriously discerning Mo Elon was taken aback, exclaiming in delight that it was simply marvelous. In the face of such accolades, Bai Xinya's lips curled into a proud smile, her eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. After her presentation, the host invited Bai Xinya onto the stage, exuberantly praising her. "Miss Bai, your work is truly exquisite. Just look at how captivated everyone is. You performed exceptionally well this time." Responding to the host's commendation, Bai Xinya humbly smiled. "I merely endeavored to do my best. The affection from everyone is a delightful surprise." Her modest demeanor garnered her even more favor from the audience. Subsequently, the host asked, "Miss Bai, could you share the inspiration behind her designs?" Bai Xinya gazed at her creations, replying earnestly, "As you can see, the inspiration derives from the 6 zodiac signs in the night sky, where I combine the essence of astrology with contemporary fashion elements. She elaborated with heartfelt insights about her creative process, earning countless praises. Once she finished, the host prompted the judges to score her work, which received nearly perfect scores of 99 from all panelists. The host was astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, all 99s! This is truly remarkable, the highest score of the competition thus far." The venue erupted in applause and cheers. Baixinha glanced at the enthusiastic audience, her smile broadening, her pride swelling. A score of 99. Such an extraordinary achievement was rare indeed. If Nalandi wished to surpass her, a perfect score would be necessary. However, in the annals of international fashion design competitions, no one had ever attained a perfect score. There had been none before, and it was unlikely Nalandi could achieve it now. The championship was undoubtedly destined for her. With this thought, Baixinha felt a surge of joy and pride, envisioning herself at the pinnacle of her life, where all glory and acclaim would belong to her. In the guest judge's seat, Zhao Bai excitedly remarked, "Sir, this Miss Bai is truly exceptional." Li Tingzhou scoffed lightly, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. She possesses a modicum of talent, yet her eyes are filled with ambition and greed, utterly pedestrian. After saying this, he glanced toward Lin Qiao, seated across the audience. In contrast to the other fervent spectators, she appeared rather aloof, even wearing a complex expression that seemed to hover between amusement and indifference, leaving one unable to decipher her thoughts. Unfortunately, their distance was great. Otherwise, he could have gleaned her innermost sentiments simply by listening to her thoughts. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He could seek her out after the competition concluded. Following Baixinha's presentation, the spotlight shifted to Nalandi, the chief designer of the Xingyao studio, who was the final contestant to showcase her work. Anticipation filled the air. Nalandi was the most popular and talked-about participant in this competition, and everyone awaited her creations with bated breath. Baixinha, seated in the audience, relaxed, adopting a spectator's demeanor. She was eager to witness Nalandi's character and the expression of defeat upon being overshadowed by her high score. As the stage lights dimmed, transforming into a dazzling display of stars, ethereal music played, and models in magnificent evening gowns elegantly graced the stage. Upon seeing the gowns, the audience was left speechless. What on earth? Nalandi's evening gowns bear a striking resemblance to Baixinha's designs. How is this possible? Baixinha's expression shifted, her heart racing. Why did Nalandi's creations resemble hers so closely? What was happening? Could it be that the intermediary had sold her designs to Nalandi as well, who merely made some modifications before adopting them? As Baixinha grappled with her confusion, Nalandi's subsequent designs began to unfold. She looked up in shock once more. While her own collection featured 6 gowns corresponding to the 6 zodiac signs, Nalandi's comprised 12 gowns, representing all 12 zodiac signs. Nalandi's creations were more comprehensive and exquisite. If her designs were a basic version rated at 10, Nalandi's were clearly an advanced version rated at 20. Baixinha felt a mix of anger and anxiety. What was happening? Why did her work encompass only 6 zodiac signs? Had the intermediary sold her only the initial designs while selling the complete set to Nalandi? How infuriating! Cursing under her breath, she quickly pulled out her phone to message the intermediary, demanding answers. However, the moment she sent her inquiry, the intermediary failed to respond. Baixinha felt an overwhelming frustration building within her. Was she truly being played for a fool by that intermediary? Meanwhile, the audience below buzzed with their own speculations. What was going on? Why did Nalandi's initial 6 designs closely resemble Baixinha's? It was indeed puzzling. Who had plagiarized whom? Look at how Nalandi's creations are more complete and refined than Baixinha's. It seems Baixinha might be the one who copied Nalandi. From this perspective, it certainly appeared so. Nalandi's skills were evidently a significant cut above Baixinha's. It is not necessarily the case that Baixinha has committed plagiarism. It is equally plausible that Nalandi drew inspiration from Baixinha's work and subsequently refined and developed it, resulting in 12 distinct designs. This perspective holds some merit.
Consequently,
A fervent debate erupted among the onlookers regarding who had plagiarized whom, Nalandi or Baixinha. As the arguments escalated, the head of the judging panel, Mo Elon, confronted Zhao Junliang, the owner of Xingyao Studio, with a stern expression. Why do your first 6 outfits bear such a striking resemblance to Baixinha's creations? Can you elucidate this matter? After signaling for silence, Zhao Junliang responded earnestly. Our competing designs were entirely conceived by our chief designer, Nalandi. As for the similarities, you may have to inquire with Miss Baixinha. Upon hearing these words, all eyes immediately turned to Baixinha. Could it be that Mr. Zhao was insinuating that she was the one guilty of plagiarism? A voice of skepticism arose among the crowd. The gazes directed at Bai Xinya became increasingly doubtful. Under the weight of their scrutiny, Bai Xinya shot a fierce glare at Zhao Junliang, gritted her teeth, and resolved to make a stand. She ascended the stage, her expression dark, locking eyes with Zhao Junliang, and declared, "Mr. Zhao, please refrain from making baseless accusations. I have not plagiarized. All my works are original. If there is any plagiarism, it must be Nalandi who has copied me." She was determined to assert that the fault lay with the other party. After all, Nalandi had also obtained her designs from an intermediary. Should she dare to oppress Bai Xinya, the latter would not hesitate to expose the matter of purchased designs, ensuring that no one would win an award. If one were to perish, they would all perish together. Zhao Junliang, incensed by her slander, retorted, "Miss Bai, do not speak so recklessly. How could Nalandi possibly plagiarize you? How could it not be plagiarism? The inspiration struck me half a year ago, and I possess several initial drafts." With that, he instructed his assistant to bring forth the previously prepared drafts for public display. The audience gasped in astonishment upon viewing her initial sketches. With drafts in hand and inspiration dating back 6 months, it appeared she was indeed the original creator. Was it possible that Nalandi had plagiarized her? Perhaps, but that would be utterly despicable, devoid of any professional integrity. How disappointing it was to realize that the idol they once revered was such a person. Yes, the disappointment was palpable. As the crowd began to lean toward Bai Xinya's side, questioning and accusing Nalandi of plagiarism, she felt a surge of triumph. With a steely gaze, she pressed Zhao Junliang. "At this juncture, why has Nalandi not appeared herself? Instead, you, her employer, are addressing the crowd. Could it be that she has plagiarized my work and is hesitant to show her face?" This statement incited a chorus of demands from the audience. Let Nalandi come forward and clarify this matter. Faced with the crowd's fervent outcry, Zhao Junliang sighed in resignation. It seemed the veil concealing his identity as an employer could no longer be maintained. He turned to the audience and said, "Then let us invite Miss Nalandi to the stage." Chapter 114. Explosive. The genius designer is Lin Qiao. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was the enigmatic Nalandi finally making her appearance? How thrilling! In that moment, every pair of eyes widened in anticipation for Nalandi's entrance. Even Bai Xinya felt a twinge of anxiety. She turned to glance at the stage entrance, only to be astounded to see Lin Qiao stepping onto the stage. Bai Xinya's expression shifted dramatically as she puzzled. What are you doing on stage? Shouldn't Nalandi be the one up here? What is Lin Qiao doing here? The audience shared her confusion. What business did Lin Qiao have on stage? Was this not a farce? As the crowd's bewildered murmurs grew, Zhao Junliang drew Lin Qiao close and solemnly introduced her to everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to formally present our chief designer at Xingyao Studio, Nalandi, Bai Xinya." The crowd. Astonishment swept over them. How could Zhao Junliang claim that Lin Qiao was Nalandi? This was unfathomable. As realization struck Bai Xinya, she let out a scoff of derision, retorting, "Mr. Zhao, I am aware that Qiao has been interning at your company recently. But surely you do not expect us to believe you are parading her as Nalandi? Are you not afraid of making a fool of yourself?" The audience began to murmur in agreement. Bai Xinya made a valid point. Lin Qiao had even withdrawn from the competition previously. How could anyone accept this claim that she was Nalandi? Indeed, this absurdity is laughable. This is an international fashion design competition, not a child's game, they exclaimed, urging for Lin Qiao to step down. Yes, let Lin Qiao leave. The crowd clamored for Lin Qiao's departure. Lin Qiao surveyed the audience with a smirk, turning her gaze to Mo Ilan as she stated, "Whether or not I am Nalandi, Miss Mo and her 7 Colors C studio are most aware." At this, all eyes turned to Mo Ilan. Meeting their gazes, she cleared her throat awkwardly and declared, "Miss Lin is indeed Nalandi. She has visited our studio before. We had our doubts, so we worked with her for a day or two to assess her design capabilities and found her to be exceptionally talented, undoubtedly the true Nalandi." She then instructed the staff to play a live video of Lin Qiao during their collaboration. In the video, Lin Qiao sat at her desk, earnestly sketching designs. Her work executed swiftly and showcasing a unique and exquisite style that demonstrated her high level of skill. Bai Xinya was left dumbfounded as she watched the live video. This was utterly inconceivable. Hadn't Lin Qiao's design abilities been rather mediocre? How had she suddenly transformed into such a genius? Even the judges, Li Tingzhou and Zhao Bai, were left in awe. When had Lin Qiao's design capabilities become so extraordinary? Bai Xinya, infuriated, confronted her. Qiao Qiao, I have seen your designs numerous times. Your skills were quite average. How could you possibly produce such outstanding work now? Lin Qiao's lips curled into a confident smile as she replied, People are always capable of improvement. Just because I was not skilled before does not mean I cannot excel now. This is impossible, Bai Xinya exclaimed, suddenly struck by a realization. I know. You must have purchased those designs at a high price and then leveraged Xingyao Studio to present them as your own, creating a high-profile designer persona, Nalandi, to attract attention. Her accusation left the audience in shock. Could it be that Nalandi's designs were purchased? Lin Qiao, taken aback by such slander, retorted coldly, The one who buys designs is you, not me. Bai Xinya was left speechless, her mind racing. How did Lin Qiao know about her purchasing designs? Chapter 115. Bai Xinya's reputation crumbles. Lin Qiao and Bai Xinya locked eyes in disbelief, a smirk playing on her lips. Want to know how everything unfolded? Then please look at the big screen. Before she finished speaking, the LED screen behind them began to play a surveillance video. The footage was retrieved from an upscale garden-themed cafe that Lin Qiao had previously visited. The video depicted Lin Qiao sketching her designs in the cafe, and after her departure, the cleaner discovered her initial drafts and subsequently sold them to the intermediary. The surveillance footage was remarkably clear, revealing the appearance of Lin Qiao's design draft. The design draft in question was the very one held by Bai Xinya. Upon viewing the video, Bai Xinya's expression shifted dramatically. It turned out that the design draft was indeed sketched by Lin Qiao herself. Discarded in the trash, Lin Qiao's initial draft had been retrieved by the cleaning lady, subsequently sold, and ultimately ended up in Bai Xinya's possession. This was utterly unbelievable. Observing Bai Xinya's panicked demeanor, Lin Qiao let out a cold laugh and publicly recounted the incident regarding the leaked design draft. In the realm of design, there exists a faction of designers who prefer to take shortcuts, purchasing others' design drafts to pass them off as their own creations. This behavior has given rise to numerous intermediaries, commonly known as middleman studios. These middlemen scour the market for various design drafts, selling them to designers at prices determined by quality. The cafe I previously frequented was often visited by many artists, where some staff, while cleaning, would pilfer certain drafts to sell to middlemen for extra income. I never anticipated that my discarded initial draft would be picked up by that cleaner and sold to someone else. With a sigh, I cast a disappointed glance at Bai Xinya and said, Xinya, I have always admired your talent and regarded you as my inspiration to forge ahead. But I never expected you would resort to such unscrupulous behavior. This is truly disheartening. Faced with Lin Qiao's accusations, Bai Xinya was left in utter disarray. What on earth was happening? It was supposed to be her design undermining Lin Qiao, yet now it seemed Lin Qiao was exposing her instead. Hadn't Lin Qiao always treated her as a close sister? Why was she turning against her now? As her thoughts spiraled, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness! This evidence is explosive. Bai Xinya purchased drafts from middlemen, only to receive Lin Qiao's discarded initial drafts. What a dramatic turn of events. Indeed, what a coincidence. Especially considering they were supposed to be close friends. A sense of unease lingered. Had Bai Xinya really engaged in such actions? She had always performed admirably before. Despite the evidence, doubts remained. As the murmurs of the crowd swirled around her, Bai Xinya regained her composure, fixing an intense gaze on Lin Qiao, her fury bubbling beneath the surface. Since this wretched woman had publicly exposed her, thrusting her into the spotlight, Bai Xinya saw no reason to maintain the facade of sisterhood and decided to retaliate. With a scowl, she shouted, She's lying. That surveillance video is fabricated. I have never engaged in such behavior. That draft is my original work. Lin Qiao had anticipated this denial, scoffing as she replied, Then let us turn our attention to another piece of news. With a snap of her fingers, the big screen shifted to reveal a news report. The report detailed the police's raid on a studio notorious for collecting and stealing others' design drafts, unveiling a list of transactions. At the top of the list were the 6 design drafts in Bai Xinya's possession, with the payment originating from a minor account linked to Bai Xinya Studio. The revelation left Bai Xinya and the crowd in stunned silence. Goodness! The middleman studio has been apprehended. This was undeniably alarming. Bai Xinya felt her world collapsing around her. It was over. She was on the brink of ruin. Lin Qiao observed Bai Xinya's panic and despair with a glint of cold mockery in her eyes before addressing the crowd. Even if you doubt the evidence I possess, Surely you cannot dismiss the information released by the police. After a moment of shock, the crowd murmured in disbelief. The police's announcement seemed to solidify Bai Xinya's guilt regarding her fraudulent acquisition of drafts. Who would have thought Bai Xinya would stoop to such depths? Spending 300,000 on a design draft. What extravagance! Truly, a wealthy individual. How despicable. Just because one has money, they think they can act with impunity. While other designers toil to create their own drafts, she, relying on her wealth, buys drafts to masquerade as her own creations, reaping accolades. This is utterly contemptible. If affluent designers behaved like her, the design industry would descend into chaos. There must be severe consequences. Yes. Justice must be served. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Bai Xinya trembled with fear, her body shaking violently. She had never encountered such a public downfall. After a brief moment of panic, she gritted her teeth, determined to fight back. Pointing at Lin Qiao, she shouted, "If I am guilty of purchasing drafts, then Lin Qiao cannot escape suspicion either." The designs she holds were likely sourced from other middlemen. The footage is merely a facade. As her words hung in the air, all eyes turned to Lin Qiao, brimming with skepticism. Bai Xinya smirked, relishing the prospect of Lin Qiao's explanation. Chapter 116. Lin Qiao, the Master of Schemes. Lin Qiao and Bai Xinya exchanged sinister glances. A smirk gracing Lin Qiao's lips as she countered, "The quality of my design drafts speaks for itself. If you claim I purchased them, then I must ask, when have you ever encountered middlemen with such high-quality drafts?" Bai Xinya's lips twitched. She had indeed never seen such exceptional drafts from middlemen. After a moment's contemplation, she retorted, "Just because I haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. After all, money can make the impossible happen. And you, as the wife of a prominent family, wield power and influence. What is beyond your reach?" "Enough." Mo Iran, unable to contain her frustration, interjected. Stepping forward, she stated, "I have worked with Lin Qiao for several days, and a person's design prowess can be discerned through collaboration. Lin Qiao's skills are profound. Each design draft is of top-tier quality and remarkably innovative, unlike anything we seasoned professionals have encountered. Even what she deems as subpar is a masterpiece in our eyes. If you doubt this, I can publicly showcase the work she created before us." Mo Iran connected her phone to the big screen, displaying a video to the audience. As Lin Qiao's previous designs filled the screen, the crowd gasped in awe. Each piece was a paragon of excellence. The audience erupted in exclamations, their eyes alight with admiration. Mo Iran explained, "These drafts were created by Lin Qiao in our presence, with themes and design concepts tailored to our spontaneous prompts, leaving no room for any possibility of cheating. Upon completion, we found them to be exquisite. However, Lin Qiao deemed them unworthy, discarding them to produce upgraded versions." With that, Mo Iran played a second video, showcasing the enhanced designs. The audience was once again astounded. The upgraded pieces surpassed the originals in beauty and intricacy. My goodness! These drafts are simply breathtaking, a stroke of genius. Such mastery is unparalleled. If anyone dares to claim she plagiarized, one must ask, who among them could surpass her artistry? Indeed, her talent is on a level of its own. To surpass her would be a monumental challenge. The audience erupted in a chorus of praise. Bai Xinya was momentarily rendered speechless. She never anticipated that Lin Qiao's design prowess had suddenly reached such astonishing heights. It seemed that her previous display of mediocrity was merely a facade. She had been deceived. She had always believed Lin Qiao to be a naive and simple-minded girl. But to her astonishment, she possessed such depth and cunning. Clearly, she had been ensnared in Lin Qiao's elaborate design. Unable to contain her frustration, Bai Xinya indignantly questioned, "If your design skills are indeed so exceptional, why did you not showcase them before?" Lin Qiao calmly replied, "My previous abilities were genuinely quite ordinary. It is only recently that I have made remarkable progress. You should understand the concept of accumulating strength before unleashing it." Bai Xinya was infuriated. What nonsense about accumulating strength? Hadn't Lin Qiao been a lackadaisical student? Lin Qiao, discerning the turmoil within her, smiled knowingly and remarked, "Some individuals prefer to feign mediocrity while diligently working behind the scenes, revealing their brilliance at the opportune moment." Bai Xinya found herself unable to refute such a brazen explanation, realizing the truth in her words. This line of inquiry had reached its limit, so she angrily shifted the topic. "Since you are competing as Na Land, why are you also participating in your own name? Lin Qiao? Is this not a mockery of the judges?" Lin Qiao explained without hesitation, I believe you are mistaken. Naland is competing under the banner of Xingyao Studio, whereas Lin Qiao is participating as an individual. There is no conflict, and I did withdraw from the competition at the outset, openly admitting to being coerced into cheating. Bai Xinya met her gaze and quickly fell silent, fearing that further questions would lead Lin Qiao to publicly reveal her own encouragement of the cheating. That would undoubtedly seal her fate. Mo Elon interjected, Lin Qiao had previously discussed this matter with our judging panel, and we consented. There have been similar cases in the past, albeit with the stipulation that the other party could only receive a single award. Bai Xinya's body stiffened. So, this had all been orchestrated by Lin Qiao from the beginning. She had set a colossal trap and lured her step by step into it. In that moment, Bai Xinya was filled with rage, wanting to confront Lin Qiao about her betrayal. However, upon glancing around, she swallowed her words. Having grown up alongside Lin Qiao, she knew the latter possessed many secrets about her. If their relationship were to sour, and Lin Qiao were to expose those secrets publicly, her life would be irrevocably destroyed. Recognizing Bai Xinya's unwillingness to speak, Mo Elon declared, the evidence of Bai Xinya purchasing work to cheat is irrefutable. I hereby announce the cancellation of all her results and her permanent disqualification from this competition. Furthermore, our 7-Colored Sea studio will cease all collaboration with her. Applause erupted throughout the venue. Bai Xinya's tears streamed down her face in despair. She had been blacklisted by the competition and 7-Colored Sea studio. This global broadcast would tarnish her reputation irreparably, and her design career was in ruins. Lin Qiao was ruthless beyond measure. Shortly thereafter, security escorted Bai Xinya away for a more detailed investigation. Seated among the guest judges, Li Tingzhou observed Lin Qiao on stage, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. Zhao Bai murmured in confusion, Sir, I see now. The young mistress is clearly setting a trap for Bai Xinya. Weren't they best friends? Why would she treat her this way? Li Tingzhou remained silent for a moment before his lips curled into a knowing smile as he remarked, Bai Xinya has always been cunning. The so-called deep sisterly bond is merely a facade of plastic flowers.
Ah.
So, they were merely a pair of plastic flowers. Zhao Bai exclaimed, suddenly recalling the incident involving Bai Ruchuang and Yao Qianxue, understanding the connection. Indeed, a flawed foundation leads to a crooked structure. Previously, Lin Qiao had failed to discern Bai Xinya's tactics and intentions. What had prompted this sudden counterattack? Li Tingzhou scrutinized the confident Lin Qiao on stage, his gaze deepening. She was no longer the same person as before. It was as if she had undergone a transformation. What had transpired in Lin Qiao's life to instigate such a profound change? This was a matter he felt compelled to investigate further. After the conclusion of the cheating incident, the competition resumed, and Naland's work received resounding acclaim, with all judges awarding full marks. As the scoring wrapped up, it was time for the award ceremony. The host, brimming with excitement, announced, I declare Naland the super champion of this competition. The moment the words left his lips, the audience erupted into fervent applause. Under the gaze of all, Lin Qiao ascended the podium, with Mo Elon personally handing her the trophy. At that moment, holding the trophy and standing on the stage, Lin Qiao radiated a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of a goddess descending, her elegance unparalleled. In that instant, she captivated the entire world.
Wow.
The audience was electrified. A super champion with full marks. This achievement was unprecedented in all competitions. Naland was legendary. Incredible. Lin Qiao truly embodied both beauty and talent, a true goddess.
Yes.
The super goddess, my idol. Soon, the crowd erupted into chants of goddess, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. In such a fervent ambience, Li Tingzhou gazed at the radiant Lin Qiao on stage, his heart racing. He was profoundly impacted by her brilliance. The young mistress is formidable, so dazzling. Zhao Bai exclaimed in awe, his eyes filled with admiration. Lin Qiao, observing the enthusiastic scene, smiled slightly. In truth, this was merely a small spectacle, not something to be overly excited about. After the competition concluded, Lin Qiao and the staff of Xingyao Studio retreated backstage, where others came forward to congratulate her. Just then, Bai Xinya suddenly burst through the crowd, racing towards Lin Qiao, swinging her hand to strike. As Bai Xinya's slap was about to land on Lin Qiao's face, Lin Qiao swiftly reacted, seizing her wrist and executed a clean shoulder throw, sending Bai Xinya crashing to the ground with a scream. The onlookers were taken aback. Wasn't Bai Xinya supposed to be escorted away by security? How had she suddenly charged at Lin Qiao? Moreover, Lin Qiao's reflexes were astonishing. Before they could even react, Bai Xinya was already on the floor. Such speed and skill were truly impressive. Zhao Junliang snapped back to reality and rushed over, angrily rebuking Bai Xinya. Miss Bai, how shameless can you be? Your disqualification from the competition was due to your own cheating. Instead of cooperating with the investigation and reflecting, you come here to attack Miss Lin? Have you lost your mind? Bai Xinya glared at him defiantly, retorting, shut up. This is between Lin Qiao and me. You have no right to interfere. Enraged, Zhao Junliang was about to retort when Lin Qiao intervened. She is right. This is between us. You needn't meddle. Let us resolve this ourselves. Everyone else, please leave. With that, Lin Qiao commanded, and Zhao Junliang understood, quickly clearing the area. Before long, the backstage office was left with only Lin Qiao and Bai Xinya. Bai Xinya rose from the floor, her face darkened as she glared fiercely at Lin Qiao. Having reached this juncture, Lin Qiao felt no inclination to feign any longer and laid her cards on the table. She regarded Bai Xinya with a raised eyebrow, mockingly stating, are you unable to tolerate my triumph and the limelight that comes with winning the championship? Is your fury so overwhelming that you recklessly charged over to strike me? Caught off guard by her unmasked intentions, Bai Xinya momentarily faltered. Indeed, as Lin Qiao had articulated, Bai Xinya had been seething with jealousy as she watched Lin Qiao ascend the podium, basking in the glory of the championship trophy. A sight that filled her with a maddening envy. If it were not for Lin Qiao's underhanded schemes to ensnare her, the championship would rightfully have been hers, along with all the applause and accolades that should have accompanied it. Lin Qiao had not only ruined her, but had also usurped everything that was rightfully hers. Throughout their lives, Bai Xinya had perceived Lin Qiao as a naive and simple-minded girl, easily manipulated. However, today, she found herself bested by Lin Qiao, which left her in a state of shock and fury. Consumed by these thoughts, she recklessly stormed backstage, intent on confronting Lin Qiao in a fit of rage.
Yet,
to her dismay, as soon as she struck, Lin Qiao retaliated with remarkable deftness, leaving Bai Xinya infuriated. Regaining her composure, Bai Xinya, with reddened eyes, admitted, you are right. I cannot stand your victory. We grew up together, and I have always considered you a sister, treating you with utmost sincerity.
Yet,
you chose to sabotage me during such a significant competition. You, with your heart of a wolf and a dog's loyalty, do not deserve to win the championship. Nor do you honor the years of sisterhood and my sacrifices for you. Tears streamed down her face, her woeful expression resembling that of a heartbroken child betrayed by a sister. Observing her pitiable demeanor, Lin Qiao smirked coldly and remarked, there are only the two of us here. Spare me the theatrics. No matter how convincing your performance, who are you trying to impress? Bai Xinya's lips twitched in response to being so easily seen through. Nevertheless, she refused to acknowledge it. With a pained and furious glare, she retorted, how dare you accuse me of acting? You are utterly heartless. After all I have done for you over the years, even if you choose to ignore it, others can see. Lin Qiao, losing patience with her charade, bluntly stated, what sisterhood? Your mother, and you have only ever indulged me with mindless flattery to ensure I remained a spoiled wastrel. Do you truly believe that your intentions are not transparent? The original reason for her being a thoughtless and spoiled brat lay in the misguided praise from Bai Xinya and her mother. The sudden revelation left Bai Xinya flabbergasted. How could Lin Qiao have seen through their insidious flattery? Their actions had been so discreet. How could she possibly know? Lin Qiao met her astonished gaze with a cold snort, declaring, do not presume that only you two are clever. The rest of us are not fools. Bai Xinya, feeling cornered, hastily retorted, nonsense. This is all mere speculation on your part. We are innocent. Be quiet. Lin Qiao, dismissively interrupting her, snapped her fingers, and a young woman was ushered in by two bodyguards. Bai Xinya's complexion shifted dramatically upon seeing the woman, the very person she had previously arranged to accuse Lin Qiao of plagiarism. After the competition, had she not left? How could she suddenly be in Lin Qiao's grasp? Observing Bai Xinya's shock, Lin Qiao coldly inquired, surely you recognize her? Bai Xinya, regaining her composure, hastily shook her head. No, I do not know her. Lin Qiao let out a mocking laugh, saying, feigning ignorance is futile. I have thoroughly investigated your actions. You and she colluded to publicly accuse me of plagiarism during the competition, aiming to ruin my reputation and have me expelled from the Li family. Bai Xinya stood in stunned silence. How could Lin Qiao be aware of her scheme? Lin Qiao, relishing her surprise, raised an eyebrow and taunted. Are you astonished? Allow me to enlighten you. I not only know about this incident, but am also aware that you hired trolls in advance, intending to defame me online, making me a pariah. Bai Xinya's face drained of color. How could she know everything? How do you know all this? She gritted out. Lin Qiao, unwilling to divulge the truth, proudly declared, I am the young mistress of the Li family. Discovering your plots is hardly a challenge for me. Bai Xinya's realization dawned upon her, and she shouted in fury. You had someone investigate me? Lin Qiao straightforwardly confirmed. Indeed. Otherwise, how would I know that your mother attempted to poison mine to usurp her position while you, the illegitimate child, sought to undermine me and seize everything that rightfully belongs to me? The revelation left Bai Xinya in utter shock. Lin Qiao was privy to everything. She had always perceived her as a simple-minded lamb, but now she recognized her as a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing.
Terrifying.
Lin Qiao was satisfied with Bai Xinya's terrified expression and coldly warned, do not entertain thoughts of scheming in my presence again, or you shall pay 100-fold. Her authoritative voice resonated with formidable intensity. Bai Xinya trembled, a chill creeping down her spine. After casting a sharp glance at her, Lin Qiao turned to leave, her long hair flowing behind her as she walked with an air of grace and confidence. Bai Xinya was once more taken aback. The Lin Qiao standing before her was an entirely different person from the one she had known. She had become cunning and formidable, instilling a sense of fear. After her departure, Lin Qiao ordered her bodyguards to apprehend Bai Xinya's accomplices and deliver them to the police station for interrogation. Witnessing her take decisive action against Bai Xinya's group, the onlookers expressed their admiration, showering her with praise. Miss Lin's actions are truly commendable. A righteous act against her own kin. Not only is Miss Lin talented, but she also embodies justice. Her principles are impeccable, a true role model for the youth. Indeed, Miss Lin is the epitome of an altruistic champion of justice. In response to the accolades, Lin Qiao humbly remarked, your praises are excessive. I merely did what was right. However, as she spoke, a cold light suddenly flickered from across the room. Lin Qiao looked up in surprise to find Li Tingzhou observing her with a somewhat amused expression. As if he were watching a comedic performance, Lin Qiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. In her eagerness to deal with the situation, she had completely forgotten about him. To maintain the facade of a devoted wife, she smiled brightly and rushed to his side, saying, Darling, you came to find me. Her face radiated joy, yet internally, she began to mentally berate herself. This man actually came to eavesdrop on the gossip. Will he pry into every detail later? I just spoke so much. And now my throat is dry. I don't want to explain anything to him. What should I do? Perhaps I could feign a need to use the restroom and make a swift exit. Li Tingzhou, upon hearing her internal monologue, furrowed his brow. This wretched woman could chat endlessly with others, yet when it came to him, she wished to evade explaining and even considered fleeing. Did she not regard him as significant as those spectators? Lin Qiao, oblivious to Li Tingzhou's thoughts, was about to concoct an excuse to escape when he unexpectedly presented her with a bottle of mineral water. Drink some water. Lin Qiao felt a bit flustered. How did he know she was thirsty? Li Tingzhou twisted open the bottle cap and offered it to her lips. Reluctantly, Lin Qiao accepted and took a sip. After finishing his water, Li Tingzhou, in an effort to prevent her from escaping, reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder, speaking in a deep voice. Can you now elucidate this matter to me? Lin Qiao secretly rolled her eyes. Judging by his demeanor, it was evident that he wouldn't let her leave without an explanation. After gathering her thoughts for a few seconds, she was about to clarify the situation when Lin Haochu, accompanied by Song Ko, suddenly rushed over. Sister, we just heard that Xinya was reported by you and subsequently taken away by the police. What on earth is going on? Lin Haochu inquired, his face a mask of confusion. They had intended to watch the competition, but just before it commenced, they were unexpectedly summoned to address an urgent matter, which forced them to depart. By the time they returned, the match had concluded, leaving them entirely in the dark about the events that had transpired, save for witnessing by Xinya and her associates being escorted away by the police. Lin Qiao gazed at the bewildered duo and sighed internally. The situation had long since cooled, and these two bystanders had only just arrived. However, their presence was fortuitous, as it provided an opportunity to disperse both Li Tingzhou and them. She beckoned Zhao Junliang over, stating, I am fatigued. Please explain to these three what transpired. Upon finishing her words, she exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Junliang. who understood her cue and stepped forward to succinctly relay Lin Qiao's discovery of Bai Xinya's cheating, her malicious schemes against Lin Qiao, and the subsequent counterattack she had orchestrated. Of course, Zhao Junliang conveyed only the information Lin Qiao had prearranged, omitting any details that pertained to her secrets. After listening to Zhao Junliang's account, the three onlookers began to grasp the situation. Lin Haochu erupted in indignation, exclaiming, "So that's what happened. Bai Xinya is as malicious as her mother. How could I have viewed her as an older sister? I never anticipated she would turn out to be such a despicable person. Sister, you are right. People like her deserve to be brought to justice." Song Ke chimed in, "Sister Qiao, you are absolutely correct. Individuals like Bai Xinya, who embody such deceit, must be dealt with." Li Tingzhou remained silent. He had already discerned the true nature of Bai Xinya long ago. However, since she had no significant connection to him, he had chosen to overlook her. Previously, when Lin Qiao had been so close to her, he had assumed she was naive and unable to see through Bai Xinya's facade. It turned out she was far more astute than he had given her credit for. In that moment, he regarded Lin Qiao with newfound respect. Lin Qiao exchanged glances with him, pondering, why is this scoundrel looking at me with such a gaze? Could it be that he is taken aback by my handling of this deceitful woman? Excellent. If he dares to provoke such deceit again, I shall deal with it ruthlessly, without mercy. Or perhaps, I shall direct my wrath toward him as well. Li Tingzhou mused to himself, this woman's thought process is truly peculiar. What does she mean by deceitful? I have never even glanced at such nonsense. Yet, did this imply that she was feeling possessive over those deceitful women? This thought suddenly brightened his mood slightly. Lin Qiao paid him no mind, glancing at the wall clock, realizing it was nearly mealtime, and instructed Zhao Junliang, "Please inform the staff that we will be heading to the restaurant soon to celebrate." Zhao Junliang nodded and turned to notify his subordinates. Lin Haochu shouted excitedly, "Wow! Another feast is in store. Sister, you truly are amazing." Song Ku added flattery, "Sister Qiao, you are incredible. My admiration for you grows by the day. You are my goddess." Zhao Bai also joined in, smiling as he praised, "Madam, you are truly impressive. From now on, you will be my idol." After showering Lin Qiao with compliments, the trio noticed the sudden silence behind them and turned in unison to look at Li Tingzhou. He appeared somewhat awkward. Was he expected to flatter Lin Qiao as well? After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Lin Qiao and thought, well, her performance today was commendable. I might as well give her some praise. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Qiao, who was busy ordering from her phone, abruptly interrupted him, saying, "I've made the reservation. Let us go. Let us go. Those who are hungry should eat." Lin Haochu, along with the others, eagerly followed Lin Qiao. Left behind and forsaken, Li Tingzhou thought, damn it, I was just about to compliment her, and now I've been left behind? Even worse, Zhao Bai was enthusiastically trailing behind as well. In the blink of an eye, he found himself alone. A gust of cold wind rustled a nearby leaf, creating a somewhat desolate atmosphere. Li Tingzhou's expression darkened further. This insolent woman dared to abandon him. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, Lin Qiao led the group out through the back door to the parking lot, instructing everyone to get into the cars for their journey to the restaurant. Once everyone was settled, she approached the first vehicle, opened the door, and was about to climb in when suddenly, the door was obstructed. Looking up, she was surprised to find Li Tingzhou standing before her. She was somewhat puzzled. "Darling, do you want to join us for dinner?" Li Tingzhou paused momentarily, feeling quite vexed. It turned out she had never considered bringing him along. He snorted coldly. "What do you think?" Lin Qiao forced a smile, saying, "Darling, with so many of us dining together, it might be too noisy for you. Such an occasion isn't suitable for you." How about, before she could finish, Li Tingzhou simply climbed into the car. Lin Qiao thought, Chapter 121. Today, the domineering CEO is feeling jealous again. Since he had already entered the vehicle, she had no choice but to take him along to the restaurant. After getting in, she took a seat beside him, observing his expressionless face, feeling perplexed. He clearly didn't want to come, yet he insists on tagging along. This dog of a man truly has a thick skin. He usually aloof and disinterested in raucous gatherings? Why is he so intent on coming today? Is the sun rising from the west today? Hearing Lin Qiao's inner musings, Li Tingzhou internally scoffed. While he typically disliked noisy environments and employee gatherings, he could not tolerate the thought of this insufferable woman abandoning him to dine with male colleagues, potentially drinking and not returning home for the night. Therefore, he had to keep an eye on her. Lin Qiao cast a glance at his frosty expression and, feeling it pointless to engage him further, turned her gaze to the window. For a moment, neither spoke, and an awkward silence enveloped the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at a luxurious 5-star restaurant. The staff guided the group to the dining hall on the 4th floor, where the number of attendees could fill 6 tables. As they chose their seats, the employees cast wary glances at the stoic and formidable Lin Qiao, fearing him, and no one dared to sit at his table. Even Zhao Bai hastily found a seat by the window, eager to avoid him. Lin Qiao also preferred not to sit beside him. Just as she was about to make an excuse to escape, Lin Qiao seized her collar and pointed to the spot next to him, commanding, "Sit down." "All right, darling." Lin Qiao complied obediently, a smile plastered on her face, while internally cursing. She had intended to celebrate with everyone and enjoy herself. But now it seemed her joyous plans had been dashed. Noticing this, Lin Haochu furrowed his brow, concerned that Lin Qiao might bully Lin Qiao. He immediately dragged Song Ku over, and they both seated themselves beside her for support. "Sister, we'll sit at your table."
Great.
Lin Qiao's lips curled into a smile. Her younger brother was indeed considerate. Once everyone was seated, Lin Qiao, as the host, generously addressed the group, saying, "This is a celebratory banquet. Feel free to order whatever you desire without worrying about expenses." "Understood." The crowd erupted in delight as they picked up the menu to place their orders. Lin Haochu, too, took the menu and presented it to Lin Qiao. As he flipped to the first page and pointed to the spicy crayfish, he smiled and said, "These crayfish look quite appealing. Shall we order a plate?" Just as Lin Qiao was about to agree, Lin Qiao interjected coldly, "Too spicy. It's not suitable for girls to consume excessively." Lin Haochu had no choice but to abandon the idea and turn to the second page, pointing to the fried chicken. "Then, let's have a plate of fried chicken." Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Fried foods are too high in calories. It's unhealthy." Lin Haochu's lips twitched, and he continued to browse the menu, suggesting the stir-fried pork with green peppers. "How about a plate of twice-cooked pork?" Lin Qiao immediately rejected it, saying, "Too greasy." Frustrated, Lin Haochu flipped through the menu, only to find that every dish he suggested was dismissed by Lin Qiao. In a fit of annoyance, he tossed the menu to Lin Qiao, saying, "You order then." Lin Qiao accepted the menu with an expression of indifference, selecting a few dishes. Soon, the food arrived at the table, and when Lin Qiao and Lin Haochu beheld it, they were left speechless. Lin Qiao had ordered an array of health-conscious dishes, devoid of any grease. Even the drinks they requested had been substituted with juice, which was hardly appetizing. Lin Qiao pinched the bridge of her nose, recalling that Lin Qiao adhered to a philosophy of healthy living, maintaining strict dietary standards, with a nutritionist carefully planning his meals. Following his preferences meant they could only partake in bland, nutritious fare. Lin Haochu was displeased and was about to protest when Lin Qiao shot him a sharp glance that seemed to say, "If you have an issue, go sit at another table." Cowed by his authoritative demeanor, Lin Haochu had to swallow his discontent. Perceiving the awkward atmosphere, Lin Qiao turned to Lin Haochu, saying, "You can order a few dishes you like. You and Song Ku can share." Lin Haochu's eyes lit up. "You're the best, sis." He then proceeded to order several dishes they both enjoyed. Once all the dishes were served, Lin Haochu gleefully offered Lin Qiao a large chicken leg, exclaiming, "Sis, have a chicken leg." Lin Qiao smiled and thanked him. "Thank you, third brother." Noticing Lin Qiao disregarding him while happily chatting with Lin Haochu, Lin Qiao felt a twinge of annoyance and placed a piece of tender tofu in front of her, saying, "Eat some tofu." Lin Haochu, unwilling to be outdone, added a piece of braised pork to Lin Qiao's bowl, declaring, "Sis, have some braised pork." Lin Qiao calmly added a rib to her plate. "Have a rib." Lin Haochu furrowed his brow and promptly offered Lin Qiao a small piece of braised fish, saying, "Sis, eat some braised fish." Lin Qiao cast a glance at him, but continued to serve Lin Qiao. As Lin Qiao watched the two continuously pile food onto her plate, the atmosphere thick with tension, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. What on earth were these two doing? Her bowl was nearing its capacity. Chapter 122, The Arrival of the Powerful Father Figure. Beside them, the ever-pragmatic Song Ku looked on with exasperation. It was clear that the two were vying for each other's attention. Just as Lin Qiao's bowl was about to overflow with food, she intervened, stopping the two immature men. "All right, that's enough. I can't fit any more." Only then did they relent. However, even after halting their efforts, Lin Qiao still thoughtfully ladled a small bowl of soup for her. Lin Haochu instinctively reached for the soup to serve Lin Qiao as well, but was halted by Song Ku. Brother Chu, you should focus on eating. Song Ko tugged at his sleeve, reminding him. Lin Qiao shot him a glance, ready to retort, but Lin Qiao chimed in. Just eat. You don't need to serve me. If they irritated the formidable Li Tingzhou, none of them would be able to enjoy their meal. Reluctantly, Lin Qiao complied. After curbing Lin Qiao's reckless behavior, Lin Qiao served Li Tingzhou a bowl of soup and flashed him a soft smile. Darling, have some soup. Li Tingzhou took a sip from the bowl she filled for him, a smile gracing his lips as his mood lifted. Observing his improving demeanor, Lin Qiao's gaze deepened. Was he feeling jealous of Lin Qiao? Was he truly so petty as to be envious of his brother-in-law? An hour later, the meal concluded. Li Tingzhou returned to the company for a meeting, while Lin Qiao and Song Ke headed back to school, leaving the others to resume their work. After participating in the competition, Lin Qiao decided to take a break and drove back to the Li family villa. Upon arriving, she rested for 2 to 3 hours before settling on the balcony with her laptop to catch up on the news. The internet was abuzz with articles related to the International Fashion Design Competition. Lin Qiao's stunning victory, her alter ego Nailindi, and her public exposure of Bai Xinya were trending on Weibo and making headlines in major entertainment media. The discussions online were fervent. Lin Qiao, however, bypassed the comments and directly accessed Bai Xinya's studio website. At that moment, the site had lost over 1 million followers, with a flood of negative reviews pouring in. Bai Xinya has completely crashed this time. What so-called genius designer is merely a facade bolstered by money. Exactly. She cheated in this competition. We must investigate if she cheated in other competitions too. Yes, an investigation is absolutely necessary. The fashion design world deserves justice. In response to the collective demands of netizens, the official bodies of the international fashion design industry promptly initiated thorough investigations into various competitions. The efficiency of the official inquiry was remarkable. Within half an hour, they uncovered Bai Xinya's numerous acts of cheating. Soon, the official Weibo accounts of major competitions announced the cancellation of all awards Bai Xinya had obtained through dishonest means and permanently bar her from participating in future events. Furthermore, the clothing companies that had collaborated with her swiftly announced the termination of their partnerships. In an instant, Bai Xinya found herself abandoned by the industry, her reputation in tatters. In light of these developments, Bai Xinya recorded an apology video. In it, she sobbed pitifully, delivering a lengthy apology before announcing the closure of her studio and her permanent withdrawal from the fashion design sphere. Lin Qiao couldn't help but smile at this turn of events. Excellent. The consequences that the original owner should have faced were now being tasted by her. This would make Bai Xinya aware that the current Lin Qiao was not someone she could provoke. Nevertheless, Lin Qiao understood that Bai Xinya, as the most formidable schemer in this narrative, would not be easily defeated by this incident. Yet, she was unafraid. Should Bai Xinya dare to target her again, she would ensure her downfall. Having resolved matters concerning Bai Xinya, Lin Qiao felt a sense of liberation. With nothing pressing to occupy her, she decided to revisit the bounty hunter hacker website. The competition had concluded, and the company was on the right track, no longer requiring her constant attention. It was time to seek out other intriguing pursuits. Upon entering the hacker site, as soon as she logged on, a flurry of users noticed her presence, causing the largest official group in the backend to erupt in excitement, with many rushing to ingratiate themselves with her. Woo-woo, social daddy, you've finally logged on. We've been waiting for you, for ages. Big shot, where have you been recently? Why haven't you been online? Big shot, have you forgotten about us little folks? Lin Qiao regarded the enthusiastic hackers with mild embarrassment, asking, what have you all been waiting for me to do? Chapter 123, the top hacker faces off against a fresh newbie. Hacker quickly replied, we've been waiting for you to take on some missions. There have been several tasks posted on the site recently, and if you don't come, others will snatch them up. Lin Qiao responded nonchalantly, if they take them, so be it, I don't mind. Hacker A reminded her, my esteemed colleague, you are unaware of the rules here. If you do not accept any tasks within a month, you'll be expelled from the website. You have nearly gone a month without logging in. If you do not accept a task soon, you shall be removed. Lin Qiao was taken aback, glancing at the website's guidelines. Indeed, that stipulation was present. The thought of being ousted from the hacker community as a respected figure was a humiliation she could not fathom. Swiftly, she typed her reply, I shall check the task board immediately. She closed the dialog box and opened the task page on the site. Most of the tasks had already been claimed, leaving only the pinned post, which remained unclaimed. The difficulty level of that task was marked as SSS. Upon opening the post, Lin Qiao read the content. In 3 days, infiltrate SC Group to steal the high-intelligence chip numbered ZR-876. Frowning at this, she commented below the post. Illegally stealing a chip is a criminal act. Such endeavors must not be undertaken. Enthusiastic hacker A explained, Esteemed one, you may not be aware, but SC Group is a high-tech conglomerate in M country. They are ruthless, often appropriating others' technology. The ZR-876 chip was not developed by them. It originated from a small domestic company. In pursuit of profit, SC Group resorted to illicit means to acquire the chip. Due to their cunning tactics, the small firm has been unable to reclaim it through legitimate channels. Upon learning of this injustice, someone was incensed and posted a request for a skilled hacker to retrieve the chip. Lin Qiao understood the gravity of the situation. To be prudent, she conducted an online search regarding SC Group. What she discovered confirmed hacker A's assertions. The group's leaders were indeed treacherous, frequently engaging in unscrupulous practices for profit. The ZR-876 chip incident had become a hot topic on high-tech forums. The chip was the result of a decade of hard work by a small company, and somehow, the news had leaked, alerting SC Group's leader. Consequently, that leader employed underhanded tactics to obtain the chip, publicly claiming it was developed by their team, while the small firm merely assisted. This infuriated many. Having previously run a business herself, Lin Qiao, as a multinational conglomerate CEO, detested such vile conduct. Her expression darkened as she posted, Such behavior is akin to that of a robber. It must not be tolerated. I shall accept the task. Hacker A quickly cautioned her. Esteemed one, you must think carefully. SC Group is formidable, replete with bodyguards and advanced weaponry. Most would not dare to approach. Lin Qiao smirked coldly. I thrive on challenges. The greater the difficulty, the more I relish it. Hacker A, inspired by her bold declaration, immediately expressed admiration. Truly a formidable figure. Your confidence is remarkable. As Lin Qiao prepared to accept the task, she was startled to find it had already been claimed. Someone had beaten her to it. The audacity to take on such a task was impressive. She noted the username of the rival hacker, Z. Upon Z's arrival online, the other hackers erupted with excitement. Oh my goodness!
Z is online.
Finally, the esteemed one has returned. With Z in the mix, the stakes are certainly elevated. Lin Qiao furrowed her brow. Curious about the Z. Who is this individual, stirring such a commotion? She inquired of Hacker A, who is Z? Hacker A replied, You do not know Z? Check the leaderboard. He is the most powerful hacker on our site. Lin Qiao clicked on the rankings and confirmed that Z indeed held the top position. He had completed 20 tasks, each rated SSS, and had successfully accomplished every one. Clearly, he was an impressive figure. While she examined the details, Z approached her. I hear you are a formidable newcomer. Since you wish to accept a task, let us both take it on and compete to see who completes it first. Lin Qiao's lips curled into a smile as she readily agreed. Very well. Let us see who prevails. The hackers buzzed with excitement at the prospect of a showdown between the top hacker and a promising newcomer. Hacker A seized the opportunity to propose. Let us wager on the outcome. Now, let the voting commence. Yes, yes. The other hackers eagerly chimed in. I vote for Z. His skill and experience are unmatched. I cast my vote for our esteemed newcomer. Despite being relatively new, she possesses undeniable talent. He has only completed one S-level task. His true abilities remain to be seen. For safety's sake, I vote for Z. Agreed, I too shall support Z. Me as well. The votes overwhelmingly favored Z, leaving Lin Qiao with a mere handful of supporters. Hacker A quickly sought to console her. Do not be disheartened, esteemed one. You have garnered some support. Once you complete this task and surpass Z, you will claim the top spot, and those who doubted you will be silenced. Lin Qiao's lips curled upward as she responded. That is a splendid notion. Let us proceed accordingly. Hacker A, filled with admiration for her commanding response, exclaimed, Truly, you are a figure of authority. So impressive. Yet, the others were displeased, voicing their grievances. The competition hasn't even begun, and you are already planning to gloat over us. That is quite presumptuous. Beware. Overconfidence may lead to a devastating fall. Indeed, while your arrogance may be tolerable before us, to flaunt it in front of Z is sheer folly. Z has long dominated the leaderboard. You are merely a newcomer, no match for him. Unfazed by the disparaging remarks, Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow and unleashed a flurry of viruses upon them, rendering the chat room silent. With a haughty scoff, she typed, Should anyone dare to disparage me again, I shall dismantle their systems. The detractors shivered at her words. The ability to incapacitate so many systems with such ease spoke volumes of her hacking prowess. At that moment, Z commented, "Impressive skills. You certainly stand out. I eagerly anticipate your performance in 3 days." After sending his message, he quickly logged off. As Lin Qiao observed his avatar turn gray, a smile graced her lips. Let the games begin. Subsequently, she exited the hacker website. By this time, night had fallen, and Li Tingzhou had yet to return. In his absence, Lin Qiao felt a certain ease. She descended the stairs to partake in dinner, and subsequently took a leisurely stroll in the courtyard with her golden retriever, Blue. By 8 o'clock in the evening, she returned to the balcony, reopened her laptop, and resolved to indulge in a few episodes of a drama to pass the time. Upon navigating to a certain streaming site, she discovered that the most popular series at the moment was entitled The 101st Time the President Flirted with Me. Intrigued by such a melodramatic title, Lin Qiao delved into the synopsis, which outlined a Cinderella-esque tale where the female protagonist, due to a series of misunderstandings, captures the attention of a dashing CEO who embarks on a flirtatious pursuit of his future wife. As she perused the stills from the show, the male lead emerged as both handsome and charming, employing an array of flirtatious tactics, including the head pat, princess carry, and wall slam, among others. Lin Qiao's eyes sparkled with interest. "Ah, this piques my fancy." Without hesitation, she clicked to commence the series. Although the plot was rife with clichés and melodrama, it was undeniably engaging, and Lin Qiao binge-watched 5 episodes in one breath. When she clicked on the 6th episode, the opening scene featured the female protagonist waiting in her room for the male lead. After a brief while, he emerged from the bathroom, freshly showered. Clad only in a towel wrapped around his waist, his upper body was bare, showcasing a stunning physique. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and sculpted abdominal muscles, exuding undeniable allure. The female protagonist was momentarily captivated, and so was Lin Qiao, taken aback by the sight. "What an impressive physique," she mused. Just as she expressed her admiration, the sound of footsteps echoed, prompting her to glance up, only to find Li Tingzhou approaching from across the way. He too appeared to have just emerged from a shower. Draped in a deep V bathrobe, his damp, tousled hair clinging to his forehead, droplets cascading down his chiseled collarbone, trickling downward. Lin Qiao's gaze followed the droplets, revealing a physique that epitomized the golden ratio. Although he wore a bathrobe, the tantalizing hint of his abdominal muscles was even more seductive than the male lead on her screen. Noticing Lin Qiao's unabashed stare, Li Tingzhou lifted his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment, causing Lin Qiao's cheeks to flush as she hastily averted her gaze. Freshly showered, Li Tingzhou had intended to enjoy the evening breeze on the balcony, only to find Lin Qiao engrossed in her television show. Regaining her composure, Lin Qiao looked up at Li Tingzhou, just as the voice of the drama's female lead echoed through the air. "You, dressed like that, are you trying to seduce me?"